Chapter 541 The Stance of the Stars. The night goddess is really good at chatting, and every word she speaks dances on the old heartstrings of the mother tree of desire and other outer gods. He clearly understands what beings such as the mother tree of desire want to do, knows the boundaries of their capabilities, and also knows where his own advantages are compared to the true creator. It seems that during this period, in order to deal with these opponents from beyond the stars, the goddess of the night has also made a lot of efforts secretly. Of course, it is also possible that the goddess of the night is so insightful by nature. After all, she has been the winner of 2 palace battles. Asta sat silently and watched, but he was secretly cursing in his heart. On the other hand, the true creator seems to have no sense of existence at all. Is it because he doesn't like talking to people by nature? Or has he reached a certain consensus with the goddess of the night? After thinking about it, the Jinn god said coldly, "The mysterious awakening. Do you think you can take the advantage? Then you don't understand the personality of that bastard Sia too much. Once he wakes up first, the first thing he will do is to pull down all your gods who may go further. Only after confirming that you are no threat will he open the seal of the Western continent. After he awakens, only his voice can exist within the initial barrier. You will all be his experiments or playthings, because he doesn't need to take sides or choose any side. Wherever he is, the stronger side will be. As for the anchor you want to protect, in his eyes, it has no value at all. The so-called miracles of life are just tiny ants that are lucky enough to happen by chance." As the opponent of the Lord of Mysteries back then, the words of the Jinn god were full of weight. You won't let Mystery wake up, because you can't bear the consequences either. It's better to just kill all the chances of him waking up. At least you can delay it for a while. The mother tree of desire also regained its former calmness at this moment. The superstar master also spoke calmly. If you had personally experienced the era of the Lord of Mysteries, you would never place your hopes on him. He has the authority to fool. The high-dimensional overlooker did not speak. His attention was always on the true creator. Primordial hunger narrowed his small eyes, and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Believing in the mercy of the gods is a very stupid thing. The goddess of the night's tone was still calm, and she seemed to mock, if it is conditional on helping him wake up. I believe he will be willing to guard the initial barrier and protect the entire real world. After all, it's not that difficult for him. The Jinn, the mother tree of desire, and the superstar master were silent, compared to welcoming the end. Ending this era early and entering the era ruled by the Lord of Mysteries is not necessarily a bad thing. He also did this at the beginning, and history is still moving forward slowly, and has not been interrupted. This is an irrefutable reason for the true gods within the initial barrier. The coming of Doomsday is the real unbearable burden, and awakening the Lord of Mysteries is a good solution, especially since the Lord of Mysteries is still very weak and needs some help. Total extinction or domination? This is a good multiple-choice question to choose from. After a brief silence, the mother tree of desire looked at Hastur, who was sitting at the top of the table. "Stars, will you sit back and watch the awakening of the Lord of Mysteries?" This sentence reminded the Jinn god and superstar master, and they all cast their eyes over. It is difficult for them to effectively prevent the Lord of Mysteries from resurrecting and returning. But the stars are different, and he is also within the initial barrier. The goddess of the night and other gods choose the Lord of Mysteries between extinction and domination. But what about the stars? Will he let the Lord of Mysteries wake up completely? Especially now, the awakening state of the stars is obviously better than that of the Lord of Mysteries. With the authority held by the stars and this palace of stars, it is fully capable of leading the Lord of Mysteries to come through the initial barrier before they fully awaken. Facing their gazes inquiring for answers, Hastur just smiled and said, "No." Hearing this answer, the mother tree of desire and the Jinn breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the stars are on their side, it will definitely be difficult for the Lord of Mysteries to fully awaken. The goddess of night looked thoughtful. Will the stars sit back and watch the end come? Won't. The same answer made the atmosphere here become strange again. The goddess of the night did not continue to ask further questions. She had already got the answer she wanted. What exactly is the stance of the stars among the 2 camps of the extraterrestrial starry sky and the real world? Which one does he prefer? Or does he represent absolute neutrality? The mother tree of desire, the Jinn god, and other external gods were all deep in thought in the past. This was a difficult question to ask, and even the Deng god did not ask his doubts at the first time. The Lord of Mysteries, God, they are all coming back to life step by step. Hastur doesn't mind throwing out a little bit of news about God. The true creator has already come to join the gathering of stars. So this news is not that important. After the Jinn, the mother tree of desire and other outer gods were briefly shocked in the past. They thought of another question. Aren't the stars returning step by step? When the doomsday comes in the future, what will it be like? Is the Lord of Mysteries a single family? Or is he continuing an unfinished battle with God? Or are the stars also involved? No matter which situation it is, it doesn't seem to have much to do with the old days of the outer gods, who could only stay outside the initial barrier. At this moment, the Dane god felt a strong fear in his heart, and he immediately restrained his usual arrogance. The mother tree of desire is thinking about the true purpose of the stars. Why invite the goddess of the night and the true creator to participate in the gathering of stars? He must have a plan to achieve some purpose. Which ancient being are the stars? At this moment, the superstar master felt inexplicably uneasy and a little bit panicked about the future. He always has a feeling that the relationship between the stars and him is the same as that between him and the eternal sun. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit unusual, the high-dimensional overlooker looked at the true creator and chuckled. I have traveled to and from the land abandoned by gods many times. Why can't I enter your kingdom of gods every time? You are deliberately avoiding me. So your behavior proves that there must be a secret that interests me. The words of the high-dimensional overlooker removed some of the heavy topics just now, allowing the desire tree and the Jinn to focus on the true creator. Hey, it's a bit strange indeed. They've been saying that the true creator is a lunatic who has no sanity. But your condition doesn't seem that bad. The Jinn also noticed something was wrong. In order to survive better, a certain degree of disguise is always needed. The true creator's voice was low and hoarse, like a rusty whistle that had not made a sound for many years. Is it just a simple disguise? I always feel that there is a huge secret hidden behind you. The last person who gave me this feeling was Adam, the child of the ancient sun god. The confident tone of the high-dimensional overlooker made the thoughts of the Jinn and the mother tree of desire come alive. The superstar master also put away some of the uneasiness in his heart and began to seriously look at the true creator sitting opposite. True creator. Hey, creator, your title is even louder than the name of the Lord of Mysteries. The Jinn originally just made a joke out of habit, but after saying that, he was stunned for a moment. Now that the Lord of Mysteries and God are awakening and returning, what about the original creator? Is there a part of his consciousness that is awakening and returning step by step? Creator. The thoughts of the mother tree of desire and the high-dimensional overlookers were also affected by the words of the Jinn god, and they looked at the true creator with a little more fear. Originally existing in every living being, the more powerful the existence, the more likely it is to awaken the original consciousness. Once the original consciousness fully awakens, it will gather everything together crazily, and then split it apart again. And at that time the entire universe will evolve again. The original creator? Not like that. The high-dimensional overlooker was the first to question. If he is really the original, with the strength he has shown so far, the real world cannot be so peaceful, and has long since fallen into complete chaos. Perhaps he is not the original creator, but the title of creator is far beyond what any god can bear. The gazes of scrutiny, suspicion, scrutiny, and fear were all cast on the true creator. He just faced everything calmly, and had no intention of opening his mouth to explain. It's a pity that he is not the original creator. The goddess of the night said regretfully to save the true creator. If the true creator was really the original creator, the original barrier would no longer be torn apart, and the end would not come. On the contrary, what we should be worried about are these ancient gods entrenched in the stars. If the original creator awakens, they had long since fled to the deepest part of the starry sky, instead of staying here, bent on fighting for the source of matter. The Jinn also felt that he was thinking too much. How could the creator wake up in the first place? True creator. What is your relationship with Adam? Gao Dimension's gaze was sharp, and he was not put off at all. He always felt that there was something wrong here. The aura of this true creator is somewhat similar to that of Adam, but there are obvious differences, as if they are of the same origin, and they seem to come from the same source. Chapter 542. Not a simple father and son. The Jinn beside him hesitated to speak. He had heard about the origin of this true creator. In today's terms, there is no doubt that the true creator is a depraved and terrifying evil god, a dark existence standing opposite the 6 righteous churches. His followers, the Aurora Society, are a good example of this. Her reputation in the mysterious world is even greater than that of the original witch, and everyone shouts and beats her up. But he also heard another story about the true creator. When the ancient sun god was about to fall, the Lord of Storms, the eternal sun, and the god of knowledge and wisdom, The three kings of angels who served the ancient sun god stabbed the ancient sun god in the back at a critical moment, causing the sun god fell. The true creator is the ancient sun god, who is not completely dead. This is why the Lord of Storms, the eternal sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom are so hostile to the true creator. But he couldn't fully see what the truth was. At that time, there was the power of night covering everything, and the remaining power of the ancient sun god was still there. He is still sealed in the magical wishing lamp, unable to go out freely, and the secret information he can pry into is limited. At this moment, hearing the high-dimensional overlooker ask about the relationship between the true creator and Adam, he couldn't help but recall this past event. If the second statement is true, then the true creator is the ancient sun god, the old father of God's son Adam. The existence of such a relationship will naturally arouse the suspicion of high-dimensional overlookers. The Jinn god thought about this, chuckled, and had no intention of telling the high-dimensional observers. Firstly, he did not want to satisfy the curiosity of the high-dimensional observers. Secondly, he could not determine whether it was true or false. It is better not to say anything than to say the wrong thing. The tone of questioning. The true creator chuckled and said disapprovingly, "Use thinking instead of asking. That way, you will be closer to the answer." "I'm just out of curiosity." Galway looked down at this moment and restrained his sharpness when questioning him. "If you are unwilling to answer, of course I can't force you. I will find out the answer to this question myself." Galway, who was looking down at him, glanced at the Jinn. Just now, the Jinn was hesitant to speak, and finally his expression changed to one of gloating and watching the show. He did not escape his observation, having been sealed in the wishing lamp for endless years. "Are you not curious about this issue at all? Or are you no longer able to observe the changes that have taken place in the outside world?" Gao Dimension's simple words of provocation caused the Dangshan to retort coldly, "I was just laughing. You could only ask such irrelevant questions and cling to small problems as major breakthroughs. Isn't such childish behavior funny? Oh, do you have any suggestions?" Galway Overlooker said in a slower tone, "If you could answer my doubts, I might be able to let you come out of the wishing lamp to get some air." "Oh, no need." The Jinn god glanced at him rather proudly. "Just think of it as my kindness to satisfy the curiosity of an ignorant person like you. Anyway, this is not a hidden secret." The high-dimensional overlooker did not care about the attitude of the Jinn god and waited quietly for his next words. Then, the Jinn spoke about the possible relationship between the ancient sun god and Adam. There are inevitably some similarities between father and son. If they are not similar at all, it would be strange. Galway looked down and felt a little satisfied with the melon-eating mood, and whispered, "So that's how it is." But he didn't think so in his heart. He had met Amon and dealt with him many times. Amon, who was also the child of the ancient sun god, did not give him this special feeling. Adam and Amon are different, even though they are brothers. Perhaps the fallen ancient sun god had given Adam an extraordinary task, or left some backup plan on him. This is why I feel strange. A father and son who love each other? I'm afraid it's not simple at all. This is indeed not a secret. The true creator just said lightly. The betrayer knows that history better than anyone else. It's a pity that you can no longer seek revenge on the eternal blazing sun. The person who spoke was the superstar master. Although he wanted to trap me to death in his own kingdom of God, he overestimated himself after all. The Jinn god said disdainfully, "Stop bragging. In just a few decades, your clone will never be able to escape from the kingdom of the eternal blazing sun. If you really wait for you to come out, not even a sip of soup will be hot enough. I don't feel happy about the miserable end of the betrayer. It doesn't matter. There is also the Lord of Storms. I have always hated him. If you want to help, I can help you." Galway Overlooker said at the right time. "This is completely against the Lord of Storms." Hastur watched all this silently. He has a complete view of the love and hatred between Galway Overlooker and the Storm Lord. I am afraid that the Storm Lord himself did not expect that he would provoke such a person just by chopping down a thunder in Backland. Difficult person. I don't mind your help if needed, the true creator replied. After they chatted for a while, the Mother Tree of Desire briefly mentioned the southern continent's attack on the kingdom of Fenaport. The high-dimensional overlooker and the Jinn were indifferent to this, but Primordial Hunger showed great interest in it, and his narrowed eyes opened at this moment. The kingdom of Fenaport is the foundation of the faith of the Earth Mother. The Mother Tree of Desire looked at the indifferent night goddess. "It seems that the relationship between you and the Earth Mother is not that good. Do you want to get the answer from me that I will risk everything and even give my life for the Mother Goddess of Earth?" The goddess of the night asked in return. I don't think you will sit quietly and watch the fall of the kingdom of Finaport. Even if the Earth Mother Goddess is severely damaged as a result, you will not be able to occupy the authority of the Crimson Moon alone. At least I have one less competitor. You'll just lose one collaborator. The Mother Tree of Desire understands the meaning of the myth of the Night Lady. Without the Earth Mother Goddess joining forces with itself, it would be really difficult to deal with the fallen Mother Goddess. After all, the extraordinary path where the Earth Mother Goddess is located belongs to the fallen Mother Goddess. Once the Earth Mother Goddess falls, the fallen Mother Goddess will be the biggest beneficiary. As the fallen Mother Goddess further strengthens, the threat to him will become even stronger. This is a very simple truth. But he still won't cooperate with the Mother Earth Goddess. Just as a tiger won't cooperate with an ant to deal with an elephant. The only ones who can travel with a tiger are beasts like lions. I almost forgot that you still have the uniqueness of the God of War in your hands. War is also what you are looking forward to. This time the goddess of the night did not speak. And the true creator turned the topic to the stars. What do the stars think of this war? Adam will become a god. Hastur kicked the topic back again, and at the same time gave a small warning to the true creator not to test himself. Adam? The high-dimensional overlooker became interested. No wonder I haven't met him during this time. It turns out that he is hiding and preparing to become a god. What? Do you want to do some damage? For example, destroy his becoming a god ceremony. The Jinn watched the excitement and didn't think it was a big deal. This is a very good idea. But I have a feeling that I can't prevent Adam from becoming a god. His becoming a god is in line with the development trend of this era. Gao Dimensional Overlooker said with regret, if I can truly once I enter the initial barrier, I will definitely try to buck the so-called trend of the times. The Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master looked at each other and did not express any further opinions on this war. Hastur glanced at them and saw that they had no more questions to communicate with. So he announced that this gathering of stars was over. After they left the Hall of Stars one by one, Hastur reviewed their conversation tonight alone. The attitude of the Night Goddess is indeed very suspicious. Although friendship is a very illusory thing for gods, he always feels that the Night Goddess will not sit back and watch the Earth Mother Goddess fall. The relationship between them is not an ordinary collaborator. It's more like a relationship between good best friends and biological sisters. Of course, it does not rule out that the Goddess of the Night is really cruel and ruthless, allowing the Mother Goddess of the Earth to fall like this. Perhaps the Night Goddess also wanted Rune to join the battle at this moment. But the Storm Lord and Steam were unwilling. Sitting back and watching the Earth Mother Goddess fall, for them, can effectively disintegrate the strength of the Night Goddess. Although they are allies in certain matters, it does not mean that they will not be wary of each other. The relationship between the Night Goddess and the Earth Mother Goddess was too strong, which gave the other four gods a sense of crisis. If Lunan had not expressed his intention to join the war, Sagel, Lundborg, and Moshi would not have been eager to join the war. As the gods of knowledge and wisdom, they must have their own understanding of how to protect themselves and take sides. After thinking for a while, Hastur created a world map on the table in the Hall of Stars and began to think about the possible future direction of the war. Would you like to take a look at the future destiny of the Kingdom of Finaport? Hastur has not used his ability to peer into destiny for a long time. With his current ability, and with the help of the Hall of Stars, he should be able to spy on the outcome of this matter. Chapter 543 Will the Mother Goddess of Earth fall? A glimpse into the future destiny of a country. Hastur, who was trying it for the first time, was still a little eager to give it a try. When he closed his eyes and allowed the river of fate to flow forward, incomplete pictures flashed through the dark world in front of him. The Kingdom of Finaport, the kingdom where the faith of the Earth Mother is based, is a country in flames of war, spreading from Celas County to all parts of the country. Finally he saw what he wanted to see. The bright flag from the Balam Empire of the southern continent was planted at the highest point of the royal city belonging to the Kingdom of Finaport. The palace belonging to the king was also completely occupied, and the church belonging to the Mother Earth was also torn down and burned. The last Kingdom of Finaport still did not escape the fate of destruction. Is the Night Goddess really sitting back and watching the Earth Mother Goddess fall? Hastur opened his eyes again. The picture he had just spied was that the Kingdom of Finaport had indeed perished in the end, and even the Church of the Earth Mother could not be saved. Or is this just part of the future? Hastur, who has had many experiences of spying on destiny, does not blindly believe in the fragments of destiny he sees. Perhaps the Kingdom of Finaport really was in a state of subjugation at a certain point in time, and even the royal city was breached. But it is possible to counterattack later. But looking at the overall situation, unless the Kingdom of Lone fully assists the Kingdom of Feniport. The strength of the Kingdom of Feniport alone will not be able to counterattack the ferocious army from the southern continent. Hastur thought for a while, and then left the Hall of Stars. Hastur, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes, and looked at the room shrouded in dim light. The clock on the wall showed that the time had just reached 11 o'clock. Sharon, who was sitting quietly on the other side of the bed, noticed that he woke up and looked over with slightly concerned eyes. Tonight, Sharon was not wearing the Gothic-style black palace dress, but a light purple pajama style with 2 aster flowers embroidered on both shoulders, a small black soft hat, and the black palace dress. The long skirt was hung neatly on a hanger beside her, and her long blonde hair, tied up in a bun, fell freely and smoothly. The whole person looks a little more tender and tender. This is the pajamas that Hastur specially prepared for her. There is no way. That kind of palace dress is extremely cumbersome, and there are layers inside one layer, so it is quite troublesome and laborious to take it off. Once, with a little force, Hastur tore the entire black palace dress to pieces. Sharon was so angry that she almost kicked him out of bed. This time, she was obviously on guard in advance, lest she tear her beloved clothes to pieces again. Sharon, come here. Don't want. I was just thinking of designing a new nightgown for you. Do not believe. Really? It's probably this style. Hastur gave Sharon a brief description of the slip nightgown style of nightgown. No. Sharon hugged the quilt tighter. Hastur smiled, turned off the lights in the room, and then got from one end of the bed to the other, holding Sharon tightly in his arms. It's still a little early. Let's rest later. The flames of war in the Feniport Kingdom have not spread to South Wales. There are still many merchant ships doing business, and there are more fleets heading to the southern continent to make war profits than before. In the face of huge profits, there are always desperate businessmen who transport some strategic materials to the southern continent for sale. I heard that in the southern continent, a part of the navy was specially dispatched to escort these merchant ships that came to do business. During this period, due to the establishment of the pirate kingdom, most pirates stayed in the Rasta Islands, busy fighting for houses in the pirate king city and establishing territories. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the Rosyth Islands will definitely become the center of the entire sea in the future, and the various investments made in the new king city will definitely receive a profit return of 10 times and 100 times in the future. Even the distant Backland bankers, when they mention the current Rosyth Islands, their eyes are rarely full of envy for the pirates. It is a golden land that has not yet been developed, a dream island full of gorgeous gold. Unfortunately, that is an area that only pirates or citizens of the Starsea Kingdom can set foot in. Through his relationship with Bernadette, Hastur also surrounded a large area of land in the core area of the new royal city in the Rosyth Islands. With his encouragement, Forsey and Xylo invested in 2 shops and a house. This new royal city, known as the Miracle of the Stars, isn't bad. The current South Wales has not been affected by the war. Butler Neil and his party are still on the way. Hastur took Sharon to the Rhode Islands, which can be regarded as realizing his original plan to take Sharon here. Promise of. Sharon did not speak, but concentrated on looking at the buildings in the royal city and the scenes on the streets on both sides. Although most of the people living here are pirates, they seem to adhere to the principle of being gentlemen when they go ashore. From their dress to their behavior, they are all decent, although a little unnatural. Even in the most chaotic pubs, there were no fights or shirtless people sitting outside in the street. They looked more gentlemanly and elegant than the nobles in Backland. But this was only on the surface. Their eyes always showed their yearning for the freedom of the sea, and they missed the rush of blood when they robbed merchant ships to obtain large amounts of wealth. Is this the law of the Starsea Kingdom? After walking around, Sharon finally asked her doubts. On the sea, they are still pirates who burn, kill and loot. On land, they are gentle and polite gentlemen. Not insane? Human beings are very contradictory creatures. Sometimes they want to be a good person, and sometimes they want to indulge their innermost desires. The Starsea Kingdom just provides them with a choice. Hastur once participated in the formulation of the laws of the Starsea Kingdom, and he also guessed a little about Bernadette's vision, and continued, there are always people who will gradually like a peaceful life and dislike those who fight and kill. You can say that this is a very time-consuming edification and influence. For a long time, people who longed for a peaceful life were passed down from generation to generation. Pirates who liked adventure and galloping died one after another. Most of the people who survived in the end longed for peace. The age of piracy will eventually pass, in the not-too-distant future. At that time, The Star Sea Kingdom was no longer a pirate kingdom, but a real sea kingdom in paradise. The two of them walked to the gate of the palace and castle while chatting. There was a guard guarding the place. Hastur took out the pass that Bernadette had given him and walked in with Sharon. Unlike the bustling streets of the royal city, the castle was extremely quiet, except for guards guarding a few important posts. There was not a single soul anywhere else. Along the way, it was empty, like walking in a deserted botanical garden. After entering the core area, Katla and Edwina appeared in front of them. Two people were discussing something in a quiet little courtyard. "It's you, the young earl from Backland." Katla remembered Hastur. "It's you. Come on. Come on. Use your knowledge to help me solve these problems." Edwina came over and invited Hastur to help her solve some annoying problems. During the time when she was discussing the laws of the Star Sea Kingdom, she had seen the young count's profound attainments in popular literature and mysticism. "Go ahead." Sharon nodded and walked towards the room where Bernadette was. Katla frowned subconsciously, looked Sharon up and down, stood up and said, "I'll take you to see the queen." "Need not." Sharon walked over on her own, and Katla followed her with her frown deepening. Her character really hasn't changed at all. Asta looked at Katla's obviously defensive expression on Sharon and found it interesting. Edwina smiled and said, "Why do you think there are so few people in this castle?" "TSK. You women are much scarier than men when you are jealous." Asta sighed and took over some of the questions Edwina wrote on the cardboard. Some are problems encountered by Shanghai Kingdom in its development, and some are consultations on the future development direction of Shanghai Kingdom. This should be a national issue that Bernadette left to Edwina to solve. On the other side, Sharon walked into the room where Bernadette was sitting as if there was no one around. As soon as she walked in, Bernadette hugged her shoulders and said in a friendly tone, "Little Sharon, you haven't come to see me for a long time. Have you been indulging in the gentle land recently and unable to extricate yourself?" Sharon took half a step back and slapped away Bernadette's hand on her shoulder in disgust. "You have become the queen of a country. Can you be a little more queenly? How long has it been? And you have become tired of the old so quickly?" Bernadette had long been accustomed to Sharon's indifferent expression. She took her little hand again and walked into the room. "Tell me what you have been doing with that little man during this time." "Boring. I think he knows how to talk. But why is he so clumsy at pleasing girls?" Bernadette pretended not to hear that the boredom in Sharon's mouth meant the question she asked. Behind her, Katla's eyes widened when she saw this scene. She seemed to hear the sound of her own heart breaking. Chapter 544 The Truth Above the Gray Fog. When she feels frustrated and wants to give up, the queen likes to say something to her. The struggle is never over, and we still need to keep working hard. It is said that this is a famous saying that Emperor Russell once used to warn the queen to keep struggling. Now, she realizes once again that the struggle is not over yet. She felt that she had defeated Miss Magician and Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, and felt a little complacent. So she felt a little slack. Now it seems that her real opponent has not appeared until this moment. She was far from being able to feel lazy. Little Sharon. What a kind and loving name. She had only experienced such tenderness as the queen when she was very young. More importantly, Miss Sharon actually showed an expression of disgust towards the queen. She felt both angry and sour in her heart. And in the end all her emotions turned into a strong desire to fight. She will never lose to anyone when it comes to pleasing the queen. Katla, who had completed her psychological construction, looked at Sharon again without the envy she had before, but with the seriousness of facing an opponent who deserved to go all out. Sharon didn't say anything else. She only felt that the gaze looking at her from behind was particularly hot. Bernadette shook her head, as if sighing that there was no hope. She pulled Sharon to sit on the seat and asked Katla to prepare tea and snacks for the guests. Originally, she was thinking about recruiting a few young maids to take charge of these trivial matters. But Katla objected and gave some reasons such as strangers not being allowed to get too close to the queen. So she allowed Katla to take on these tasks. Fortunately, she had to meet very few guests on weekdays, and there were even fewer guests in the castle. "I heard that Backland is holding a grand engagement ceremony. If you feel wronged, you can always stay here." Bernadette opened the topic in a relaxed tone. Regarding the engagement between Hastur and Audrey, she simply sent a congratulatory gift and didn't think there was any problem. Her father, Emperor Russell, had more than 2 wives. After research, later historians came to the conclusion that Emperor Russell was a romantic woman. It is said that during that period, many aristocratic ladies and ladies recorded their affairs with Emperor Russell in their notebooks. Historians use the contents of these notes as evidence and combine them with historical materials of that era to come to this conclusion that is recognized by the public. After all, for the people of the Republic of Intis, romance has never been a sin, but an honor. No need. Sharon calmly changed the subject and said, "It seems you are quite relaxed." Bernadette sighed and said, "I'm just taking advantage of your visit to relax a little." "Law. Not bad. Your little man also participated in the revision. Are you praising me? Or do you want to praise him?" "Praise you. It's really rare." Bernadette smiled, seeing that Sharon was interested in the establishment of the Starsea Kingdom. She briefly introduced Sharon to the current situation of the Starsea Kingdom. When Katla arrived with jasmine tea and refreshments, Bernadette and Sharon were talking about the Starsea Kingdom's formation of an army. On the sea, news is sometimes better than on land. The southern continent launched a massive attack on the Kingdom of Feniport, starting a war, whether for self-protection or the possibility of participating in future wars. Building an army will be a national priority in the future. It is far simpler and easier for the Starsea Kingdom to form an army than for countries on land. When the major pirate groups gather together, they form a very powerful naval combat force. A pirate in time of separation and a navy in time of war. This was Bernadette's initial idea. Otherwise, it would be far too simple to maintain a navy all the time. The various expenses would be too high. Katla put down her tea and snacks and stood silently behind Bernadette, glancing at Sharon from time to time. "Don't participate in this war." After listening to Bernadette's words, Sharon gave her heartfelt judgment. "This is not something I can control alone." Bernadette glanced at the sky. "This is the Starsea Kingdom. First the Kingdom of Stars, and then her Sea Kingdom. When the gods began to intervene in the war, the stars did not just sit back and watch." Sharon didn't say anything else. After staying in the room for about 2 hours, she got up and left. Katla saw her out. Halfway along the way, Katla asked seemingly unintentionally, "Miss Sharon, you seem to have a good relationship with the Queen? I've known her for a long time. The Queen seems to treat you differently than she treats other people." "Fine. Can you tell me how you met the Queen?" "Not good." Sharon paused slightly and added, "It's too troublesome." Katla was very sensible and did not continue to ask, wondering in her heart, does the Queen like this kind of coldness that excludes others? The two walked around the green corridor and came to the small courtyard. Asta was chatting with Edwina about various mystical and historical knowledge. "The Queen asked me to bring you a message." Katla walked up to Hastur and said in a solemn tone, "We are busy with business and don't have time to hold a banquet. If you are willing to stay and help solve some problems, she may be able to free time." Asta smiled and said, "Backlund has too many banquets. I like to eat something light recently." He didn't have the time to stay and help with the work. He was taking Sharon on vacation. After leaving the castle, Hastur took Sharon to the property he bought here. He planned to take Sharon to the beach tomorrow, but unfortunately, he didn't have time to make a few swimsuits for Sharon. It's really a shame that we can't see Sharon in her swimsuit. Fortunately, Bernadette had the same idea as him, and sent Sharon several extremely fitting and modern swimsuits. In order to spy Sharon in a swimsuit, Bernadette left the castle and went to the beach for a walk. The next day, after admiring Sharon's beautiful swimsuit, Asta stayed in the castle and helped Bernadette with the day's work. On February 8th, most of the southern part of the Kingdom of Feniport fell, and the flag of the Balam Empire from the southern continent was planted. On February 10th, Siegel, Lundborg, and Mashi sent their deepest condolences via telegram. On February 12th, the Kingdom of Lone held an emergency meeting, and the leaders of the Church of Night, Church of Steam, and Church of Storms also participated. On February 14th, the Kingdom of Lone decided to express its profound condemnation of the barbaric invasion of the southern continent. On February 18th, Backlund held a grand performance, and Klein was officially promoted to Sequence 4 Mage. Above the gray fog, Klein closed his eyes and rested for a while. He was gradually mastering the extraordinary ability of the Sequence 4 Trick Mage, being promoted to the Magician. The extraordinary abilities he has mastered in the past have been further enhanced, and at the same time, they have become more weird and elusive. Now his paper avatar can not only be used to disguise his identity, but also has a powerful healing effect. He can transfer wounds or diseases from himself and others to the paper avatar. The range of the flame jumping ability also extends to 1,000 meters, making it more flexible and free. The power of air bullets has also made a qualitative leap. When a bullet is fired, it is like a cannonball exploding. The control of marionettes has been strengthened in all aspects. Both the control range and the control effect of the spiritual thread have exceeded the previous limitations. The most important thing is that he has his own mythical form, which is the fundamental reason why Sequence 4 is called a demigod. Now, as long as one marionette is still alive, the magician will not die. It is difficult for the enemy to know whether what he is killing is the secret puppet or the true form of the magician. It can be said that the life-saving ability has been greatly improved. After confirming his condition, Klein immediately walked towards the depths of the mysterious space above the gray fog, towards the stairway of light leading to heaven. After he was promoted to Sequence 4 magician, there was another level of steps here, the 6th level of the stairs of light. Just like the steps specially designed for giants, they were designed very high and submerged into the depths of the gray cloud. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, he jumped and landed on the clouds formed by gray mist on the 6th floor. What comes into view is a brilliant light door dyed a little green and black, which is composed of countless layers of light balls. The body of each light ball is a pile of twists and turns. Worms. They are either transparent or translucent. Above this light door, thin black lines hang down, and they hang almost completely transparent cocoons, shaped like silkworm cocoons. These cocoons are gently shaking, and different souls are wrapped in them. Some are black, some are yellow, some are white, some are wearing jeans, some are holding mobile phones, and some are in gorgeous clothes. They all had the aura of life on their bodies, but their eyes were tightly closed, as if they had fallen into a kind of hibernation from which they could not wake up. Klein's eyes suddenly froze, as if he were back on Earth, walking in a modern metropolis with a full range of races. Then, he noticed that 3 silkworm cocoons had been broken open, and there was nothing inside, and they were swinging gently in the wind. Klein, who raised his head and looked up at all this, watched all this silently. Watching quietly. Chapter 545 Crane of Sleeping Beauty. In online novels, time travel is a very interesting thing. It can free you from your original boring life and enter a brand new world. There, you can have a new identity. You can still be yourself. You can come into contact with different people, and you can experience different things. You can get rid of this frail body that is unlikely to live to be 100 years old. You can get rid of the physical strength that requires you to gasp for air even if you climb stairs. You have too many choices, and you can become someone far beyond your imagination. Calling wind and rain. Flying through the void. These abilities can only be shown in TV dramas, but they can be gently controlled by you. Go beyond the ordinary self and become a self that can only exist in dreams. Time travel sounds like an extremely lucky thing. But what if you just travel through time? Backland. Audrey was preparing to lie in bed to rest at night when she felt the call from Mr. Fool. She asked Susie to stay outside the room, while she lay on the bed and silently recited the name of the fool in response to this call. She came to the ancient palace above the gray fog, which was not the normal meeting time. It was quiet and deserted, without a trace of fireworks, and there was only a chill surging from the depths of her soul. Will Mr. Fool just stay in this palace alone for thousands of years? Audrey couldn't help but think to herself. Soon, she saw a small room on the side. The mottled door was slightly closed, but not closed. Mr. Fool called her tonight because of the prayer from Mr. World, who wanted him to help treat psychological problems. She accepted the commission and came here. Pushing open the ajar door, Audrey walked into the small dark room. A wall separated her from Mr. World. She slowly sat down, leaning against the wall. In this quiet atmosphere, she adjusted herself, and then said in a brisk tone, "Good evening, Mr. World." When her voice rang out in this quiet little room, her spiritual intuition felt the changes in Mr. World's mental body level on the other side of the wall, or the mood swings and state of mind. Gray, low, confused, depressed, and not interested in anything, as if his life has come to an end. There is no hope, only despair that is so deep that he falls into the abyss. Did Mr. World encounter any major life changes? Audrey had felt this emotion before, when she and Mr. Hastur went to the dock area and met people who had lost all hope in their eyes. The people there exude a sense of the end of life from the depths of their souls. She was not a psychiatrist at that time, and could not accurately analyze their mental state. Now Mr. World next door reminds her of this past event, which proves that Mr. World is in the same mental state as them. Good evening, Miss Justice. Mr. World, who was separated by a wall, finally spoke to break the silence. This was undoubtedly a pretty good start. At least Mr. World was willing to say low to her. I'm curious about what you have experienced. It seems that you have experienced too many tragic experiences, Audrey said, maintaining the same tone as before. If you're willing to share it with me, we can simply chat as friends. Of course, if you are interested in my life, I am also willing to share some interesting things. Mr. World on the other side of the wall fell into brief silence again. Audrey thought for a while, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and said with bright eyes, I heard an interesting joke recently. A dog asked a cat a question. Why do you always look so relaxed and at ease? The cat replied, because I am a cat. And you and I are different creatures. The dog nodded and said, I understand. Then I am a happy dog. That's a joke a dog told me. Silence. Silence is the joke tonight. Well, actually I don't think this joke is very funny. Seeing that Mr. World didn't make any movement, Audrey pouted her lips slightly, straightened her demeanor quickly, and asked tentatively, Mr. World, you should also know I have an extraordinary dog. Right? At this time, Mr. World's slightly hoarse voice came from the other side. What are your expectations for the future? There was finally some movement. This was a good start. Audrey rolled her eyes slightly and replied seriously, work hard to improve yourself and strive to be promoted to demigod earlier so that you can protect your father, mother, and brothers. Well, Mr. Haster can protect himself and does not need his own protection. I once went to the dock area of Backland. There was a slum there. The people living there were very poor, both materially and mentally. That was the first time I realized that the world was different from what I had imagined. Same. It's not just fine wine and coffee, sweets and scented tea, musicals, dances and dramas, but also the human suffering of not having enough to eat and not being able to keep warm. It's a world completely opposite to the environment I grew up in. They just exist in the slums and in Backland. It's conceivable that there are countless uncountable and unseen sufferings happening in this world. The words of empathy that came from deep within made Audrey keenly aware of the fluctuations in Mr. World's mental state. Just like the ripples and ups and downs of a peaceful inner lake disturbed by a pebble. Audrey continued to think about herself and said, everyone's life script is different. There are scripts like mine where everything goes smoothly, and you are a winner in life in the eyes of others. There are also scripts where you are born into poverty and work hard to make progress. There are also scripts where you encounter accidents. An adventurous life with ups and downs. But I think no matter what kind of life it is, as long as you are still alive and have the ability to change a little bit, even if it is just preparing an extra omelette for your breakfast when you wake up tomorrow morning, that is a good start. Giving up is the easiest option in my mind. Because you just need to make no changes and let it go. And it will be done. Audrey's soft words finally caused Mr. World to have a slight emotional change across the wall. You once obtained information about the dragons from the sun. So you should have a certain understanding of the dragons of fantasy. If one day you suddenly discovered that your father, mother, and brothers were all imagined by the audience through the King of Angels and never really existed, how would you react? He must have collapsed on the spot. Or even lost control. Audrey was inexplicably panicked by this question. But she quickly realized the psychological problem of Mr. World in this passage. He should have just experienced a drastic change in his life similar to this if. This is also the crux of his psychological problems. Audrey did not answer directly, but asked in a guided manner, you seem to have witnessed the destruction of a hope. A burst of self-deprecating laughter came from the other side of the wall. I once naively thought that I still had family in this world. But later I discovered that this was just my wishful thinking. Why do you say that? The room next door was silent for a few seconds. And then Mr. World's voice sounded again. You must have read a lot of Enlightenment fairy tales that Emperor Russell used as a tutor. Those are my childhood memories. Then you should know the story of Sleeping Beauty and the Prince. In the dark room. Only Mr. World's deep voice narrated. There was such a person who also fell into a deep sleep until he woke up one day. He thought that his family, he is still working hard to improve himself, to advance to a higher level, and to find a way to return home and reunite. This has become the whole meaning of his life. But in the end, he discovered that he had been sleeping for at least 300 years, or even thousands of years, or even longer. Everything he originally owned could never be recovered. It was lost forever, and could never be made up for. Such intense pain and confusion gave Audrey, a psychiatrist, a strong sense of empathy, and it also made her understand how to help Mr. World. Mr. World, who has lost his life goal, needs a new life goal. Only when he has a goal that he wants to pursue again will he come out of the abyss of despair and continue to walk in the sunshine. If I were the protagonist in the story, I think I would go through a life of pain, confusion, and confusion. But I would eventually find the source of all these stories. People always end their lives in a daze. When I finally wake up, I would rather die on the way to sobriety. There are still many things that can be done, and there are many issues that can be clarified. Even after thousands of years, history is there. There are always some people and things that have survived. Maybe there are people who have experienced the same thing as you, and they are also actively looking for it. What are you wearing? This time, Audrey clearly felt that Mr. World was like a dying patient clutching at straws, crawling out of the dark abyss little by little. Yes, there are people who have experienced the same thing as him. They may also be from his own era. Mr. World Klein suddenly thought of those 3 empty cocoons. There is no doubt that Emperor Russell Huang Tao is also a time traveler. And he also realized that there were other time travelers. So he left a diary written in Chinese characters. The purpose is to give some inspiration and help to future travelers. Otherwise, Emperor Russell could destroy the diary he wrote. In this regard, Huang Tao is indeed a very good fellow. I am also one of the time travelers. So what about the time traveler in the other cocoon? He should also have left something in history. Or he, like himself, is also living in the present. Chapter 546. The third time traveler is Haster. Who will be the third time traveler to emerge from the cocoon? Klein calmed down and carefully recalled the people he had met along the way. Soon, he had a candidate in mind. Haster Campbell, this young earl, should be a duke. Among all the people or non-human beings he knew, he was the only one who gave him the most special feeling. Moreover, he always seemed very kind to himself and helped him without hesitation in some matters. He also tried to investigate Mr. Haster before. And there was something very interesting. The original Haster Campbell was just a handsome, but ordinary down-and-out aristocrat in other aspects. After undergoing a resurrection ceremony, his personality and even his life have undergone tremendous changes. Much like the original Huang Tao. After adapting to this world, he quickly revealed his differences, successfully changed his life, and became a young talent and a winner in life in the eyes of others. He also came to this world by seizing the body of the original owner. The failure to hold the resurrection ceremony undoubtedly provided very good conditions for Haster's birth. Moreover, he also found out that Mr. Haster was a very generous researcher of Russell's diary, and had spent a lot of money to acquire Russell's diary. It can be seen that Haster should also be able to understand the contents of Russell's diary. He also understands Chinese characters. No matter which way you look at it, the possibility of Mr. Haster being a time traveler is extremely high. According to time calculation, he was born about half a year earlier than me. If this is the case, then everything will fall into place. Another time traveler. Klein smiled silently. Soon, he remembered Miss Justice, Miss Audrey from Backland. She was engaged to Haster at the beginning of this year, and was Haster's fiancée. Maybe I can get some news about Haster from her. But it shouldn't be too obvious. It's not easy to deceive an extraordinary person who is on the audience path. Mr. World. Seeing that Mr. World on the other side of the wall had not spoken for a long time, Audrey couldn't help but give a tentative shout. I'm just thinking about some issues. Klein gradually returned to the depth that belonged to Mr. World Gehrman Sparrow. Miss Justice's life, with a winning script in hand, is really enviable. I really don't know who will be lucky enough to be your life partner in the future. The joking words proved that Mr. World's mood was gradually recovering and his psychological treatment had achieved preliminary results. Audrey was still in a good mood. She smiled and replied, I have met a partner that I can work with for a lifetime. Meeting him is also my blessing. I really want to know what kind of person that is. Miss Justice, would you mind telling me a little bit about it? After Klein finished speaking, he quickly added, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have pried into these private issues of yours. It's not that serious. Audrey didn't realize at the first time that this was Mr. World's rhetoric of retreat in order to advance. I thought he just wanted to change the topic to ease his life full of suffering and despair. He is very knowledgeable, very profound in mysticism, and impeccably handsome in appearance. Praising Mr. Haster's behavior in front of others still made Audrey's cheeks blush slightly. She gently supported her chin with her right hand, bit her legs, rested her arms on them, and the light in her eyes was as gentle as water. Maybe it was because of such a dark environment. Or maybe it was because she had just heard about Mr. World's suffering, and she wanted to say something from her heart at the moment. After all, she would not dare to talk about the psychological process of falling in love with him in front of Mr. Hastur like this. We met by chance at a party organized by a friend. He left a deep impression on me. That was the beginning of my affection for him. When I first entered the mysterious world, I was at a loss and had only a half understanding. He was the one who guided me in the direction of the mysterious world. He was very reliable and made people feel warm. This is my second love for him. Impression. Perhaps it is the enigmatic man who makes people more curious. During the period of time I have known him, he has been shrouded in an unsolvable fog. What he presents to people is only a part of him. He is lonely and seems a little out of tune with the surrounding environment and the world. When attending banquets, he often hides alone in quiet places and watches everything around him from a third-party perspective. He said he didn't like being in the spotlight because it was too dazzling and was suitable for people like me. Not him. Lonely. Out of place. Likes to be alone. Klein accurately grasps these keywords, which is very consistent with the mentality of a time traveler who has just traveled through time. I had a similar feeling before. But luckily I still had Benson and Melissa accompanying me, and their captain and the others behind me. With their company, I gradually got out of my loneliness and intolerance and began to actively integrate into the world. Mr. World, have I gone too far? Audrey was a little embarrassed to continue chatting. She always felt like she was going off topic. It seemed like he was showing off his relationship with Mr. Hastur to poor Mr. World. It's very interesting. You don't have to worry about my existence at all. Klein motioned for Audrey to continue. I don't understand where his loneliness, that seems to come from the depths of his soul, comes from. He is obviously not very old. Thinking that it was in this mood that I danced the first dance with Mr. Hastur. The corners of Audrey's mouth raised slightly. Her back leaned against the wall. Her posture relaxed, and her eyes showed a look of reminiscence. But in my opinion, he is obviously more dazzling than everyone else, even if he is just sitting quietly aside. My eyes are always looking at him uncontrollably. At that time, he was still very poor, and he always showed embarrassment when it came to money. It made me want to throw a large sum of money at him to get a happy mood. Later, he took me to experience some small adventures, and we also went to the sea together to search for legendary pirate treasures. It was during the journey to the sea that he held my hand and expressed his love to me in the dim lights of the port streets. I wanted to reject his confession at first. You must have thought about rejecting it, right? Audrey lowered her head, feeling a little guilty, and even her crisp voice became fainter. She carefully recalled the scene at that time. In the cold night, under the dim streetlights, Mr. Hastur just held her hand and said nothing. It was me who said that. Holding hands is a matter of a lifetime. Hey, Mr. Hastur didn't even confess his feelings? Audrey frowned, with a slightly tangled expression on her face. Holding hands is a confession. It's just that Mr. Hastur is thin-skinned, so he couldn't say those words. But you don't have a thick skin? She thought about it seriously again, and suddenly became a little angry. He's such a nice guy. Why would you want to refuse? Seeing the voice next door stop, Klein promptly brought up the topic. Because he is too mysterious. Even if we have been together for a long time, I can't completely see through him. Although everyone has their own little secret, I always feel that the secret in him is particularly heavy. At this point, Audrey didn't want to continue talking. She didn't want to talk about Mr. Hastur's secrets, even if the other person was a member of the Tarot Society. If you continue to ask questions, Miss Justice may be alert. So that's all for today. Klein smiled and said, Thank you for your enlightenment and treatment tonight. I'll end it here today. Okay? Of course. It's not a big problem. When are you free next week? You can have another follow-up visit. Audrey replied briskly. If it is convenient. You can prepare some medicine to stabilize your mental state and take it for 7 consecutive days. The ingredients are 10 grams of chamomile powder, 5 grams of rosemary powder, and 10 milliliters of lemon balm extract. Do not reduce your intake of sweets during this period. Come in and relax yourself properly. Mr. Hastur is particularly fond of sweets. This should be his way of relaxing his mood. What is the consultation fee? We can talk about this topic next time. Audrey stood up with one hand on the wall. She hasn't thought about what she needs yet. She has just been promoted to Sequence 5 Dreamwalker, and is still a long way from being a Sequence 4 operator. Not that eager for the extraordinary materials required. Thanks again for your help tonight. Klein used the power of the gray mist to send Miss Justice back to the real world, then gently waved his hand, dispersed the dark confessional, and returned to the fool's seat at the top of the long bronze table. There is no doubt that Hastur is the most likely third time traveler. If he had not witnessed the scene of the light door hanging above the gray fog with his own eyes, he would not have suspected that Hastur was a time traveler. He was really well hidden. There is another crucial point. Why is it that only I can come above the gray mist? From Russell's diary, it can be inferred that even in his later years, Russell has never been here. Otherwise, he would definitely regard this place as his last trump card when facing desperate difficulties. If Hastur is the third time traveler, does he who did not come here already know the cruel truth that the earth can never go back? You probably don't know yet. Perhaps he did not regard returning to his hometown as the meaning of life like himself. He is already engaged to Miss Audrey, which shows that he is ready to stay in this world for a long time. Just like Russell back then. What about yourself? Let's go see Benson and Melissa tomorrow. I missed them a little. A gentle smile appeared on Klein's face. Chapter 547 Guidance from the Light. Susie. I'm so angry suddenly. Backlund. Earl Hall's house. Audrey was looking at Susie with an unhappy expression. Woof? Susie yelled cautiously. Someone bullied me. Will you help me get revenge? Woof. Susie leaned down at the right time, showing a fierce grin. Mr. Hastur. He is the one who made me unhappy. Go and beat him up for me. Woof? Susie wagged her tail and wanted to leave. Isn't it interesting that this young couple insists on tormenting her as a single dog? Audrey came over, stroked Susie's head, thought for a while and said, Susie, help me write a letter to Mr. Hastur, and be a little more angry. Susie raised her head and glanced at Audrey without saying a word. Susie, you just agreed to help me vent my anger. Unable to bear Audrey's plea, Susie finally agreed to the matter. It has also specially practiced writing letters. It knows that it is difficult for it to write correct handwriting, so it simply only practices simple drawings, using the least amount of ink to draw the most accurate meaning. When the blank letter paper and ink were ready, Susie stretched out her right front paw, lightly dipped a little ink, and then began to draw 7 or 8 strokes on the letter paper. Susie. After seeing the pattern drawn by Susie clearly, Audrey had a strange expression on her face, and finally couldn't help but let out a clear and sweet laugh. That's it. It's a very interesting painting. Audrey affirmed Susie's efforts and blew the whistle that Hastur gave her to summon the messenger. A bird with fiery red feathers opened the passage to the spirit world and came. Although it looked the same as before, Audrey still noticed that it was different from before. The body is slightly unreal, and the light in the eyes is not that bright. This should be a clone of it. Mr. Hastur even has his own clone of the messenger. Audrey still collected the letter and gave it to the little firebird so that it could be delivered to Mr. Hastur's location. Hastur had told her before that if his messenger was busy, he would help deliver the message in other ways. But she didn't expect it to be true. The kingdom of Fenaport, with the spread of war in the southern continent, has long lost its previous peace and harmony. The fields full of crops have now become the best strategic materials for the southern continent's invading army. And the fertile land has become a battlefield where war horses and artillery fire gallop. The ruthlessness of war enveloped the entire Fenaport kingdom at this moment. Ensign City is a town located on the southern side of the kingdom of Fenaport. When the war spread, the stubborn resistance of the defenders here attracted waves of artillery fire from the southern continent. The once bustling streets were riddled with holes, and the church belonging to the Mother Earth was also burnt down by a fire. When the iron heel of war goes away, only a dead ruin filled with gunpowder smoke is left. After nightfall, not to mention using electricity for lighting, even raising a bonfire for heating is a luxury. In the central square of the town, the still living mayor summoned the surviving people and gathered together to raise a fire using wooden boards dismantled from the dilapidated houses and roast some peanuts, sweet potatoes, and other crops freshly dug out of the ground to barely satisfy their hunger. No one wanted to speak at such a moment. There were only muffled sobs and the crackling sound of the wood being burned. Silence and an atmosphere of despair enveloped the place. The grain that was originally stored in their town for a year has been confiscated as strategic materials. After the baptism of war, grain has become their most scarce material currently. The Earth Mother Goddess is in charge of reproduction, planting, and life. Her devout followers will one day worry about food and even starve to death. Did the gods leave them? Or did the gods have too much time to take care of themselves now? They couldn't think of an answer to their question until someone murmured silently, "Can't the light of redemption shine upon those of us who have suffered so much? In the central fire, the flames that were about to extinguish suddenly burst into flames. The fire was brighter and warmer than before, enough to dispel the coldness of the night. Even the hunger in the stomach was relieved at this moment. A shadow condensed from pure firelight stood on the orange-red silk carpet paved with flames. Are gods answering their calls? The people around who saw this scene, after a short period of shock and hesitation, worshipped this figure as the incarnation of the god. As the number of people worshipping increased, the voices of prayer became louder and louder. The incarnation of light gently stretched out a finger and pointed in a direction in the dark night. They looked in that direction, but they only saw a dark night and a deserted suburb. Before they could understand the meaning, the incarnation of light stepped down from the flames and walked straight in that direction. The footprints he walked left behind clusters of fireworks, heading from the center of the town to the dark suburbs. The incarnation of light moved very quickly and disappeared from the crowd's sight in the blink of an eye. Only clusters of fireworks formed by footprints were still guiding the way forward, without any organization or order from the mayor. The crowd spontaneously followed in the direction of the fireworks, like a pilgrimage. When they followed the guidance of the light and arrived at their final destination, they found a cave buried by weeds and rocks. A dozen strong young men walked out of the crowd and moved away the gravel to reveal the cave entrance. After entering the cave entrance, they saw that the entire cave was filled with food, enough for them survivors to eat for 2 or 3 months. With this buffer of time, they can reclaim their fields and plant food again, so that they will no longer go hungry in the future. The incarnation of light, the guidance of light, and the miracle of light appear in front of people in need of help on this suffering land, showing kindness far richer than that of gods. All negative emotions such as hunger, injury, hardship, fear, etc., melt away under the pure light. Some people say that when you have light in your heart, the incarnation of light will appear wherever there is light to help you and guide you forward. Although this star's light was not so dazzling in the land of chaos and war, it did exist. The horizon ushered in the dawn of a new day, and the warm sunshine drove away the coldness and despair of last night. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur withdrew all his light incarnations, closed his eyes, and rested for a while, then reached out and rubbed his temples and eyebrows. Maintaining too many incarnations of light is extremely draining of spiritual power and energy. He needs to provide specific guidance and help to each person seeking help based on their specific needs. Sometimes he needs to help people who have lost their homes and lost their way to guide the way back. Sometimes he needs to help those who are injured and sick to bless and heal them. Sometimes he needs to use his extraordinary abilities to defeat fierce thieves or skirmishers. There were so many things that needed to be done, and just one night of such busy work made him a little overwhelmed. From now on, I can only work half a night, so as not to be too tired. Otherwise, sooner or later, I will die of exhaustion in the Palace of Stars. Hastur rested for a while before returning to the real world. He subconsciously reached out and touched the inside of the bed. It was empty. Sharon had already gotten up. Just a little more sleep. Hastur closed his eyes and planned to rest for another hour or two, when he accidentally caught a glimpse of an extra letter on the bedside table. There was a drawing of a lying golden retriever dog on the lower right corner of the envelope. This was a special envelope specially customized by Audrey for Susie. Hastur propped up his upper body and leaned out from under the quilt. He stretched out his hand, and the envelope flew into his hand. When I opened it, I saw that there was only one pattern on the letter paper and 3 thick and long exclamation marks. After taking a closer look, the pattern depicts an image of Audrey, who is bulging with energy and is about to explode. She has only a round head, and her facial features are about to be exploded. There is also an exclamation mark next to it that is full of warning. Asta immediately understood the meaning of Susie's letter. It was because Audrey was angry, and this time her anger was quite large and difficult to coax. Did Audrey find out about her and Sharon's honeymoon trip to the Roadside Islands? Or is it because I have been busy using the incarnation of light to act as a digestive potion recently, and have no time to write to her? Hastur thought carefully about what happened during this period, and felt that none of these would be the reason for Audrey to be angry. She must be angry because of other things. So Susie secretly wrote a letter to herself to warn her. No, Susie would not summon the messenger alone. Audrey asked Susie to write it. It seems like I have to go to Backlund to coax my lovely fiancé, Hastur murmured, got up and changed into a new set of clothes, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then went downstairs to have breakfast. Sharon and Azhara, who had already had breakfast, were wandering in the garden. Hastur said low to Sharon. opened a travel portal in the garden, and returned to Backland. Azhara wanted to follow her secretly, but Hastur, who had quick eyes and hands, grabbed her and threw her out of the travel portal, almost knocking her butt off. "Mom, Sharon, why don't you care about your man?" As soon as Azhara finished complaining, she was hit on the back of her head, and Sharon's indifferent voice came over. "Practice calligraphy this afternoon until dinner." Chapter 548 Time Travel? No. I wear books. Backland. Earl Hall's house. Audrey was finishing her studies this morning, and took Susie to the garden to take a breath. Yes, she still needs to learn a lot of knowledge, especially after she is engaged and has a large fortune. My dear Earl Hall specially invited her to have 2 teachers who were very good at asset planning, so that she could learn financial management knowledge from them, so as not to squander all her wealth due to ignorance in the future. Susie, what do you think Mr. Hastur's expression would be like when he saw the letter you wrote? Audrey held the tail of a green grape with her thumb and forefinger, and when she was about to taste it, the surroundings seemed to be still. A travel portal with ripples of space emerged from the garden, and the attendants and maids guarding the surroundings seemed to be facing each other. I turned a blind eye to the scene. I thought he had a bad look on his face. Hastur appeared in front of Audrey through the travel portal, and naturally sat next to Audrey. "Mr. Hastur." Audrey just wanted to say low, but when she thought that she should be angry with Mr. Hastur now, she wanted to act angrier. She ate the grapes in one bite without chewing them immediately, and her right cheek twitched slightly. He pouted, turned sideways, and hummed softly on purpose. Woof. Susie ran over, rubbed Hastur's trousers, and then ran to the shadows in the distance to lie down. "Dear Miss Audrey, what did I do badly that made you angry?" Audrey still deliberately didn't want to speak until she was picked up by Asta and sat on his lap. After struggling to no avail, she couldn't help but trembled. "No. I will be seen. They can't see. Only you and Susie can. Now, can I hear the reason for your anger?" Asta pressed his cheek against hers, and his hot breath spread on Audrey's snow-white and delicate neck. After rubbing their ears together for a while, Audrey pretended to casually mention what happened when Asta confessed that day. Well, he did not give Audrey a perfect confession at that time. Holding hands is a lifetime thing. Asta smiled and said, "This sentence is so beautiful that it makes all the rhetoric I prepared seem too cliché," although she knew that Hastur was praising her on purpose. Audrey couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. She was not angry about it in the first place. "Why did you come back so suddenly? Don't you need to prepare for the war?" "When I received the letter, I came back very anxious, for fear that someone would be secretly angry. I'm not angry. That's why Susie is angry." Woof. Hastur and Audrey talked to each other for a while, then left Earl Hall's house and went to the Yellow Church. Today's Yellow Clothes Church, in order to attract believers as quickly as possible, has come up with many tricks to promote it. The most interesting thing for ordinary people is the daily divination and divination. It is human nature to like to predict future fortunes and misfortunes. Free divination has attracted many ordinary people who cannot afford divination fees to enter the Yellow Clothes Church. Belief is like opening a casino. I am not afraid that you will not believe, but I am afraid that you will not come. As long as you keep walking into the church, your mentality will naturally gradually change under the subtle influence. The seeds of faith that are planted will bloom and bear fruit sooner or later. Hastur disguised himself as an ordinary passerby and followed the crowd into the Yellow Church. As soon as they walked in, there were dedicated guides to explain the history of the Yellow Clothes Church and the functions of each area of the church to the newcomers. It does not specifically mention the teachings and beliefs of the Yellow Clothes Church, but is more like a tour guide visiting tourist attractions. We hold a prayer ceremony on the last day of every month, when the light of the stars will shine upon us and guide us forward. If I have the chance, I will come to this prayer ceremony. Asta said goodbye to the guide with a smile and chose to wander alone in the Yellow Church. The prayer ceremony is held on the last day of every month, which was specially designed by Asta. Members of the Yellow Friars like to walk on deserted streets late at night, when the stars are shining brightly. This happens too often, and often members spontaneously organize prayers in many places, so it is easy to cause trouble. Let them perform the prayer ceremony at the end of the month in order to avoid some troubles, and at the same time, it will also help them digest themselves. The Holy Master of Enlightenment is to lead people towards a brighter and better future. He is a leader and an enlightener, equivalent to Prometheus who stole fire and brought light in Greek mythology. Asta walked around various areas in the church. Just as he was about to walk out of the church door, he saw Primordial Hungry disguised as an ordinary passerby and came to the yellow church. Seeing how familiar he was chatting with the usher next to him, it can be seen that he has come several times. Hastur would not care if it was a high-dimensional overlooker. But the original hunger, who always likes to look for food, has walked into the yellow church many times. There must be something wrong here. Hastur just glanced briefly, then withdrew his gaze, and then walked out of the church door. He planned to go back to the Hall of Stars and pay special attention to the movements of the clone of original hunger. Dududu. There are new messages from you waiting to be received and responded to. A mechanical voice appeared inexplicably in his ears. Hastur just heard the first 3 beeps and knew that it was Will who was looking for him. Most likely he has already arrived nearby. Otherwise, he would not be able to find him accurately. Following the source of the sound and the guidance of fate, Hastur quickly found Will eating happily in an ice cream shop. Compared with when they first met, Will has grown a lot taller, and there is a hint of stubble on his chin. He is already a handsome young man. Here, seeing Hastur walking into the store, Will stood up and waved happily. Hastur walked over and sat across from Will, looking at Will with traces of ice cream on his mouth. He chuckled and said, "You really enjoy it. Try it, too. The ice cream here tastes pretty good." Will reached out and pushed the last ice cream, which was obviously strawberry flavored, in front of Hastur, and then called the waiter to order 5 more ice cream balls. "You just pushed it to me because you were tired of it, right? Oh, don't worry about this little detail. Tell me, what do you want from me this time?" Asta still tasted this strawberry-flavored ice cream. It tasted okay, but not as delicious as the one made at home. "Someone wants to come to you through me. Klein?" Hastur guessed right. There are very few people who can ask Will to run errands. He is one, and Klein is another. Well, it seems that he has something very important to ask you. He wants to make an appointment with you for an interview. Since you have left Backland, he asked me to help contact you. In a short time, Will showed off 3 ice cream balls. Asta thought for a while and said, "He has been promoted to Sequence 4. The art of magic mage? What a pervert. You can guess so accurately. He is quite accomplished in secrecy. In this case, I don't really want to see him anymore." Hastur has roughly guessed what Klein wants to talk to him about. Klein, who was promoted to Sequence 4, already knew the truth about his time travel. The 3 empty cocoons on the light door had clearly told him that there were 3 time travelers in total. Wang Tao. Emperor Russell is one of them. The other is himself. And the last one has his sights set on himself. This guess is not wrong. Just not that accurate. I am not a time traveler dropped from Source Castle, but a time traveler. I came to this world for unknown reasons. It may be related to the Palace of Stars, or it may be other reasons. The earliest time traveler released on Source Castle was the Goddess of Night. Based on the current situation, he can indeed replace the Goddess of the Night and become the 3rd time traveler in Klein's heart. However, the Goddess of Night's eyes were always on Klein. If he walked too close to him, he would naturally attract the Goddess of Night's attention. Now is not the time for fellow villagers to meet fellow villagers. Moreover, Klein might be caught by Amon later. It would be difficult to hide his thoughts and psychological activities from Amon. He didn't want the secret of time travel to be exposed too early. Let Klein remain suspicious, and see what kind of tests he will make to confirm his identity. You really don't want to see him. Will raised his head in surprise. If he wants to see me, let him come to me by himself. Well, I'm just a messenger anyway. Will showed a helpless expression, and then ate all the remaining ice cream. You have grown a lot recently. Do you have any plans to join the army? After all, it is time for you to serve in the army at your age. No, absolutely not. Will shook his head. At worst, I will let my feet be disabled for a while. They can't drag a lame man to the battlefield. You are really willing to do something to yourself. I'm used to it. This is a very sad story. But when told from Will's mouth, it makes people want to laugh. Oh, by the way, you have to pay the bill later. I don't have that much money on me. Will got up first and handed over the checkout task to Hastur. Before leaving, he packed 3 more portions of ice cream. Gee, I really know how to pull out wool. I guess I used an epilator in my previous life. Hastur settled his account before returning to South Wales. Chapter 549 Russell, Thieves Should Stay in Prison. In the 4th Age, the fog of history is still silently wrapped, and the star containers are still quietly guarding outside this history. There is silence and silence here, far away from the disturbance of the war in the outside world. At this moment, it has become a pure land. Zareth, hidden in one of the hidden histories, sensed that the outside world had begun a war, and that a new wave of the era had arrived. He knew Adam's methods. When this wave of time surged, that was when Adam became a god. Once Adam becomes a god, as his brother, Amon will definitely actively seek opportunities to become a god. Neither of these brothers obeys the other, and Amon will definitely not let Adam become a god first. It's time for him to get out of here, instead of staying here and waiting to die. Pales is already old. It is understandable that he wants to wait for death, but he still has one last chance to fight. His clone has found the extraordinary characteristics of the mysterious servant in the land abandoned by the gods, but it is difficult to get it. He needs his body to go there to have a chance. When Zeradal came out of that hidden history, Pales, who had been staying nearby, rushed over as quickly as possible and couldn't help but taunted, "I will not sit back and watch you leave. Amon is coming soon. If you don't want him to find you, this will be your last chance to escape." "Oh, it was you who revealed the news to him again? Being blindly obsessed with hatred is stupid behavior. I just want to surrender and seek peace now. Is it that easy?" Pales sneered again and again. It was difficult for him to stop Zeradal by himself. But the fog of history still had the incarnations of the stars. And the stars were watching here. "I am willing to pay part of the price for the previous offense." Zeradal's eyes flashed with wisdom. "I can help you regain your strength in a short time. You want to be my ally?" "Yes, because you can't pose a threat to me now. And Amon is your, and my most powerful enemy. You can consider it." Pales put away the hostility on his face, and said with a smile, "However, you must help me regain my strength first. I am trapped here and cannot fulfill my promise." As soon as Zeradal finished speaking, the fog of history began to surge outside. Some people are breaking through the fog of history, and want to come to this piece of history. Amon is here. Zeradal's eyes became more solemn. His true form cannot come in. Pauls was sure of this. Amon had always been cautious. Under the gaze of the stars, he would not easily let his body take risks. Confirmation through clones, and then weaving a large net from the main body. This is his usual strategy. Not necessarily. Amon is now extremely eager to become a god. Maybe he will choose a desperate way. Zeradal had a different view. Although he did not understand Amon as well as Pales, he understood Amon's unwillingness to succumb to Adam. While they were chatting, a small transparent insect the size of a thumb emerged from the gray fog of history. The worm of time. After its fat body completely emerged from the fog of history, it turned into the appearance of Amon. "Pales, Zeradal, you are really hiding here. It is really easy for me to find you." Amon took out the crystal single piece and put it on his eyes, with an inexplicable smile on his lips. His eyes were always fixed on Pales, as if looking at prey that he would never let go again. "Were you talking about me just now?" Amon slowly approached. "Yes. Is it my clone this time, or my true body? If you don't want to die here, take action," Pales shouted, and a huge clock rose behind him. The hands of time turned slightly, trying to restrain Amon's body briefly, and by himself time to escape. Zeradal did not hesitate. He successively pulled out 3 historical poor images from the fog of history. One is Russell Gustav, who is wearing a dark red coat embroidered with gold thread, and has long curly chestnut hair. One is the god Ca from the Rose School of Thought, and the other is a high-ranking member of the Red Army of War, although he has known many angels in his career. Roselle Augustus, the Sequence 1 Knowledge Emperor, has always been his first choice for summons. It is powerful, easy to summon, and almost never fails to summon. Time has been too long. So long that you have forgotten that the King of Angels is different from the General Sequence 1 in strength. Cold light flashed in Amon's crystal monocle. He looked at where Zareth was, and directly stole his 3 historical aperture clones, allowing them to temporarily become his aide and help him drag Zareth down. Picture. The same mysterious clock behind him rose slowly, and the hands rotated extremely fast. They quickly turned around and around, completely suppressing Pale's authority and trying to restrain his body. This is Amon's true form. It wasn't until Amon showed his ferocious fangs that Pales realized that the Amon who risked his life and broke into the fog of history was actually his true form. "How did you hide it from the incarnations of the stars that guarded outside the mists of history?" "Oh, it's just a birth container," Amon said with contempt in his tone. "Even if the star container has complete consciousness, it still cannot block his true form." Escape. Zareth, who was temporarily forced into a panic by the historical poor image he summoned, no longer had the idea of continuing to fight. His act of summoning the poor images of history was full of flaws in Amon's eyes, and could easily be stolen. Instead, it became a means for Amon to deal with himself. The authority of the King of Angels is far greater than that of his mysterious waiter in Sequence 1. As Amon said, since the history of the Fourth Age, the King of Angels has basically never made a full-strength attack. No one knows how terrifying their strength is until they are truly faced. As Zeradol retreated into the fog of history, Pales also seized the opportunity to escape into the fog of history. He deliberately chose the same direction as Zeradol. Zeradol naturally understood his thoughts. If it were him, he would make the same choice. "Oh, where can you escape to?" Amon sneered. He had already left a few worms of time in the fog of history, which were enough to temporarily hold back Pals. When he followed him into the fog of history, Pales was besieged in the center, and Zeradol was trying to regain control of his own historical poor image. When Amon was preparing to kill Pales and take away his extraordinary characteristics, Russell Gustav, who had been floating not far from Amon's side, whose eyes were originally as empty as a robot's, suddenly became alive. He first glanced at Zareth fiercely, and then summoned a torrent of knowledge like a vast ocean, and poured it into Amon's body. The damn thief should be in jail. Russell Gustav gave a deep shout, and Pales hurriedly escaped from the fog of history and returned to the real world. Zeradol on the other side was startled by Russell Gustav, who suddenly regained his self-awareness and walked away in a hurry, not daring to stay here any longer. Although he doesn't know why Russell Gustav can regain the image of his own historical gap. One thing is for sure. Someone is opening a big net and preparing to hunt Amon. He and Pales have always been baits, and their role is to attract Amon's true form here. With Russell Gustav's sudden attack, rays of light belonging to the stars penetrated the fog of history and hit Amon accurately. In the dazzling light of the stars, the star vessel slowly emerged from the fog of history. "You are right. It is difficult for me to prevent your body from entering the history of the Fourth Age," the star container slowly said. "So, you successfully sneaked in silently." At this moment, Amon, who was filled with Russell Gustav's endless knowledge, exploded suddenly, and groups of translucent insects of time appeared in an instant, and then quickly condensed into a new figure of Amon. In this way, he got rid of Russell Gustav's attack, even though he paid a high price for it. Do you know why I left Zeradol and Pales together? When the star container opened, a majestic ancient palace standing deep in the nebula loomed behind him. Because I know that when Zeradol faces you, if he takes action, he will summon the historical poor image of Russell Gustav immediately. And you are good at stealing. You will definitely steal the historical poor images summoned by Zeradol, and let them turn around to help you contain Zeradol, so that you can better deal with Pales. The star container slowly approached, and the surrounding scene turned into a brilliant starry sky. A real starry sky. Russell Gustav has his own consciousness. This is a change that even Zeradol didn't expect. Of course you have no way of knowing. You wouldn't have thought that the toys stolen from you would one day be used against you. Right? The real starry sky, under the power of the star palace behind the star container, formed an extremely powerful starry sky cage, firmly sealing him on here. At this time, another figure appeared from the starry sky, looking down from high dimensions. It was with his help that Amon could be transferred from the history of the Fourth Age to the real starry sky in those few moments when Amon was sneak attacked by Russell Gustav. It's easy to invite the high-dimensional overlooker to deal with Amon. The stars promised him to help him deal with the Storm Lord. And that's it. Chapter 550, Tattooing Amon. At night, stars hang in the starry sky like blinking eyes. They emit their own light and dye the night sky into a bright starry sky. Those blinking eyes are not only watched by the stars, but also by the goddess of the night and other high-altitude true gods. Their eyes were also focused on it, watching and admiring the thief who was imprisoned in prison. The thief should be put in prison. Russell Gustav looked at Amon, who was temporarily locked up, and sneered. And that old guy Zeradol really thinks he can manipulate me at will. Historical poor images? It would be a shame not to lock him up too. Next time, I won't let him escape easily, Russell Gustav whispered brokenly. His condition had improved a lot since the last time the stars arrived at the island. Tonight, the first moment Zeradol summoned his historical poor image, he noticed it, and then came over to see what Zeradol wanted to do. He saw Amon, the thief, beating Zeradol, the magic stick, and he was happy to cooperate with Amon to beat Zeradol. When the gaze of the stars comes over, he knows who the main dish is tonight. For a thief like Amon, who is good at escaping and stealing, the best way is to throw all the useless junk to him. Don't you want to steal it? Steal enough for him at once, and see how much more he can hold in his pocket. People who are not completely dead are really troublesome. Amon, who had been silent in prison, finally spoke at this moment. His eyes looked at Russell Gustav. Next time, I will steal your most beloved treasure. Chuanqing, help me beat him to death. Russell immediately became angry and wanted to deal with his carrying little cotton-padded jacket, which simply made him angry. Haha. Can't you calm down? A smile appeared on Amon's face. Those of you who have scruples, if you really want to fight for your life, your abundant humanity will be your fatal weakness. Of course people like you don't understand the preciousness of human nature. Oh, it should be that you haven't had the love of your parents since you were a child. So now you are mentally disabled and think about revenge against society every day. When it comes to fighting skills, Russell can probably compete with the Jinn. Hearing Russell mention the ancient sun god, Amon's expression instantly cooled down. He pushed up the monocle in his eye sockets and glanced at the starry sky prison formed by the 6 chains of stars and the palace of stars. Now, you guys, how do you want to kill me? Or are you simply incapable of killing me? There was a faint smile on Amon's lips. He had seen through the reality of the stars. Although the power of the stars was very terrifying, his current power to intervene in the real world was not strong. At most, it is equivalent to a divine descent, and with this power alone, it cannot pose a fatal threat to him. The high-dimensional overlooker comes from the old days of the outer god in the starry sky. His body is naturally very strong. But how much power can he exert beyond the initial barrier? In the last hide-and-seek, he had roughly figured out the details of the clone of the high-dimensional overlooker, which was only stronger than the ordinary sequence one. As for Russell Gustav, what appeared in front of him was just an image of a historical poor. How much consumption could Zeradal's spiritual power support? A group of incomplete beings could severely injure him. But it was not that simple to make him die. Amon's calm look made Russell unable to stand it any longer. He shouted in the distance. Zareth, you old bastard. Hold on. His historical poor image still needs to rely on Zeradal's spiritual power to maintain it. Once Zeradal disconnects this connection and no longer supports him, his power will quickly drain away, even if it is just an image of a historical whole. I am still the man who once ascended the throne of the Black Emperor. Seeing Russell preparing to give Amon some glory, Hastur in the Hall of Stars chuckled lightly and directed the power of collecting the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness of the 3 princes of murder to Russell's body. At this moment, the power in Russell's body increased rapidly. While accepting this power, he absorbed Zeradal's spiritual power, and finally temporarily became a Black Emperor with Sequence 0 personality and authority. The expression on Amon's face finally showed subtle fluctuations. The 3 extraordinary characteristics of Prince Murder and the uniqueness have all gathered in the hands of the stars. And it can also temporarily help Russell Gustav, who is just a historical poor image, temporarily support the status of the Sequence 0 Black Emperor. No stealing here. It is forbidden to escape from this place. Sinners who blaspheme the law and order before our eyes will be punished with thousands of arrows piercing their hearts. A stern and cold voice sounded, and order and rules began to take effect at this moment. The black pattern of rules belonging to the power of the Black Emperor spread around. And then sharp arrows came through the clouds and air, pointing directly at Amon in the bullseye. With nowhere to hide, Amon's body was suddenly shot into a hornet's nest by black arrows. This was a spectacular scene. Before I leave, I will leave you with a little souvenir. Russell's body began to fade away, and Zeradal could no longer afford such a supply of spiritual power. Ever heard of tattooing the face of a sinner? The illusory and nearly transparent Roselle used the last bit of his strength in the form of rules to leave an indelible tattoo on Amon's forehead. The inky dye depicts the word thief. In the Hermetic language, each word is 2 inches square in size, and with ink-colored dye, it looks very dazzling on Amon's smooth forehead. After finishing all this, Russell laughed and left. Boring. After 10,000 arrows pierced the heart, a new self emerged from Amon's riddled body. What he didn't expect was that the tattoo on his forehead did not fade away, but remained there. He tried to erase the tattoo, but could not shake Russell's last taunt. Only then did he understand that the 2 rules Russell had just made were to restrict himself, and the 3rd rule was to confuse himself. It was just a foreshadowing. What Russell really wanted to do was to leave a mark on his forehead. This tattoo is indelible. This is humiliation and ridicule from Russell. It's your turn. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur resisted the urge to laugh and asked the star container to raise its head and look at the starry sky above, sending out an invitation. Look! Come on! Amon is here. This thief of fate is in prison at the moment. Who of you wants to be the next executioner? The entire starry sky seemed to fall into a brief silence. Just when Amon wanted to show his expression, the god of knowledge and wisdom chose to be the first to take action. The vast and boundless light of wisdom falls from the starry sky above, like a meteor shower. But every falling meteor accurately turned and hit Amon in the prison. At the same time, a pure white eye appeared in the starry sky, seeming to be peeping and searching for something. I didn't expect that he would be the first to take action. It seems that he has already decided on his future side. He is worthy of being the god of wisdom, Hastur praised. Choosing the first god to take action at this time can already be regarded as standing on the side of the stars. This meaning is too obvious. And the Lord of the Storm, who is accustomed to crushing darkness with thunder, has not made any move. Is that pure white eyeball the omniscient eye? Does he want to take this opportunity to find something certain? Hastur thought for a while, and finally understood what the god of knowledge and wisdom was thinking. He also had doubts about the fall of the ancient sun god. So he took this opportunity to observe Amon carefully to see if the ancient sun god had left any backup plan on him. Unfortunately, he found the wrong person. If his all-knowing eye had observed Adam in this way, he should have been able to see the relationship between Adam and the true creator. Sure enough, the omniscient eye, which had failed to observe, closed up, and the god of knowledge and wisdom dropped thousands of lights of wisdom, hitting Amon hard. In the starry sky prison, Amon gave birth to a new being from his broken body. But this time, the aura on his body was obviously weakened. It is not Amon's style to sit still and wait for death. He wants to break out of this prison. But the 6 chains of stars that circulate back and forth tightly imprison his body. And the high-dimensional overlooker is responsible for stabilizing the surrounding space, making it difficult for him to break. If you leave the confinement here, you can only continue to consume. As the god of knowledge and wisdom took action, the power of the night began to surge and spread. The speed was very slow, as if it was constantly accumulating power. Amon felt a little uneasy deep in his heart. He was not afraid of the god of knowledge and wisdom at all. But the goddess of night was different. He had a hunch that the goddess of the night really wanted to take the opportunity to kill him at this time. He has already developed murderous intentions. On the 3 extraordinary paths leading to the Lord of Mysteries, it is easy to be restrained by the goddess of night. Even the half-fool is still imprisoned in the kingdom of night. It's time to fight. Amon put away his previously a little undisciplined state. His eyes were slightly focused, and an illusory ancient clock with misty light rose up behind him. At this moment, the hands were spinning around and around at a high speed like crazy. Chapter 551 sent Amon to the starry sky. Amon became anxious. The intimidating power of the goddess of the night is still strong. It seems that in the ancient sun god's fall incident, Amon had already glimpsed the terrifying side of the night goddess. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur sat and watched all this. He knew that there must be some kind of reliance on Amon, enough to allow him to escape or make a comeback. The reason why he boiled the frog in warm water step by step was to let Amon reveal his trump card, so that he could send him on his way completely. Night is the time when the power of night is strongest. The surging power of night gradually gathers from streams into lakes, and then into the ocean. At a certain moment, this power paused for a moment, and then condensed into a huge black figure standing horizontally under the starry sky. This was the incarnation of the power of the goddess of the night, wearing a layered but not complicated long black dress. It is dotted with countless dazzling stars, just like the stars at night. Between the ribs and the waist, there are 2 arms growing out, each covered with dark short hair. 2 of the 6 hands hold the heavy black scythe. At this moment, this heavy black giant scythe is being raised high, constantly gathering the dark power of the night. After being promoted to sequence 4, there is a mythical creature form. Extraordinary people can control this mythical creature form for a short time to fight the enemy, but it cannot last long. The gods have truly mastered the power of this mythical creature form. Once they reveal this form, it often means that they will go all out. The goddess of the night wants to eliminate Amon, the great enemy of Klein. On the road to the Lord of Mysteries, the goddess of the night always values Klein. Humanity is what Amon despises, but it is what the night goddess values most about Klein. Unlike the ancient sun god who is an old father, he could only bet on Amon. When the black giant scythe gradually condensed into substance, it cut through the night sky. The black scythe was like a black moon from top to bottom, as if it was going to cut Amon's body and the starry sky prison in half. The rapidly rotating hands behind Amon mobilized the power of time, hoping to win a future destiny for himself that could avoid and escape the attack of the black giant scythe. Click. There was a crisp cracking sound. And it was not the starry sky prison that cracked, but the clock behind Amon that moved the time hand. Facing the power of the night goddess, his authority and strength are not enough for him to compete head-on. At this time, a sigh sounded, and a huge cross rushed in front of the black giant's side to tear Amon's body apart. It blocked the front, and used the opportunity to guide the power of the black giant's scythe to hit the starry sky prison together. The violent and chaotic force tore apart the stable space, crushing everything around it. Amon, the clock was broken, and the pale Amon looked at the cross coldly, and then took the opportunity to leave. Adam is currently hiding, and only you, the true creator, can take action to help Amon. Hastur was not surprised by the true creator's action, and he also held back one step. Amon, it's not that easy to escape like this. Under the starry sky, the cross, the black scythe, and the incarnation of the goddess of the night that collided together disappeared, leaving only a chaotic and twisted time and space in place. Let's start. The high-dimensional observer next to the star container received the signal from the stars, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, spread his hands, and kept fiddling with the chaotic time and space in front of him. Amon, who had originally fled away, was transferred in time and space again and appeared in his original position. One can vaguely see that there is a chain of stars in Amon's body that tightly binds his body. This is a seal and a positioning. Amon, who had escaped in shackles, could easily pull him back again by just holding on to the chain. This time, Hastur did not wait any longer. Even though the dark clouds in the starry sky and the lightning and thunder were signs that the Storm Lord was about to take action. Because if he waited any longer, Amon would have already escaped before the Lord of Storms could kill him. Under the full urging of Hastur, the Palace of Stars began to inspire his powerful authority and power. A brilliant starry sky portal opened silently deep in the starry sky. He wants to send Amon to the stars. Under the starry sky. In the real world, it is very difficult to kill Amon with his current strength and the clone of a high-dimensional overlooker. But if Amon is sent to the stars, there will be too many people who can deal with him. This time, the starry sky that Hastur prepared for Amon was the area where the Son of Chaos and the other half of the Jinn were, because it is too dangerous to directly open the starry sky portal in the territory of high-dimensional overlookers. It is easy for high-dimensional overlookers who are good at manipulating time and space to take advantage of it. Even though this is a one-way starry sky portal, only allowed to go out from the real world, not allowed to come in from outside the starry sky. On the roadside islands, the wishing lantern following Bernadette began to shake crazily at this moment. The lantern looked at the distant starry sky and couldn't stop wailing. It's a starry sky portal that allows you to leave here. This is my best door back. Amon, why aren't you holding me now? I really want to trade places with you. Ah, I still feel the breath of the other me. Stars, you definitely did it on purpose. You are so cruel. Bernadette just glanced at the Jinn briefly and allowed him to continue wailing. When her father appeared, she sensed what was happening in the starry sky. I didn't expect that hunting Amon would lead to so many terrible changes. The stars even directly opened a starry sky portal to send Amon to the starry sky. If it really succeeds, Amon will never be able to come back. The starry sky is an absolute place of death. Even if a true god goes to the stars, he will encounter unexpected events. Only the Lantern God has been deliberately trying to return to the starry sky. Tonight is indeed a good opportunity. Unfortunately, he is still in the Wishing Lantern at the moment, and he will definitely not go to join in the fun under the starry sky. Not good. The Lantern God who had been wailing seemed to have sensed something. He stopped wailing and said with an extremely solemn expression, "There is the aura of the fallen Mother Goddess." Yes, he has polluted Mr. Door and has some of Mr. Door's authority. The starry sky gate is also a door. When the stars open the starry sky gate, it will never be hidden from his induction. Although it is only a one-way portal, in the eyes of the fallen Mother Goddess, who has the authority of Mr. Door, this is undoubtedly a door worth trying. The stars have blown up the starry sky portal. This is undoubtedly an excellent countermeasure. But alas, my return is far away. The Jinn sighed heavily at the end, looking up at the stars with an extremely melancholy expression. Has the fallen Mother Goddess come in? Bernadette asked. Of course I can't come in. The Jinn put away his melancholy and said with great schadenfreude, even I can sense the movements of the fallen Mother Goddess. How can the stars not know about it? When the fallen Mother Goddess just made a move, he blew up the starry sky portal and put an end to the idea of the fallen Mother Goddess trying. Then was Amon sent to the stars? No. It was almost. This time it was the fallen mother goddess who saved him. He dared to provoke the stars at will even before he became a god. Do you really think that the stars can't do anything to him? The Jinn god said disdainfully. The stars are indeed not very powerful in intervening in the real world. But the authority to control the starry sky is real. As long as he is willing. He can lead the outer god all day in the starry sky at any time, and make the end of the world come early. Do you understand now why the 6 righteous gods always compromise when facing the stars? They can't afford to gamble. And they can't even afford to lose. After the lantern god finished speaking, he looked at the starry sky in the distance again. He felt that tonight's affair should be over. So he returned to the wishing lantern. Is this the authority of the stars? How terrible. Bernadette could not control the feeling of fear in her heart. Being able to make the end of the world come early is equivalent to having the power of life and death in the entire real world. As a believer in the stars, I am lucky in all aspects. It would be a pity not to send that scourge of Amon to the stars. In Backland, on a street late at night, Pales and Zeradal rarely sat outside a tavern at the same time. Looking back at the starry sky, Zeradal remained silent and did not speak, but looked up at the starry sky above his head with eyes full of fear. After personally experiencing the power of the stars, he was truly frightened. Just being able to upgrade a historical poor image of Russell Gustav to the sequence 0 Black Emperor was enough to make him feel deeply afraid. Not to mention the power of the stars to control the starry sky. Even the blasphemer Amon, the king of angels, was almost thrown into the starry sky to fend for himself. Hey, Xiaocha, you have offended the stars, and the road ahead will not be easy. Pales could see Zeradal's worried mood. This is my own choice. Zeradal stood up and disappeared. Amon suffered a heavy blow tonight, which was the best time for him to enter the land abandoned by the gods, to find the extraordinary characteristics of the mysterious waiter. It's time for me to go back. That brat will probably be shocked. Well, you can take a peek at his late-night life first. Pales chuckled and disappeared. Chapter 552 Adam's Humanity. Did you have a long memory? If you rely on yourself to recover from this injury, you won't be able to recover within hundreds of years. I've told you many times not to mess with the stars. His personality and authority are there. And intervening in the real world is just a means. In an ordinary church with a simple shape on the seaside, in front of the cross under the dome, stood a simple and gentle ordinary priest, wearing a simple white robe, with a cross pendant hanging on his chest, and eyes as clear and innocent as a baby. Next to the priest stood a young man wearing a black classical robe and a pointed hat of the same color, with black curly hair, black eyes, a wide forehead and a thin face. At this moment, he was lowering his head slightly and gently wiping the monocle in his hand. From time to time, he breathed lightly on the lens to make it brighter and cleaner. Your pride and self-confidence will lead you to the point of death again one day. What you rely on is just another important clone that has been prepared in advance. Even if the main body dies, the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness will escape on their own, and then be resurrected in that important clone. Silly trick. In the prison of the stars, once your body dies, your extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness will be completely left there. When you are resurrected, you will no longer be the blasphemer Amon, the king of angels, but an ordinary sequence 2 angel. The flat tone of the priest's words made the eyes of the young man next to him deepen. He slowly put the monocle made of crystal carvings on his right eye, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this an interesting adventure? I was almost sent to the stars tonight. The power of the stars is really interesting. I really want to steal it. The tone was slightly teasing and playful. Not at all like the dejected look of someone who had just suffered a disaster. Luck won't always be on your side. But I'm still alive and well. Didn't you also take the opportunity to learn more about the stars? Amon smiled. This can be regarded as my contribution. Adam just looked calmly at Amon, who still had an indifferent attitude, and spoke slowly. God the Father once predicted, you are the god of cunning, the god of mischief, and the light when the end comes. Upon hearing the title Father God, Amon put away the careless expression on his face and stared at his brother with a cold expression. Do you understand the meaning of light? It's nothing more than helping to save the world. Isn't it? Maybe you can't bear such responsibility at all. Excessive expectations are just a waste of time. This is the prophecy left to me by Father God. It's not your turn to question it. Amon's attitude completely cooled down. I'm not interested in listening to your long sermons here. I will only rely on my own ideas. Act. You do have a serious lack of humanity. Maybe it's time to temporarily take away your authority and ability and let you experience life like an ordinary person. Hearing this, Amon couldn't hold back the smile on his lips, and looked at Adam in front of him with a mocking expression. Ha ha ha. Human nature? Are you worthy of talking to me about human nature? Do you still have any humanity at all? Adam just remained silent and did not answer the question. Before you leave, let me give you one more message. Don't easily provoke the bottom line of the stars. Oh, do you think I will listen to you? Amon curled his lips disdainfully. I will soon follow the tide of the times and become a god. Please be quiet during this period. Amon just shouted, turned around and left the church, disappearing far away. My humanity has always been caring for you, my only child. Adam raised his head slightly and looked at the cross hanging under the glass in front of him, and murmured softly, Backland. Inside the Brave bar. Leonard rarely had time to come here to kill the boring night time. Since the old man left, he has easily felt lonely, which he attributed to the old man's dependence. It was okay during the day, but at night, after he finished his work with the Red Glove team, he didn't know what to do. Occasionally talking to himself. No one can respond to him. Hastur has already left Backland, and that guy Klein has been disappearing without even a fixed location. It is undoubtedly a luxury to want to chat and drink with them. It's time for you to start a family. This sentence was Archbishop Anthony's friendly advice to him, saying that now that he was successful in his career, it was time to consider personal issues. Start a family? Leonard couldn't help but think of the ageless witch in his mind, which almost frightened him into a stress reaction. She seems to be still in Backland. Right? Just as Leonard had this idea, a familiar figure came to the door of the bar. It's Miss Serafina in a black dress. Leonard subconsciously lowered his head, turned his back, pretended not to see anything, and silently drank the spicy wine in the glass. Isn't it too boring to spend a long night alone? Serafina came in from the door, faced the stunned gazes of the drinkers, and naturally sat down next to Leonard. I thought you would become mature after not seeing each other for a long time. But I didn't expect you were still so innocent and childish. With a chuckle, the white fingers of her right hand hooked the transparent wine glass, shaking the red wine in the glass. Her bright red lips opened and closed gently, and slowly spit out the sweetness that was enough to make people die. You don't need to be so vigilant. The witch is also a normal woman, and you are a normal male. Males, out of biological instinct, will naturally chase after females that exude an alluring aura. This is nothing to be ashamed of. At this moment, Serafina is like a big sister next door. Her words are serious and earnest. The suppression and escape you think are useful will only make you fall deeper and deeper into the abyss in the future. Is this the witch's usual trick of playing on people's hearts? Leonard finally spoke, his expression looking very calm. This is just a normal chat. It doesn't require any means. Moreover, we are also sincere sometimes. In comparison, you are even more hypocritical. Leonard just sneered. You look unconvinced? Serafina raised her eyebrows slightly, put the wine glass in her hand on the bar, and said with a smile, when I fall in love with a man, I will sincerely invite him to spend time with me. It's a sweet night. But if I don't like it one day, I will kick him away without hesitation. Because I am loyal to my heart and do whatever I want. And you? What about you? You obviously like her very much in your heart. But you say things you don't mean. And you don't dare to say what you want. So you can only suppress your inner thoughts to make yourself a decent person who meets the public's moral standards. Look at Backland, the city of hope. How many couples are sleeping in the same bed at night, thinking about their little lovers? They still pretend to be in love during the day. Gee, how false is this? Leonard didn't answer. He just drank the remaining wine in the glass, then stood up to pay and left. If he stayed any longer, he would not have the confidence to remain calm. When he stood up to leave, Serafina leaned into his ear and whispered, Do you dare to say that you have never thought of sleeping with me? Leonard had a sullen face and left without saying a word. When he walked out of the bar door, the cool wind blowing from the street gave him some solace in his irritable heart. Delusions and delusions are inevitable for a normal person. But the reason why humans are human is that they are different from beasts and follow instinctive restraint completely. He didn't think that his restraint was wrong. Nor did he think that what Serafina said was correct. He just couldn't completely calmly face the ageless witch. After hailing a carriage, Leonard returned to his home. During the time in the carriage, he had already sobered up from his drunkenness. Go to the bathroom to take a bath. Then go back to your room and lie down on the bed to rest. Old man, the witch is really annoying. Leonard subconsciously whispered in his heart. But soon he came to his senses. The old man had gone far away, and he didn't know when he would come back. Uh-huh. I think you are greedy? Bullshit. Am I that kind of person? Leonard subconsciously retorted with expletives. Wait. Did it sound like an old man's voice just now? Leonard jumped up from the bed in shock. He looked left and right several times, and then whispered in his heart, Old man, is it really you who is back? No one but me would be willing to return to your skinny body. There was still the same disgusting tone as before. Leonard was overjoyed, but he quickly became vigilant, fearing that this was Amon's way of fooling him. The alertness is pretty good, but the strength is still not that good. Old man, is it really you? After a while, Leonard gradually got used to the fact that the old man was back in his body. Old man, when did you return to my body? Before you have a heated chat with that ageless witch. One thing she said is quite right. Continuing to suppress yourself will not allow you to achieve true relief and freedom. Restraint is also a kind of life practice. Leonard looked like he had seen through everything in the world. Deceiving yourself. Pales mocked and continued, the reason why you have always been at a psychological disadvantage when facing the ageless, which is because you cannot honestly face your inner desires. Then what do you think we should do? Go to bed with her, and then wait for her to kick you away mercilessly, and you will naturally stop caring about her. Roll. Leonard's reply was concise, and to the point. I'm not kidding you. This is a good solution. Besides, do you think she will stay with you all night long if you want? Don't be stupid. They are masters at playing with people's hearts. The more impatient you are, the more they will deliberately hang you. Sparring with witches is very beneficial to growth. Well, in every sense of the word. Leonard was too lazy to talk to the old man, who was getting more and more ridiculous. But he still felt warm in his heart, and could finally sleep well tonight. Chapter 553 Prayer Ceremony. Unfortunately, Amon was almost sent to the stars. The fallen mother goddess was like a cat that came by smell, and she happened to help Amon once. After what happened tonight, the fallen mother goddess will definitely hold on to the starry sky. It will not be that easy to open the starry sky portal again in the future. After Amon suffered this failure, he should also learn to maintain a certain degree of awe towards the stars. Only in this way can he not act randomly. Otherwise, with his inhumane and bad personality, he might one day extend his claws to people close to him, such as Audrey and Sharon. For such a bad child, you should give him a painful beating first, so that he will know the bottom lines that cannot be touched. At present, Adam is preparing to become a god. Amon should be quiet for a while, and he should be busy digesting the Enlightenment Holy Master potion in his body. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur is summarizing tonight's gains. Except that Amon was not sent to the stars. Everything else was in line with his expectations. The god of knowledge and wisdom was the first to jump out, indicating that the balance in his heart has begun to tilt toward the stars. This is a good start. Among the remaining 5 true gods, the eternal sun is locked in his own kingdom. The night goddess has a close relationship with the earth goddess, and the lord of storms is suspected of forming an alliance with the god of steam. Hastur seriously thought about their respective calculations and the possible direction of the future situation. In the end, he still felt sorry for not being able to send Amon to the stars. On February 31st, Bakland's Yellow Clothes Church started to get busy in the early morning, gathering nearby believers to prepare for the first large-scale prayer ceremony tonight. In order to attract more believers to join the Yellow Clothes Church, they sent many people to the streets to distribute some candies and small gifts, taking this opportunity to publicize the existence of the Yellow Clothes Church to the people of Bakland. He also told them clearly that even if they just watch the prayer ceremony, they can still receive blessings from the gods. Is it really blessed by gods? Zio, who was wearing a gray male overalls, a black hat, and 2 fake beards, was walking to a small promotional base of the Yellow Church on the side of the street with a curious look on his face. He was also holding a small gift worth 2 sols in his hand. She accepted a mission from MI9 and came over to investigate the month-end prayer ceremony of this new yellow-clad church. After arriving here, she discovered that the new members of the Yellow Clothes Church seemed to have an indescribable temperament in them. Is it the kind of life satisfaction that can only be exuded by people who live a perfect life? What a mess. Zyla suppressed the strange thoughts in her heart, and while chatting with the members of the Yellow Clothes Church, she observed the movements nearby. As night fell, she had thought of having a meal nearby before returning to investigate tonight's prayer service. The person in charge of the Yellow Clothes Church over there had begun distributing free food, attracting many people, so she followed the crowd there. When we came to the food distribution area, we had white bread, sausages, barbecue sticks, mashed potatoes, and a sweet soup that tasted great. A full portion is enough to feed an adult man with a normal appetite. It smelled pretty good, and the food was all fresh. Even the sweet soup was willing to put sugar in it. Zio silently tasted the free food. As she ate, she was surprised to find that such a free dinner was better than what she usually ate, let alone the ordinary residents nearby. Like Furs, a lazy guy who is too lazy to go out. He eats very little for dinner. Most of the time it is fruits with some vegetable salads. Not to mention that it is to control his weight. Fortunately, this is the West District. If it were opened in a place like the dock area, the food distribution area would have been overcrowded. This church in yellow looks very rich. Zio was thinking about things while fixing the food on his plate. After eating, put the plate back into the recycling bin and walk around, waiting for tonight's prayer service to begin. The starry sky tonight is particularly bright, so that the light of the crimson moon is not as dazzling as in the past. Outside the gate of the yellow closed church. Since this is the first time that the yellow closed church has held a large-scale prayer ceremony, Mrs. Pope Lisa personally held tonight's prayer ceremony. The team participating in tonight's prayer ceremony was divided into two sides in an orderly manner. The Pope, who was emitting a light white light, and whose appearance was difficult to see clearly, walked at the front of the team. Zio came earlier and had a relatively front position, probably in the middle of the team. On both sides were believers wearing yellow clothes, which made her appearance a little embarrassing. But the eyes and thoughts of these believers did not fall on her, but on the figure of the Pope, who was leading the team forward. Their eyes were firm, as if they believed that as long as they followed that figure, they could reach their ideal destination. The long queue first circled the yellow church, and then walked towards the lake behind the yellow church. The brilliant starlight falls on the clear lake, reflecting the dreamlike starry sky. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Shio always felt that the starlight in the lake was continuously flowing out from the depths of the lake. When the team completed a circle around the lake, the stars in the lake seemed to be brighter than before. Then, the team continued to circle around the lake. It is said that it took a total of 12 circles, which took about 4 hours in total. When no one was paying attention, Zio quietly looked at the time. It was now early 8 o'clock. After completing 12 circles, the time would be almost 12 o'clock. This is also the real time when the yellow church holds its prayer service. The boring route that could only go around the lake in circles made many ordinary people who came with curiosity choose to give up. They left the team and stood about 10 meters behind, changing from followers to curious ones. Spectators? When the number of circles reached 6, more and more people left the team. And most of the people who really stayed were wearing yellow clothes. They themselves are loyal believers of the yellow clothes church, and it is normal for them to persist until now. But just like Zio, there are also many interested people mixed in the team. Zio had seen a member of MI9 also in the circle. When the circle reached 10 times, Zio became acutely aware that something different was quietly happening. Her eyes turned from the back of the person in front of her to the lake, where the starlight was particularly dense, as intense as a ball of light blue mist. As it circled, the starlight gradually spread from the center of the lake to the lakeside. When the 12 rounds were completed, the team participating in the prayer ceremony had been wrapped in the starlight mist. A rather comfortable feeling arises from deep in my heart, gradually dispelling the physical fatigue caused by the boring detour. Zio felt so comfortable that she wanted to close her eyes. This comfortable feeling coming from deep inside her heart made her whole body feel lighter, and her tense nerves were effectively relieved. Just when she was about to become addicted to this feeling, Zio suddenly woke up again. She opened her eyes and began to look around. The surrounding followers of the church in yellow clothes all closed their eyes at this moment, enjoying this blessing that seemed to come from the gods. Zio's eyes swept around and looked at the center of the lake. The lake's surface was as bright as a starry sky. The stars were particularly bright, but that was all. There were no other different changes. The starlight, which was almost too thick to melt away, did not hinder her vision. She looked at the crowd not far away who gave up and chose to watch. Feeling puzzled, why can they still choose to watch so calmly? Can't they see that this place is shrouded in strong starlight? Only those who insist on completing 12 rounds can enjoy this blessing from the gods? When Zio was still confused, a neat, melodious chanting began to sound. Along the shore, cutting through the clouds, the twin suns sink into the lake. The long shadow falls. Right there, the wonderful night when the black star rises. The wonderful moon that moves in the night. Yellow rags swaying in the wind. The song disappeared silently there. When the soul no longer sings. When the tears no longer flow. Lord of the starry sea and the distant starry sky. Chaos. Formless, nameless beings. He will arrive in the expectation of thousands of believers. This is the most important prayer psalm of the Yellow Clothes Church. Zio has seen it in the intelligence information provided by MI9. But this is the first time for him to be there and experience such pious prayers in person. She could clearly feel that her heart was touched, and she couldn't help but want to join in the ceremony of singing and praying psalms. In the end, she covered her mouth tightly with her right hand to prevent herself from humming along. When her mind was fluctuating, she suddenly found that she could no longer integrate into the feeling just now. The so-called starlight in front of her was so brilliant that it dissipated into nothing at this moment. What was revealed in front of him at this moment was just a calm lake without waves. The starry sky reflected in the center of the lake was still beautiful, but it no longer had the mysterious and strange feeling just now. As for those believers who devoutly believe in the King in Yellow, they are still immersed in their own world of belief, and the blessings from the gods seemed to nourish their bodies and souls. Each of them had a calm and peaceful look on their face, with a gentle smile on their lips. Chapter 554 about making children. After exiting the magical state, Zio did not choose to leave. She and the crowd of onlookers outside quietly waited for the next prayer ceremony. The Pope, wearing a crown of stars on her head, was the most eye-catching in every move she made. They faced the starry sky reflected in the lake and worshipped devoutly. Their eyes flashed with the light of firm belief, and their bright eyes were no less bright than the stars in the sky. With their devout worship and calling, the light of the bright starry sky above their heads was really drawn to them. When the light of the stars shines evenly on the lake, it shines brightly, and when the breeze blows, it creates layers of sparkling ripples. The crushed starlight became more brilliant, and the environment around the lake also became brighter. In the depths of the lake, the light from the starry sky above is constantly gathering, as if it is nurturing something. When the last prayer ceremony began, a figure purely condensed by the lake light slowly emerged from the depths of the lake. His whole body is radiant, translucent and illusory. It looks like a shadow, but it actually exists in the field of vision. This scene was not only revealed to the devout believers, but also Zio and the surrounding onlookers. Zio even heard the rapid breathing and trembling whispers of the people next to him because they were too shocked. Look, there really is a predicted black star in the lake. Someone seemed to have discovered some terrible secret, ignoring the solemn and quiet atmosphere here, and explained uncontrollably. Zio's eyes followed the lake and saw that under the guidance of the light and shadow, a black star was slowly rising from the depths of the lake. The black stars looked particularly distinctive in the starry sky reflected on the lake. Shio endured the shock in her heart, looked at it curiously for a while, and then suddenly raised her head to look at the starry sky above her head. The stars in the sky were brilliant, but not a single black star was shining. But deep in the lake, there is indeed a black star slowly rising. Is this the prophecy of the Yellow Clothes Church? Black stars only exist in the reflected starry sky? What a wonderful phenomenon! When the black star rose to where it should be, the illusory light and shadow began to dissipate, as if its mission had been completed. The light and shadow dispersed, and the prayer ceremony also ushered in the final overture. The starry sky reflected on the lake gradually returned to its previous calm. The bright starlight gradually dispersed, and everything returned to tranquility again. The prayer ceremony is over. Under the leadership of the Pope, the prayer team returned along the original route, and Hugh also returned with the team. Before returning to the gate of Huangni Church, the people from Huangni Church also specially prepared a church meal, so that the people attending tonight's prayer ceremony could enjoy it for free. Zio glanced at the time on the pocket watch he carried with him. It was already 1:40 late at night. Instead of staying here to enjoy the food, she hailed a carriage and returned to her family's villa. This was part of the property previously compensated by the lone royal family to the Dill family. After a simple arrangement, she and Forsey moved here to live, because she did not want other people to affect their lives. She and Forsey did not hire maids or workers to help with the housework. Bang, bang, bang. When Zio returned home, he started knocking on Forsey's door. Hugh? Forsey was wearing a set of light blue pajamas, with her hair disheveled and her eyes flashing with anger. You're up so late at night, and you have to wake me up. Hey, I must have something important to disturb your sleep. You'd better give me a reason not to be angry. Forsey followed Zio to the living room and sat down. Do you know about the Yellow Clothes Church? That yellow church that was just built in the West End not long ago? Well, I participated in their monthly prayer ceremony tonight and gained a lot. Forsey curled his lips and said, I'm not interested in these things. What if this matter might have something to do with the stars? Shio couldn't help but lower his voice when he mentioned the stars. Tonight's prayer ceremony at the Yellow Clothes Church really gave her the illusion that she was praying to the stars. Whether it is the vast starry sky, the bright starlight, the content in the prayer poems, or the rising black stars, these all seem to have a deep connection with the stars. The starry sky should belong to the country of the stars. Forsey sat upright and listened silently to Zio's description and analysis, feeling something strange in his heart. Are you hesitating whether to report tonight's incident to the Yellow Clothes Church to the stars? Zio nodded and smiled sheepishly. You know, I'm afraid of meeting the stars alone. So it's up to you to do it. You have more experience. Thankfully you are still a believer in the stars. Forsey stretched out a finger and poked Zio between the eyebrows, and said with a hint of anger, the stars have never sent down their wrath on us. He is definitely a friendly hidden existence. Anyway, I'm a little timid. Zio winced slightly. Leave this matter to me. Forsey still agreed to Zio's request. Matters related to the stars were no small matter. This was the consciousness that a qualified believer should have. After returning to his room, Forsey prayed to the stars to explain what Zio discovered tonight. Everything is under the gaze of the stars. In the end, Forsey only got this sentence. She was stunned for a while, and then murmured, did the stars think that such a thing is too insignificant? So they reiterated this sentence? This is because I am dissatisfied with myself for disturbing him with such a trivial matter. Forsey shivered and quickly retreated to the bed to lie down. South Wales. Inside the castle. Let's continue. Asta gently pressed Sharon's soft body, and his breathing gradually became heavier. No! Sharon blushed and pushed Hastur away from her, turned sideways, with her back to Hastur, and glanced at the clock on the wall, which read 3:52 in the middle of the night. Listening to the sighs and burning eyes behind her, she silently buried her hot cheeks into the soft pillow. In the early morning, when it was just dawn, Hastur got up early. There was no way. Sharon got up earlier than him. After taking Azhara, who also got up early, for a walk outside, Hastur came back to enjoy today's breakfast. After breakfast, he sat in the living room and read the latest newspaper delivered today. The Kingdom of Lone assists the Kingdom of Finaport and join forces to resist the barbaric invasion from the southern continent. This news occupied a whole large page. The Kingdom of Lone has officially entered the war, and reinforcements will march from Dixie County and Silveras County, which border the Kingdom of Finaport. Caught in the middle, the Kingdom of Massey did not issue any official reports on the invasion of the southern continent. It is estimated that even if it happens, the Kingdom of Lone will not care too much. The territory of the Maxi Kingdom is only as big as Dixie County. It is too busy to protect itself, let alone help. Being able to scrape together a small amount of material donations would already be a worthy neighbor to the Finaport Kingdom. After all, the Finaport Kingdom had wanted to annex the Maxi Kingdom many times in the past. But it was not so obvious. Master, when will we return to Backland? Azhara, who was idle and bored, came over and raised a little face full of expectation. Oh, do you miss Backland? I don't even have any friends to play with here. How about letting you live with Miss Audrey temporarily? Really? Azhara's eyes lit up for an instant, but soon dimmed again, shaking her head and saying, I can't do anything to make Miss Sharon sad. So good. Hastur touched Azhara's head. Azhara was silent for a while, but soon she cheered up. She stood up straight and lowered her voice. Master, will you and Miss Sharon have a baby? That's what I read in the books. Azhara hurriedly added. Master, you asked me to read more books when I have nothing to do. That's a really good question. You can ask Sharon. Hastur raised his head and glanced at Sharon, who was standing in the corridor on the second floor and could clearly hear Azhara's question. He is currently at sequence 3. As long as he and Sharon work harder to create a human being, there is still a high theoretical probability that he will be able to conceive naturally. But he wasn't too sure. Although he was currently only sequence 3, his status was that of a star, and it was basically impossible for him to have a child with normal conception. If he really wanted a child, he could directly extract some of Sharon's extraordinary characteristics, and then combine them with his own extraordinary characteristics. Through this method of artificial intervention, a child belonging to the two of them could be born. You can also be like the ancient sun god, who can directly separate some of his extraordinary characteristics into a human being, and give birth to a natural mythical creature like Amon. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it would be good not to have children. This is a mysterious world, and an immortal life does not require successors. Moreover, when the apocalypse comes in the future, No one knows what terrible situation it will be. It is better not to let children suffer in this world. I don't dare. Azhara shook her head like a rattle. She did not dare to provoke Sharon easily. Continue practicing calligraphy in the afternoon. Sharon's plain voice came from upstairs, making Azhara's petite body tremble. And she gently wiped the tears that had not yet flowed from the corners of her eyes with the back of her little hand. Chapter 555 on the possibility of natural conception between high-sequence couples. It's really like adding salt to the tofu. And one thing is better than the other. With Azhara's irresponsible temper, only Sharon can cure her. Hastur turned a blind eye to Azhara's plea for help, and just asked Azhara to take advantage of the fact that it was still morning and take the time to go out and play. Azhara thought the same thing and hurried out. Butler Neil quickly asked the two maids to follow her. Sharon on the second floor glanced at Asta, who was sitting in the living room holding a newspaper and reading it carefully, without disturbing him, and turned around to go back to the room. When she returned to the room, Asta had already appeared in her room first, looking at her thoughtfully. Sharon, there is something I need your cooperation with. Don't want. Sharon refused directly. She naturally understood what Asta was talking about. This is a very serious scientific problem. If we can solve it, it will definitely benefit those who come after us. You're not that kind of person. Occasionally, I also want to be a good person. Leave something to this world and make some contribution. Unable to resist Asta's sincere words, Sharon walked over slowly. Don't worry. It's still daytime. Hastur dispelled Sharon's last concerns, placed a seat directly opposite him, and began to talk about making children, while explaining to Sharon some knowledge about modern men and women. It's difficult. Sharon finally gave this answer. Natural conception is basically out of reach for high-sequence extraordinary people. Generally, if the next generation is born naturally to extraordinary parents, it will usually be at a low sequence. After reaching promotion sequence 4, both parents may be on different extraordinary paths, and their mythical creature forms are very different from each other. They can be regarded as two different species. Reproductive isolation often exists between different species. This is very simple scientific knowledge. If only one party between a couple is an extraordinary and the other is an ordinary person, then even if they become a high-sequence extraordinary, it is possible to give birth to the next generation through natural conception. The next generation of babies must carry the extraordinary characteristics of the same extraordinary pathway. Depending on the strength of the inherited extraordinary characteristics, the baby may be born with sequence 9, or sequence 8, or sequence may 7 be a higher sequence. But when such a baby is born, the extraordinary characteristics in his body must be sealed in time, because the consciousness and weak body of a newborn baby cannot yet bear the power of these extraordinary characteristics. If it was an abnormal conception, then any kind of monster could be born. There have been many such examples over the years. Do you know the legendary giant? No. Then do you know about the giant king Ormer and his queen, the harvest goddess Amabel? I only know the giant king. Sharon gradually began to listen seriously. At first, she really thought that Hastur was just teasing her with this question. But she didn't expect that he really thought about it seriously. Does he really want to have children of his own? The giant king and the harvest goddess are both high-sequence beyonders, even gods. They have also given birth to their own offspring. Asta thought for a while, and then said, they gave birth to a total of 2 children. The eldest son, Chunshi, God. The second son, the god of glory. Sharon silently glanced at Hastur. Such ancient knowledge. Why did Hastur speak so easily, without any reverence for the gods in his words? Did they conceive through normal natural conception? Or did they combine their extraordinary characteristics and use extraordinary abilities to give birth to the next generation? Hastur is really interested in this issue. The ancient sun god was alone, and Adam and Ammon were definitely not co-conceived by him and other beings. But the giant king and the harvest goddess are husband and wife. And the elf king and elf queen of the elf tribe are also partners. When the next generation is born between them, will it be created by extraordinary abilities, or will it be conceived naturally over a long period of time? Also, the reproduction between the giants, elves and other races cannot be based on the use of extraordinary abilities to give birth to the next generation. Right? This is obviously unrealistic. They are basically all extraordinaries. And there must be many couples with high-sequence extraordinaries who will naturally give birth to offspring. In other words, in ancient times, high-sequence extraordinary people could give birth to the next generation through natural conception. The ancient history has been buried, and I don't think you can find the right answer anymore. That's not necessarily true. Hastur smiled and said, "Do you know the land abandoned by the gods? Heard about it. There are still remaining cities here that have been inherited from the era of giants." "Well, giants are still alive." A trace of surprise flashed in Sharon's eyes. The living giant and the ancient city that was still inherited made her want to find out. But she quickly restrained her thoughts and said solemnly, "It's very dangerous. I know the road to the land abandoned by the gods. Please accompany me on the journey." "It's very dangerous." Sharon repeated what she had just said, her voice getting louder. "You are looking for the extraordinary characteristics of being promoted to Sequence 3 Silent Disciple. The land abandoned by God has exactly what you need. Zeradal has a marionette, which is the silent disciple of Sequence 3. This is exactly what Sharon needs. Now Zeradal has gone to the land abandoned by the gods to find the extraordinary characteristics of the mysterious servant. I don't want you to take risks." Sharon looked at Hastur calmly. It wasn't until Hastur agreed not to take risks in the land abandoned by the gods at this stage that she softened her expression and said, "On the extraordinary path. Promotion is too fast. It's not a good thing. We are still young. At her age, she has been promoted to Sequence 4. And the speed is already very scary." Her teacher also specifically told her not to be so anxious to advance to Sequence 3. To experience life more. To enrich and grow her spiritual level. And then slowly move up to a higher level. Climbing everywhere. Hastur's promotion speed is definitely faster than his own, which is very abnormal. Backlund. After receiving the second psychological treatment from Miss Justice, Klein, who is gradually recovering, has learned from Will that Mr. Hastur is currently in South Wales County. If he wants to talk to him, he must do it himself. Go. Has he already guessed my true purpose of looking for him this time? Klein couldn't help but have a ridiculous idea in his mind. Thinking about it carefully, I think this is impossible. Even if Hastur is a time traveler like him, how can Hastur, who has not gone above the gray mist, conclude that he knows the secret of time travel? Unless he can be like the stars, located above the starry sky, watching everything. Klein suppressed this thought and glanced at the familiar Backlund. He knew that he needed to leave here again and go to various places to play the role of a cunning mage. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Klein invited Benson and Melissa to have a sumptuous dinner in a new identity, on the pretext that his friends were leaving Backlund for a short time. It is not difficult to get in touch with Benson and Melissa. Klein, who knows their respective personalities, can easily become good friends with them. He doesn't have much contact with them on weekdays, and only occasionally invites them to eat together. Once, Benson invited him to his home for a dinner. The familiar taste of the food made him almost reluctant to leave. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Klein assumed the identity of a wealthy man named Dwayne Downstad and went to the Brave Bar, ready to chat with Leonard. This was the information Will revealed to him, saying that Leonard was definitely at the Brave Bar tonight. He heard from Will's mysterious tone that something unusual must have happened to Leonard recently. When Klein walked through the door of Brave Bar, he saw Leonard sitting at the bar, drinking alone. He seemed to be in a bad mood. His beard was a little unkempt. His eyes were melancholy, and sometimes he showed firm eyes. He should be hesitating about something, wandering between thinking and not thinking. With his understanding of Leonard's personality, Klein roughly guessed his mental activities at the moment, in order not to disturb Leonard. And Will's mysterious tone, as if he wanted to watch a good show. He didn't want to miss this opportunity to observe. Klein deliberately found a blind spot where Leonard could be seen, but Leonard couldn't see him. About an hour later, Leonard, who had finished 5 or 6 glasses of Southwell beer by himself, finally waited for his tonight's guest. A young and beautiful lady wearing a black dress, exuding both softness and wisdom, especially her eyes, which are clear, bright and clean, but also seem to be truly indifferent after being weathered. Hey, the more I look at this person, the more familiar he becomes. Klein couldn't help but think back to the last time he attended the founding ceremony of the Yellow Church. The representative from the witch sect seemed to be this woman in black dress. After completely confirming this woman's body, Klein couldn't help but take a breath of air. Is Leonard dating a witch? Could he not see that there was something wrong with this woman? Or does he also want to taste the taste of the witch? What Will is looking forward to is Leonard's date with the witch. Klein thought a lot in that moment, took a sip of wine silently, and waited for Leonard's next move. Chapter 556, Acting as the Direction. The Morning Star. A witch, and she is the best among witches. I wonder if Leonard can handle it. In order to avoid attracting attention, Klein's eyes did not always fall on Leonard. He only pretended to glance casually when he looked back from a distance. Chatting. especially chatting with the opposite sex, has always been where Leonard excelled. Perhaps it was the poet's unique unrestrained and romantic character that made Leonard particularly attractive in front of the opposite sex. Even though he looks very young, he has a strong sense of story. In a normal conversation, he usually takes the initiative. But this time, he seemed a little helpless and unable to resist. Sometimes there was an expression of embarrassment on his face, and sometimes there was a look of relief. Leonard must know the identity of the other witch, and he has some idea or purpose towards this witch. Could it be that he sacrificed his sex life in the line of duty? Klein thought with amusement in his heart that since Leonard knew the other party's identity, he didn't need to worry about Leonard's safety and could just concentrate on eating. The only bad thing was that the distance between them and the inherent noisy environment of the bar meant that Klein could only hear their intermittent conversations and could not form complete sentences. He could only analyze Leonard's mental activity at the moment by reading his expression, and then guess what they were talking about. It's fun to eat melon like this occasionally. The two chatted for almost half an hour. Leonard obviously offended the other party. In the end, the other party left alone with a cold face. Leonard quietly slumped on the seat. After a long time, he showed a look of relief. After taking a big sip of beer, Leonard gradually became energetic. He shouted in his heart, "Old man, I blame you for your bad idea," saying that only after personal experience can you completely let go. "Hey, don't you think this is interesting? Okay, old man, you admit that you deliberately made fun of me. I don't deny that I have this intention. But the path I have guided you is not wrong." Leonard just sneered at these remarks and made no comment. "When she exposed your shameless thoughts and finally left with a cold face, didn't you feel relieved?" This time Leonard didn't refute, although the idea he had tonight was a bit shameless. In the end, he did feel unprecedentedly relaxed. "Old man, this is the last time," Leonard emphasized in his heart. "Once a story begins, it must have an ending before it can be considered complete." "Old man? What do you mean?" Leonard didn't hear the old man's words anymore. When he was about to get up and leave, Dawn downstairs, Klein's friend, walked in his direction. 2 more drinks. Leonard sat back down and ordered 2 glasses of the absinthe he ordered just now. He placed one glass on his right hand and said softly, "It's such a rare visitor that I meet you here." Klein came over and sat in the empty seat next to Leonard. He picked up the wine glass with an obvious bitter taste and said calmly, "I came here specifically to see you tonight." Leonard couldn't help but feel a little thump in his heart. "When did you come?" "While you were still alone." Leonard wanted to swear. "Are you old guys so boring?" He actually hid on purpose to watch him. "I just want to chat with a witch." "Can I?" "A very interesting conversation," Klein said deliberately. Leonard was completely silent. But soon he hummed, "What on earth are you doing here tonight?" Seeing Leonard forcefully change the subject, Klein said leisurely, "Oh, give your good friend Klein a few words." "Hey, you're so busy. Do you still remember that you have a friend like me?" "Ahem. Why is this resentment so great?" Klein felt a little weak for no reason. "I'm just helping to carry the message," Klein said with a kind smile. "He will travel far away and may not return to Backland for a long time. I hope you can help take care of his relatives." "That's it?" Leonard curled his lips and said, "Is there no other more valuable content? For example, if he dies outside, where should I go to dig out the wealth he stored during his lifetime? By the way, I should also leave a copy of his bank account password. It is better than him taking the wealth he worked hard for into the coffin. TSK. Did you take gunpowder tonight?" He spoke so irritably, typical of being angry. It seemed that his mood was far less calm than he appeared at the moment. What is his relationship with that witch? What specifically did the two of them talk about tonight? Klein was very interested. But the most important thing at the moment was to calm Leonard's mood first. "I think he will definitely make arrangements for his posthumous affairs. Maybe he has already written an email that will be automatically sent after his death, asking you, a good friend, to help him arrange all his posthumous affairs." Leonard was silent. And after a while he sighed, "Is the mission he is going out on this time dangerous? Aren't we always walking on the edge of danger? What a bastard." Leonard suddenly cursed and drank a full glass of wine, the corners of his eyes turning red. Klein was moved and chuckled. "Don't be so pessimistic. He has always had good luck." "Luck? Sooner or later it will be used up. It's too unreliable. Perhaps the goddess of fate has always favored him." Leonard's heart moved slightly, thinking that Klein was the favored one of the night goddess. Even if he was active outside, he might be safer than himself in Backland. The two briefly chatted for a few more words. And then Klein left in a carriage, ending tonight's conversation. Leonard's mouth twitched as he watched him go away. Before leaving, Dawn downstairs reminded him solemnly, "The taste of the witch is good, but don't get addicted to it, old man. This is all caused by you. If you don't want it in your heart, how can I, a mutilated person, encourage you? Ahem. How can I decide your will?" Leonard didn't say anything else, but was secretly glad in his heart. Fortunately, the person coming tonight was not Klein or Hastur. Otherwise, he would be really embarrassed to see anyone. It is indeed shameless to see anyone. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur also satisfied his desire to eat melons. He has been paying close attention to the subsequent story between Leonard and the ageless witch, and his intuition told him that the story between the two was still going on, and it was far from the time to write the ending. This time, he had to use Will's perspective to fully see the new story of Leonard and the ageless witch. This is very interesting. After eating the melon, Hastur focused on other things and continued to use the authority of the Palace of Stars to let his incarnation of light show miracles in various areas and guide those in urgent need of help. His current main activities are concentrated in the kingdom of Fenaport and the conquered Fasak Empire. The war-ridden land is full of confused people in need of help. In the vast starry sky above our heads, the brightest natural celestial body besides the sun and moon is Venus. Venus is often called Tai-Bai. The Tai-Bai Venus in ancient mythology is based on this prototype for artistic creation. There is also the great poet Li Bai. Legend has it that his birth was also quite unusual. He was born when his mother dreamed that Tai-Bai Venus was in her arms at night. So he was named Li Bai with the word Tai-Bai. This is unofficial history, and there is no way to verify it. When Venus appears in the east in the morning, it is also called Qiming, dawn star, and star. When it appears in the western sky in the evening, it is also called Changing star and evening star, morning star. This is the direction that the sequence of Qiming Holy Master should take. But the true morning star not only represents the star of good fortune, it is also known as the star of misfortune. Sometimes it appears in the eastern sky, sometimes it shines in the west. Its trajectory is unpredictable, and fear arises from this. For many ancient people, it was a metaphor for both death and resurrection. It is the Aztec god Quetzalcoatl, who can resurrect extinct people through skeletons stolen from the kingdom of the dead and regenerate with the blood given by this god. The ancient Phoenicians and Jews believed it to be the incarnation of the devil and an evil star. The ancient Mexicans were also afraid of Venus, and would always close their doors and windows at dawn to block its light. They believed that the light of Venus would bring disease. Although these are idealistic concepts imagined by the ancients because they did not understand the laws of celestial motion, they are also explained from the side. The morning star not only symbolizes the beautiful and bright side, it can also be a bad star that can bring disaster. During the sequence for Homeless Man, there was a stranger whose fate could also be called the extraordinary ability to move natural disasters. This is exactly the unknown side of the Enlightenment Saint Master corresponding to sequence 3. Light and disaster coexist. Hope and chaos coexist. These are Hastur's new insights into the sequence of enlightened saints, and they also give him a new understanding of this mysterious world full of chaos. On this extraordinary path, chaos and madness are its original background, and the extraordinary abilities that are accidentally mastered are only an inconspicuous part of it. And now, a new disaster will spread from the sea. Chapter 557 Alger and the Sea. On the vast sea, a ghost ship is sailing at high speed on the sea. In the captain's cabin, Captain Alger Wilson is frowning and looking at the sea map in front of him. The last time the Church of Storms forcefully sent him to attend the founding ceremony of the pirate kingdom, he was unable to live a stable and good year on the shore. Not long after the new year had just begun, he was given another important task, to organize a pirate group to rob together and cut off the maritime transportation line from the southern continent to the kingdom of Fenaport. This is to let him participate in the civil war. In order to support the battle situation of the kingdom of Fenaport, the Church of Storms also sent its own personnel to cooperate with the Navy of Dixie County to block the transportation fleet of the southern continent near the coast of the kingdom of Fenaport. It can be said that he is using his power on the sea to support the kingdom of Fenaport as much as possible. It's a bit difficult to handle. Alger frowned and stared at the sea area of Hakata Port. According to the new mission given to him by the Church of Storms, he needs to wait for the right opportunity near Bodo Port, and then rob the material transport fleet from the southern continent. At this moment, his Blue Avenger was only 2 days away from Hakata Port. To be on the safe side, he invited 2 other pirate groups to participate in the robbery, as the captain of the Blue Revenge. 2 days later, Alger led his fleet to Hakata port. What surprised him was that there were more than a dozen pirate groups of different sizes gathered in this small port. After some inquiring about information in the tavern, I found out that they also came here to plunder the transport fleet of the southern continent. This should be the pirate group that is usually funded by the Church of Storms and controlled remotely. This time it really cost a lot of money. Alger silently drank the slightly bitter buckwheat wine. After waiting for about 5 days, the pirates responsible for guarding the front line discovered that nearly 20 ships from the southern continent were pretending to be merchant ships and were about to pass through the nearby waters. As soon as the news came back to Hakata port, all the pirate groups waiting here immediately became excited, took their own crews, and drove the well-maintained pirate ships to intercept. When Alger saw this, he remained calm and deliberately lagged behind the large group to let them test the water first. He didn't want to be the first person to eat crabs, although it might make his mouth full of oil. There was also a high chance that he would choke to death. The pirates moved very quickly. A dozen pirate groups and nearly 100 pirate ships of different shapes surrounded the fleet from the southern continent. Ignoring the southern continent fleet's attempt to bribe Tong Qing, they directly opened fire to rob them. Facing the ferocious pirates, these 20 ships carrying cargo from the southern continent were no match at all. At the critical moment, there were high-sequence beyonders in the southern continent's fleet, who stepped forward to turn the tide. From a distance, Alger could see the sea area where the battle was going ahead. Suddenly, a cold black mist was shrouded in it. The black mist was squirming like a black viscous liquid. A ghost that only appeared in the middle of the night crawled out of the black mist. Get up and start frantically attacking nearby pirate ships. Every time a pirate dies at the hands of a ghost, a new ghost rises from the pirate's body. The ghosts that were difficult to eliminate quickly helped the southern continent's fleet reverse its decline and gradually began to gain the upper hand. At this time, a raging wind blew up, lifting up the layer of creeping black mist, and blew the ghost's body into pieces. Then a huge wave was set off in the calm sea, which was more than 10 feet high. It was violently smashed down. The extraordinary people who can control the power of the sea in this way can only be people from the Church of Storms. Someone deliberately hides his identity and hides in the pirate group to ensure that this operation is foolproof. The high-sequence extraordinaries on both sides began to fight desperately. In order not to be affected, Alger first asked his pirate group to retreat 10 nautical miles, and he would take action after the battle ahead was over. In the end, the extraordinaries of the Church of Storms won, because Alger saw the surviving pirates cheering excitedly through the telescope. With the results in hand, Alger also drove the Blue Revenge to get a share of the pie. He met some small pirate groups, who returned home with a full load. He didn't mind taking advantage of others. Anyway, in this sea, only the survivors can speak. A few days later, it was reported that the southern continent's transport fleet was robbed by a pirate group. The Star Sea Kingdom issued a notice that any pirate group that joined the Star Sea Kingdom would not be allowed to participate in this civil war. But on the sea, the emerging Star Sea Kingdom's control over pirates is still inferior to that of the Church of Storms, especially those small and medium-sized pirate groups. But a few days later, many Avengers from the southern continent appeared on the sea. They hunted pirates everywhere on the sea, and their methods were extremely cruel. Then the young man who was known as the King of the Sea reappeared on the sea, leading a fleet specifically to target the Church of Storms. All this makes the already chaotic sea even more terrifying. Alger originally wanted to drive the Blue Revenge to the shore quickly, return to the land, and avoid this dispute at sea. But the development of the situation was far beyond his imagination, and even the Church of Storms could not predict it. Pirate groups continued to come forward and accuse the Church of Storms of doing a series of unethical things through remote control of major pirate groups in recent years. Originally, these accusations were just trivial matters to the Church of Storms, and they didn't even bother to respond. However, the young pirate king seemed to have different extraordinary abilities. He actually listed a list of pirate groups controlled by the Church of Storms, and this list was accurately sent to every pirate captain overnight. Alger and his Blue Vengeance are also on the list. It clearly states that he is a believer of the Lord of Storms, and even the position he holds in the Church of Storms is also listed. This frightened Alger so much that cold sweat broke out on his back, and he hurriedly drove the Blue Revenge back to the land. He knew that a bloody wave was about to break out in the sea, compared to the fact that the Church of Storms controlled the pirate group remotely. The pirates hated the brothers, who usually scolded them against the Church of Storms even more. But they turned out to be devout believers of the Lord of Storms. This shame of betrayal can only be washed away with blood. At this time, the Kingdom of Star Sea also stood up and pointed the finger at the Church of Storms. and ordered the hunt for these pirate groups controlled by the Church of Storms. For a moment, the entire sea boiled again, and all pirate groups that appeared on the list became the targets of the major pirate groups. Alger ran faster, and when the sea was at its most chaotic, he hurriedly disembarked from a port in Dixie County, Lone Kingdom. In the port, just an hour after the Blue Revenge appeared, many pirates came looking for him, wanting to hunt him down. Fortunately, he rarely shows his true strength on weekdays, relying on his extraordinary strength that is much higher than that of ordinary pirates to easily solve troubles. But he didn't dare to stay any longer. So he left the port overnight and took the steam train back to Backland. It wasn't until he was about to arrive at Backland that he received a retreat order from the Church of Storms. The corners of Alger's mouth twitched, and he finally suppressed the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. After returning to Backland, he hurried to the Holy Wind Church to resume his life. He was not punished for his early evacuation. Instead, because of the Bodo Port incident and his past achievements, he officially became a bishop of the Church of Storms. If it were before, Alger might have been very happy. After all, this was the position he had always pursued. But now, he felt deeply afraid when facing this promotion. The Church of Storms probably suffered heavy manpower losses, so they valued him so highly. Sure enough, 2 days later, Alger received another commendation from the Church of Storms and appointed him as the Cardinal of the Paso Island area. Algerton felt his scalp numb. Paso Island is an island located in front of the Abyss of Storms, and is the outpost of the headquarters of the Church of Storms. If the sea situation gets worse, Paso Island will be a strategic place for pirates to attack the headquarters of the Church of Storms. Isn't this an obvious intention to go to Paso Island to be used as cannon fodder? On the surface, Alger responded with joy. But in his heart, he was thinking about a suitable escape strategy. He definitely can't go to Paso Island. Otherwise he won't even know how he died in the future. Don't worry about this journey. Lord Snake, the former Archbishop of Backland and the Godsinger, will return to the Abyss of Storms with you this time. The kind and caring voice made Alger only manage to smile. Lord Snake, the Singer of God, is at least a powerful Beyonder of Sequence 4. This time he was transferred back from Backland, which shows that the Church of Storms headquarters has begun to prepare for possible bad situations in the future. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to escape from the sight of a high-sequence powerhouse. And he currently has no intention of leaving the Church of Storms. Alger was depressed, but he still raised his head and looked at the Singer of God, who was already walking towards him with a feeling of anticipation that he was about to make a pilgrimage. He was wearing a black soft hat and a black robe embroidered with storm symbols. He was an old man with unusually serious silver eyes. Alger had heard rumors about the Singer of God, and heard that he was often late at critical moments, leading to uncontrollable tragedies. Maybe I can use this to free myself from being dragged into the war when I go to Pasu Island. Chapter 558 Alger, Gehrman. Even you are here to kill me. The schedule was very tight. Alger only stayed in Backland for 5 days in total. He and other members of the Church of Storms, led by the Singer of God, took a steam train and prepared to arrive at Pudding in South Wales County Port, and then take a boat to the Storm Abyss. As for why not go directly to the Abyss of Storms through the Spirit World or the Travel Portal, which is a more convenient way? The explanation within the church is that every trip to the Storm Abyss is a pilgrimage. If the Storm Deep could be accessed directly through travel portals at will, it would inevitably lose its mystery and sacredness. In the past few days after arriving in South Wales, new news came from the battlefield of the Kingdom of Feniport. As the situation on the sea became increasingly chaotic, reinforcements from the southern continent came to a brief pause. This made the momentum positive. Shung's Southern Continental Army could only suspend its offensive and raise necessary military supplies on the spot. This allowed the Kingdom of Feniport to quickly regain its health and establish a protective line with reinforcements from the Kingdom of Lone to cope with the next offensive. If it evolves into a protracted war, then the final winner will definitely be the alliance between the Kingdom of Feniport and the Kingdom of Lone. Therefore, in this war, the actions of the Church of Storms are extremely important. Once the Church of Storms loses control of the sea, the Kingdom of Feniport will usher in an even more brutal war. The more he understood the importance of the Church of Storms, the more uneasy Alger felt. Unlike those simple believers who thought that going to the Abyss of Storms was an honor, his eyes looked further away. Because the more important the Church of Storms becomes in this war, the more terrifying the attacks will be. This list incident is a warm-up for the real storm that is about to sweep across the entire ocean. After arriving in South Wales without incident, Alger knew that he had to hurry up and find a way to escape. Once he took a boat from putting port to sea, he would lose the possibility of leaving. He has already made a suitable plan in his mind based on his own situation. Now his identity has been exposed, and he has become one of the pirates' targets. He can use this to create an attack on himself, and then escape with his own death, or be seriously injured and missing. In this way, he naturally does not need to go out to sea on a boat with the Lord Singer of God to participate in the upcoming sea war. But he still has a problem that needs to be solved. And that is who to ask to cooperate with him in directing this play. If he only deliberately discloses information about himself to the pirates, it may not necessarily attract the pirates to hunt him down. And the strength of the pirates is uneven. If it is too weak, it will be difficult to even see your own face. So he needs a teammate he can trust and cooperate with, preferably from a pirate background. The only person who meets these conditions is Mr. World Gehrman Sparrow, who is a famous bounty pirate on the sea. And he is very strong. Even if he encounters the Singer of God, he can leave safely. After working out all the details, Alger quietly spent time alone when he fell asleep at night, and then prayed devoutly to Mr. Fool in his heart, asking him to help him convey his appeal to Mr. World. Above the gray fog, Klein silently listened to Mr. Hangman's request with a slightly weird expression on his face. In order to escape, Mr. Hangman actually asked the world to pretend to assassinate him. It's a shame he came up with such a method. It can only be said that Mr. Hangman is indeed the best at conspiracy among the members of the Tarot Club. Klein could only go offline and use the identity of Gehrman Sparrow to record a video agreeing to the deal, and then threw it to the waiting Alger. In the hotel, after receiving the accurate answer, Alger was heartbroken. Now he only needs to wait for Mr. World to come nearby and create a chance for himself to be alone before he can finish the play. I hope that Lord Singer of God will be as slow as the rumors say. Assassinating Mr. Hangman is a very interesting operation. Klein, who was already in South Wales, changed his original appearance of Dwayne Downs Tad and returned to the appearance of the famous bounty pirate Gehrman Sparrow. He came to South Wales this time to confirm his suspicions with Mr. Haster, so he happened to help Mr. Hangman perform a play on the way. The best time to take action is near Pooning Port. Only after weighing the pros and cons will the Singer of God choose to take a boat out to sea first. Don't give him too much time to react. Klein thought of a rough action plan and headed to Pooning Port first. When Alger and his party arrived at Pooning Port, he had already arrived a day early. The communication between the two people passed through Mr. Fool's gray fog platform, which was very hidden and was not discovered by anyone. Soon, the day before Alger went to board the ship, he found an excuse to buy some items, and he briefly began to act alone. When he was about to walk from the alley to the street, Gehrman Sparrow, who had been waiting for a long time, attacked him with a grin, and shot an air bullet hard into his back. It was blasted to pieces, leaving behind a scar that looked very scary but only had a shallow wound, with blood dripping from his back. Alger hurriedly ran to the street so that more people could see the fact that he was being hunted. At the same time, he shouted, "Crazy Herman! Even you come to kill me!" Such a chase in the street naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. People from the Church of Storms heard the movement and hurried over. As for the Singer of God, he was sitting in a tea restaurant enjoying afternoon tea until someone came. When the members of the Church of Storms came to inform him, he took the last sip of tea, got up and left. When the commotion became considerable, Alger followed the pre-planned escape route and jumped into the river on the outside of the street. Bloody flowers appeared from the water, and the whole person disappeared. In order to attract the attention of the Church of Storms, and buy enough time for Mr. Hangman to escape, Gehrman Sparrow pretended to be searching slowly along both sides of the river. He didn't leave in a hurry until the Singer of God arrived. Snake, the Singer of God, glanced at the blood-stained river, snorted coldly, and chased after the murderer Gehrman. Although he controlled the strong wind and was very fast, he was still entangled for a long time in the face of the strange methods of the magician, and was still escaped by the bounty pirate Gehrman. To no avail. Snake could only return to the river and let the Church of Storms members begin searching for Alger's whereabouts. But until sunset, they saw no sign of Alger again. It's good news that no body was found. Snake felt a little more relaxed. The followers of the Storm Lord would not be drowned by a small river. He guessed that Alger had escaped along the river, and was looking for a hidden place to hide and recover from his injuries. But soon, his brows furrowed. The ship would go out to sea tomorrow morning. This was a time that had been set in advance. You can entrust local storm church personnel to help with search and rescue. Snake quickly came up with an idea. Early the next morning, they still couldn't find Alger's whereabouts, so they could only entrust it to the local Church of Storms, and then take a boat out to sea to the Abyss of Storms. After seeing the ship belonging to the Church of Storms going out to sea with his own eyes, Alger, who had been hiding for a whole night, truly breathed a sigh of relief. Is your back injured? Herman came behind him and looked at his bandaged back. You don't have to blame yourself for this. This is what I asked for. Alger, who was in a good mood, smiled and said, it is undoubtedly cost-effective to deny this opportunity to go to the Abyss of Storms with a small flesh wound. Shouldn't traveling to the Storm Pit be a dream for those of you followers of the Storm Lord? Then when will the score be scored? Thinking of the recent chaotic situation in the sea, Alger sighed and continued, the war in the sea is about to begin. I wonder if the Church of Storms can maintain its position as the overlord of the sea this time. Do you think the Church of Storms will lose? At least it won't be easy to win. I don't want to get involved in this war. Alger laughed at himself and said, I am also afraid of death. I put my own life first in everything. This is the real me. Death is something to be feared. Alger agreed with this sentence and looked at the burly gearman beside him. Why do you happen to be here? Mr. Fool has a mission to assign. If you need help, I am willing to contribute. It's a secret. Gearman just smiled and asked Alger to hide it, then turned and left. It was time for him to start busy with his own affairs. Looking at Gearman's leading figure, Alger murmured, I don't know what Mr. Fool's attitude is towards this war. And which side will he stand on? After just thinking for a while, Alger hurriedly suppressed his thoughts of seeking death. Don't easily speculate on the thoughts of the gods. It will only bring misfortune to yourself. The most important thing for him now is to hide his traces and avoid being discovered by the local Church of Storms personnel. If the winner of this sea war is the Church of Storms, then Alger, the cardinal of the Church of Storms, will appear again. If the Church of Storms fails, then there will be no Alger in the world. Only the hangman of the Tarot Society. Chapter 559 The Temptation from Klein. How should we contact and test Mr. Hastur? Klein, who has been collecting intelligence in Pudding Port for several days, is currently living in a relatively high-end hotel as Dawn downstairs. A businessman who came to do business. According to the information he collected, Mr. Asta is currently not in Pudding Port, but staying in an old castle owned by his family in the countryside. A big businessman would never go to the countryside unless there was something urgent. It was obviously not possible to meet him by chance through natural means. Then we could only send a greeting directly, just to see what kind of attitude this Mr. Asta has. I have to think about what we want to talk about when we meet. The next day, as an old friend of Backland's great businessman Gahasta, Klein entrusted the officer stationed at Pudding Port to submit his invitation to Grand Duke Asta. 2 days later, Klein received a reply, which simply said, looking forward to your arrival. On that day, Klein hired a carriage and spent a considerable amount of money to have the coachman take him all the way to the small town in front of the castle in the countryside of Hastur. If he wanted to reach the last section of the road, he had to drive directly there. Higher. After turning around and bumping for a long time, Klein finally arrived at the outer gate. In order to create the persona of an ordinary businessman, his buttocks sitting on the carriage really suffered a lot. Perhaps knowing his arrival, the door opened and a carriage was already waiting. Mr. Dawn Downstad, the Duke is waiting for your visit in the castle. Klein just glanced at the driver, and then calmly got into the carriage. The carriage moved slowly toward the castle. At a slow speed, Klein opened the curtain of the carriage and admired the surrounding scenery. This is the countryside, where the land is relatively cheap and open. Such a large forest and fields are intertwined, making it undoubtedly an excellent place for leisure, especially those forest trees. Even the canopy of several dozen meters has been carefully taken care of, like pieces of exquisite horticultural art. There is also this groom who is driving the car. He seems to be not simple, and he is definitely not an ordinary person. About 20 minutes later, Klein got out of the car and arrived in front of the magnificent and ancient castle. After passing through the vestibule and entering the castle, Hastur had someone preparing tea and waiting for him. Mr. Dawn Downstad, my good friend in Backland, welcome you here as a guest. Hastur smiled and invited Klein to take a seat, and then asked everyone around him to go down first. If I had known that Mr. Hastur had such a leisure resort, I think I would come here every year to visit him for vacation. Welcome. After a brief exchange of greetings, Klein took out a bottle of wine and 2 small cups from the wooden box he carried with him, and took the initiative to provoke the topic. I know that Mr. Hastur is very knowledgeable about fine wine. So I specially asked Intista I will buy this fine wine that can only be enjoyed in the palace and let Mr. Hastur taste it. It's my honor. Hastur had a smile on his face, watching Klein holding a wine flask to fill the glasses for himself and him. He knew that the wine would never be that simple. So he sat and waited for Klein's next words. This wine has a name in Intis. It's called Palace Jade wine. It was the wine that Emperor Russell liked to drink most when he was in power. Klein introduced it thoughtfully while observing Hastur carefully. Expression: 180 glasses of Palace Jade wine. Asta couldn't help but follow up, but his face showed a very curious look. I want to taste the wine that Emperor Russell likes. Asta picked up the small wine glass and glanced at the amber liquid. After 1 glass of wine, the taste was pretty good. It was much stronger than some wines sold on the market, but it did not make him feel any amazing. After all, when it came to collecting, when it comes to fine wine, Greg is the real big collector. How is this wine? Klein asked with a smile. Listen to me blowing it to you. Hastur already knows what tricks Klein is playing. He is deliberately testing himself through this so-called Palace Jade liquor. The entrance is soft, mellow and long. The aroma is long, and there is a touch of sweetness. It is a very good wine. Asta put down the wine glass and said, but there are still some flaws, which should be caused by many mistakes during the brewing process. In Kaifeng, the ratio of brewing materials is somewhat problematic. Asta analyzed it carefully, and then asked Butler Neil, who was not far away, to fetch the fine wine he had collected. Could it be that Mr. Hastur couldn't hear the underlying meaning of my words? Or has he never seen this well-known sketch? Is it a time difference? Even if they were hanging in the light gate above the gray mist on the same day, I might have been a little older when I crossed over. If Hastur was a few years younger than me, he might not have had much of an impression of the Spring Festival Gala skit that year. Of course, it could also be that Mr. Hastur was too well disguised. He knew very well that this was his own test. So he acted calmly, so that he could not see into his true psychological activities. Try again. Klein picked up the wine glass and sighed. This wine is good, but the price is a bit expensive. It costs 180 glasses. 180 cups? Hastur showed a rather puzzled expression at the right time. Yes. Such a small glass of wine costs 180 pence. Asta showed a surprised expression. So that's it. Although it can't have a taste that matches the price. We always have to give those middlemen some room for profit. Mr. Hastur is as generous as ever. Seeing that Hastur showed no abnormal behavior from beginning to end, Klein did not continue to explore the topic of Palace Jade liquor. Mr. Dawn downstairs. You also have a taste of my treasured wine. That's my luck. After Klein slowly tasted the glass, he really felt that the taste of this wine was obviously on a higher level than the Palace Jade liquor he'd bought with a lot of money. Although he is not good at tasting wine, he can still clearly distinguish between them in terms of taste and aroma. It's really an impeccable wine. Klein smiled and did not choose to ask about the price of this wine. He estimated that the wine would cost at least 500 gold pounds. The bottle of wine he bought for 100 gold pounds had already caused him pain for a long time. No matter whether a wine is high or low, you can only drink it with the right person. The two of them drank wine and chatted about trivial matters. They occasionally talked about life insights, but they didn't talk about anything serious. Seeing that the time was almost up, Klein took out a small stack of Russell's diaries from his arms and placed them on the table. He smiled and said, I heard that Mr. Hastur is very interested in the diaries passed down by Emperor Russell. So I specially collected some. Hope you'll like it. Hastur's eyes lit up slightly, and he said with a smile, Mr. Don Downstad is really thoughtful. Studying the life of Emperor Russell and the objects he left behind has always been my hobby. After a slight pause, Hastur asked with some confusion, Aren't the notes passed down by Emperor Russell? How can Mr. Don downstairs be sure that these are diaries? Not taken the bait? Are you really cautious? Or are you really ignorant? Klein said with a smile, I am also extremely interested in the life of Emperor Russell. After some serious research, I dare not say that I have completely cracked the secret, but I have deciphered part of the contents of Roselle's diary. Hastur picked up a piece of Russell's diary and said with interest, This has completely aroused my interest. It's embarrassing to say that I have been unable to decipher the contents of these strange words. I have only deciphered a small part. Klein found a diary with a pattern on it from the stack of Russell's diaries. placed it on the table, pointed at the piece of Russell's diary and said, "This should be a mathematical theorem discovered by Emperor Russell." Asta also cast his gaze over, glanced at it carefully, and suppressed the instinct to twitch the corners of his mouth. Odd and even changes remain unchanged. And the symbols look at the quadrants. Klein introduced seriously. "This is definitely a certain theorem suitable for mathematics. I believe that my deciphering method is correct. You're really good at talking nonsense. If I hadn't been able to understand Chinese characters, I would have been deceived by you." Asta complained bitterly in his heart. "I saw that there was indeed a function image drawn on this Russell diary. And it was a trigonometric function. There are also small words marked at the bottom. And that line of small words reads, 'Are you smart or stupid?'" The handwriting that was completely different from Russell's showed that this diary of Russell's was definitely a forgery by Klein himself. It might have been drawn just a few days ago. Temptation is temptation. Why do you still curse? Haster just listened silently to Klein's explanation of the odd and even changes remain unchanged. And the symbols look at the quadrants and how he discovered and deciphered this mathematical theorem. This is really a great discovery. I think you can use this to go to the Church of Steam in exchange for a large bounty. They have offered a large bounty for many years to decipher the method of writing this kind of text. Haster said, slightly excited. "No. Is this the reaction? If you don't understand odd and even variables, and how symbols look at quadrants, I can understand that you haven't gone to school for a few days. But I have already told you to your face that you are very smart. Don't tell me you can't even understand such basic Chinese characters? Even if the Chinese class is taught by a physical education teacher, he is not willing to take the blame." Klein complained silently in his heart. Chapter 560. I don't like to get along with those people from the Church of Steam who only work hard and have no romantic interest. Besides, I am a believer in the goddess. Klein found a random reason and rejected Haster's proposal. I don't really like followers of Steam either. Asta smiled gently, seeing that this method was difficult to detect whether Haster was real or not. Klein continued to find another specially prepared Roselle diary from the stack of Roselle's diaries. Has Mr. Haster read any science fiction novels recently? I haven't read it. Haster looked at Klein curiously, wanting to see what he was up to. I happened to read a few when I had time. And one of them was a science fiction novel based on the artistic creation of Emperor Russell. Klein said eloquently, in this science fiction novel, the author mentioned an interesting point of view. He believes that there is another different time and space in this world. The flow of time in that space and time is faster than ours. And it has developed to the world more than 1,000 years later. The author boldly speculates that the far-sighted and all-powerful Emperor Russell most likely traveled from another time and space. Because the development of that time and space was more rapid, Emperor Russell could continue to push our time and space toward the future. Develop. In this science fiction novel, Emperor Russell did not fall in the White Maple Palace, but returned to the time and space that belonged to him. In this Roselle diary, I discovered that Emperor Roselle's magic circle traveled back and forth through time and space. As long as the corresponding rituals are performed, it is possible to open the passage between the two time and space, allowing free entry and exit. This science fiction novel was not made up by Klein himself. The emergence of Emperor Russell indeed created a good artistic image for later literary writers. The existence of Emperor Russell is often mentioned in many novels and stories. The speculation about the existence of different time and space was not made up by himself, but that there really was such a group of people, and they even founded an association to conduct related research. What he did was just integrate the information to create a true and false science fiction novel. Haster's gaze followed the direction of Klein's finger and fell on the magic circle on Roselle's diary. His expression almost couldn't hold back. He didn't even know where Klein came up with so many crazy ideas for testing. This is indeed a magic circle, and it is also a summoning type of magic circle. The very handsome six-pointed star magic circle can only be engraved on the earth to summon light envoys. Haster looked very serious on the surface, but in fact, he was slowly regaining his composure. The taste was too strong, so he had to slow down, and his tense cheeks were a bit stiff. Klein, who was sitting opposite, briefly explained the magic of this magic circle to Haster, while quietly observing Haster's expression with his peripheral vision. I saw him looking solemn and sullen, looking at every line on the magic circle very seriously, his eyes almost glued to it. Such a reaction made Klein a little unsure of Haster's thoughts. Does he really know nothing? Or is he so scheming that he doesn't reveal any flaws? Is this really a magic circle that can travel through time and space? Asta's eyes flashed with passion and expectation. When it comes to acting skills, he has more or less advanced training, which is not false at all. If he wants to use this kind of trick to test himself, he is undoubtedly thinking of himself too easily. Of course, this is the magic circle recorded by Emperor Russell for returning to his hometown. Klein continued to use language to lay the groundwork. Hastur frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Isn't this a ritual to summon some evil god or demon?" Klein was silent for a while before sighing. How could it be possible? This is the magic circle that returns to his hometown. He deliberately emphasized the word hometown a little bit. There is only one magic circle here, and there is no other related introduction. Yes, this is where I feel troubled and regretful, Klein said. The specific method and steps required to draw the magic circle should be recorded in another Roselle diary. It's really a pity. Asta thought deeply. This matter was revealed. Klein took a deep look at Hastur and knew that he would not be able to achieve results just through such verbal temptations. He decided to change his mind and stay in this castle for the time being. The daily life of the tower begins to be observed. Details are often the key to success or failure. Maybe life is an inconspicuous little habit, or a sleep talk that is accidentally leaked in sleep. There are too many places that may expose Hastur's true identity. A smile appeared on Klein's face again, and the two chatted easily for a long time on the topic of Emperor Russell. From 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon to after 5 o'clock. The sun seems to be getting longer in the countryside. It's still evening, and the sunset is spreading across the sky. If it was in Backland, and the streetlights were not turned on in time, some citizens would complain that night, saying that the street was too dark and they accidentally fell into the river. Living in a city like Backland all year round, I really miss too much of the beauty of life, Klein said with emotion as he looked at the sunset pouring in from the window. Yes, I often don't get used to the weather in Backland. It's simply terrible. Asta agreed, but apart from this, there are still many places worth remembering in Backland. I just left Backland not long ago, and I won't miss it any more in a short time, Klein replied humorously. After chatting for a while, Klein was still sitting on the sofa, with no intention of getting up and leaving. Hastur understood that Klein wanted to spend time with him. Hastur said in the direction of Butler Neal, "Butler Neal, don't let our distinguished guests down with dinner tonight." "Oh, is it already so late?" Klein quickly stood up and looked up at the wall clock hanging in front of him. He said in a panic and embarrassment, "It's already this late. When I'm chatting with Mr. Hastur, time always passes exceptionally quickly." "I feel the same way." Asta looked at Klein with a smile, stood up and said, "There's still some time before we prepare dinner. I'll take you out for a walk. The scenery here in the evening is a beautiful picture. It's not ding-ding. Famous painters cannot depict them on scrolls. Alas, I have been living in Backland, and I haven't seen the scenery in the evening for a long time." Klein accurately complained about Backland's weather. "This is also the reason why I left Backland and came to live here." The two of them looked at each other and smiled, admiring the beautiful evening in the countryside from the side road. The dim sunset light shines on the particularly energetic beech trees, oak trees, maple trees, and other forest trees, making the trees dyed golden. Along the carefully selected cobblestone path, we walked step by step into the forest. There was a green grassland on the edge. A few gray-brown mountain rabbits ran out from the depths of the forest and played as if no one was around. There was a slow path behind. A flowing stream runs through it. The water in the stream is exceptionally clear and bright, and you can vaguely see fish swimming freely back and forth in the stream. It is really beautiful here. A kind of beauty that is unique to nature, which makes people relax their tense expressions unconsciously. I really want to live here for a while. Clyde expressed his heartfelt emotion. As long as Mr. Don Downstad is willing, he can stay here for a while at any time. Klein, who was waiting for these words, immediately said, "Then I'll trouble Mr. Hastur. You didn't even pretend to decline. Mr. Klein, you really can't wait." Hastur complained silently in his heart. "If I decline, Mr. Hastur, and you just stopped mentioning this matter, I would be even more embarrassed." Klein defended his behavior in his mind. When the two of them came back from a small tour, a sumptuous dinner was prepared. Sharon, who had not been downstairs, also brought Azhara down to show her face. "Let me introduce to you. This is Mr. Don Downstad. He is a very rich and very generous businessman." Hastur smiled and introduced Sharon and Azhara, and Klein always had a decent smile on his face. I don't know if it was his imagination, but he always felt that Mr. Hastur was specifically mentioning his wealth and generosity. "This is my gentle and beautiful wife, Sharon." Hastur's eyes looked at Sharon, and then at Azhara. This is my lively and lovely daughter Azhara. Wife. Daughter? Klein was a little stunned for a moment. Although he had a hunch that Miss Sharon appeared here. Mr. Haster actually had such a big daughter with Miss Sharon? Then Mr. Asta must be at least around 10 years old. Klein was extremely shocked. At the same time, he thought of another serious problem. Mr. Haster and Miss Justice were already engaged. Is Miss Justice being cuckolded? Or does Miss Justice already know about Miss Sharon's existence? Marriage between nobles is really complicated. Klein didn't think about it any further. He suddenly admired Haster. This is simply a cheating script for a winner in life. No matter in every aspect. He is a bit like a replica of Russell. Well, Russell's appearance is not as good as Haster's. After a brief exchange of greetings, a few people began to enjoy tonight's sumptuous dinner. The rare game from nature, after being cooked and processed by master chefs, is an amazing dish in every aspect. Klein was eating so happily that he almost forgot his purpose of coming here this time. Chapter 561. After dinner, Haster asked butler Neil to arrange a room for Klein. During a short break, Sharon came to Haster's study and saw Haster holding a stack of Roselle's diaries with an interesting smile. She sometimes shook her head, as if she had no comment on the contents recorded on it. Sharon, come, take a look at this magic circle. Asta waved. Sharon walked over and saw a magic circle with a 6-pointed star drawn on a piece of paper. She didn't see anything outstanding or special about it. It's a place worth laughing at. Asta said deliberately mysteriously, this is the magic circle left by Emperor Russell that can travel through time and space. Sharon lowered her head and studied it carefully for a while. She felt that this magic circle was simple and easy to understand. But such lines were obviously too simple. It could not be a magic circle that traveled through time and space. Or even a magic circle. A child of just a few years old could draw this pattern just by drawing on the ground with a branch. It is impossible for him to possess the extraordinary power of communication. Do you believe it? Sharon looked at Haster calmly, as if she was saying this to coax a child. Do you believe it too? Ha ha ha. Asta couldn't hold back his smile, pointing at the 6-pointed star magic circle and said, I believe it is a magic circle. But I don't believe that its function can travel through time and space. Try it. Sharon gestured to Haster to draw a magic circle as a demonstration. No need. Haster shook his head and chuckled. It requires a special method and a summoner to be effective. Really? Sharon still didn't believe it, and looked down at the 6-pointed star magic circle for a while, still not recognizing what kind of magic circle it was. I haven't found it so interesting in a long time. Dawn Downshead really does everything for me. Oh! Sharon raised her eyebrows slightly and said, have you been bored with me lately? Realizing that he had said something wrong, Asta quickly apologized and said, it's precisely because the days spent with you were so interesting that I can't be interested in anything I watch now. Lies. Sharon whispered. I made it up on the fly. Asta put down the stack of Russell's diaries in his hand and said with a smile, Sharon, I don't even have any secrets in front of you now. Another lie. Haster coughed lightly. Then let's talk about something sincere. Sharon just looked at him quietly, as if trying to understand whether Haster's next sentence was true or false. Sharon, you are so beautiful. The truth. Sharon, you are so cute. This time Sharon didn't speak, but looked at Haster with a bit of tenderness. Sharon, I want to hold you so much. Sharon, I really want to do something with you that makes you shy. Without waiting for Haster to continue speaking, Sharon turned and left. Is there really nothing suspicious? Klein went to a nearby garden for a walk as an excuse. He had been in this castle for 2 days, but through his daily observations, he could not get a glimpse of Haster's unusual side from his daily life. Asta's daily life is very regular. He used to sleep in Miss Sharon's room at night. But recently, because of his arrival, he went back to his bedroom to rest. Wake up in the morning, freshen up, go downstairs to eat, take the little girl named Azhara out for a walk, and then return to the study to read or deal with some chores. At noon, he usually takes a nap of half an hour to an hour. In the afternoon, he would invite Miss Sharon and some people in the castle to go out for outdoor activities, such as horseback riding, archery and hunting. After dinner in the evening, he basically stayed in the study and went to bed around 10 o'clock. This was a simple day for Haster. Seeing that he could not make any breakthrough from Haster, he deliberately chatted with the maids, laborers, gardeners, chefs, etc., who worked in the castle, and asked about Haster's situation without leaving any trace during the chat. The only secret he found that was worth hearing was that Azhara was not Haster's biological daughter. but had suddenly appeared a few months ago. Miss Sharon was a happy partner who had been dating Hastur for a long time. Apart from this, he did not find out any other meaningful information in this castle. There is no way to be sure that Hastur is the same time traveler as himself. He also tried to conduct divination above the gray fog. But he didn't get any useful information, even if it was just divination. As long as Hastur was involved, his divination was not successful. Almost 3 days have passed, and he can only postpone his plan to expose Hastur's true identity. After all, he cannot keep this place for Hastur to raise, even though the life of waking up at sunrise and resting at sunset is very comfortable. Therefore, Klein proposed his intention to leave to Hastur in the early morning of the third day. Mr. Hastur, I have wasted too much of your precious time here. Although I like the living environment here very much and everything here fascinates me, I still need to run the business that I have neglected. So I think an hour later is the best time for me to leave. Mr. Dawn downstairs. This is really a regrettable decision. As you know, this place is located in a remote place, and there are not many visitors from Backland all year round. That's because your friends don't know yet what kind of beautiful place this is. No, it's heaven on earth. Thanks to your praise, I feel a little relieved to be alone in a secluded place. I'm just honestly describing how I feel. Praise honesty. Klein and Hastur stood together and said goodbye. The polite remarks made Azhara next to her feel uncomfortable, and she quickly slipped into the garden to play alone. Sharon listened uncharacteristically with interest. From her perspective, this Dawn Downstad was definitely not a simple person. And this person also had some important significance to Hastur. Although Hastur had a deeper friendship and better relationship with Grake and the others on the surface, she could definitely say that in terms of status in Hastur's heart, this Dwayne Downstad was definitely better than Grake and the others. Not all people can be taken seriously by Asta. So she was very interested in listening to the conversation between the two. And seeing the fake to almost real smiles on their faces made her even more interested in watching. I really hate to have you leave. Alas, your departure will make me lack the necessary comfort in the days to come. This is undoubtedly painful. It was Hastur who spoke. I also feel regretful and even sad about this. But parting is for a better reunion. So I look forward to the joy of meeting next time. After Klein finished speaking, he and Hastur looked at each other. And then, they looked away with tacit understanding. They both felt that there were dense knots sprouting on their arms. Well, they were so numb that even they could no longer hold their breath and lurked. Before leaving, Hastur personally escorted Klein to the gate of the castle. When Klein was about to leave in a carriage, he suddenly said, Mr. Hastur, see you later. Asta subconsciously followed Klein and said, We'll see you later. Fortunately, he suddenly came back to his senses and stopped the words that were already on his lips. Klein's words are not loan, nor ancient Fuzak, nor ancient Hermes, but pure Mandarin. It had been a long time since he heard his hometown dialect, and Asta almost started talking nonsense. Fortunately, he did not follow up with the 4 words see you later in Mandarin. Otherwise, his identity as a time traveler would be directly exposed to Klein. Without long-term edification and practice, you will not be able to speak pure Mandarin for the first time you hear it, but you will be able to speak Mandarin with a foreign accent. Okay, Klein, you're a thick-browed guy. When did your kind heart become full of eyes? Mr. Dawn downstairs. What language are you talking about? Why have I never heard of it? Hastur, who had reacted, asked in shock in Loanese with a pure lone Backland aristocratic accent. Mr. Hastur, please forgive me for the offense. That is the blessing language I learned from the Aborigines on a remote island when I was traveling in the sea. Faced with Hastur's question, Klein still smiled broadly and said, The general meaning of this blessing is, we will eventually meet in the future, and may we each be bathed in the sanctity of the same sun. Mr. Dawn Downstad is really knowledgeable and talented. Hastur complimented him unintentionally, and then smiled. This language sounds quite interesting, but I don't know if it is difficult to learn. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. I didn't study the language systematically at that time. I only learned this blessing. Klein's light came out of nowhere. Everyone was talking to each other anyway. He didn't believe Hastur. Have you always been honest? I wonder where that island is. Oh, in the turbulent sea just west of the West Balam Star Plateau. A little further south. First go around a small island, and then you can see the location of the island. The trees there are particularly distinctive. Regardless of what kind of trees are they are all bare and easy to identify. Klein described it very realistically, and even drew a simple route map for Hastur from the air. Hastur knew that Klein was definitely talking nonsense. There was absolutely no such island in that sea area. Klein also knew that Hastur would never take the time to look for it. Even if Hastur really sends people to search. The sea is so big. It's normal to look in the wrong direction and the wrong place. Right? Taking a step back. Even if Hastur doesn't believe what he says. What does it matter? Everyone has their own little secret. And Hastur is no different. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. With a reluctant farewell expression on their faces again. After Klein said goodbye again in rune language, he left in a carriage. Chapter 562 Klein, Mr. Hastur. You can't deceive me. What an interesting conversation. A rare smile appeared on Sharon's face, which showed that the conversation just now was really interesting to her. This is a normal conversation between friends. Hastur explained with a serious look. Do not believe. Sharon, you are getting more and more naughty now. Hastur walked up to Sharon, gently took her little hand and played with it. In the past 3 days, because Klein was in the castle, he had not had time to have a good intimacy with Sharon. Sharon's beautiful eyes moved slightly. She lightly opened her red lips and said in a gentle tone, Isn't it good? Hastur was stunned for a moment. Then smiled, of course. That's exactly what I hoped for. Oh, you didn't like the old me? Sharon, you have to control yourself. Hastur added, Such words come from your mouth. It really makes me happy. Sharon just looked at him calmly and said nothing. Aren't you very curious about the relationship between me and Mr. Dawn Downstad? Hastur took Sharon's hand and walked towards the castle. I will tell you more about it slowly on the way. Mr. Hastur, you can't fool me. You are definitely as lucky as me. On the carriage, Klein was in a pretty good mood. Although he did not hear it directly from Hastur, he heard him admit that he was from the Earth and was a time traveler of the same batch as himself. But he was convinced of this guess in his heart. Hastur showed no obvious abnormality, which was also an abnormality. Whether it was palace jade wine, odd or even changes, or a 6-pointed star magic circle. When faced with these temptations, Hastur showed a shocked side. But his desire for knowledge about these novel contents was very low. If you are a normal extraordinary person, when faced with these novel extraordinary knowledge, you will naturally have a desire for knowledge. Seeking knowledge. This kind of emotion has never appeared in Hastur. Especially the 6-pointed star magic circle. Hastur didn't even think about trying it once. Which meant that he had long seen through that this 6-pointed star magic circle was not a magic circle that traveled through time and space. Because he knew it, he would naturally not think about trying to understand it. Another point is that Hastur, as an admirer of the knowledge of Emperor Roselle, did not appear surprised or happy when he saw Roselle's diary that he handed over. Why he called Roselle's diary a diary was just a matter of fact. Xian asked. What made him think that Hastur was a time traveler the most was the moment of shock and hesitation when Hastur suddenly heard his Mandarin before leaving. Although these emotional changes were fleeting, he could still see them all. The shock is understandable. But why the hesitation? What is Hastur hesitating about? There is a feeling that you are about to blurt out something, but hold it back tightly at the last moment. This was a trump card that he deliberately left at the last moment, just to attack Hastur suddenly when he let down his guard. The result was gratifying, and he had gotten the answer he wanted. As for why Hastur is unwilling to admit his identity as a time traveler, there are really too many possibilities. Natural vigilance, desire to live a stable life, distrust of oneself, too many possibilities. I finally solved a major issue on my mind. It's time to leave South Wales and continue my role as a trickster. Klein stretched out his hand to lift a corner of the carriage curtain and admired the natural scenery slowly receding. The sea is probably the best place for me right now. Klein made a decision in his heart. Just as Mr. Hangman guessed, the sea would begin to undergo drastic changes. It was also a suitable place for him to experience. Moreover, he wanted to help Little Sun and help Silver City get out of the land abandoned by the gods. The key to all this lies in the depths of the sea. After Klein returned to Pudding Port, Mr. Hangman had hidden his traces and disappeared. He came to the dock and wanted to take a boat out to sea. But not many ships were willing to go out to sea at this time. After some inquiry, I found out that the activities of pirates have become more and more rampant recently. In order to retaliate against the Church of Storms, they often gather people to attack the Church of Storms in various ports. Every port where a Church of Storms was built was attacked without exception. What is even more incredible is that the Church of Storms, which has always been intolerant of pirates' oneness, did not take any big action this time. In normal times, Scenery Church would definitely contact naval forces everywhere to eliminate pirates who dare to offend. The Church of Storms is out of manpower, and even the channels for sending messages may have been blocked. Klein had a rough guess in his mind. He waited at the dock for 2 days before going out to sea with several merchant ships. On the 3rd day at sea, they encountered pirates wandering nearby. Fortunately, they were only a small pirate group and did not have the courage to come and plunder. On the 5th day at sea, the merchant ship sailed to Zhongqing Island. Klein disembarked here. He was going to turn here and head to the Roadside Islands, which is currently the most well-informed place on the sea. In addition, in order to promote the economic construction of the Star Sea Kingdom, they specially sent some ships to attract businessmen from various countries who were interested in investing. Without prosperous commerce, it would be impossible to drive the huge carriage of the Star Sea Kingdom simply by relying on pirates' plunder. Klein boarded the Star Sea Kingdom ship at Zhongqing Island, and it took him half a month to arrive at the Roadside Islands. Before they even got ashore, they saw rows of magnificent warships docked at the pier of the Roadside Islands. This is the rhythm of war. After landing ashore, Klein made some inquiries and found out the current situation of the sea. The pirate king who suddenly appeared gathered a large group of pirates together with the Kingdom of Star Sea, and formally declared war on the Church of Storms 5 days ago on the grounds of defending the freedom of pirates. The southern continent specially sent 20 medium-sized warships and 3 heavy warships to support the Star Sea Kingdom. At present, the war in the sea has gradually spread to the waters near Pasu Island. Once Pasu Island is captured, only the Storm Abyss, the headquarters of the Church of Storms, will remain. This development trend surprised Klein a little. The Church of Storms has controlled the sea for so many years, but it gives people a feeling of being strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Not to mention effective counterattack. The pirates have now beaten them to their doorstep. This is obviously not in line with the strength of the Church of Storms. Klein thought deeply for a while and got the answer. The enemies of the Church of Storms are not only the Pirate King and the Star Sea Kingdom, but also even more terrifying enemies hidden in the dark. It was their actions that destroyed the key nodes of the Church of Storms on the sea, making it impossible for the Church of Storms to tighten its fists and launch an effective counterattack. The wave of the times? The Twilight Hermits. While exchanging extraordinary knowledge with Hastur during those 3 days, Hastur inadvertently revealed the news that Adam was about to become a god. After Klein finished his meal, he came to a secluded place and began to act as Gairman Sparrow on the Rhode Islands. His reputation among pirates is pretty good, and his name is not on the list that was exposed. He is equivalent to a certified bounty pirate, which has increased his reputation a lot. The Abyss of Storms, the Church of Storms, is holding a cardinal meeting that has not been held for a long time. This is a meeting that only the cardinals of the Church of Storms are qualified to participate in. It is the highest level decision-making meeting of the Church of Storms. The middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 40s, sitting at the front seat with his eyes closed and concentrating, was the Pope of the Church of Storms, and the favored one of the Lord of Storms. Gad too. The passage of time has not left many traces on his face, but has engraved his perseverance through the vicissitudes of time. He has been in charge of the Council of Cardinals for nearly 100 years. A group of pirates dared to show off their power to us. This is a shame to all of us Storm followers. Destroy this group of reckless pirates and wash away their sins with the storm. We shouldn't have allowed them to grow bigger in the first place. Now that they're fine, it's ridiculous to want to bite their owners. The so-called 4 kings and 7 pirate generals are just a bunch of dancing grasshoppers that can be crushed to death at any time. And that Kingdom of Star Sea, let's also wipe this kingdom from the sea. The cardinals present at the cardinal meeting showed a strong and confident side of the Storm believers, and did not pay attention to the pirates' momentum and the chaotic situation of the sea. Pope Gad too listened to the noisy, disdainful, and excited discussions around him without even raising his eyelids. The teachings of the Church of Storms neither advocate fighting nor promote war, but they absolutely emphasize treating the enemy with the cruelty of a storm and venting any anger on the spot. Therefore, it is common for cardinal meetings to be noisy, abusive, or even violent. Chapter 563, War Against the Church of Storms. The noisy discussion lasted for a long time, until there was a loud noise and lightning flashing outside the church. They suspended the discussion and sat down respectfully. As for the cardinals, who could only participate in the meeting remotely and could not come to the Abyss of Storms, just shut up now. Pope Gad too raised his eyelids slightly, opened his captivating eyes that were condensed like lightning, glanced around, and slowly said, Where was the discussion just now? We are discussing how to destroy this group of pirates who are seeking death. So do you have any good suggestions? The tone was still unhurried. Mobilize storm believers and troops from all over the country to directly face the pirates and launch a clearing campaign. Gad too glanced at the cardinal who had the courage to speak, and narrowed his eyes. That's a very good suggestion. Then you can deploy the army to fight. I'm afraid I'm not qualified yet. No one here is more qualified than me. The cardinal turned pale with fright and almost collapsed on the ground. Don't you want to die for the storm? The neither light nor serious tone created a great sense of oppression at this moment, making the relatively young cardinal feel as if he was in the center of a storm. I am willing. And thanks to the Pope's respect, I will. Before he could finish his forced words, Pope Gad II's eyes were as sharp as a knife edge. What will you do? What can you do? Do you know how many defenders in various places are followers of the storm? Do you know how many troops they each have in their hands? Do you know how many mid-level officers belonging to the storm cult were assassinated during this time? Do you know how many troops the Kingdom of Loan still has for you to mobilize at this moment? You know? What do you know? A bunch of useless things. Pope Gad II's angry and accusatory tone scolded all the cardinals who attended the meeting. The young cardinal who bore the brunt of the attack was paralyzed at the moment, with beads of sweat the size of soybeans oozing out from his pale cheeks. If his hands hadn't happened to be propped on the round table, he would have collapsed on the ground and turned into a ball of filth. Mud. You're not talking anymore? Wasn't there a heated discussion just now? Gad II glanced at them coldly and said softly, which of you will solve the problem of where the army comes from? Which of you will take off the head of that pirate king and bring it back before the Lord to accept the divine punishment of the storm? Which of you is going to deal with Bernadette from the Starsea Kingdom? The entire meeting was immediately silent, not daring to make any more noise as before. Gad II's thunderous eyes closed and he stopped speaking, making the whole meeting even quieter. The Church of Storms and the Kingdom of Loan have a complementary relationship. Although the Church of Storms has its own maritime army, the number is not too large. Under normal circumstances, the Church of Storms operates in conjunction with the armies of the Kingdom of Loan. At present, the Fasak Empire's army on the battlefield has not yet withdrawn, and some troops are needed to support the Kingdom of Fenaport. The coastal areas also need troops to defend themselves against attacks from the southern continent. There are not many troops left for the Church of Storms to use. In addition, during this period of time, officers of the Storm Believers were assassinated one after another, which further weakened the influence of the Church of Storms in the military. The Pirate King is comparable to the King of Angels, and only God can deal with him. Bernadette from the Starsea Kingdom, according to reliable information, has been promoted to Sequence 2 and is a sage. In addition, he is also a believer in the stars. The situation is already so serious, but in the words of these fat cardinals, they are just some low-class pirates, and they keep talking about annihilating them all. Once they are asked to do something, each one is stupider than the other. It is simply stupid. Pope Gad II suppressed his anger and irritation and spoke again. No matter what measures you take, they are not allowed to cross Pasu Island and disturb the purity of the gods. About 50 nautical miles away from Pasu Island, pirate ships with no specific shape appeared on the sea. Some were large and some were small, and they were arranged in various order. It was a mess. And sometimes there would be shouts of curses when the two ships accidentally bumped into each other. Some would take out their pistols and wave daggers and bayonets at each other to show off their strength. The nearby pirates acted as onlookers, whistling in fancy ways to add to the fun. In the center of this pirate ship, parked is a particularly majestic flagship, which is the death ship of the immortal King Garitu. On the deck of the Suicide Squadron, the young pirate King Galway Overlooker was inspecting his fleet. Although it was somewhat unsatisfactory, he was better in numbers than in numbers. Anyway, he didn't expect this group of pirates to make any outstanding contributions. He just wanted to attack and plunder together when the Church of Storms couldn't hold on. Next to him, the former immortal King Garitu was trembling with fear. When the sea was about to be in chaos, he chose an extremely secret place to hide. Unexpectedly, he was caught out by this terrifying young man. Not only did he confiscate his death number, but he also forcibly accepted him as his younger brother. Tell me, what are those people from the Church of Storms doing now? The high-dimensional Overlooker asked the question casually, which made Garitu tremble slightly and hurriedly replied, they must have deployed heavy troops near Pasu Island to stop us on the outskirts of the Abyss of Storms. Then how do you think we can capture the Storm Abyss? Capture the Storm Deep? This is simply a life-threatening problem. The corner of Garita's mouth twitched slightly. How could he know how to capture the abyss of storms? He didn't even dare to think like this in his dreams. Normally, he wouldn't even dare to get close to Pasu Island, let alone the storm abyss. As for capturing the storm abyss, he didn't have the courage and strength to compete with the gods. Garita was hesitating and speechless, and was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The high-dimensional overlooker withdrew his eyes from inspecting the fleet, and a half-smile fell on Garita. If you continue to be so useless, I don't know how big of a heart I should have to spare your life. With your great power, one person is enough to overturn the entire Church of Storms, and fill the entire abyss of storms. There is no need for my meager and insignificant advice. I can talk. The reason you made up is not bad. The high-dimensional overlooker was just about to continue beating the immortal king a few words to prevent him from always wanting to hide, when a fleet from the Star Sea Kingdom slowly approached. Compared with the stragglers under the hands of the high-dimensional overlookers, the fleet of the Star Sea Kingdom looks particularly neat. The flag fluttering in the wind is the pattern of the starry sky and the sea, which is the symbol of the Star Sea Kingdom. In addition to the Star Sea Kingdom's own fleet, there are also fleets donated by friends from the southern continent. The two sides successfully met on Pasu Island, which was a historic moment, because today, the pirates will show their weapons to the Church of Storms, which has ruled the entire sea for hundreds of years, or even longer. Don't be oppressed by the Church of Storms. Fight for freedom. Burn down all storm churches. The shouts from the pirates directly saved the step of mobilizing morale before the war. Steal all the nuns in the Church of Storms. I don't know which pirate started it. And soon the unified shouts became strange. Press the bishop of the Church of Storms under you and ravage him severely. Throw the storm crown worn by the Pope of the Church of Storms into the dirty cesspit. Fill the storm pit with our urine. Listening to these shouts, they gradually went astray. Galway Overlooker laughed a few times and shouted, "Push that son of a bitch from the Lord of Storms to death in the toilet." The originally high-pitched and exciting shouts paused for a moment at this moment. No one dared to directly blaspheme the gods like this, even if they were about to burn down the Church of the Gods in the world. Soon, a new shout broke through the silence of the high-dimensional overlooker. Garita stood on the side, with an extremely unnatural look on his face. He didn't dare to laugh. Otherwise his head would definitely reach Pasu Island ahead of his body. Lord of the Storm. What a great pressure. Galway looked down and chuckled, patted Garita on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Come on. You should also shout after me." Garita showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and shouted bravely, "Push that bastard Lord of the Storm to death in the toilet." Very good. Galway looked down and nodded with satisfaction, then suppressed his smile, looked ahead, and said calmly, "Let the war begin." Chapter 564, Blocking the Kingdom of the Lord of Storms. When the war horn sounded, the first ones to shout and drive the ships to charge were the pirates gathered by the high-dimensional overlookers. They drove their pirate ships and launched an attack in the direction of Pasu Island. Boom! 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 Cannonballs that sounded like thunderous explosions began to be fired from the island of Pasu, landing accurately in the center of the densely packed pirate ships. The explosion caused water splashing everywhere. The explosion caused people to overturn their boats. And the explosion caused everything to be shattered. The ferocious artillery fire far exceeded the battles pirates faced on a daily basis. Before they even had time to see the ships on the opposite side, they were covered in gunfire over and over again. This means that the Church of Storms' artillery technology is far superior to theirs, with a longer range and greater power. The high-dimensional overlooker, who was watching all this behind him, also saw this scene. He just watched quietly. When the second round of artillery fire from Pasu Island sounded, he calmly stretched out a finger and counterattacked the pirates in front. Time and space. Let the cannonballs that flew into the air fly back before they had time to explode, and return to the cannon position on Pasu Island. A roar like thunder shook the entire Pasu Island and trembled. Those latest technological artillery pieces bought at a high price from the Church of Steam were now turned into piles of junk, and could no longer launch decent artillery support. The members of the Church of Storms were heartbroken. They had no idea that a powerful Beyonder would directly intervene on the battlefield just as the battle began. When the pirates, who were still scared, saw this scene, their courage suddenly surged, and they charged towards Pasu Island like crazy. The Church of Storms fleet guarding the outskirts of Pasu Island has been exposed to view, and the pirates are like cats that have been hungry for many days and smell the smell of fish. The fleet of the Star Sea Kingdom also followed closely behind, pressing forward unhurriedly. The mighty fleet looked particularly spectacular. The roar of artillery fire, the clash of weapons in hand, and the excited shouts from the pirates all intertwined into a death melody belonging to the sea. Smart sea creatures fled here early, and some hungry marine predators hurriedly came from a distance to bite the severed limbs that were sinking from the sea. The pirates win because of their numbers, and the Church of Storms wins because of their well-equipped equipment. The anxious front line formed a meat grinder near Paso Island. When the extraordinaries of the Church of Storms collectively began to channel the extraordinary power of the sea and storm, the balanced battle situation was completely tilted. When huge waves with a height of tens of meters hit the pirates from all directions, it was enough to frighten the pirates, who were still fighting. This disaster-level power is the Church of Storms' strongest reliance on controlling the sea. In the sea and on the sea, the strength that the extraordinaries of the Church of Storms can exert far exceeds that of extraordinaries of other extraordinary paths. Causing various disasters in the sea is the extraordinary ability of the Sequence 4 Disaster Master. At the same time, there were layers of dark clouds in the sky. So dark that it was so dense that it seemed like sesame paste that was so rich that it could not be melted. The lightning flashing back and forth from time to time revealed an unstoppable pressure that made people feel uneasy. This time, the high-dimensional Overlooker did not continue to take action, but asked the immortal King Agaritu to lead other pirate captains to temporarily command the battle. His eyes that were originally sizing up the battlefield were already looking towards the sky, towards the depths of the black clouds, and towards the center where the storm gathered. The Storm Lord is holding a divine descent, and the scale is far greater than ever before. I thought you would wait until the Church of Storms was defeated before taking action, but I didn't expect you to be so impatient. It really saved me a lot of trouble, the high-dimensional Overlooker whispered, took a step forward, and his figure appeared directly in the depths of the black clouds high in the sky. Before the divine descending ceremony was completely completed, he forcibly destroyed the divine descending ceremony and prevented the Lord of Storms from descending. Faced with the power of space and latitude controlled by the high-dimensional Overlooker, no one at the top of the Church of Storms can stop him. Even Pope Gad II is unable to stop the high-dimensional Overlooker from destroying the God's Descendant ceremony at this moment. Such a situation has never occurred before. This time, I'm not here to fight with you, but to eliminate your beliefs, destroy your believers, and destroy your churches. The high-dimensional Overlooker used his own power to disperse the layers of dark clouds covering the sky, revealing a clear blue sky. Are you in a hurry? The high-dimensional Overlooker looked up at the Storm Lord's kingdom, where the initial barrier cracked. He could clearly feel the Storm Lord's furious anger at this moment. It is not that easy to hold a large-scale divine descending ceremony. If it was destroyed like this, it not only affected the people who held the divine descending ceremony, but also the Lord of Storms was affected to some extent. But soon, black clouds came across the sky again, and the followers of the Lord of Storms began to hold a second divine descending ceremony for the gods they believed in. This time, the method was much more secretive and faster. The high-dimensional Overlooker disagreed with this. His gaze followed the Lord of Storms' divine kingdom, looking deeper into the starry sky, and said calmly, "Stars, it's time for you to fulfill your promise." The last time he helped the stars deal with Amon, the stars promised to provide him with some help in the battle with the Lord of Storms. Now is the best time. Deep in the starry sky, the body of the high-dimensional Overlooker has been prepared. When the guidance waves of the stars come, his power will arrive at the gate of the Lord of Storms' kingdom of God under the guidance of the stars. Just like when the stars provided help to the Superstar Lord, they bypassed the initial barrier and reached the kingdom of God of the eternal blazing sun. Now, the power belonging to the high-dimensional Overlooker permeates and covers the periphery of the Storm Lord's kingdom of God, forming a huge, transparent, and difficult-to-break multi-latitude chaotic space-time. This is a seal. He wants to block the Lord of Storms from leaving the kingdom of God, so that he cannot participate in this war. Even if it is a clone, he will not be allowed to descend. Sensing the purpose of the high-dimensional Overlooker, golden thunder like a vast ocean suddenly struck from the Lord of Storms' divine kingdom. But no matter how ferocious the thunder and storm are, they cannot cross the chaotic and complex multidimensional space on the periphery in a short period of time. A smiling face of the high-dimensional Overlooker appeared in front of the gate of the Lord of Storms' kingdom. He smiled and said, "Lord of the Lord of Storms, just watch me kill your devout believers one by one. I want to take off their heads while they pray to you. Let them die with disappointment in you. This should be a death that every Storm believer should enjoy. It is very reasonable and natural for believers to sacrifice for their faith. So, goodbye." The smiling face in front of the gate of the Lord of Storms' kingdom disappeared, and the high-dimensional people looking down from high in the sky swooped towards the abyss of storms. Destroying the Lord of Storms' church and destroying his faith with his own hands is the purpose of his coming here this time. Currently, the Storm Lord is trapped in his own kingdom of God. His power and influence have been cut off, and he can no longer make corresponding contact with his believers. The high-dimensional overlooker, who stepped into the abyss of storms, was surrounded by chaotic time and space, layer after layer, and he slowly moved forward towards the church of the Lord of Storms. Wherever they passed, believers in the storm were silently dismembered one by one. Their heads and bodies, arms and feet were separated at this moment. In the Church of Storms, Pope Gad II, who suddenly cut off contact with the Lord of Storms, had a premonition that something was not good, and his intuition told him that big trouble was about to sweep through the abyss of storms. He did not dare to waste any more time and personally went to the depths of the church to retrieve two powerful sealed artifacts collected by the Church of Storms. One is the 0 to 32 never-ending theater, and the other is an unnumbered sealed object. It is a special sealed object that only belongs to the Church of Storms, and was secretly given by the Lord of Storms. Gad II gave the sealed object a name, the Feast of Distant Celebrations. This is a painting, which records a long history, a dark history that cannot be mentioned. Originally, it should have been burned when it was born, but its power was too strong, enough to overturn the situation of the battle. In the end, the gods still kept it, as if to prove something. 0 to 32 the never-ending theater is exactly what is necessary to inspire this special sealed item. Gad II returned to the church from the underground, stood in front of the emblem of the Lord of Storms, and remained silent for a moment. Soon, panic sounds of running and gasping reached his ears. His Majesty the Great Pope, the Pirate King, has already set foot on the holy land of Storm Abyss and is heading here. We can't stop him. Gad II just listened quietly and said calmly, "Go down and evacuate the surrounding people to avoid additional casualties. That is not something you can deal with." After ordering everything to be arranged, Gad II came to the door of the Church of Storms, waiting for the blasphemous sinner. He believed that the eyes of the gods must still be watching here. This was a test given to him by the gods. As a believer in the storm, it is his natural duty to deal with the blasphemers who dare to offend. He always believed that the storm above the sea was the only belief. Chapter 565, A Feast of Distant Celebrations. The Abyss of Storms is a pure land that belongs exclusively to the followers of the Lord of Storms. Today, it is stained with blood that has never been seen before. The flowing blood, that bright and shocking red color, makes the holiness and tranquility disappear. Without the obstruction of the Lord of Storms, the high-dimensional overlooker arrived in front of the Church of Storms step by step. He raised his head and glanced at the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the Lord of Storms, he wanted to destroy his holy church in the world, and let his believers have since lost their spiritual conversion. At the beginning, the barrier cracked, and the storm was still making noise. In the divine kingdom belonging to the Lord of Storms, the unstoppable roar of the Lord of Storms could be heard. The goddess of night, the Mother Earth, the god of steam and machinery, the god of knowledge and wisdom. Their eyes were all focused on it at the same time. In a case where the Lord of the Storm has not asked for help, they will never easily help the Lord of the Storm escape. This is a necessary precaution. It is better to just be trapped in the kingdom of God for a while than to be prepared for the risk of falling from the backstab of other gods. The god of steam, who was allied with the Lord of Storms, communicated with the Lord of Storms in his own kingdom for a while, and then returned to his own kingdom. At the same time, he kept his eyes fixed on the kingdom of the Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom. As for the specific situation of the Storm Abyss, other gods cannot directly spy on it. It belongs to the country of storms, and only the Lord of Storms can control the movements there at will. In the abyss of the storm, Gad II's eyes fell on the young man walking towards him. He seemed to be in his early 20s, with a gentle smile on his face. He was harmless to humans and animals, but the ground was covered with corpses behind him. The alien god from the starry sky, the high-dimensional overlooker, is very hostile to the Lord of Storms. He has come to the outskirts of the storm abyss many times to provoke, but every time after the god descended, he used various means to escape. Now he has once again came, but the gods did not answer the call. Pope, the favored one of the Lord of Storms? Gal Dimensional Overlooker didn't seem to be in a hurry to take action. If you change your belief in the storm now, you will still be the Pope and my favored one in the future. Of course, you can also choose refuse. But there will be one more body left here today. Only the storm of faith is the only truth in this world. Gad too looked as usual, with a slight smile, and said in a persuasive tone, if you are willing, you can also believe in storms like me, and you will no longer have any worries. The high-dimensional overlooker just gave a cold voice and had no desire to continue the conversation. The chaotic space centered on his body spread toward the Church of Storms in front, and also wrapped Gade 2 in it. With a solemn expression, Gad 2 took out the sealed object 0 to 32, the theater that never ends, and threw it forward. As naturally as throwing a curtain. A black curtain lay across the front of the high-dimensional observer. When the chaotic time and space struck, the black curtain began to light up, as if some drama was about to be played. Gad 2 looked at another sealed object in his hand, glanced at the distant and joyful feast, sighed slightly, and blended the distant and joyful feast into the black curtain in front. A celebration feast that few people knew about in ancient times began to take place slowly. The first thing that catches the eye is an ancient bronze long table. On the long table are 3 figures, whose faces are difficult to see clearly. They are each sitting on one side, holding a knife and fork in their hands, and their eyes are excited. The thing placed in the center of the long table is a golden object that looks like the sun. The golden sun that exudes infinite warmth is lying quietly on the long table at this moment. It can no longer hang high in the sky, but has become an attractive food for people to covet on the long table. The hunger and urgency in the eyes of those 3 illusory figures could be seen clearly even through the curtain. They can't wait to taste the golden sun on the long table, and can't wait to eat him. The ancient history behind the curtain is being played out little by little. The high-dimensional observers watched for a while out of curiosity. Which period of history is being played out here? Who are the 3 figures sitting at the long table? Gal Dimension's mind moved slightly, and he realized that he could suddenly look at the 3 illusory figures sitting at the long table through the vision of the golden sun. He first looked down, and saw that his body had actually passed through the black curtain, and became a part of this distant and festive feast. He became the sun lying motionless on the long table. The high-dimensional overlooker frowned slightly, wanting to get rid of the shackles and leave here. But he felt as if all his abilities were completely drained, and only emotions such as coldness, desolation, madness, chaos, and anger surrounded him. No, it's just a small curtain. How can it completely suppress one's own authority and ability? How interesting. Then let me see who you are. Gao Wei, who looked down at him, let out a soft chuckle and carefully observed the 3 illusory figures. He saw the shadow of the Lord of Storms on one of the figures, and determined that he was the Lord of Storms, who had not been fully promoted to Sequence 0 a long time ago. Since one of the figures is the Storm Lord, the identities of the other 2 figures are naturally obvious. He is the God of knowledge and wisdom, the eternal blazing sun. When he was in the Hall of Stars, the Jinn God once said that the fall of the ancient sun god was the betrayal of the Lord of Storms. The eternal sun, the God of knowledge and wisdom. They betrayed the ancient sun god at a critical moment, and ate the body of the ancient sun god, causing the ancient sun god to perish. All of this corresponds exactly to the story happening behind the curtain at this moment. This is a dark, depraved feast full of betrayal and lies. At this moment, Gao Dimension, who understood all this, saw that the 3 traitors sharpening their knives had already raised their knives and forks, and began to bite their bodies crazily with the cutlery in their hands, and began to eat with extreme hunger. Not good, knowing that allowing this situation to develop would inevitably lead to the death of his own clone. The high-dimensional overlooker hurriedly wanted to escape from this period of history, but no matter how he seeks for himself, he will inevitably end up with the same treatment as the ancient sun god. The fate of being eaten. The 3 eaters, who were excited about eating, had already thrown away the knives and forks that represented the last civilization in conscience, and began to climb up the long table, lying on the broken body, biting directly with their teeth, like uncivilized beasts. The pain of his soul being torn apart was simultaneously reflected on the high-dimensional overlooker. He frowned tightly, not paying attention to the pain, and just actively looking for opportunities to leave here. But this world behind the curtain seemed to be real history, and with the strength of his incarnation, he was unable to break out by force, unable to leave by force. The high-dimensional overlooker began to observe everything here seriously. Just now, he was just observing this long bronze table and the Lord of Storms, the eternal sun, the God of knowledge and wisdom, and did not take a good look at the things around him. He saw a blank painting hanging on the wall. The wall was facing the long table below, and he could see the ugly appearance of the 3 traitors of the Storm Lord. Am I in a painting? The high-dimensional overlooker tried to light up the painting on the wall, but it had no effect. It's not just a painting. There are other unusual forces involved. Before the high-dimensional overlookers could find a way to leave here, the sun on the long table had been eaten away, leaving only a pile of bone remains and a collection of various emotions such as anger, resentment, madness, chaos, and depravity. A mass of black shadows together. The black shadow symbolizes the true creator later. So, what about this pile of bone remains? Does it also symbolize something? While the high-dimensional overlooker was thinking, the Lord of the Storm, the eternal blazing sun, the God of knowledge and wisdom, the black shadow, and the wreckage made of bones, who seemed to have not yet finished eating, looked over at the same time. Soon, a new feast started on the long table, in the abyss of storms, in front of the door of the Church of Storms. Gad 2's face was pale, but his eyes were determined to look at the black curtain in front of him. He could only hope that the offender would perish inside. When the feast staged on the black curtain ended, a light that was not very bright flew out from the black curtain. The light fell on the ground and turned into the figure of a high-dimensional person looking down. Gad 2 was shocked. Couldn't even the sealed object of the distant celebration feast prevent the tragedy from happening? The high-dimensional overlooker just glanced at Gad 2. Before he even took the first step, his whole body fell to the ground like a piece of exquisite porcelain. It was full of cracks and then shattered into pieces. On the ground, blessed by the storm, Gad 2 closed his eyes, looked up at the stars, and prayed deeply and devoutly. Chapter 566. The four angel kings gather. The broken fragments were shiny, reflecting the lightning and thunder rolling and gathering in the sky above them, with purple lines spreading to every fragment. Gad 2 calmly looked at the scene in front of him, and after confirming that there was no more aura of high-dimensional overlookers around, he safely put away the distant celebration feast. This is a sealed object that is not allowed to be made public. It is recorded above. The content is even more taboo for the gods. Originally, the gods should destroy such a thing, but the great Lord of Storms chose to leave it here, in the church. He never dared to use blasphemous mentality to speculate on what kind of story was recorded in it. He only knew that this sealed object had a power no less than that of the gods. If it hadn't been for a life and death situation, he would never have taken out this sealed artifact. When Gad 2 slowly put away the distant festive feast and the never-ending theater of 0 to 32, the broken pieces on the ground began to tremble gently. Gad 2, who had been on guard all the time, just let out a deep shout, and countless purple thunders immediately rained down from the sky, completely covering the place. At the same time, he took away the two sealed objects and quickly returned to the church. The church door was tightly closed, and Gad 2 and the other storm believers who were still hiding here could only observe everything happening outside through the windows. In the baptism of thunder, the fragments that were about to gather on the ground were shattered again and completely turned into ashes. Without any remaining power, Gad 2 still did not dare to let down his guard. He began to call the storm believers to pray devoutly to their God, the great Lord of Storms. In the prayer hall, how many people can a church shelter? A light and fluttering voice, like a ghost, penetrated through the air leakage gaps in the church, causing many storm believers who were praying devoutly to tremble slightly. And the prayers became even louder and faster. Gad 2 did not respond, but he breathed a sigh of relief. From this sentence alone, he could roughly guess the state of the high-dimensional overlooker at the moment. He was indeed not completely dead, but his power was definitely severely depleted. In his current state, he was unable to break through the church's protection and forcefully enter. This is the kingdom of God on earth that belongs to the storm. So his power remains, which is enough to last until the storm comes to the world. Gad 2's guess was correct. At this moment, the high-dimensional overlooker was sitting alone outside the church. Although his face was not as pale as snow, he was still somewhat helpless in the face of this church protected by the Lord of Storms. Just now in that ancient historical story, he truly experienced what happened to the ancient sun god. The taste is indeed unpleasant, but it has not completely fallen. After all, the ancient sun god in the story has not completely fallen, so he also survived. Lord of the Storm, are you still hesitating? Galway looked down and cast his gaze to the sky with a sarcastic look on his face. It has been quite a while since he boarded the abyss of storms and blocked the kingdom of Storm Lord. The Lord of Storms has definitely escaped from the trap and can descend freely, but he has made no other moves. Did you hear the sound of gunfire in the distance? That was the finale played for you. The sky is still filled with black clouds, and the words of the high-dimensional overlooker cannot penetrate the black clouds and reach the gate of the Lord of Storms. But it can penetrate through the gaps, enter the church, and penetrate into the ears and souls of those storm believers. Cowardly Storm Lord, where is your courage in betraying and challenging the ancient sun god with your own hands in the past? Has it been completely lost with the passage of time? The high-dimensional overlooker simply found a suitable place, the tallest bell tower near the church, and began to tell stories about the ancient times. Knowledge is poisonous. It is sometimes a good medium of pollution, and language is a good way to spread this pollution. Every sound and sentence from the high-dimensional overlooker accurately penetrated into the ears of all the storm believers in the abyss of storms. Even if some believers had covered their ears tightly, they could not stop themselves from hearing these blasphemous remarks. They looked terrified and in pain, and knelt on the ground uneasily, praying to the faith in their hearts, the Lord of Storms, for salvation. Unfortunately, the Storm Lord still did not appear. Gad, too, in the church prayer hall, also clearly heard these blasphemous remarks. He immediately denounced these remarks as blasphemous remarks made by blasphemers, and as vicious and filthy words. However, this is the pollution from the past of an external god. Even if it is just a clone, the spiritual pollution it can bring is far beyond imagination. Gad too saw with his own eyes a storm believer who was torn between firm belief and heresy. Because he could not resolve it, his head exploded, his body was covered with bright red blood, and his white brains were exposed. Such a sudden change frightened other believers nearby who were still firm in their faith. They were trembling and trying to calm themselves down. Your Majesty the Pope, we should not hide here all the time. We would rather sacrifice our lives for this than let heresy spread unchecked in the Lord's kingdom of God on earth. Several radical bishops spoke fiercely to express their determination not to fear death. They are the backbone of the Church of Storms. And Gad too believes in their piety to the gods. But piety does not necessarily have to be reflected by choosing death. This is also a test. Gad too suppressed their thoughts of going out, allowing them to strengthen their beliefs and contend with the ubiquitous and pervasive heresies. None of us should let the Lord down, Gad too said, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and began to read some classic scriptures from the Church of Storms, attracting other storm believers to follow and chant. Soon, such pious chants spread throughout the abyss of storms, and each sound made the storm gathering in the sky grow larger and more awe-inspiring. A devout believer, Galway looked down and chuckled, with a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. After thinking about it, he came up with another interesting idea. There is more than just one building in the abyss of storms. The Church of Storms, which controls the sea, was finally burned down and disappeared in the flames, which was also a very interesting ending. Soon, raging flames began to burn from a corner of the storm abyss, and with the help of the high-dimensional overlookers, they quickly spread to most of the storm abyss. The fire that shot up into the sky allowed the two sides fighting as far away as Pasu Island to clearly see it. Naturally, the pirates shouted loudly, saying that their home in Storm Abyss had been stolen, but that it had been burned to ashes. The Church of Storms naturally began to fall into panic and chaos. Fortunately, the dark clouds gathered in the sky, and after a burst of lightning and thunder, a torrential rain fell, extinguishing the fire spreading in the abyss of the storm. At the same time, the entire black cloud began to rotate in one direction, and lightning and thunder appeared from time to time in the black cloud. The central area was gradually sucked out, revealing a huge vacuum area. The Lord of Storms descends again. After the gods came to the world, the believers of the Church of Storms fought even more bravely, repelling waves of pirate attacks. And the offensive and defensive momentum changed instantly. As the commander of the Star Sea Kingdom, Cadla saw this scene and hurriedly ordered the fleet of the Star Sea Kingdom to withdraw from the battlefield and stay away from Pasu Island. When the Queen gave her this task, she told her that if the Lord of the Storm did not come down, then he would push all the way to fill the abyss of the storm. If the Storm Lord comes, stay away from the battlefield and don't fight again. In the abyss of the storm, the high-dimensional overlooker calmly watched the commotion made by the Storm Lord. These things he did were to induce the Lord of Storms to descend. After all, if the Storm Lord doesn't appear, how can he kill the god? As for this sea war, it is just a wave caused by. When the Lord of Storms descended, the remaining storm church automatically opened its closed door, and Pope Gad too led the surviving storm believers out to greet him. The Lord of Storms is shrouded in a sea of storms and lightning, making it difficult to see his true face. His eyes did not care about the kneeling believers in front of him, but stared at the Church of the Storm in front of him, and then looked at the high-dimensional people looking down at him. He didn't speak, just glanced calmly, and the entire sea began to boil. Outside the abyss of storms, a lightning storm rolled up a huge wave and enveloped the entire abyss of storms. At the same time, the thunder spread like rain from the sky and fell on the pirates' camp, using the power of the gods to destroy the pirates' defenses and heal the injuries of their own believers. using the power of gods to forcefully change the situation of ordinary people's battles. What a shameless and familiar behavior. The undisguised sarcastic voice came, not from the high-dimensional person in front of him, but from a man wearing blood-stained black armor. He was young and handsome, with flamboyant red hair, and a flag-like mark between his eyebrows. The Storm Lord recognized it at a glance as Medici, the red angel symbolizing war. Next to him was a tall and thin man with silver hair that reached down to his vest, wearing a simple and plain linen robe, with overlapping wings of light on his back. Aurelius, the angel of fate. It's really lively. Amon, who appeared quietly at some point, is standing on the top of the church, overlooking the Lord of Storms. Behind him, there are hidden sights peering at this place. Chapter 567 Storm Lord, why do you come to kill me? Don't get me wrong. Amon, who was wearing a black classical robe, a soft pointed hat of the same color, and a monocle made of crystal, looked at the Lord of Storms and said with a smile on his face, I just came to steal your church. In front of you. I have finally waited for this day. Red Angel Medici laughed arrogantly, his eyes full of sarcasm and anger. Shameless betrayers. All the sins you committed in the past must be paid for today. The Angel of Destiny Aurelius just looked at the Lord of Storms calmly without saying a word. But there was a rare killing intent in his eyes. This is a late revenge. The next step is your business. The Gal-dimensional overlooker floated back, leaving the battlefield here to them. Such a siege does not need to be carefully planned. When he wants to come to the abyss of storms to challenge the Lord of Storms and overthrow his church in the world, naturally there will be like-minded beings coming here together. There is still an inaccessible storm surging around the Lord of Storms, and his face that was originally difficult to see is gradually becoming clearer at this moment. In front of the three kings of angels, Amon, Medici, and Aurelius, he did not need to disguise his true face. As for their revenge, it is indeed just and inescapable. But if he had another choice, he would still choose to abandon the ancient sun god and become a god. For him at that time, it was the biggest temptation. It's a pity that Adam didn't come. The Storm Lord's sharp eyes swept over Amon, Medici, and Aurelius one by one. Is he ready to be promoted? Medici sneered. Don't you think this is just right? Back then, the Lord of Storms and the three angel kings betrayed the ancient sun god. Now, there are also three angel kings coming to avenge the ancient sun god. You three alone are not enough. The Storm Lord calmly stated a fact that seemed to be the truth. There seems to be only a slight difference between the gods and the king of angels. But there is a huge gap in strength. Even if he only sends down a few divine punishments in the kingdom of God, they can be overwhelming to Amon. Let alone this time, he chooses to come in person. It is not difficult to see his purpose from the tricks of the high-dimensional overlooker. So he is waiting for all the enemies to jump out together, and then deal with them all. Even a high-dimensional overlooker with full status would be difficult to solve with just one clone, which would be detrimental to his image among believers. In the event of an unfortunate defeat, it will not only affect the state of the body, but also shake the anchor of faith. The church was destroyed, and the anchor of faith was shaken violently. A loss he could not bear. Therefore, he must not fail in this battle. And it is impossible for him to lose to the three kings of angels in front of him. What nonsense! Medici said disdainfully, it's not like I didn't beat you before. It seems that the passage of time has caused errors in your memory. Or is it that your memory is no longer as pure as it used to be? Also, you are far worse now than you were before. And the memories of Sauron and Einhorn are mixed in. Normal. The Storm Lord's straightforward tone made Medici's face darken. This was the most embarrassing and failure thing in his life. Do you want to know who revealed your information to that madman? The Blood Emperor? The Storm Lord talked about this topic by himself, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Or do you already know? But you are just broad-minded. So you are willing to give up the culprit, who was calculated to lead to your defeat? Medici remained silent for a rare moment, and did not speak. So, have you seen it? The Storm Lord glanced at Medici and Amon. The seeds of betrayal are also deeply rooted in your hearts. Haha. You are no different from us. The high-dimensional overlookers in the distance and Hastur in the Hall of Stars became like a crowd. And Hastur believed deeply in the words of the Lord of Storms. Although the nature of the two events between the ancient sun god and the Medici are different, there is also betrayal and calculation behind them. The Lord of Storms, the eternal sun, the god of knowledge and wisdom betrayed the ancient sun god. Adam and Amon calculated against Medici, who is also the king of angels, so that Medici changed from a red angel, who was expected to become a god, become a monster that can only be combined with two other people. What necessary sacrifice is just a shameful excuse for betrayal. Therefore, when the ancient sun god was eaten and died, Hastur did not feel miserable for his fate, nor did he deserve sympathy, because if it were him, he would have done the same thing as the 3 angels of the Lord of Storms. King's choice. The 3 angel kings shouldn't be able to leave one storm lord. Right? This is a question of greater interest to Hastur. In the abyss of the storm, Medici gathered all his emotions and sneered, "You talk so much today. Are you thinking that when you kneel down and bow your head later, you can let me spare your life? Just you?" The storm lord just chuckled, his smile full of contempt and pride. He raised his hand, indicating that the 3 of them could attack at will. Medici didn't talk nonsense. A chariot bathed in countless traces of blood suddenly appeared under him. He held a blood-stained spear in both hands, and killed the Lord of Storms with the aura of countless wars behind him. Seeing Medici take action, Aurelius also revealed his own methods. The rivers of destiny centered on his body, continued to rotate and grow, and then surrounded the Lord of Storms. Amon just looked at it for a while, then came to the location of the church and tried to steal the Storm Church, but found that the Storm Church had been perfectly blended with the aura of the Storm Lord. Only by defeating the Storm Lord could he steal it. This church. Oh, I really pity your believers, Amon taunted. Then through a church, the Bone Cathedral from Adam, the Storm Lord just stood in the center, surrounded by a storm circle formed by the gathering of storms and thunder, and easily blocked the attacks of the 3 angel kings. You are too weak. Except for Aurelius, you 2 are not even half of your original state. Why do you come to kill me? Why do you have the confidence to escape in front of me? The Storm Lord activated the storm with his left hand, and held a spear made of thunder in his right hand, fighting with Medici, who was approaching from close range. Medici symbolizes war, and he is a tyrant, and tyrants are also good at war. Medici, who was obviously in poor condition, could not block the Storm Lord's thunder spear at all. The blood-stained black armor on his body was covered with dense thunder and lightning, and then exploded suddenly, and his whole body was forced back into the air. The Storm Lord gathered the power of thunder in the spear in his hand, and threw it with all his strength, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to nail Medici to death in the sky. At this time, Amon controlled the Bone Church to attack and smash the thunder spear. The Storm Lord's feet were entangled by the river of destiny, and he almost fell forward. Amon then controlled the Bone Church and smashed it down in the air towards the Storm Lord. Medici took a war flag from the air, threw it with all his strength, and planted it on the ground of the Storm Abyss. The power of war will completely tear the entire Storm Abyss apart. The Lord of Storms stamped on the ground with both feet, first tearing apart the river of destiny that came from Aurelius' intervention, and at the same time, circles of thunder and lightning patterns spread out and enveloped the entire abyss of storms with him as the center. Instead of worrying about your kingdom of God on earth, you should worry about yourself first. Amon took advantage of the situation and controlled the Bone Church to accelerate towards the only remaining Storm Church. Soldiers never tire of deceit, and they can't do anything to the Storm Lord in a head-on confrontation. They can only have a chance when he has scruples. The high-dimensional overlooker, who was watching the battle not far away, resisted the urge to join the battlefield and admired the embarrassment of the Storm Lord because of his scruples. This situation is more interesting than if he took action himself. If the time hadn't been right, he would have really wanted to give the Storm Lord a few cheers. He looked at the chaotic battlefield for a while, and then looked at Pasu Island. He doesn't have much power left, but he can still easily deal with ordinary storm believers. Thinking of this, he stopped to watch the battle, got up and left the Abyss of Storms. Although the Lord of Storms has used storms to block the outside of the Storm Abyss, this small blockade cannot stop him, who is good at manipulating time and space. He opened a space portal and appeared above Pasu Island. Before he could deal with the storm believers below, a torrent of history fell from the sky, wrapped around his body, and crashed into the depths of the sea from high altitude, causing a violent explosion. Explode? The body of the high-dimensional overlooker was instantly torn apart. Hastur, who was watching the battle through the high-dimensional overlooker in the Hall of Stars, also lost this frontline camera. It was the god of steam and machinery who took action. Quick and accurate. A long-charged blow directly destroyed the high-dimensional overlooker's clone. Damn. Who told you not to stay in the Abyss of Storms and watch the battle? You had to run out. Now I don't even have to watch the battle. Hastur sighed. He didn't care at all about the death of the clone of the high-dimensional overlooker. When he came out of the curtain just now, he was already on the verge of disintegration. Otherwise the god of steam and machinery's blow would not have been able to hit him accurately. You can try watching the battle from Aurelius's perspective. Asta is like encountering a blurry screen when playing a TV program, and naturally switches to another program. It makes sense that different channels air the same TV series. Chapter 568: The Threat from Adam. The melee in the sea is still continuing. In the kingdom of Phenabod, the army from the southern continent launched charges again and again. The rebels in the Phasak Empire, who were unwilling to surrender their mountains and rivers to the kingdom of Lone, set off a series of resistances. Located in a church by the sea, Adam expressionlessly took the potion that promoted him to a Sequence Zero visionary, the wave of the times that he created, and waited for his arrived. It is time for him to ascend to the throne of God again, and then take back the authority that should belong to him one by one. In the Hall of Stars, he was about to peer through the star where the true creator resides. The small light spot representing Aurelius on the edge continued to spy on the situation in the abyss of storms. Suddenly, he noticed that the stars of the true creator and Adam were suddenly shining brightly at this moment, but soon calm again. When Hastur looked over, he could no longer see their current status from the stars where they were. This means that Adam has become a god. The reason why Amon went to the abyss of storms was probably to help Adam attract the attention of the gods in the sky, so that Adam could successfully become a god. Hastur quickly deduced all this. The storm abyss besieged the Storm Lord. On the one hand, it really wanted to keep the Storm Lord, and on the other hand, it was also a cover for Adam. Medici, the former Red Angel, helped Adam again this time. Little did he know that Adam had already traded his extraordinary characteristics to himself. This is the fate of the foolish and loyal. The proud and flamboyant Red Angel, who clearly knew not to trust the mercy of the gods, eventually became a victim of foolish loyalty. Hastur just sighed with regret and looked at the spot of light where Aurelius was. As Adam has become a god, and the Storm Lord has not returned to the kingdom of God in time, I am afraid that he really will not be able to return to the kingdom of God today. But will the goddesses of the night really sit back and watch the storm perish today? The initial cracks in the barrier required the help of the gods to suppress and repair them. A god of war had already fallen, and the current state of the eternal blazing sun was also very bad. If another Lord of Storms fell, the situation would only be worse. Well, exchanging one Storm Lord for one Adam is a very reasonable deal. When Hastur's eyes swept over them one by one, he saw the original hungry clone standing alone in front of the yellow-clothes sex lobby, looking up at the stars and opening his mouth to say something. Hastur did not listen carefully, and felt strange. Who was primordial hunger talking to? He stared at it for a while, and this time, he heard clearly that the original hunger said the word run fast. Run quickly. Who are you telling to run quickly? Are you talking to yourself? Why should I run away? I always feel like something is wrong. Hastur thought silently for a while, then turned his gaze to the star where Adam was. The star that he could not see through gave him a bad feeling at this moment. Spirituality was warning him, and it had been a long time since he had felt a little flustered. Is it Adam? Hastur's scalp was numb, and without any further hesitation, he immediately left the Hall of Stars and returned to the real world. He glanced at Sharon, who was standing next to him. Without any time to explain the reason, he entered the spiritual world alone and summoned Griga. Lee came to answer. Hastur had just entered the spirit world with his front legs, and Adam, who had already become a god with his hind legs, came to the old castle in South Wales. He was accompanied by the fallen clones of the high-dimensional overlooker. They took a look and followed him in the spiritual world. In the spirit world, Hastur traveled at high speed with a sullen expression. His distance-free ability allowed him to appear outside the divine kingdom of Grey Carey, the ancestor of the ancient phoenix. The next moment, he entered the spirit world. He couldn't directly break into Grey Carey's kingdom of God. It was protected by the kingdom of God and could not be invaded. And his ability to distance himself did not allow him to directly ignore the power of the gods. Fortunately, he had already seen the giant phoenix ancestor fluttering its wings and coming out of the depths of the kingdom of God. A raging flame spurted out from Grey Carey's mouth and burned towards the back of Hastur. Following closely behind, Adam and the high-dimensional overlooker emerged from the flames. Sure enough, it was for myself. Hastur used his distanceless ability again and entered Grey Carey's kingdom of God, standing under the protection of the huge flaming wings of the ancestor of the phoenix. Although he had some backing in the Hall of Stars, when he saw Adam, who had become a god, appearing with the high-dimensional overlooker, Hastur could not help but feel fear in his heart. If he had not left the Hall of Stars so decisively at that time, Adam and the high-dimensional overlooker would definitely be waiting for him in the castle. At that time, my situation was the same as when Klein met Amon. He really did not expect that the first thing Adam would do when he became a god would be to look for himself, instead of looking for the Lord of Storms to regain his own authority. If it weren't for the reminder of original hunger and the warning of spirituality, he would definitely be blocked in the castle by Adam and the high-dimensional overlooker. You run so fast. Galway looked down with a smile on his face. Can the stars really watch everything? There wasn't much respect in his words, but just a touch of ridicule. Hastur just looked at Adam and the high-dimensional overlookers without saying a word. There were already signs of Adam colluding with the high-dimensional overlookers before. The attitude of the high-dimensional overlooker towards Adam and Amon was obviously different, and he often found opportunities to chat with Adam in the church. They may have colluded and cooperated at that time. But why did Adam cooperate with the high-dimensional overlooker? And what was his purpose? Have you got a lot of questions? Gal-dimensional overlooker seemed to be in a good mood. I also have a lot of questions that I haven't clarified yet. Adam, are you going to break up? Asta just looked at Adam and said, there don't need to be too many variables. You should return to the stars instead of staying here. Adam said calmly, it is a very dangerous thing to leave your own safety in the hands of others. The Storm Lord can deal with him at any time. But you are different. Stars, things that have never been there before. And they shouldn't be there now. You shouldn't exist either. You are incompatible with this world. Adam said so much, and he could sum it up in one sentence. The threat he posed was too great for him to rest assured. After all, he was the ancient sun god, and he would never want an existence that could summon the old days of foreign gods to be active in front of him at any time. Just like the king of a country. He will never let a person who can detonate a nuclear weapon at any time live unless the nuclear explosion initiator is in his own hands. Before he became a god, Adam still had worries. But now he has become a god. It seems that I shouldn't have made a deal with you in the first place. There was a coldness in Hastur's tone. It really shouldn't be. This is very stupid behavior. Adam said calmly, I said, your humanity will eventually harm you. Hastur remained silent and did not speak. He did indeed make a mistake in this matter. He overestimated Adam's character and underestimated his own importance. That writer's extraordinary characteristics really shouldn't be handed over. At least you have to wait until you become a god before you can trade them. It is not wrong at all that people need to pay for their own stupidity. Aren't you worried that I will lead the outer god of the past through the initial barrier and make the end of the world come early? I said before. Your humanity will be your most fatal weakness. Adam didn't care about Hastur's threat and said calmly, do you know why I never let him on challenge your bottom line? Because only when the people and things you care about still exist. Will you hesitate? Determined to fall into the quagmire of human nature. Another piece of good advice. There was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of Hastur's mouth. His recent path had been so smooth that he unknowingly relaxed his vigilance and thought that everything was under his control. He didn't expect that he was the prey that was waiting for him. What a lively and interesting lesson. Hastur smiled. I think you overestimate my humanity. When my life is threatened, I don't mind letting everyone feel the same as me. Fear. I believe what you say, so I won't give you this chance. Your greatest reliance is the ancient phoenix, the current god of death. Adam raised his head and glanced at the ancestor of the phoenix, who spread his wings to protect Hastur. Unfortunately, everything here is my imagination. When you enter the spirit world after, as Adam finished speaking, Grey Carrie, the ancestor of the phoenix who protected Hastur, disappeared together with his kingdom of God. Now, the fate of the ancestor of the phoenix is the same as yours. The goddess of the night has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Chapter 569 Adam, you come from the future. The dispersion of the phoenix and the kingdom of God really shocked Hastur, and he did not see anything wrong with it. Unexpectedly, Adam had already dreamed up a divine kingdom waiting for him here. This method was not unwise. A dreamer, or a dreamer who was sent there by myself. I do regret it when I think about it. At that time, he decided to trade the extraordinary characteristics of 008 to Adam because he did not want Adam and Amon to disturb his daily life. And he also had a default attitude towards Adam becoming a god. Trapped in a cocoon. A trace of ridicule appeared at the corner of Hastur's mouth. And then he looked at the high-dimensional person looking down at him. How come you weren't killed by the steam just now? He tried to use the distance-free ability again, and found that the surrounding space seemed to have been blocked by the high-dimensional overlooker. And it was impossible to travel through time and space in this way. This must be the reason why Adam specially brought the high-dimensional overlooker. It's just a cover-up. I know that you have been observing my every move through your own authority. In order to confuse you, I can only choose to hide myself by feigning death. The high-dimensional overlooker answered everything patiently. So, your hostility towards the Storm Lord is also fake? Absolutely. You must have a clear-cut character to win people's trust easily. It's hard to believe that you've been pretending to be someone since you were born. The stars are watching everything. Gal-dimensional overlooker said with emotion. It is precisely because of these words that I chose to cooperate with Adam. There is a superior subordinate relationship between your and my authority. This is something that no outer god could do in the past. Things that are allowed. Hastur chuckled and said, since you chose Adam as your ally. Do you know his true origin? Galway looked down with a slightly solemn expression. Are you trying to sow discord? Won't you stop me from telling secrets about you? Hastur looked at Adam. I'm even more curious now about where your confidence in staying calm in times of crisis comes from. You can take your time and guess. Hastur turned to look at the high-dimensional overlooker. I once said that God and mystery are awakening. You are lucky to have met one so soon. You are God. A look of shock flashed in the eyes of the high-dimensional overlooker. He just noticed that there was a secret in the two brothers Adam and Amon. I suspected that Adam should be the resurrected successor left by the ancient sun god. I really didn't expect it to be related to God. Adam had already become a god. And it was only a matter of time before he finally became God. That's not entirely true. Adam still acted calmly. He does want to resuscitate in my body. It was he who caused my fall and allowed me to start over. But I am not him. Galway overlooker was silent for a while. And smiled rather self-deprecatingly. It seems that I have to learn more about your conspiracy and calculations. Unfortunately, you probably won't be able to come in again. Hastur cast a mocking look at the high-dimensional overlooker. Adam had already admitted his identity face to face. There is absolutely no way that the clone of the high-dimensional overlooker would be alive to bring the news back to the starry sky. Stars, I really want to see your final outcome. But unfortunately, I have to exit this game first. The high-dimensional overlooker left these last words. And his existence was erased by Adam. And his body turned into light spots and dispersed in all directions. Adam reunited these light spots, and then extinguished them one by one to prevent the high-dimensional overlooker from resurrecting again. Hastur's eyes moved slightly. And he tried to use the distance-free ability again. This time he successfully traveled through space. But he was still trapped in this false divine kingdom imagined by Adam. And the range of travel was limited. The connection between him and the Palace of Stars was also cut off. It's really not that simple. Hastur sighed. Adam, you are really not a suitable partner. My deal with him has been completed. Adam said calmly. TSK. He must regret choosing to be with you. Hastur chuckled. This is the fate of a betrayer. You don't seem nervous at all. Adam's eyes were much brighter than usual. As if he wanted to see Hastur clearly. Adam, do you really not care how I will retaliate against the world if I escape this disaster? Hastur's tone was a little strange. Even if you successfully escape from me, you will still not lead the foreign gods to come to the world in the past. Because you are still unable to control the situation. Adam replied seriously. The weakness of human nature has already destined your end. Okay. Then you come and kill me. Asta spread his hands and said indifferently. Adam didn't speak. Just looked at Hastur calmly. I'm not that stupid. Then do you plan to keep me in prison like this? This is a direction that can be considered. Kill but not kill. Let go but not let go. Hastur smiled scornfully. And then thought of the key. Because you don't understand the extraordinary abilities of the extraordinary path of the star's path. And you don't understand the relationship between the star's palace and me. How closely connected they are. It's enough that this is your true body. Adam's face remained emotionless. As long as you can't continue to be promoted. You are no threat to me. Asta was silent for a while. Then said with a smile, you have been imprisoning me for so long. Aren't you afraid of what might happen if you continue to hold me captive? Adam did not answer directly, but looked deep into the spiritual world. He had sensed the breath of the goddess of night, which meant that the goddess of night had begun to confront the newly born god of death. You can try it. Adam stretched out a finger and tapped in the direction of Hastur. And a figure that looked exactly like Hastur, and even had the same breath appeared next to Hastur. The two people were as if they were carved out of the same mold. Exactly the same. Is this the imaginary me? Hastur looked at the false self next to him with curiosity. The Lord of Chaos and Order. The origin of all rules in the starry sky. Guide everything to reset to zero. He who returns the stars. Adam asked the imaginary Hastur to pray devoutly to the stars. After a brief silence, a bolt of thunder suddenly struck down, accurately hitting the false Hastur, chopping him into ashes. At this moment, Adam's eyes lit up. and his whole person disappeared in an instant. He came to the place in the Palace of Stars where his divine power had just been revealed, and tried to use his authority to find the Palace of Stars. But the result is that the Palace of Stars is not within this area. Or in other words, it does not exist in the real world at all. It should be an illusory existence. Only the right person can reach reality from illusion. Adam stretched out his hand to summon Hastur, who was imprisoned in the kingdom of God. But there was still no response in this space. He once again dreamed up a new Hastur and asked him to pray to the stars. This time, another bolt of thunder struck from a deeper place. The location was beyond the real world and was located in the starry sky. But the Palace of Stars was obviously impossible, existing in the starry sky. This means that the two thunderbolts from the Hall of Stars were not automatic responses, but someone was controlling them. Hastur has a conscious clone hiding in the Hall of Stars, which is why he is so unafraid of death. Not a bad idea. Adam nodded. Is this your last resort? Heh. Hastur did not answer the question, but looked forward to Adam's next move with interest. Do you know why I chose to take the path of a dreamer this time when I started over? Adam returned to his original enigmatic image. It's really a very difficult question to answer. Why? I have to think about it carefully, and I can't answer it wrong. Hastur smiled contemptuously. Could it be that you are based on a dreamer, and in without taking back the authority and extraordinary characteristics of the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom? You can temporarily imagine the corresponding uniqueness and extraordinary characteristics, allowing you to temporarily possess half of your old strength. Adam remained calm and did not waver because Hastur guessed his idea. Am I right? I'm such a genius. No. It should be said that you are too stupid to let me guess the answer so easily. Hastur's deliberate ridicule did not make Adam's expression change at all. He took a deep look at Hastur and said, I think I know your origin. You come from the future, choosing to start with visionary. This was his latest theory of the extraordinary path, never told to anyone else. It was impossible for Hastur to know, but he just knew it. There is only one possibility. He comes from the future where he sees his own future. Is it true that someone can travel through time and space at will, traveling to and from the past and the future? Hastur asked curiously. Then do you know what a time-space paradox is? I want to find the Palace of Stars, and I should find the answer. At this moment, a ferocious torrent of wisdom mixed with anger descended from the starry sky. It is the God of knowledge and wisdom who sends down divine punishment across the kingdom of God. You see, if you delay for a long time, things will change. Hastur seemed to be in a good mood. The move of the God of knowledge and wisdom was expected by Hastur. This God has long been on the side of the stars, especially when Adam and the stars are on different sides. His side will definitely be particularly firm. Chapter 570 Self-Rescue. In the Hall of Stars, the incarnation of light left by Hastur can't see its own body at this moment. It was Adam's prayer attempt just now that allowed this light clone to see the current situation of his own body. He is not afraid of Adam directly erasing his own body. As long as this incarnation of light exists, he can be resurrected and come back. With Adam's current strength, he is unable to break through the Hall of Stars by force. As the incarnation of light, he is theoretically very safe. But just keeping himself safe is not enough. The inability to escape and continue promotion is the most difficult result for him to accept. So he has to start saving himself. It has to be said that he got a lot of inspiration for self-rescue from the games played by Klein and Amon. Although the Palace of Stars and Origin Castle each focus on different powers, it's a pity that this incarnation of light alone cannot activate much of the power of the Palace of Stars. Otherwise, he will directly lead the old attacks of the outer gods and directly bombard Adam or the true creator to see how long they can hold on. But it's not impossible to activate the power of the Hall of Stars. The power of faith is a good thing. Oh, true creator, the land abandoned by God. Adam, you seem to be in a bit of a hurry. Hastur thought of the dark angel Sasriel in the king's court of giants, who had the first blasphemous tablet in the place where he slept. It is precisely because of holding it that Adam can mobilize the power belonging to the Sea of Chaos, allowing himself to imagine half of his old strength. The first tablet of blasphemy should still be with the dark angel Sasriel, and has not yet fallen into Adam's hands. The true creator's eyes must be closely following every move of the giant king's court. It will be difficult to take it away. Hastur thought for a while, and decided to make a big fuss. There is indeed a weakness in human nature in him. Even if he has the ability, he will not lead the outer gods into the real world at this moment. But it would be ridiculous if Adam thought that he could control himself in this way. Although this incarnation of light is not as convenient as the original body, it can still do small things, such as divine revelation, such as God descending on the star container. In the Yellow Church, the statue belonging to the king in yellow began to tremble today. Pope Lisa received the divine revelation from the gods and rushed to the Yellow Church as soon as possible to prepare to listen to the oracle. This time, the oracle was not as clear as before and felt a bit intermittent. But Mrs. Lisa still understood the will from the gods. The gods asked her to do 3 things. The first thing was to take away the golden box placed in the Yellow Church, open it when necessary, and unlock the dusty things inside. The second thing is to tell the 6 great gods and other powerful hidden existences through various means that Adam is the divine side of the ancient sun god, and that the true creator is the human side of the ancient sun god. The third thing is to call on believers to start praying devoutly to the stars. Even though Mrs. Lisa had a premonition in her heart, she was still stunned for a moment, and felt a little complicated when she heard the news that the king in yellow was the stars. But just for a moment, she completely and unconditionally followed a series of oracles issued by the gods. The first thing is very simple. The golden box is placed on the shoulder of the statue of the king in yellow. No one can take it away or dare to take it. Mrs. Lisa walked up to the golden box, first explained her purpose, and then respectfully took down the golden box. Fortunately, this time the golden box lay quietly in the palm of her hand without any abnormalities. As for what the gods said about opening the golden box when the necessary moment came, she believed that when that moment came, the golden box would respond before her. This is the greatest sacred object of the Yellow Monk organization, and it is a gift of destiny given by the gods. After finishing the first thing, Mrs. Lisa quickly ordered her trusted confidants to handle the second thing. If you want to let the 6 righteous gods and other hidden beings know the news about Adam and the true creator as soon as possible, the fastest way is to hold a prayer ceremony. The honorable names of the 6 righteous gods and other hidden beings are not too secretive. As for the third thing, she will organize it herself. When she started to be busy with these things, she received news from the castle in South Wales, saying that the Lord God envoy was in danger and was suspected of being hunted by Adam. Adam, the ancient sun god. Mrs. Lisa connected the things immediately. And then she completely understood the real reason why the gods sent down the oracle today. They actually took action against the envoy of God. In her mind, the divine envoy is suspected to be the incarnation of the gods, or has a twin relationship with the gods. Offending the divine envoy is equivalent to offending the gods. Unforgivable. Mrs. Lisa works very efficiently. In each prayer ceremony, the news about the relationship between Adam and the true creator has spread to the 6 righteous gods and other hidden existences. Even Zeradal, who was operating in the god-abandoned land, also learned about the relationship between Adam and the true creator, which scared him so much that he almost left the god-abandoned land. On the roadside islands, Bernadette also received an oracle from the stars. After listening to the oracles of the stars with a complicated look on her face, she summoned the people of the Starseed Kingdom and began to hold a ceremony to pray to the stars. Something big is going to happen today. The genie appeared from the wishing lamp. First, in the abyss of storms, the Lord of Storms came in person and faced the siege of the 3 angel kings. Then Adam became a god. And then he slightly sensed that the aura of the high-dimensional overlooker had completely disappeared, which meant that his clone had died. There are also unusual aura fluctuations coming from the depths of the spiritual world. And there are definitely gods fighting. There is a high probability that it is the goddess of the night and the emerging god of death. Something big has indeed happened. Bernadette glanced at the wishing lamp, was silent for a while, and then said, "You may be able to return to the starry sky early." "Is this an oracle from the stars?" The jinn's voice suddenly became much louder, and his eyes almost burned with excitement. "Yes, but before sending you back to the stars, you need to meet some of his requirements. As long as I can return to the stars, and it's within my scope of authority, I will definitely try my best to complete the deal. The situation has not reached that point yet." The jinn was excited for a while, but then stopped, and said with a sad expression, "I suddenly had a bad premonition again." He didn't know what the stars were waiting for, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wait until the stars needed his help. At the beginning, the barrier cracked. In the kingdom of the 6 righteous gods, the mother goddess of the earth still stayed in the kingdom of the goddess of the night to prevent any accidents from happening, while the goddess of the night descended to fight for the uniqueness of the god of death. Even when he learned about the relationship between Adam and the true creator, he was only secretly surprised. At the same time, he was deeply wary of Adam, and did not leave the kingdom of God. The kingdom of the eternal blazing sun is still tightly closed. In the kingdom of the god of steam and machinery, the god of steam and machinery was hesitant about whether to imitate the god of knowledge and wisdom and join the stars. In the end, he remained silent for a long time and chose to do nothing. The true relationship between Adam and the true Creator is indeed scary, but it has nothing to do with him. What we really have to worry about is the Lord of Storms, the God of knowledge and wisdom. In the kingdom of God surrounded by the light of wisdom, the God of knowledge and wisdom, who fully understands the relationship between Adam and the true Creator, is no longer satisfied with sending down divine punishment from a distance. He originally just wanted to provide a little help to the stars, but at this moment, it was enough for him to bet everything on himself. Adam has become a god. If he merges with the true Creator again, he does not want to see the birth of a new sun god. He had no choice. Deep in the spiritual world, in the divine kingdom of the ancient Phoenix ancestor, Grey Carrie has revealed her mythical creature form and is fighting against the goddess of the night. Facing the well-prepared goddess of the night, he, who had not yet fully recovered, fell into a disadvantage, and defeat was only a matter of time. Hi. You can't take me down in a short time. And within this time, other changes will definitely happen. Grey Carrie is in charge of death. And this is the kingdom of God that he left behind. It is not difficult for him to persist for a period of time. The goddess of the night holds a huge black scythe. And with the blessing of the power of night and dusk, she becomes even more powerful and extraordinary. At the beginning of this war, he forcibly used the chaotic war on the earth to quickly accommodate the uniqueness of the god of war. After a period of silence, he set his sights on the god of death, who was rapidly regaining strength and authority. At this time Adam found him and expressed his plan, and he joined in the plan. Even though he already knew the relationship between Adam and the true Creator from the prayer ceremony, he still did not give up the opportunity to deal with Grey Carrie and seize the uniqueness of death. At the same time, he also believed that Adam would never let the stars leave easily. At this time, Adam and Hastur, who was trapped in the utopian kingdom of God, appeared in front of the gate of Grey Carrie's kingdom of God. Adam's appearance obviously made Grey Carrie worried, and the already unfavorable battle situation became even more unfavorable. Looking at the goddess of the night, who had the upper hand, Adam looked at Hastur and said lightly, "Listen. Your devout believers are mourning." Chapter 571 Returning. The devout believers in front of me were indeed mourning, but the devout believers behind me were also praying and shouting. The sound of the stars returning to their places is so clear and distinct, so pleasant to the ear. Hastur calmly watched Grey Carrie being scratched by the black scythe of the goddess of the night, which could cover the sky and the sun. He watched him falter under the attack of the goddess of the night, and watched him be cautious under Adam's gaze. But one thing is for sure, he did not even cast a single look for help on himself, because he firmly believed that he could change his final outcome. I definitely heard his screams, which are so sad and sad. Hastur tried to calm down his tone. It is so angry. Adam frowned without any trace. He had a premonition that something unusual was about to happen. I once said that if we delay it, something will happen. Hastur's eyes were fixed on Adam, and the angry flames of revenge in his eyes were so firm and confident. Do you know the true meaning of the honorable name, the Returner of the Stars? Hearing this, Adam seemed to understand something. He looked up at the starry sky, but still could not see through the palace of stars. The illusory kingdom you dreamed up is destined to be unable to imprison the reality above the stars. Hastur glanced at Adam, who was thoughtful, and then at the goddess of the night, who wanted a quick victory. With a light voice, she quietly disappeared in front of Adam's eyes in the kingdom of God that he imagined. Adam was silent for a long time before whispering, "Return to your throne, the authority of the stars." Only at this moment did he fully understand the return within the authority of the Returner of the Stars. The star itself was also a star, and it was the star most closely connected with the Hall of Stars. When the power of the Palace of Stars is activated, the light clone left by Hastur in the Palace of Stars can use the power of the Palace of Stars to guide Hastur's return. Return? The stars return. This is the most core and essential authority of the stars. After Adam only pondered briefly, he looked at the ancient Phoenix ancestor, who was struggling to support himself. The fantasy kingdom that Hastur had escaped hit Grey Carrie hard on the head. He doesn't mind selling a favor to the goddess of the night at this time. Grey Carrie let out a scream, and the goddess of the night swung the black scythe to chop off his head. Just when the goddess of the night wanted to end this divine war completely, a familiar force from the starry sky enveloped Grey Carrie. Gray Carrie's body and head disappeared right in front of Adam and the night goddess. Guiding other stars to return to their positions is also one of the powers of the stars. Reset. Adam uttered this word again, as if he was explaining something to the goddess of the night, or as if he was repeating it out of shock. The stars can guide the outer gods outside the starry sky to the real world through the initial barrier, and naturally they can easily lead away the phoenix ancestors in front of them. No matter how strong the world they separate is, it cannot compare to the original barrier. It's a pity. The goddess of the night just left these words and returned to her kingdom in the sky. If the stars have not fallen, then he will inevitably start to take revenge crazily in the next period of time. And Adam will be the first target. You have to give it a try to understand the specifics of his authority. Adam's face became more solemn. And he also knew that a new storm would be coming. He did not stay in the spiritual world for long, and soon came to the abyss of storms through the spiritual world. The Storm Lord was preparing to return to his kingdom of God, but his return was cut off by Adam on the way. When he saw Adam appearing here, there was a rare trace of sadness and fear in the Storm Lord's determined eyes. Adam and the true Creator are respectively the divinity and humanity of the ancient Sun God. He also learned this news from the prayer ceremony. Because of this, he was anxious to return to the kingdom of God, but was forcibly delayed by Amon and the others. Long time no see, Leodoro, Adam greeted calmly, but the movements of his hands were very sharp. A golden cross firmly pressed the Lord of Storms, making it impossible for him to return to the kingdom of God, nor to escape the offensive. The only good thing is that Adam's arrival made Amon, Medici, and Aurelius temporarily stop. Amon took off the monocle from his right eye, wiped it clean carefully, put it back on, and then looked at Adam, who appeared in front of him again. No, it should be said that he was his old father. This change made him feel very strange. He wanted to leave in a hurry, but also wanted to stay here and take a closer look. Medici just lowered his head and remained silent for a while, and then his bright and lively eyes dimmed at this moment. Then he laughed at himself and stood silently. Aurelius just glanced at it twice and continued to focus on the Storm Lord in front of him. He never liked to think about overly complicated things. The stars are out of trouble. Let's end it as soon as possible, Adam said calmly. Aurelius took the lead in cooperating with Adam to launch the attack, and Medici and Amon also followed suit. In just a few breaths, the storm around the Storm Lord was shattered, and the originally blazing lightning bolts began to dim. There were waves of storms and waves on the sea. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the atmosphere suddenly became depressing and solemn to the extreme. He looked up at the crack in the original barrier, but no god chose to save him. Even his allies, the gods of steam and machinery, chose not to help each other. We were all fooled by you. On the verge of despair, the Storm Lord roared angrily and unwillingly. This is the path you have chosen. Without any unnecessary expression on his face, Adam reached out to grab his own bone church from Amon's hand, and then completely smashed the Storm Lord to death. Click! With the death of the Lord of Storms, the abyss of storms cracked open. The sea kingdom protected by the Lord of Storms gradually collapsed and then submerged into the sea. The storm abyss, along with the followers of the storm, dissipated with the disintegration of the Storm Lord's kingdom on earth. Black clouds enveloped the sea and sky, and then extended inland, covering the entire kingdom of Lone. Then, the storm howled, the lightning howled, and the torrential rain seemed to be sending the Lord of the Storm on his last journey home. Amon, Medici, and Aurelius were overlooking all this, and Adam was taking back the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness of the Lord of Storms. This was originally separated from him. Now that he has returned, he is easily absorbed by him. Accommodated, now all that is left is the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness of the Eternal Sun, the God of knowledge and wisdom. Once they are gathered together, the ancient Sun God can return. Oh, we have all been deceived by you. Amon repeated what the Lord of Storms said just now. Although it is a thankful thing that the Father God has not completely fallen, he is really not ready to accept that his elder brother is like a father. Fact. Amon took a deep look at Adam and disappeared, while Aurelius returned to the place abandoned by the gods and returned to the true Creator. Medici and Adam were left alone, looking at Medici, whose expression was complicated and unspeakable. Adam said calmly, "Everything is a necessary sacrifice." Medici hesitated several times, but in the end, he said nothing or asked. He just waved his hand and chose to go away and be alone. At this time, Adam, who was above the abyss of storms, caught a glimpse of the direction of the gods' abandoned land. and heard a trembling power, which should be the location of the giant king's court. The stars want to take the first tablet of blasphemy. After just a moment's thought, Adam understood that the revenge from the stars had begun. He wanted to take the first blasphemous slate by himself first, so that he could not communicate with the source of the chaos sea through the first blasphemous slate. Only he himself knew the secret. But facing the stars that seemed to come from the future, he didn't dare to take any chances. Without hesitation, he immediately turned around and headed for the place abandoned by God. When he was about to cross the sea of ruins and enter the land abandoned by God, 3 figures appeared in front of him, blocking his way forward. The Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Dominator, and Original Hunger. I should thank you for irritating the stars. Otherwise, I would have been trapped in the kingdom of God by the eternal blazing sun. The Superstar Master seemed to be in a good mood. It is very difficult for them to lower their clones. But for the stars, it is just a matter of willingness or not. When the stars were enraged, they took the initiative to guide their power into the initial barrier, forming a clone that could walk freely and carry more power than before. Originally, their clones were equivalent to Sequence 1. It was only because of their stronger personality and authority that they could exert a strength no less than that of the King of Angels. Now, their clones are equivalent to the Kings of Angels, and they are only one step away from the true gods of Sequence 0. Even if they face the true god's true form head-on, they will not be much inferior. 3 Kings of Angels besiege a true god. What a familiar script. The Mother Tree of Desire looked sarcastic. Originally, his injuries still needed to be recuperated for a period of time. But with the help of the stars, he channeled the power from his body, and was quickly and completely healed. It's all thanks to Adam, and the Night Lady stirring up the stars. Original Hungry licked his lips, and said with a naive smile, "Don't be nervous. I just want to taste the taste of the ancient sun god." Chapter 572 Indiscriminate Bombing. Above the Hall of Stars, Hastur was silent, but his eyes stared at the starry sky in front of him, looking extremely solemn. It's not too surprising that Adam would take action against him, but he always wanted to threaten himself by playing with his own humanity. This was the most intolerable thing for him. He even brought himself in front of Great Carrie, wanting to see Great Carrie beheaded by the goddess of the night with his own eyes. This was even more damning. He had never been too nervous about escaping from Adam. The Hall of Stars cooperates with the power of the stars to return to their thrones, and even the original barrier cannot block it, let alone the kingdom of God dreamed up by Adam. When the power of faith gathered by believers in devout prayer is sufficient, they can activate the power belonging to the Hall of Stars. Just like before, with the prayers of Great Carrie and Russell, the Palace of Stars can exert power beyond its own sequence. This time was no exception. Even easier than I thought. If this method does not allow him to return to his position and get out of trouble, he will choose to ask Mrs. Lisa to open the golden box. If this does not work, he can also make a wish through the genie to get out of trouble. It's a pity that Adam still couldn't let him open the golden box. Nor could he make the jinn's expectations come true. If the jinn wants to complain, let him complain about Adam. Hastur calmed down his distracting thoughts. When Adam targeted the Lord of Storms just now, he made many arrangements, teleporting Great Carrie to the southern continent, and simultaneously sending Sharon, Audrey, Azhara, and Susie to the southern continent. Completely solved his worries. Then it's his turn for revenge. The Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, and the Original Hunger that blocked Adam from going to the land abandoned by God were just the beginning. Not even the prologue. This was simply to prevent Adam from merging with the true Creator ahead of time. After all, half the old days sounds very scary, and he is not sure whether the Hall of Stars can block the prying eyes of half the old days. Therefore, his first target was the first blasphemous stone slab in the King's Court of Giants. Now only the true Creator is watching, and he cannot withstand the power of the stars. Let's begin. Hastur looked at the star that belonged to the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, and where the Original Hunger was, in the land abandoned by the gods. The people of Silver City originally planned to continue exploring the last part of the Giant's Court. Little son Derek had previously received an emergency warning from Mr. Fool, telling them to leave the Giant's Court immediately. The further away the better. Derek immediately reported this matter to the chief. Fortunately, the chief did not inquire in detail about the source of the news. Instead, he followed his suggestion and asked everyone to leave the Giant King's Court. Not long after they left the Giant King's Court and returned to Silver City, in the sky full of darkness and lightning, a sun covered in flames appeared out of nowhere. Yes, it's the sun. The residents of Silver City knelt down to worship. Derek stared straight at the sun, his eyes becoming wet unconsciously. The sun, the sacred sun that only existed in the history of Silver City, finally came to the land abandoned by the gods today. Derek and the others closed their eyes, opened their arms, and felt the warmth of the sun's rays on their bodies. The warm feeling is like holding a ball of fire. But this feeling did not last long, because they discovered to their horror that the sun in the sky that drove away the night was falling at an extremely fast speed. The entire land abandoned by the gods was illuminated at this moment. And at the same time, a fear coming from the depths of their souls made them want to find a place to hide. Quick! Go back to the city. Get out of here! Witnessing this scene, the chief of Silver City's scalp was numb, and his face was pale. He quickly ordered everyone to leave the place to avoid being affected. That was not a sun at all, but a divine punishment from the gods that nearly destroyed the world. Derek panicked for a while, and hurriedly prayed to Mr. Fool in his heart, wanting to ask for help from Mr. Fool. Above the gray fog, Klein witnessed the shocking changes in the land abandoned by God through Derek's perspective. His expression extremely solemn. When he was doing divination above the gray fog, he accidentally discovered that the land abandoned by the gods, where Little Sun was about to undergo drastic changes. The ominous source came from the giant king's court. So he reminded Little Sun not to continue exploring, and to return to Silver City quickly. Now, his divination has come true, and the land abandoned by God is facing an unprecedented disaster. There is a glimmer of hope that still exists in the disaster, and that's what his divination was all about. He guessed that it was time for the residents of Silver City to leave the land abandoned by the gods. It's just that he doesn't know where this glimmer of hope will appear, or how it will appear. Faced with Little Sun's request for help, he simply said, "Everything is a crisis, but also a turning point." As for what is the crisis, and when will there be a turning point? Little Taeyong, who has always been honest and shy, will not continue to ask Mr. Fool such questions. After solving Little Sun's concerns, Klein himself focused on the land abandoned by the gods. That falling sun. Could it be that the eternal blazing sun has fallen? But it doesn't look like it. It's more like a divine punishment from the eternal blazing sun. The sacred blazing sun will burn everything. The sun, which was falling at an ever-increasing speed, was falling towards the area where the giant king's court was. The giant king's court, which originally looked magnificent, now looks extremely small under this sun. It was like a basketball hitting a building model the size of a fist. If nothing unexpected happens, the building model will definitely be blown into powder by the basketball. At this moment, a huge black cross was propped up out of thin air, blocking the space between the giant king's court and the sun. On the black mountain of the black ocean, that huge black cross opened up the sky and the earth, opened the shadow curtain, and forcibly lifted the golden sun so that it could no longer fall. True creator. Klein recognized the hidden existence represented by this black cross at a glance. Phew. Is the disaster in the land abandoned by God now over? Just when Klein wanted to relax a little, he caught a glimpse of the dark sky filled with lightning in the godforsaken land, which was now completely illuminated, as bright as day. 1 sun, 2 suns, 3 suns. The suns, which were not much smaller than before, kept falling rapidly and rapidly towards the area where the giant king's court was. This scene made Klein, who was just watching, feel a sense of suffocation coming from the depths of his soul. I thought it was just a single sun bombardment, but I didn't expect it to be a group sun rain skill. It's impossible to stop this. Several suns successively hit the black sky supported by the black cross. The entire black cross was gradually filled with cracks, and then completely shattered, exposing the unprotected giant king's court to the suns that continued to hit. The golden sun, carrying the flames of revenge, hit the giant king's court one after another, in that extremely dazzling light. Even with the isolation of the gray fog power, Klein could not see clearly. He could only vaguely see that the dust-covered gate of the giant king's court was blasted open. There seems to be a sleeping giant king sitting on the throne of the royal palace. There is a stone slab in front of him whose exact shape cannot be clearly seen. Who is that? What is that slate? In the king's court of giants, the dark angel Sasral, who had been sleeping for a long time, woke up from an ancient dream. His eyelids, which had not been moved for countless years, slowly opened and looked at the sinking sun above his head. The too bright and dazzling light made him extremely unhappy. He instinctively controlled the first blasphemous slate in front of him and flew above his head, activating the meager power from the Sea of Chaos to forcibly transform the surrounding environment as bright as day into a kingdom of darkness. The familiar realm of darkness allowed him to regain some quiet emotions. But such peace and tranquility only lasted for a short moment. And the new sun once again illuminated everything around it. At the same time, a strong impact was transmitted from the profaned stone slab, completely shattering the throne under him and the palace that had already been opened. At this time, he sensed a familiar aura approaching, and a huge black cross was propped under the blasphemous stone slab, working together to counteract the oppression from the depths of the starry sky. At this time, an incarnation of light appeared from the exploding sun, and his right hand was already resting on the edge of the blasphemous stone slab. The brass-colored eyes of the true creator hidden behind the black shadow curtain opened, freezing this time and space. At the same time, he desecrated some of the power of the stone slab to communicate with the chaos sea to prevent it from being taken away by this incarnation of light. This thing is important to you, right? The incarnation of light chuckled. That's why you need to snatch it away. Chapter 573, The Call from the Stars. You can't take it away. The voice of the true creator came across the distance. And the dark angel Sasral, who had not yet fully awakened, also instinctively protected his own blasphemous slate. With his back against the sea of chaos, Sasral can draw part of the power of the sea of chaos with the help of the blasphemous slate. With the assistance of the true creator, even if the true God comes, he cannot forcibly take away this blasphemous tablet. How will you know if you don't try? Hastur's incarnation of light still had a smile on his face. If you complete a challenge that is not difficult, you won't have much sense of accomplishment. The true creator didn't say anything more. In order to prevent further accidents, he planned to temporarily control Sasral's remaining spiritual body and take away the blasphemous tablet first. At this time, Hastur's incarnation of light chuckled and shouted in a majestic tone toward Sasriel, "Return to your position." The sound of returning made the real creator, who was far away on the black holy mountain, suddenly feel a creepy feeling. Soon, he discovered where this feeling came from. It came from the depths of Sasral's soul. This was the shadow of Sasral, which was formed from the remaining part of his spiritual body when he died in the past, combined with the shadow authority. At this moment, the depth of his soul exuded an aura that was familiar and disgusting to him. Original. It's the original one who once awakened in his body. The true creator was taken aback, and hurriedly withdrew his power away from Sasriel, and forcibly cut off the connection with Sasriel to prevent the original consciousness from spreading along Sasriel's spiritual body into his body. In the years long ago, it was precisely because the original awakened in his body that he could not make a detailed plan to let the dark angel Sasriel, the goddess of the night, and several other angel kings form the rose of redemption to assassinate him. The purpose is to use the behavior of resurrecting after death to reaccommodate the corresponding uniqueness and extraordinary characteristics in the correct way, so as to get rid of the original situation of awakening in one's own body. In the end, he failed and succeeded. Fortunately, he finally got rid of the original situation of awakening in his own body. Unexpectedly, at this moment, under the call of the stars, the original awakened again. At this moment, Sasliar's body exudes a different aura. Shadow, depravity, and madness, making him look particularly dangerous. Behind him, brass eyes open one after another, looking at everything with a heart-stopping gaze. I am one and all, the all-knowing and the all-powerful. His dull, ancient tone made people shudder. It's really good. Taking advantage of the moment when the original awakened and the true creator retreated, Hastur's incarnation of light clenched the blasphemous slate in his hand and used the power of the Hall of Stars to exert force again. This time he successfully took away the blasphemous slate. Another sun fell from the sky just in time to cover his departure. Sasral, who had lost the blasphemous slate, understood everything that was happening in front of him in a short time. He calmly mobilized the power of the Chaos Sea to protect himself in front of him, blocking the offensive of the Superstar Master across the distant starry sky. He raised his head and stared for a long time, with a rare hint of confusion in his eyes. The stars are an existence I have never heard of. This sounds a little slap in the face. He just said that he is an omniscient and omnipotent existence. Even if he only regains a little consciousness, there shouldn't be any secrets in this world that can be hidden from him. But he didn't care that the first blasphemous slate born in the Sea of Chaos was taken away. He was the original God, and the former master of the Sea of Chaos. He wanted to communicate with the power of the Sea of Chaos, and did not need any additional media. In contrast, the presence of the stars made him even more interested. He tried to find the existence of the Hall of Stars in the starry sky, but could not find the correct location. After thinking for a moment, he understood that the Palace of Stars was definitely not a product of this universe. It was not an existence derived from the original creator, but came from other universes. Only in this way can he hide it from himself and create a little blind spot in his omniscient field. Soon, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the true creator in the distance. No matter what method you use to reaccommodate your uniqueness and extraordinary characteristics, as long as you embark on the path of omniscience and omnipotence, you are destined to awaken me and allow me to resuscitate in your body. To this statement, the true creator had no answer. If the stars hadn't forcibly awakened the original consciousness just now and resurrected this time, he would have the confidence to directly replace the original and make himself the new original instead of letting the original replace himself. It's a very good idea. This is indeed the most correct way. Sasral, who has become his original form, can still understand all the secrets within the true creator even though he is far away in time and space. Taking the visionary path first, and then integrating the uniqueness and extraordinary characteristics of other paths is the best path in theory. However, he is already the omniscient and omnipotent God. It is not that he cannot think of such a way, but he no longer needs it. At that time, he had already begun to focus on studying how to accommodate multiple sources of matter. Moving closer to the original creator, only half of you can't bear my true awakening. I look forward to the day when your two bodies merge and become the old one. Saslier spoke calmly and with frightening words. You shouldn't have woken up. Along with these words came the black cross that the true creator struck down with all his strength. The entire God-abandoned land trembled and disintegrated in front of this power. Now that I'm awake, none of you can kill me. Sasral's body turned into a shadow, hiding in the sea of chaos. Facing the sea of chaos, the true creator fell silent for a moment. Now they face an unprecedented problem. Once he merges with Adam and wants to control the sea of chaos, he must pass the original level. I have also been in charge of the sea of chaos. The true creator would not allow the original one to hide in the sea of chaos. He drove the black holy mountain to come in person, and the black ocean spread to the entire King's Court of Giants in the blink of an eye. Deep underground in the King's Court of Giants, from the endlessly surging sea of chaos, the original voice came. Without the first blasphemous slate, you will not be able to mobilize much power from the sea of chaos. He just allowed the first blasphemous tablet to be taken away by the stars just to prevent the blasphemous tablet from falling into the hands of the true creator. Without the blasphemous slate as a medium to communicate with the sea of chaos, Sequence 0 of the hangman's path to the true creator cannot shake much of the power of the sea of chaos, let alone force him out of the sea of chaos. And if the true creator merged with Adam, then he would have to bear the possibility of being resurrected in him. Not to mention when they want to further accommodate the sea of chaos. The true creator did not speak, but continued to stir up the power of the sea of chaos in order to completely destroy the primitive that had not yet become a reality. Sasral is just a small remnant of his spiritual body, and his own power is limited. Even if he awakens in him, it is far less terrifying than when he awakens in his own body. Now is the best time to address this ray of original consciousness. The original consciousness was wiped out again and again in the sea of chaos, and it was constantly awakening again and again with the help of the power of the sea of chaos. It seems that he is completely assimilated with the sea of chaos. But the true creator is keenly aware that this original consciousness is gradually on the verge of collapse. It is true that there is no way to completely kill the original, but it is not difficult to disintegrate the original consciousness. At this moment, the true creator suddenly withdrew part of the power that had stirred up the sea of chaos, and returned to defend his own kingdom of God. I saw the huge suns wrapped in flames in the sky falling again. This time, the place where they fell was his kingdom of God. It seems that you can't keep me today. What a pity. The original face emerged from the sea of chaos. He spoke leisurely and stared directly at the starry sky above his head. He is not very interested in the true creator, because as long as the other party keeps moving forward on the path of omniscience and omnipotence, sooner or later he will wake up again. The stars from different universes were the existences that surprised him. He wants to see into the authority of the stars and understand everything about him, thus making up for the lack of his own omniscience. The true creator will not allow him to be so leisurely. While defending the kingdom of God, he will continue to mobilize the power of the sea of chaos to compete with the original. Alas, Yuan Chu sighed. His awakening consciousness this time was too weak. Living in the sea of chaos was already the limit, and it was difficult to cope with the squeeze from the true creator. Not long after, this original consciousness was ground to pieces by the true creator and dispersed in the sea of chaos. The true creator was truly relieved. At this time, An incarnation of light appeared above the chaos sea, under the gaze of pairs of brass eyes behind the shadow curtain of the true creator. Hastur, the incarnation of light, once again shouted in a deep voice the words that made the true creator's hair stand on end. Return. The true creator suddenly felt something bad, and a disgusting and familiar aura came from the depths of the chaotic sea. The power of this aura was far greater than that of Saslier just now. I saw that the sea of chaos that had originally calmed down was now surging with huge waves. The original consciousness scattered in the sea of chaos was now reunited under the call of the authority of the stars, and formed a new figure, born in the origin of the chaos sea. Chapter 574, The Fear and Shock of the True Gods. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur was in a happy mood as he witnessed the birth of the original creator from the depths of the sea of chaos. Although this is only a part of the original consciousness, he who is born from the sea of chaos will never be easily wiped out by the true creator. In the future, when the true creator and Adam want to accommodate the source of the sea of chaos, they will never be able to bypass the original hurdle. This was his first gift to Adam and the true creator. He took away the first blasphemous tablet just to disgust them. What he wanted to do from the beginning was to awaken the original consciousness from their bodies. Do you really think they have no weaknesses? You chose to commit suicide and be reborn because you were afraid of the original. Now that the original consciousness has reawakened, if you have the ability, you can continue to commit suicide again. However, even if he commits suicide again, it cannot change the fact that he originally woke up in the sea of chaos. The only thing they can do is to confront the original consciousness head-on, just as the future Lord of Mysteries competes with Klein for control of his body. According to the current situation, there is a high probability that Adam and the true creator will win. But since I can awaken the original consciousness once or twice, I can naturally awaken it 3 or 4 times. Adam and the true creator can never get rid of the original consciousness, unless they are willing to choose another extraordinary path instead of taking the path of omniscience and omnipotence, which is obviously impossible. Adam became a god from a visionary in order to reach the end of this path perfectly and never give up midway. Hastur's eyes looked at the starry sky in front of him again. The superstar master had put in a lot of effort, and now it was the turn of the mother tree of desire and primordial hunger. Although his spiritual power is nearly exhausted at the moment, it won't be a big problem if he receives a few more calls. The worst he can do is sleep for a few more days after returning to the real world. At the initial crack in the barrier, in the kingdom of the 5 righteous gods, they were also watching every move in the land abandoned by the gods. After the death of the Storm Lord, their eyes were drawn to the forsaken land by the vengeance from the stars. They saw with their own eyes how the stars attracted the old attacks from the outer gods outside the starry sky, one after another destroying the giant royal court that had stood for ancient times, and how to steal the first blasphemous tablet under the dual protection of the true creator and the dark angel Sasriel. What frightened and shocked them the most was that the stars could actually awaken the consciousness of the original creator. This is the main culprit for the fall of the ancient sun god in the past. That sound of returning to position is simply the most terrifying curse. The true creator is still unable to stop him. If it were them, would a higher level being be born within his body under the call of the stars? In the ancient endless years, the Sea of Chaos was once controlled by the original creator. Did the sources such as the Wilderness of Knowledge and the River of Eternal Darkness also have corresponding owners? Although they have fallen, will they one day wake up and return under the call of the stars? Even if they only wake up a ray of consciousness, it is an unbearable burden for them. Although their consciousness can overwhelm the newly awakened consciousness of higher-level beings, they are destined to continue this never-ending confrontation in the endless years to come. What a terrifying future this is. The god of steam and machinery was glad that when he took sides before, he did not clearly stand on the opposite side of the stars. Although he once tested the stars at the beginning, there was not much grievance between himself and the stars later. Compared with the behavior of the goddess of the night and Adam, he was already much better. In the kingdom of Eternal Fiery Sun, Eternal Fierce Sun is still entangled with a part of the Superstar Lord. Originally, he wanted to trap the clone of the Superstar Lord in his own kingdom. But now this behavior is of no use. With the help of the stars, the Superstar Lord sent down another more powerful clone from outside the starry sky. Once that clone comes outside his own kingdom of God, he will become the 3rd true god to fall after the god of war and the Lord of Storms. The only god of knowledge and wisdom who has won the bet is in a very happy mood at the moment and is praising wisdom. The Lord of Storms has fallen. The eternal sun is about to fall, and soon he will be the only one left. The stars are at odds with Adam, the true creator, who will never sit back and watch the ancient sun god return to assume power again. For the only one left, the stars will inevitably choose to cooperate with themselves to avoid having their authority taken back by the ancient sun god. In this way, unless the stars are defeated, the ancient sun god will not be able to take back power from himself. In other words, he is the safest among the 5 remaining true gods. His gaze overlooking the land abandoned by God turned to Adam, who was still trapped in the sea of ruins. Since he has already stood in line, he doesn't mind putting in more effort. He sealed off his kingdom of God and decisively sent down a series of divine punishments to kill the trapped Adam. The night goddess and the earth mother goddess were silent when they noticed the movement from the god of knowledge and wisdom. If I do it again, I will still choose to give it a try. There was not much emotion in the goddess of the night's voice. I understand, the earth mother goddess responded, looking at the flames of war burning in the southern continent. It's just that this war will be more chaotic and terrifying than we previously expected. The ancestor of the ancient phoenix is not dead, and the stars are also intact. This will allow the war in the southern continent to continue to spread endlessly. Their original idea was that Adam would become a god, imprison the stars, deal with the ancient phoenix and the lord of storms, and let Adam and the night goddess each get what they needed. In this way, the war can be eliminated. Unexpectedly, the stars escaped from trouble, and the ancient ancestor of the phoenix was rescued. If they hadn't seen Adam being crazily targeted by the stars, they would have thought that this was a plot arranged by Adam and the stars in advance. After the death of the Storm Lord, the cracks in the initial barrier deepened. The goddess of night glanced at the already fragile initial barrier. When the god of war fell before, he took away the uniqueness of the god of war, and was able to hold up the initial barrier and prevent further cracks. Now that the Storm Lord is fallen, Adam will never move his kingdom to the cracks in the original barrier. This is not a good thing. The original plan was for him to successfully take away the uniqueness of death from the ancient phoenix ancestor, and then single-handedly take over the initial crack in the barrier that was supposed to be guarded by the god of war and the lord of storms. Now a gap is created, in the place abandoned by the gods, under the original giant king's court. In the turbulent sea of chaos, the original creator regained his consciousness. He calmly glanced at the obviously silent real creator, let out a chuckle, moved his eyes upward, and looked at the starry sky above his head again. Although he couldn't see the shining stars, he could still sense the ancient and mysterious star palace coming from above the starry sky, overlooking everything on the earth. Stars, returner, he whispered and smiled gently. He helped me wake up to consciousness twice in succession. Although I was only used to check and balance Adam and the true creator, it really helped me. In return for your help, I will play the role of a check and balance between Adam and the true creator. In the future, I will also give you a big gift. He did not wait for a reply from the stars. He slowly put away his gaze, and once again looked at the true creator, who was located on the black holy mountain and hidden behind the curtain of shadow. I was born from the sea of chaos. Even if you merge with Adam, it will be difficult to completely remove my consciousness from the sea of chaos, unless you are willing to give up the source of the chaos sea. By the way, can the authority of the dreamers allow you to dream up the source of the sea of chaos? I didn't have the chance to test it before, but you can give it a try. The true creator, who had been silent all this time, faced the ridicule of the original creator, put away a pair of brass eyes, hid behind the shadow curtain, and spoke calmly. There are two different things between your consciousness waking up in the sea of chaos and waking up inside our bodies. The concept of. Hearing this, the original creator nodded, indicating for him to continue speaking. Now I can answer the question you just asked. It is not impossible to dream up a copy of the source of the chaos sea. After answering this question, the true creator did not choose to take action or stay, but chose to leave. Adam in the sea of ruins is under siege and needs his help. As for this incarnation of the original creator's consciousness, it has been integrated with the sea of chaos, and can only stay here in the sea of chaos, unable to interfere with his affairs. Mysterious, I woke up earlier than you after all. The original creator slowly merged into the sea of chaos. He must speed up his recovery of consciousness, so that he can have more control in the battle for the sea of chaos in the future. Not long after he merged into the sea of chaos, he heard deafening roars that resounded throughout the godforsaken land. He came out of the sea of chaos and looked up, only to see that the area connecting the gods' abandoned land and the sea of ruins had completely collapsed. The kingdom of God that belonged to the true creator had a big hole missing in the upper right corner, as if it had been bitten by some giant creature. Primal hunger. The original creator's gaze swept across the starry sky. He had a deep understanding of the past of the outer gods in the starry sky. He could tell who was taking action through the initial barrier at this moment just by looking at it. Chapter 575 Shatter the Sea of Ruins. The place abandoned by God. Silver City. The frightened residents of Silver City have fallen to their knees. And even Chief Colin is kneeling down to pray facing the direction of the giant king's court. The miracle they expected appeared. And the rounds of sun dispersed the dark sky in the land abandoned by the gods. However, such a miracle brings not salvation, but terrible destruction. Originally, they had a chance to leave the land abandoned by the gods through the giant king's court. A land abandoned and cursed by the gods. But now they have no hope at all. Chief Colin sees far deeper and further than other residents of Silver City. The destruction of the giant king's court seems to be an obstacle to helping Silver City to leave the land abandoned by the gods. However, under the impact of the god-level power, that area has been filled with turbulent energy flows of destruction and chaos. Not to mention walking through. Even if they were close to that area, they would be dead. And that area was right on the road leading the gods' abandoned land. And they couldn't avoid it at all. This is an almost unsolvable problem. He looked at Derek, who was kneeling in his lower right corner, hoping that the fool he believed in could really bring light to the Silver City. Can the light of the stars once again shine on their dark land full of curses? At this moment, Derek, who was kneeling on the ground, was communicating with Mr. Fool. Today's changes in the land abandoned by the gods made him panic, and he could only seek help from Mr. Fool. You don't need to be so pessimistic. For the land abandoned by God, any change is for the better. After listening to Mr. Fool's comfort, Derek's nervous and panicked mood improved a lot. He tried to ask, Mr. Fool, do you know what happened in the God-forsaken land today? The gods are attacking each other. Klein responded briefly. He could only clearly see this step. As for whether the stars were taking action, he could only guess. And he didn't dare to see too clearly just now. Especially the depths of the giant king's court. The aura flowing there made him quickly withdraw his sight and end all peeping behaviors. The spirituality was warning him frantically that he must not set his sights deep underground in the king's court of giants. Even if he peeked at the existence of gods, his spirituality did not warn him so wildly. This means that the things or secrets hidden deep under the giant king's court are absolutely superior to the gods. He's not that bold yet. Especially after witnessing the death of the Storm Lord and the destruction of the giant king's court. He became even more cautious. After finishing his chat with Derek, Klein sat in his seat and thought for a long time. Just now, the gray fog suddenly seemed to have intelligence. And it shrank urgently, as if it was guarding against some terrible enemy. It's better not to think too much, lest you inadvertently come into contact with some forbidden knowledge. Klein finished his thinking, sat alone for a while, and then left the gray mist. Originally, he wanted to see Adam being besieged, but after thinking about it, he decided not to cause trouble for no reason. In the Sea of Ruins, Adam, who became a visionary and took away the uniqueness and extraordinary characteristics of the Lord of Storms, could barely cope with the attacks of the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, and the original Hunger. But the Primordial Hungry, who had a somewhat honest-looking face, suddenly took action and bit out of his body a share of the Thunder God's extraordinary characteristics. This is the Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic of the Storm Lord's extraordinary path that he has not yet fully accommodated. Fortunately, he was alert at that time. Otherwise it would be the Sequence 1 rider's extraordinary characteristics that would be bitten away. The taste is pretty good, but the sea smell is a bit strong. Primordial Hungry pretended to chew twice, and then showed a harmless and innocent smile, while keeping his eyes fixed on Adam. Next time, you have to be more careful. If you want to eat, you have to eat the uniqueness of his becoming a god. Superstar Master joked. The Mother Tree of Desire waved countless black and green branches to participate in the siege. While overlooking the direction of the giant king's court, he had already felt the familiar breath that belonged to God. Although the breath was still a little weak, it definitely belonged to God. All is as the stars say. God and the mysteries are awakening. Now that God has awakened, the day when mystery awakens must not be too far away. Seeing that the matter in the giant king's court has become a foregone conclusion, Adam has no intention of continuing the fight and wants to leave. He doesn't want to merge with the true creator yet. Fusion requires time and process, and the vengeful stars will obviously not give them this time. Moreover, the awakening of the original consciousness in the Sea of Chaos is also a problem that needs to be solved. I want to leave. The Superstar Master was keenly aware of Adam's thoughts, and with the help of the power of the sun above his head, he compressed it into a point and exploded in the kingdom of God that Adam imagined. Adam was swept away by the aftermath. And the mother tree of desire waved its branches and followed closely. The original hunger was wandering nearby looking for fighters, suitable opportunities to bite. You can't trap me here. Adam looked calmly, glanced at the sea of ruins, closed his eyes slightly, and actually made the entire sea of ruins begin to surge with his will. This is the place where the ancient sun god fell. Every inch of the area is filled with the power and will of the ancient sun god. And he is the ancient sun god, the ruler of this sea of ruins. This is his kingdom of God. When the sea of ruins began to surge, the remaining power and will of the ancient sun god's death began to flow with Adam's breathing. Although the mother tree of desire, superstar master, and primordial hunger were on guard, they were still divided into different areas by the surging golden wave. Unable to come together, one-on-one, they have no ability to leave behind Adam, who is already a visionary. Adam, who successfully separated them, did not take the opportunity to escape. His eyes exuded coldness, and he actually forcibly imagined the scene of the ancient sun god's fall. The scene where the ancient sun god was eaten reappeared, immediately making the entire sea of ruins boil. Every drop of golden seawater seems to be shouting for revenge. The mother tree of desire, superstar master, and primordial hunger were trapped in the scene of the death of the ancient sun god in the past, and their bodies were blocked and unable to escape. The surging golden waves rushed toward them crazily, and every drop of golden seawater was filled with scorching power. Like the golden blood that flowed out when the ancient sun god died, drops of golden seawater penetrated their bodies, trying to completely ambush them here. This was Adam's real purpose in choosing the Sea of Ruins as the main battlefield. Dealing with these three annoying outer gods of the past was equivalent to cutting off the powerful arms of the stars. So from the very beginning, he deliberately showed weakness to his enemies, making them think that they could trap him or even surround him, then lead them step by step into the depths of the Sea of Ruins, and finally use the remaining power and will of the Sea of Ruins to deal with their three clones. Now that his plan has been successful, the anger, hatred, and darkness that accompanied the death of the ancient sun gods can definitely disintegrate their bodies. At this time, at the crack in the initial barrier, in the kingdom of the god of knowledge and wisdom, the god of knowledge and wisdom dropped the torrent of wisdom across the Sea of Ruins. Through wisdom, he guided the mother tree of desire, the superstar lord, and the original hunger to leave the ancient sun god. The fallen scene led them away from the Sea of Ruins. Haraburgen. Adam looked up at the stars, his calm eyes filled with heart-stopping murderous intent. Hearing only two soft chuckles, torrents of knowledge poured down towards the area where he was. At the same time, the mother tree of desire, superstar master, and primordial hunger, who escaped from the Sea of Ruins, assisted the god of knowledge and wisdom in besieging Adam across the Sea of Ruins. Adam, who had lost the advantage of the main battlefield, retracted his gaze to look at the starry sky. Without hesitation, he used the power of the Sea of Ruins to stay away and end the battle. The mother tree of desire, the superstar master, and the original hunger did not leave, but used all their strength to smash the Sea of Ruins directly. The place where the ancient sun god fell in the past is now completely a thing of the past. The boiling golden wave gradually calmed down, and the color also faded from gold to blue. From then on, there was no longer a Sea of Ruins, nor a royal court of giants. The land abandoned by the gods was directly connected to the sea. The true creator on the other side took back the tattered black holy mountain like a dog-gnawed mess, and also chose to leave the land abandoned by God. The main reason why he chose to stay here before was to avoid the surveillance of the true gods. On the one hand, he also guarded the giant king's court to prevent anyone from taking away the first desecrated stone slab. Now that everything is over, it is time for him to leave the place abandoned by God. With the power of the Sea of Chaos lying on the only path between the giant king's court and the Sea of Ruins, the danger of trying to pass through is far more terrifying than before. Even gods can no longer easily enter the land abandoned by gods. It can be said that this place has turned into an extremity. There is no value in staying here any longer. Moreover, they have to face the revenge of the stars. It is very unwise to stay in one place. Hiding in the dark is their advantage. In this case, the anger of the stars can also be spread to the goddess of the night. You ran away so fast. Yuan Hungry pouted with regret. It's difficult to deal with. The superstar master looked a little solemn. The mother tree of desire was still looking in the direction of the original giant king's court, and he could detect a pair of eyes there that were also looking at them. God, wake up. Chapter 576 Audrey, The enemy of the King of Angels is so terrifying. Hey, let's go see our old friends. He is so weak now that he can be blown to death with just one breath. It's really interesting. Haha. At the beginning, just like Wei Mi, he concentrated on staying within the initial barrier to conduct various experiments. And in the end, he killed himself. He and Mystery must have knowledge about the source of matter that we don't know. When you finally encounter him when he is down and out, you should always pay him a visit. Before he and Mystery fully awaken, our position may play a decisive role. After a brief chat, the Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, and Primordial Hunger headed to the ruins of the King's Court of Giants. The chaotic energy and pollution here are still within the resistance range for them. What they didn't expect was that God had no intention of meeting them. He was currently hiding in the Sea of Chaos. Not showing up. God, I know you are in the Sea of Chaos. Do you have the ability to wake up, but don't have the confidence to come out and see us? The speaker was the Mother Tree of Desire. The Sea of Chaos deep under the Giant King's Court is just surging calmly, and the aura it emits prevents the Mother Tree of Desire and others from getting too close. With the strength of their clones, which have not yet reached sequence 0, they have no ability to break into the Sea of Chaos. You used to be so arrogant and confident, but now you don't even have the guts to come out and meet me? Are you afraid of being eaten by me? Originally, we wanted to help you deal with Adam and the true creator because of our old friendship. Now that you refuse to show up, it will bias our position in favor of Adam and the true creator, faced with their overt and covert teasing and threats. The original creator, in the Sea of Chaos, never had any intention of showing up. Don't you want to know the secret news? The Mother Tree of Desire brought the topic to the Lord of Secrets. This time, the turbulent Sea of Chaos calmed down a little, and an ancient dull voice came from inside. Don't waste your time. You definitely don't know the current status of whether the mystery has returned. Otherwise you wouldn't have the leisure to waste time with me here. The Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, and Original Hunger fell into silence for a brief period. And when it comes to understanding the secrets, you are far from being able to compare with me. If you want to learn about the source material from me, unless you tie the secrets here, I believe you cannot fulfill this condition. Of course, you can also ask the stars to come here. I would rather talk to him. After saying these words, the Sea of Chaos fell into eternal silence. At this moment, the surging Sea of Chaos also retreated into the depths of the earth, leaving only a bottomless abyss. We meet again after so many years, and he is still as disgusting to me as Mystery. The Superstar Master stared at the Sea of Chaos that shrank deep underground with an unkind look. Since he doesn't want to see us, then fill this place up so that he can only stay deep in the ground and keep company with eternal darkness. The stars seem to be trying to balance Adam with the true creator. He awakened from the Sea of Chaos. He can only play a role after Adam, and the true creator tried to contain the Sea of Chaos. He has no role at all now. The Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master heard the same truth and agreed to the suggestion just made by Primordial Hunger. They each used their authority to move mountains and fill the sea, filling the bottomless abyss leading to the Sea of Chaos, and jointly set up a seal to make it difficult for the original creator to come out. After they finished their work and left, in the Sea of Chaos, the original creator cursed. A bunch of bastards. They even deprived me of the pleasure of going out to see the scenery and get some fresh air. They are so petty. The original creator didn't care that the abyss was sealed. The Sea of Chaos was deeply entangled deep underground, and there were many entrances that allowed people to leave the ground and come ashore. In the southern continent, inside the palace of the Bailing Empire, Sharon, Azhara, Audrey, and Susie were guarding the yard outside Haster's room. 10 days have passed since the two of them were suddenly brought here by Haster. During this period, Haster came out of the room once, briefly said a few words to them not to worry, and then returned to the room and fell into a deep sleep. Sharon, who was relatively familiar with extraordinary knowledge, knew that Haster was suffering from an excessive loss of spiritual power, leading to both mental and physical exhaustion, and needed to be restored through deep sleep. She didn't know what happened specifically, but one thing was certain. Haster must have encountered some difficult enemy. So he brought her and Audrey to the southern continent at the critical moment and hid in the Bailing Empire. Inside the palace, he also asked his mysterious spiritual messenger to patrol back and forth constantly, alerting all suspicious enemies. The silent atmosphere did not affect Azhara and Susie. They always believed that Haster would walk out of the room intact. Chirp. A crisp call came from the sky above, and the small firebird, which seemed to be as big as a palm, flew from the sky and landed on the stone table in the yard. He shouted to signal Sharon and Audrey to look at the room where Hastur was. With a creak, the door opened, and Hastur stretched himself out of the room. He looked fine except for being a little tired. Sharon, Audrey, I've been worrying you these days. An apologetic smile appeared on Hastur's face. Because of his reasons, Sharon and Audrey were worried during this period. This was not what he wanted to see. It was just that at that time, he didn't want Sharon and Audrey to become Adam's weak point threatening him. So he brought Sharon and Audrey to the southern continent. This is Grey Carrie's kingdom of God on Earth, and his base camp is a relatively safe place to live. In order to teach Adam some lessons, he overused the authority of the Palace of Stars, especially the awakening of the consciousness of the original creator twice in a row, which caused excessive spiritual consumption. When he returned to the real world from the Hall of Stars, he could only force himself to explain a few words to Sharon and Audrey before falling into a deep sleep. If Adam and the true creator join forces to visit at this time, then he is probably in danger. At least Grey Carrie cannot stop Adam and the true creator. Not to mention that there is a goddess of the night in the starry sky. Fortunately, there was no other action between Adam and the true creator during this period. I'm glad you're okay. Sharon's tone was as calm as ever. She glanced at Audrey, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and took Ashera away, taking Susie out of the yard as well. Grey Carrie chirped, then fluttered her wings and left. Compared to Sharon, who is more capable of accepting changes in things, Audrey has been worried during this period. It's okay. It's intact. Hastur walked up to Audrey and hugged her gently. Audrey snuggled in Hastur's arms for a while, then raised her head slightly and said, "Is the matter over?" Hastur did not answer immediately, but said, "If you want to return to Backland, I will try my best to let you go back. I haven't been to the southern continent yet, so I just want to appreciate the customs here." Audrey was very smart and knew what Asta's answer just meant. This time Hastur faced a very powerful enemy, so he urgently took her and Sharon to escape to the southern continent. Adam, the king of angels, is a powerful existence second only to the gods. It is not easy to escape from his hands. Audrey pretended to be relaxed and said, "Being chased by the king of angels is really a thrilling adventure. You have to protect Miss Sharon and me." Hastur glanced at Audrey, but still did not tell the news that Adam had become a god. Nor did he mention the existence of the true creator. He still had a hostile relationship with the night goddess and the earth mother goddess. Yes, a king of angels is indeed scary. Hastur smiled. I have to seize the time to advance to a higher order during this period of time, so that I can have more hope of survival. In my heart, I was thinking that I must go to the Palace of Stars tonight, continue to search for traces of Adam and the true creator, and smash their kingdom of God on earth so that they have no energy to cause trouble for themselves. As for the goddess of the night, he plans to join forces with the Republic of Intis to send troops to completely annex the kingdom of Fenaport, overthrow all the churches of the Mother Earth, depose the goddess of the earth, first cut off an arm of the goddess of the night, and then besiege her, live in the kingdom of Lone. At present, the main focus is still on targeting Adam and the true creator. The two organizations of the Aurora Society and the Twilight Hermits should also be comprehensively targeted to weaken the influence of Adam and the true creator on the real world. Asta thought for a while, then took Audrey's little hand and went out for a walk. When he came back, Audrey pushed him away and motioned for him to go see Sharon. At night, Hastur came to Sharon's room and walked up to Sharon. Before he could speak, Sharon stretched out her hand to stop what he was about to say. "Don't tell me. I trust your choice." Sharon's tone was trembling. Hastur understood Sharon's thoughts. For the confident Sharon, she could not help but could only wait on the sidelines. This was definitely not a pleasant experience. "I've wronged you." Hastur smiled fondly and caressed Sharon's tender cheek. Human nature is indeed full of weaknesses, but it is also because of human nature that we can experience different feelings. Preserving heaven's principles and destroying human desires is not the right path at all. Chapter 577, Revealing Identity, Sacrifice and Abandonment. After comforting Sharon and Audrey, Asta lived alone in his room late at night. There was no way Sharon would let herself sleep in a room with Audrey here. As for Audrey, she wouldn't even let herself in through the door, let alone lie on the same bed to rest together. Before falling asleep and entering the Hall of Stars, Hastur first summoned the severely traumatized Grey Carrie. Chirp. Grey Carrie came in through Hastur's open window, so as not to worry Sharon and Audrey. "How can I speed up your recovery from your injury?" Tweet. Although Grey Carrie still screamed like this, Hastur could easily understand what he wanted to say. His will can enter the spirit world and speed up the recovery of his injuries at the ruins of his original kingdom of God. The second method is to go to the kingdom of Finaport, where war and death are everywhere, and absorb the power of the dead creatures. Hastur thought for a moment, and felt that both methods were unreliable. When he rescued Grey Carrie last time, the goddess of the night had already destroyed Grey Carrie's spiritual kingdom. As for going to the kingdom of Finaport, the eyes of the Mother Earth and the goddess of the night have been watching there. Once Grey Carrie appears, she will definitely attract the descending of the goddess of the night. Moreover, Grey Carrie still needs to stay in the southern continent to avoid sudden visits from Adam and the true creator. Is the covenant between the original witch and you still binding? Tweet. He is indeed a little unreliable, and you can't trust him completely. Hastur searched around in his mind, and there was no other hidden existence that could help him, now on his side. Except for the outer god of the past in the starry sky. Only Grey Carrie and the god of knowledge and wisdom have expressed their attitude on their side. The alliance that wants to fight against Adam, the true creator, the night goddess, and the earth mother goddess is indeed far from perfect. In addition to the enemy hidden sage, he will definitely choose Adam's camp. If the god of steam and machinery and the original, which also choose to stand in the camp of Adam and the true creator, then the gap in combat power will be a bit huge. After all, the mother tree of desire, superstar master, and primal hunger cannot be fully trusted, especially after the high-dimensional overlooker has learned from the past. He can hide in the palace of stars and be safe, but he can never protect Sharon, Audrey, Grey Carrie, Bernadette, the Yellow Church, etc. All of them. Sacrifice and abandonment have become inevitable in the future. Hastur chatted with Grey Carrie for a while, stroked his head a few times, and then asked him to go down and be on guard. If we can awaken a few more beings like Grey Carrie, maybe we can get more help. There is currently no sequence 0 in the Judge Path, but you can try it to see if you can awaken the former Night Emperor Trensoist. If Mr. Min, who was polluted by the fallen Mother Goddess, can be helped to free himself, he will definitely be promoted to sequence 0. This will be another powerful help. Hastur thought about what kind of help he might have. After thinking for a long time, Hastur lay on the bed and entered the Palace of Stars. It had been 10 days since the last time I took revenge on Adam and the true creator. I couldn't show any fatigue. I had to use a strong posture to prevent Adam and the true creator from approaching the southern continent. Hastur's eyes scanned the stars where Adam and the true creator were dim, making it difficult to glimpse them. After staring for a while, Hastur turned his gaze to the small point of light beside their star. Their followers do not have the ability to shield themselves from the prying eyes of the Hall of Stars. Aurelius. Hastur chose the light spot where Aurelius was. If he wanted to enhance his own combat power in a short period of time, Will was also a good choice. But in order for Will to become a god, Aurelius must fall. Since Adam is hiding with the true creator, he will first target Aurelius. I believe that the true creator will never sit idly by and watch Aurelius's fall. If you want to deal with Aurelius, you can discuss it with Will first. Thinking of this, Hastur directly entered Will's dream world through divine revelation and the paper crane that Will gave him. Backlund. Will, who was already lying on the bed, wrapped in a quilt and sleeping soundly, moved his eyelids, and then entered his own dream world, looking at the bright starry sky above his head. Will was silent for a long time, his expression a little complicated. This is the first time we have met like this. The Palace of Stars emerged from the bright starry sky. Hastur sat high in the Palace of Stars, leaving Will with a mysterious and ancient illusory figure. Yes. Will pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth and said to himself, I have always known that your identity is not simple, and I have tried hard to imagine your origins. But the news that you are a star still makes me a little unbelievable. The status of the stars will not affect the friendship between Hastur and Will. Hastur also smiled. I will still give you the ice cream you like. I don't like strawberry flavor right now. Remember to give me some chocolate flavor. Didn't you think chocolate was too bitter before? Bitterness is a taste that must be experienced when growing up. Will looked like he had grown up and matured. Asta smiled and joked like this, which eliminated the strangeness between them. I plan to help you deal with Aurelius. What do you think? Asta directly stated his intention to come tonight. Now his time is very tight, and there is not much time to waste. Once you take action, he will definitely hide in the kingdom of God of the true creator. It will be difficult to deal with him. Difficulties are what make them a challenge. Sequence 0 is not that easy to promote. It's a pity that your identity has been exposed now. Aurelius must know about your friendship with me. Otherwise, I could use that stupid snake's greedy habit to lure him to Backland alone. When it comes to the issue of identity exposure, Will said with a serious look, just as you revealed the relationship between Adam and the true creator, Adam and others also spread your true identity to all hidden beings. In the circle of high-sequence extraordinary people, your identity is no longer a secret. Recently, waves of Beyonders have come to Backland. Although you are not in Backland, the friends you have made are still here. There are always some crazy Beyonders who will choose to take risks. Especially the madmen of the Aurora Society. They devoutly believe in the true creator. As long as the true creator issues an oracle, they will never be afraid of life and death. Hastur remained silent. He knew clearly that after he turned against Adam and the true creator, he would inevitably face sacrifice and abandonment. People like Greco, Professor Wayne, and Gray Lynn had a good relationship with him. So there would definitely be desperate extraordinaries targeting them. I may be able to protect them for a while, but I can never protect them for the rest of my life. Will's words have been put very tactfully. Backland's current situation is definitely more dangerous than what Will said. Even Forsey, who never liked going out, immediately took Zio to the roadside islands to seek asylum from Bernadette. There is always some sacrifice and abandonment. My humanity is not great enough to protect everyone. Hastur said this without any emotion. Will nodded, did not mention this issue again, and instead discussed with Hastur how to possibly trap and kill Aurelius. The first point must be to cut off the connection between Aurelius and the true creator. The second point must be to deal with Aurelius in a very short time. The third point is that Will must not appear and must hide completely. Otherwise it will easily lead to hunting by the true creator and Adam. Will discussed other details with Hastur. It was not that simple to deal with the king of angels, especially Aurelius, who is in charge of destiny. His perception of destiny, especially when it comes to his own destiny, can easily obtain corresponding destiny revelations. Whether running away or hiding, it is difficult to find him. Everything you can think of, Adam and the others will also think of. If you want to deal with him, you must have a trump card that they don't know. Will solemnly reminded Hastur before leaving. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur thought about Will's words for a while, then turned his attention to the stars that had not yet lit up. Since he can awaken the consciousness of the original creator, can he also awaken the old days of the outer gods sleeping in the stars? What is certain is that in addition to the active outer gods of the past, such as the fallen Mother Goddess, the Desire Mother Tree, and the Superstar Lord, there must be other existences that are sleeping. Could it be that the King in Yellow is sleeping in the starry sky, waiting for his call? Chapter 578 Awakening. Knight Emperor Trunsoist. As soon as this thought arose, the more Hastur thought about it, the more likely he felt that this was a possibility. The King in Yellow may really be sleeping deep in the starry sky, waiting for the call of the stars. Such speculation made Hastur suspend the idea of trying to awaken the other outer gods in the stars. If the King in Yellow really wakes up, it may not be a good thing for him now. Oh! The high-dimensional overlooker. When Hastur's eyes passed over the stars of the high-dimensional overlooker, he found that the high-dimensional overlooker had retreated into the depths of the starry sky and was no longer lingering near the cracks in the original barrier. The fallen Mother Goddess seems to be trying to find a way to contact the high-dimensional overlookers. Hastur glanced at it for a few times and then looked away. It was still too early to deal with an alien god like the high-dimensional overlooker. Let's focus on Aurelius first, and we'll talk about the rest later. At this moment, Aurelius in the small light spot was staying on a sea area filled with black water. Although the black sacred mountain belonging to the true creator could not be seen near him, it must be nearby, just hidden. After observing Aurelius for a while, he found that he had no intention of leaving the kingdom of the true creator in a short period of time. Hastur temporarily withdrew his gaze and looked at the three stars representing the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, and the Original Hunger. The clones of these three are now scattered. The Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Lord have returned to the Republic of Intis, while the Original Hunger is wandering around the sea, going to an unknown destination. There was no obvious change in their three bodies in the starry sky. After completing the observation, Hastur entered Lady Lisa's dream through divine revelation. He asked Mrs. Lisa to lead the Yellow Church to target the Aurora Society and the Twilight Hermits. If you want to force Aurelius to come out, dealing with Aurora would be a very suitable choice. With the current strength of the Aurora Society, if they want to fight against the Yellow Church with Lady Lisa in charge, only Aurelius will come forward in person. This would allow him to leave the kingdom of God, the true creator. If Adam and the true creator appear, Haster can pass through the Hall of Stars and ask the Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, and Primordial Hunger to assist. After settling this matter, Haster's eyes look down at the earth, looking for the Brass Book of Trunsoist. If you want to awaken the Night Emperor Trunsoist, then the Brass Book of Trunsoist is an excellent medium. Just like the birth of the Prime Creator from the Sea of Chaos, the consciousness belonging to the Night Emperor definitely remains in the Trunsoist Brass Book. In the original work, the Brass Book of Trunsoist is sealed Artifact 0-02. After the death of the God of War, he was brought to Belden City in Jianhai County by the Patriarch. Its consciousness began to awaken, and then the entire city was included in it. Inside the rules, Belden City. A place like this cannot escape the gaze of the stars. After searching for a while, Haster found this city full of Brass Book rules. As an incarnation of light, he secretly came outside the gate of Belden City, then slowly walked into the city gate and entered Belden City. The reason why he was not born directly in Belden City was because he was afraid of frightening the Brass Book of Trunsoist, preventing it from escaping, or making it alert. Haster, dressed as a bard, quickly walked along the street and arrived at the municipal square of Belden City. Near the city hall, there is a notice board with notices written on it. Many people nearby are watching the notice board. Haster also stepped forward and followed the crowd to look at the content on the sign. In the center of the notice board, a piece of yellowed white paper covers the other notices, with ink and rune text written on the surface. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your new consul. Now I issue 3 new laws. First, no living being is allowed to leave here without my permission. Article 2, all living beings are equal before the law. Even angels can be killed by ordinary people. Article 3, those who commit the following crimes will be severely punished, up to and including the death penalty: killing, stealing, chanting the names of gods in full, offering sacrifices to evil gods, fraud, leaking secrets. After reading these rules, Asta couldn't help but vomit it in his heart. The Brass Book of Trunsoist should be placed in northern Myanmar to educate those fraudsters about how shameful fraud is. Crime. It was night at this time, and Haster found a tavern to sit at random, listening to the chatter of the drinkers here, and getting some information about this place. At the same time, I am also recalling some relevant descriptions about the Brass Book of Trunsoist. Now this rule book is in the stage of gradually being activated and awakened, according to the test results he obtained on Dark Angel Sasral. He only needs to see the body of the Trunsoist Brass Book to exert his authority to return. Just how to make the awakened Night King agree to help him against Adam and the true Creator. If the Night Emperor is awakened and he switches to the camp of Adam and the true Creator, then his work will be in vain. Contract. For the extraordinaries of the Judge and Black Emperor path. The contract has sacred power. Even the Jinn pays special attention to this. No matter how cunning he is, he does not violate the spirit of the contract. Let him swear by the stars, and you won't have to worry that he won't agree with you. But there is a problem. I could only awaken a ray of consciousness of the Night Emperor at first. It was not until he agreed to swear an oath to the stars that I awakened his complete consciousness. Haster thought about various possibilities to prevent any mistakes in the process of awakening the Night King later. As for how to see the true body of Trunsoist's Brass Book, he didn't have the time to slowly play the rules game with it. After deciding on the course of action, Haster walked out of the tavern, came to the center of the municipal square again, raised his head, and looked up at the starry sky above his head. After a while, streaks of starlight hit Belden City like meteors. This is the city guarded by the rules of the Brass Book of Trunsoist, which is equivalent to its divine kingdom. Once it encounters an external invading force, it will naturally reveal its power and protect the entire Belden City to avoid its own divine kingdom. Suffered a devastating disaster. When the starlight reached the sky above Belden City and was about to fall, the strict legal order here turned into brass-colored chains, pulling towards the incoming starlight. Haster closed his eyes for a moment, used his ability to reach the distance, and came directly in front of the Brass Book of Trunsoist. In an ordinary house, there is a rectangular table with a brass-colored book on it. At this moment, the brass-colored book is turning its pages, and a series of legal provisions are revealed and effective from its blank pages. When he noticed Haster coming to the room, the brass book turned the pages faster, and a new rule was suddenly added to it. The Brass Book of Trunsoist is the most precious thing. No creature or thing can touch it without its permission. Haster's fingers naturally touched the brass pages. The rules just formulated had taken effect, but they had no effect on him. This is the oppression of low-ranking people by high-ranking people. In terms of rules, Even the ancient outer god of the jinn has to be suppressed by the rules of the Hall of Stars. Not to mention the rules laid down by the brass book of Trunsoist. Seeing that the rules he made did not take effect on the person in front of him, he hurriedly turned a page in the brass book and began to make new rules, hoping to keep himself away from this place. But a palm pressed down on the page of paper, making it unable to continue writing new rules. At the same time, that ordinary-looking palm felt like a big mountain pressing on its head, making it feel a kind of oppression and fear from its soul. "Don't worry. I'm here to help you," Hastur said calmly. Seeing that the struggle was fruitless, the Trunsoist brass book simply curled up and turned into an ordinary book, no longer revealing any magical features. Trunsoist, the Night Emperor who founded the Trunsoist Empire in the past. Your remaining consciousness and curse should be attached to this Trunsoist brass book. Your consciousness should have dissipated little by little over time, or you should have been waiting for a new judge to appear and replace you. But today, you have one more chance to choose. In the name of the stars, may your consciousness be awakened a little, Hastur whispered softly, gently calling to Trunsoist's remaining consciousness. After a while, the Trunsoist brass book, which had turned into an ordinary book, began to tremble slightly. On the cover and inside each page, there were faint dots of golden light. Little bits of golden light gathered together, forming an illusory figure on the cover that swayed with the wind. This figure is too fragile, as if all the light will be extinguished in the next second like a candle that is burned out. Chapter 579, Oath in the Name of the Stars. He is in his early 20s, with brassy hair and golden eyes. He looks handsome, but has a nerdy temperament. This is what Hastur sees of Trunsoist at the moment. He looks much younger than expected. Perhaps he just misses his youth, so he chooses to appear with such a face. "I am, you are." After a short moment of sighing to himself, Trunsoist's golden eyes gradually regained some clarity. "I didn't expect that I would one day wake up again." Trunsoist looked down at his fragile state and laughed at himself. "It turns out that I am just a little conscious. You have another option." "Who are you? Are you my descendant?" Trunsoist showed the kind eyes of an elder looking at a younger one. Hastur chuckled softly, and the stars gathered around him. Trunsoist's weak consciousness trembled slightly, becoming more illusory and transparent. "With your wisdom, you should understand the current situation. The 6 gods helped you become a god. Now you also have a choice. It's hard for me to believe you. Then just keep sleeping." Trunsoist was silent for a while and said, "What are your conditions?" "You swear in the name of the stars that you are willing to be driven by the stars, and I will help you recover completely." "Stars?" Trunsoist's eyes showed surprise. "I have never heard of this existence. Does he come from the stars?" "He is within the first barrier." "What is his position?" Trunsoist laughed at himself. "Although I am so down, I don't want to be driven by the outer gods and the stars in the past, and become a sinner on this earth. You just need to assist the stars in their fight against Adam and the true creator." When Hastur mentioned the true creator and Adam, Trunsoist was obviously moved. In the original War of the 4 Emperors, he was supported by 6 righteous gods, including the goddess of the night, and was promoted from the Black Emperor path to sequence 0 of the adjacent Judge path. He was in the opposite camp to the Blood Emperor supported by Adam. Moreover, the true creator has always been the evil god that everyone shouts and beats, and is also despised by him. "Where are the stars?" Trunsoist stared at Hastur with a pair of golden eyes. Hastur looked up at the stars, then looked at Trunsoist calmly and said, "The stars are everywhere, and he is watching everything." Trunsoist also looked up at the starry sky for a while. "The stars, the mysterious existence that people care about. Can the goddess of the eternal sun and night allow herself to become a vassal of other existences? The god of war and the lord of storms have fallen." Hastur decided to give Trunsoist a little shock. The god of war was killed by the goddess of night, and the lord of storms fell in the hands of Adam. Is it time for the divine war to begin again? Trunsoist showed a thoughtful look in his eyes. "You don't have much time. There really isn't much left." Trunsoist nodded. "Okay. I can help the stars deal with Adam and the true creator. But that's all. I need a certain amount of freedom. Not a slave who signed a contract. As one of the 4 emperors in the past, he could accept cooperation with limited help, but he would never allow himself to live in submission. You will have more freedom than you expected," Hastur promised with a chuckle. He didn't need Trunsoist to do much in the first place, just to help deal with Adam and the true creator when necessary, and it was not his turn to handle other matters. Then, under the guidance of Hastur, Trunsoist swore an oath in the name of the stars, including that he would fully assist the stars in dealing with Adam and the true creator. As for other aspects, he enjoyed unfettered freedom. In the bright starry sky, starlight fell silently, passed through the doors and windows of the room, and poured all of it on Trunsoist's brass book. Trunsoist's originally illusory body gradually solidified, and his consciousness recovered a lot. But there was still a long way to go before he could fully recover. Hastur watched this scene quietly. It was not until the time was almost right that he spoke in a deep voice. "Return to your position." With the sound of returning home, the entire Trunsoist brass book appeared in circles of golden ripples, and countless golden consciousness light points gathered together to form a golden ocean of consciousness. Trunsoist, the Night Emperor, one of the former 4 emperors, truly awakened from the brass book of Trunsoist. Trunsoist's brass book flipped through the pages very quickly, as if he was jumping for joy at his birth. Pieces of golden laws were withdrawn from every corner of Belden City, restoring the tranquility of the past to this place. "Remember the oath you made in the name of the stars," Hastur said with a smile in his eyes. "Now you are free." Freedom. Trunsoist gradually adapted to his new changes, and the awakening of his true consciousness made him feel like he was in another world. If you don't want to be hunted, remember to be careful to hide your tracks until you have fully recovered. Hastur did not wait long, and dispersed his incarnation of light, disappearing directly from Trunsoist. Stars? What kind of mysterious existence will it be? Trunsoist looked up at the stars and stared at them for a long time. The Judge path is different from the Black Emperor path. His resurrection cannot forcibly take back the uniqueness and 3 copies of the sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics, like Solomon's Black Emperor returned. He needs to go and take back the extraordinary characteristics and authority that belong to him one by one. Now he is just the King of Angels who is a true God but lacks all extraordinary characteristics. However, the uniqueness is his possession. It only takes some time for him to take back the extraordinary characteristics of the other 3 sequence 1 hands of order. Coupled with the uniqueness in the Trunsoist brass book, he will once again ascend to the throne of God. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur looked relaxed. Reviving Trunsoist's consciousness did not consume much of his spiritual power. After all, he was far from comparable to the original creator. Thinking of the original creator, Hastur frowned slightly. This old fox was hiding very deeply. He resurrected from the Sea of Chaos, and at least controlled most of the source of the Sea of Chaos. If he really wanted to take action at that time, the true creator might not be able to take advantage. Otherwise, the true creator would never have retreated so simply. It was out of fear that he chose to leave. But the original creator chose to huddle in the depths of the Sea of Chaos and show weakness to the enemy. This was obviously because he deliberately did not want to help himself attract the attention of Adam and the true creator. What he said about playing the role of checking and balancing Adam and the true creator was simply perfunctory. The situation he wanted was a fierce confrontation between the stars and Adam and the true creator, so that he could gain insight into all the secrets of the stars. Only when Adam and the true creator are in defeat will he take the initiative to take back their authority and allow himself to fully wake up and return. Moreover, Hastur cannot fully understand what it means for an old person of his level to wake up. After all, in the original work, the consciousness of the original creator only awakened slightly in the Dark Angel Sasral, and then was hammered to pieces. There is nothing too special about it. The Lord of Mysteries awakened directly in Klein's body, so the reference value is not too great. But one thing is certain: when they awaken, they will not be able to completely take back their authority. Otherwise, Amon, the dual-path true God, would have been sucked dry by the Lord of Mysteries awakening by that time, and it would be impossible for him to be with Klein. Entangled. When the ancient sun god awakened, it was through war after war that he took back his authority one by one. From this point of view, the original creator will take action against Adam and the true creator sooner or later, and they are destined to be mortal enemies. If you want to hide in the Sea of Chaos and wait for the opportunity, then you can continue to wait until the Lord of Mystery begins to wake up and see if you can still calm down. Hastur cursed a little and stopped thinking about the original creator. He has one more thing to do now. It's time for the Republic of Intis to join the melee. The Kingdom of Fenaport, the territory of the Earth Mother, has very few anchors left for your faith. In the Republic of Intis, the Church of the Eternal Sun, today the gods sent an oracle. Pope Ross Hurley also received an oracle, but the oracle he received was different from those received by other believers. His oracle came from the new sun, while other believers received oracles from the fallen sun. This made him more certain that the eternal fierce sun true God he believed in was now in an increasingly worrying situation, and his authority was constantly being usurped. A false god is assuming the identity of the Eternal Son, hiding in the dark and quietly changing the beliefs of the Eternal Son Church. There is not much time left for him and the entire Eternal Son Church. Fortunately, this time the purpose of the two oracles was the same. They all asked the Church of the Eternal Son to prompt the Republic of Intis to declare war on the Kingdom of Finaport. Chapter 580 Audrey's Confession. Sequence 5 Dreamwalker. That night, Pope Ross Hurley entered the palace of the Republic of Intis and discussed with the king the issue of declaring war on the Kingdom of Finaport. 3 days later, the Republic of Intis officially declared war on the Kingdom of Finaport. 3 small countries, Sagel, Limburg, and Massey, who believed in the God of knowledge and wisdom, also declared war on the Kingdom of Finaport within a few days. When the news spread back to the Lone Kingdom, the royal family and dignitaries of the Lone Kingdom were frightened and uneasy. The southern continent was approaching menacingly, and the Church of Storms had previously cooperated with the Lone Kingdom Navy to intercept them at sea, which blocked their offensive in a short period of time. Now, there is a big problem within the Church of Storms. The Republic of Intis, Sagel, Limburg, and Maxa have declared war on the Kingdom of Finaport at the same time. The Kingdom of Finaport can no longer see any hope of victory, even if the army of the Kingdom of Lone returns from the expedition against the Fasak Empire. It will be difficult to join forces with the Kingdom of Finaport to change the overall situation. Now that the defeat of the Kingdom of Finaport has been determined, should we continue to support the Kingdom of Finaport? Regarding this issue, the royal family of the Lone Kingdom and the great nobles held urgent discussions overnight. And finally Archbishop Anthony of the Church of the Night Goddess came to participate in the meeting in person. His attitude was very firm, insisting that the Kingdom of Lone should assist the Kingdom of Finaport. With his appearance, many nobles who originally opposed the Kingdom of Lone's assistance to the Kingdom of Finaport changed their original positions and echoed Archbishop Anthony's words. There is also a rare consensus within the royal family, adhering to the national strategy of the Kingdom of Lone to rescue the Kingdom of Finaport. At the same time, letters signed by nobles were sent to Backlund's palace. The contents were surprisingly consistent. They all expressed their willingness to fight to the death and never let the barbarians from the southern continent run rampant in the territory of the northern continent. Some discerning nobles sneered at this. Those nobles were usually afraid of death. Some moved overnight when they heard about the war, but now they began to practice heroism. There is definitely some kind of force behind this, which reminds them of the Twilight Hermits mentioned by the Yellow Clothes Church. This is an organization that exists to push the tide of the times, headed by Adam, who colludes with the true creator. They didn't know much about Adam, but they knew clearly that the true creator was the evil god believed in by the evil-filled Aurora society. Before the Kingdom of Lone had fully made up its mind, a rebellion broke out within the Republic of Intis, and uprisings against the war began to appear in the southern continent. Opposition to the war also appeared within the 3 small countries of Lundborg, Massey, and Segel. Waves of thought, wave after wave, gradually piled up, making the already chaotic situation even more chaotic. A few days later, the royal family of the Kingdom of Lone reached an agreement with the major nobles and churches and announced full involvement in the war in the Kingdom of Finaport. At the same time, Archduke Castor Campbell, who was stationed in South Wales, was also revealed to have participated in the murders of King George III, Govington II, and the Archduke of South Wales. The numerous crimes caused the current king of the Lone Kingdom to issue a national edict, declaring Grand Duke Castor Campbell to be the biggest sinner in the history of the Lone Kingdom. When the news spread, the entire Lone Kingdom immediately exploded, especially the nobles who were friends with Backlund and Hastur. Among them, the Negan family and the Hall family, headed by Earl Graken Hall, were the most implicated. Earl Hall's house. Earl Hall has been dismissed from his post and seduced his title. The Lone royal family has also sent several groups of soldiers to guard the door of the house, prohibiting him from entering and exiting freely. What should we do? What should we do? How could such a terrible thing happen? Countess Hall felt like the sky was about to fall. Her face was pale, and she couldn't stop murmuring. She had always been very optimistic about Hastur, and felt that he and her daughter Audrey would be a perfect marriage. But less than half a year after their engagement, something like this broke out, which was simply hard for her to accept. Especially Hastur actually participated in the killing of King George III and Govington II. Such a crime is simply too terrible. She also recalled that some time ago, her daughter was suddenly taken away by Hastur, and there is no news about it so far. Such an incident made her even more panicked. Earl Hall was much calmer. Faced with such changes, the most he did was to sigh deeply, and then sit alone on the sofa and lose himself in thought. He is not worried about the safety of his precious daughter Audrey. The only thing he is more worried about now is whether to leave Backland and leave the city of Hope, where the Hall family has lived for generations, before the king could depose him and seize the title. The Pope of the Church in Yellow suddenly visited his home. She asked him at that time if he was ready to leave Backland. He felt a little confused at the time, so he declined the proposal. The Pope just said that when he figured it out, they could arrange for him and his family to leave Backland at any time. The eldest son Hibbert left Backland first through the yellow-closed church. Now that the situation was so chaotic, he wanted to understand some things. The lone royal family acted so tough this time, which must have been inspired by some gods. And Hastur is on the opposite side of some gods. Judging from the reactions of the Republic of Intis, Lomborg and other countries, at least the god of eternal sun, knowledge and wisdom is on Hastur's side. This reminded him of the War of the Four Emperors in ancient history, although he was limited to understanding that it was an era filled with chaos and war. But we also understand that behind all wars is the game between gods. Now he and Greco's Negan family are affected because of Hastur. Let's leave Backland. Earl Hall, who had roughly figured it out, stood up from the sofa, walked to his wife, held her cold hand, and comforted her. Let's leave the whirlpool of Backland and go see our lovely Audrey. I believe she will give her a warm welcome. It's a little solace for our bad mood during this time. My poor Audrey. Countess Hall's eyes were red, and she was crying. And she kept calling Audrey's name. Don't worry. She must be living a good life. As soon as Earl Hall finished consoling him, a white, transparent portal with spatial ripples appeared in front of him in the living room. In their surprised eyes, Audrey walked out of the space portal. My Audrey. My poor daughter. Countess Hall stepped forward without even having time to wipe away her tears, and held Audrey's hand tightly to prevent her from suddenly disappearing from her face again. It's okay. Earl Hall finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had always believed that nothing happened to Audrey. Audrey also had red eyes, as she reminisced about the past with her mother. She didn't expect that things would suddenly become so chaotic, and her parents would be implicated as a result. After she learned the news, she hurriedly asked Asta to help her pick up her parents. Asta told her that everything had been arranged, but she was still worried and decided to go to Backland herself. Let's leave Backland. Audrey explained the purpose of this trip. There are too many gods watching here, and the attitude of the lone royal family has made it clear that it is too dangerous to stay here any longer. Where is Hastur? Earl Hall asked. He is currently in South Wales, preparing to liberate the entire South Wales and break away from the rule of the Lone Kingdom. What? Countess Hall's voice trembled with fright, with a look of disbelief. Earl Hall was still calm and sighed. That's true. I'll take you out of Backland first. Once it's safe, I'll talk to you about what happened during this time. Audrey held her mother's hand and walked to the space portal. Audrey? You now? Only then did Earl Hall realize that the way Audrey appeared today was too mysterious, and the aura she exuded was different from usual. He knew that his precious daughter had stepped into the mysterious world and followed the extraordinary power. But he had no idea how far Audrey had gone on the extraordinary path. Sequence 8? Or Sequence 7? It can't be Sequence 6. Right? Audrey took a deep breath, looked at her parents, and said in as calm a tone as possible, I am now a Sequence 5 Dreamwalker. Sequence 5. Count Hall's eyes widened instantly, and he was startled. Countess Hall didn't quite understand what this sentence meant. I have a little bit of talent on this path. Audrey could only explain this, and then whispered a few words of comfort before Earl Hall reluctantly accepted this fact. Audrey? Is there something wrong with you there? At this time, a worried voice came from the other side of the space portal. Who is talking? Earl and Countess Hall were both startled by the sudden voice. This is... Audrey frowned slightly, a little embarrassed to speak. She really wanted to cover her face with her hands and pretend she didn't hear the question. In the end, she bit the bullet and said sincerely, This is Susie's voice. She had already anticipated the shocked reaction her parents would have next. Chapter 581 Susie. I want to become an archbishop. Susie's voice? Whose name is Susie? Is there any female friend Audrey knows named Susie? Earl Hall frowned and thought for a while, and suddenly thought of a possibility. He swayed slightly and almost lost his balance. He has seen the market and has a certain understanding of things in the mysterious world. But this is the first time he has encountered this kind of thing. Susie, I have always been with you. Earl Hall did not mention the golden retriever to avoid scaring his wife. Well, it's a little bit special. It just so happens that it also has pretty good talents in the extraordinary path. Audrey explained with an embarrassed look on her face. This world is so crazy. Earl Hall sighed with emotion. And then asked curiously, what is Susie's rank now? Audrey was silent for a long time before replying in a low voice. It is just like me. A Sequence 5 Dreamwalker. This time it was Earl Hall's turn to be silent for a long time. And he even had some doubts about life. Don't they all say that the extraordinary path is an extremely dangerous and difficult road? But his precious daughter, together with the big golden retriever dog beside her that he personally gave to her, were promoted to Sequence 5 in just a few years? He is only one step away from becoming a Sequence 4 demigod. As far as he knew, Archbishop Anthony of Backlund's Church of the Night Goddess and the Singer of God before the Church of Storms were only Sequence 4 demigods. In other words, Susie, a golden retriever who was given as a gift when buying a hunting dog, is only one step away from becoming an archbishop. Susie, which aristocratic lady is the Susie you have been discussing about? Countess Hall, who was a little confused, also asked curiously. Audrey still didn't reveal Susie's true identity. It's better to leave first. Earl Hall helped Audrey smooth things over. With a smile on Audrey's face, she led Earl and Count Hall to leave through the space portal. Before leaving, Earl Hall took a deep look at the house where he had lived for many years before sighing and leaving. After Earl and Count Hall left the house, the people from the Yellow Church appeared here and emptied everything in the room, as well as the contents of the warehouse, and sent them to the southern continent. In a flash of light, Earl Hall followed Audrey to the palace courtyard of the Balam Empire in the southern continent. Susie walked over slowly, subconsciously wanting to ask Audrey why this trip took so long. But seeing Audrey's eyes, it subconsciously closed its mouth and followed Audrey silently. It walked in front of Audrey, and was keenly aware that Earl Hall's eyes had been resting on it, with an incredible look in his eyes, reminiscent of Audrey's look just now. It roughly figured out what happened. After Audrey settled Earl and Mrs. Hall, she breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the yard, followed by Susie. Seeing that there was no one around, Susie asked, Audrey, does Earl Hall already know that I can talk? Well, he also said that you are only one step away from becoming an archbishop. Archbishop? Susie was obviously stunned for a moment, and then her eyes gradually lit up with excitement. Susie, what do you want to do? Audrey suddenly had a bad feeling. I want to be an archbishop. Audrey was taken aback and raised her voice slightly. Susie, how could you have such an idea? Susie said with longing on her face. Audrey, don't you think it is very meaningful to be an archbishop and guide the lost believers in the way forward? Which church would let you become an archbishop? Mr. Hastur can definitely help me realize this humble wish. Audrey looked away with a guilty conscience and whispered, this is none of my business. Audrey, what are you talking about alone? No. Becoming an archbishop is really a bold and interesting thing. I seem to have found what you call the meaning of life. Audrey, thank you for reminding me. Audrey lowered her head and said no more. Since coming to the southern continent, Susie was not able to adapt to it for a day or two at first. But now it is simply having fun as she pleases. It has visited all the palaces and capitals of the Balam Empire, and knows everything here better than I do. In South Wales, Hastur felt relieved after receiving the news that Audrey had taken back Earl and Mrs. Hall. He was actually not worried that the lone royal family would harm Earl Hall unless they were stupid enough. But they always behave stupidly. So he asked the followers of the Yellow Church to keep an eye on everything around Earl Hall and rescue Earl and Mrs. Hall when necessary. Greco has also sent personnel to take him out of Backlund and send him to South Wales. As for Professor Wayne and Grey Lint, they have not been implicated and are safe. While Hastur was thinking briefly, Caius walked in and informed Hastur of the latest situation in South Wales. The Roan royal family can listen to the oracles of the goddess of the night and other gods and tell them about the killing of George III. Naturally, they can also reveal the bad things that George III did in South Wales. In addition, he has already controlled everything in South Wales, so he has not encountered much resistance to the independence of South Wales, considering that the people of South Wales still have a strong sense of belonging to the Kingdom of Loan. Hastur only used a slogan similar to Qingju inside to act as a buffer, and did not directly achieve the goal in one step. From now on, all matters in South Wales will be handled by you and Greco. Hastur left these trivial matters to Caius and Greco, who were about to arrive in South Wales. For him today, the greater value of South Wales is its strategic significance in the secular world. What he really needs to worry about is the battle between the gods. and he doesn't want too many trivial matters to take up his energy. One day later, Greco arrived in South Wales with the main members of his Negan family. Hastur met with Greg and asked him directly if he wanted to be the king of the Lone Kingdom. Greg was silent for a while, and then a light of ambition flashed in his eyes. Hastur and Greg looked at each other, saying nothing. At this time, Hastur thought of the prophecy made by Zeradol, and it must be said that this prophecy was still very accurate. He, Audrey, and Greco indeed have a great influence on the Lone Kingdom. If it weren't for Audrey, he would have punished Backlund directly when the Kingdom of Lone declared his guilt. He didn't care about leaving this city of hope in ruins. It was Audrey who kept it alive. On the Roadside Islands, in a villa in the northeast corner of the royal city, Forsey and Zio were sitting on the sofa and looking at each other. It was only today that they learned from the sage that Hastur was the stars. When he thought about how he and Hastur had been friends and how many times he had prayed to him devoutly, Forsey became ashamed and felt very complicated. Zio was in a better mood. After all, she rarely reported things to Chuanqing, leaving it to Forsey. You know, I have always believed in the stars devoutly. Forsey's lips moved slightly, and his voice was very low. Mr. Hastur is also someone I have always respected, and Miss Audrey is one of our number. Not many friends. Zio sighed and approached Forsey, held her hands tightly, and comforted her seriously. Don't think too much. This is also a good thing for you. The two respectable faces are the same person, and they overlap. Double respect? How can such a calculation be made? Forsey was almost amused by Zio's weird remarks. Isn't the mysterious world so interesting? You speak so easily. Is it because your belief in the stars is not religious enough? Zio panicked for a moment, and quickly changed the subject, saying in a deep voice, Forsey, pray to the stars again, so that you can resolve all the confusion and uneasiness in your heart. Chapter 582 The Feeling of Social Death. The familiar brilliant starry sky reappeared. Looking at the ancient mysterious palace hidden deep in the nebula, Forsey subconsciously felt pious. But then, he was stunned for a moment, looked at the starry sky again, and smiled unconsciously. Ah! After reacting, Forsey hurriedly put away his smile and hung his head heavily. His body was trembling, and he didn't even have the courage to look up. She just suddenly thought that Mr. Hastur was sitting in the Palace of Stars, playing the role of the stars above. The two images alternated, and she couldn't hide her smile. What's the matter? Deep in the starry sky, the stars in the Hall of Stars seemed not to notice Forsey's sudden lapse in behavior. Their tone was the same as before, calm and indifferent with an unbreakable majesty. I just want to report to you about the situation of the Tarot Club during this period. The details are as follows. Forsey stumbled through some of the important content discussed in the Tarot Club during this period. After the report, an indifferent voice said, how is the situation with the Abraham family recently? They seem to be preparing to hold some kind of ceremony, and have recalled many tribesmen to gather in the Fuzak Empire area. Forsey went on to tell some information about the Abraham family. When the stars above her head completely dispersed, she collapsed on the ground and looked at the bare ceiling with a complicated expression. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur breathed a sigh of relief. This is the issue of social death that Mr. Fool is most worried about. It is indeed terrible. Ever since Adam and the others announced their true identities, he had not taken the initiative to contact Bernadette and Forsey because he did not want to face such a situation. Damn Adam. You just messed with yourself and let the situation develop into what it is now. Hastur's eyes swept across the star where Adam was, and finally landed on the small points of light beside the star. Although Adam said that he did not need any believers or anchors of faith, there were still many members of the Twilight Hermits who devoutly believed in Adam, the imaginary angel who sat on the seat of the ancient sun god. Hastur's eyes swept over each light spot one by one, accurately ascertained their information, drew a list, and then informed Lady Lisa of the list in a divinely inspired way. In addition to members of the Twilight Hermits who believe in Adam, there are also members of the Aurora Order who believe in the true Creator. After doing this, Hastur's eyes looked at the light spot where Bernadette was. It was time for the Starseed Kingdom to play its role as a kingdom of stars. Under the current environment, it is also a good choice to forcibly support Bernadette to become the new Black Emperor. The uniqueness and 3 copies of the extraordinary characteristics of the Sequence 1 Prince Killer are in his hands. As long as Bernadette is promoted to Sequence 1, and the rules and order of the Starseed Kingdom gradually become popular, there is only one promotion ceremony left to be promoted to the Black Emperor. On the Roadside Islands, in the Palace Castle, Bernadette was also looking up at the stars. Whenever she had free time during this period, she would often look at the stars alone. What an unexpected identity. He even hid it from me. The phantom of the dungeon came out of the wishing lamp and laughed at himself. If I had known that he was a star, I would have. What do you do? Oh, it's nothing. The djinn didn't want to offend the stars at this time. It's you. I once teased that you and Hastur are very suitable. If you listen to my advice and take him down. TSK. Can a being like you still have erotic desires? Both the fallen mother goddess and the mother tree of desire have a strong desire to reproduce. The djinn god gently changed the subject. It turns out you are a mule. Bernadette said the same light words. The genie was stunned for a while. And then he realized. Just when he was so angry that he wanted to argue with Bernadette, he was sealed into the wishing lamp, and could not come out for a short time. And can't see what's going on outside. Stars. Bernadette looked up at the stars again. An unusual color quickly flashed in her eyes. And she still saluted the stars with a pious gesture. She and Forsey have different experiences and minds. She clearly distinguishes between the two identities of Hastur and the stars. And she also knows how to talk to him, or him in different postures. In a situation like this, the stars are sitting in the Hall of Stars, hidden in the bright starry sky. This is a business matter. And the other party has only one identity. That is, the stars. If Hastur communicated with her face to face in reality as Hastur Campbell, it would be a private matter, and the other party would be her friend Hastur. Assist the residents of Silver City in the land abandoned by God to leave the land abandoned by God. Return to the sea. And see the light again. Obey the oracles of the stars. Bernadette just thought about it for a moment, and understood what role she needed to play in this matter. She is still a Sequence 2 sage. If she wants to be promoted to Sequence 1 faster, she needs to make some huge contributions, and be deeply loved by the creatures from the bottom of her heart. Respected, loved and trusted by everyone. He became the sage who saved them from the sea of suffering and danger. The fact that the residents of the God-forsaken land and the Silver City, which had been forgotten in history, had seen the light of day again should allow her to digest the sage potion faster, or completely. Gehrman Sparrow. I have the same goal as you in this matter. Hastur reminded him again. I'll take care of it. Bernadette nodded in agreement. And when she looked up again, the bright starry sky above her head had dispersed. She thought for a moment, and released the genie from the wishing lamp. The djinn wanted to curse. But the stars had just arrived. And maybe their eyes were still fixed on this place. So he held back his breath, and just stared at Bernadette, with a very unkind expression. How to help the residents of Silver City leave the land abandoned by God? Silver City? The dang god searched his memory, and couldn't remember the existence of this small city-state. A city buried in the land abandoned by the gods, and isolated by history. They believe in the ancient sun god. This knowledge about Silver City was instilled in her by the stars, allowing her to better handle matters in Silver City. It's very difficult. The dang god looked in the direction of the previous Sea of Ruins, and said solemnly, the giant king's court, and the Sea of Ruins were smashed to pieces. The relics of the divine war there are simply impossible for ordinary people to walk through. Plus, Shan Yuan woke up deep in the Chaos Sea, and maybe he is still hiding deep in the King's Court of Giants. Is it feasible to directly build a space portal? Bernadette put forward her own idea. Theoretically, yes. The Jinn god nodded. Everything there has been shattered, including the seals and isolation. But you need to personally pass through the ruins of the God War, the giant King's Court, enter the land abandoned by the gods, and arrive at Silver City. Sequence 2 Sage is not that easy to play. This is just the first threshold. When you advance to Sequence 1, jump to non-adjacent extraordinary paths, and advance to the Black Emperor. That will be the most terrifying test. The Jinn also understood the purpose of the Stars Oracle this time. Bernadette was silent for a while, and then said calmly, I believe in the blessing and guidance of the stars. On March 26th, the Balam Empire, Intis Republic, Sagel, and Limburg in the southern continent joined forces to capture 2/3 of the territory of the Kingdom of Fenaport. On March 27th, the Kingdom of Lone declared war on the Kingdom of Maxi, and sent a large army to invade. On March 29th, the fantasy dog Susie served as the Archbishop of the Yellow Clothes Church's branch in the Balam Empire. She was widely loved by believers, because she was good at resolving people's spiritual problems. On March 31st, the Kingdom of Maxi was defeated by the army of the Kingdom of Lone, and the remaining territory of the Kingdom of Fenaport successfully bordered the Kingdom of Lone. On April 1st, in the palace of the Balam Empire in the southern continent, Hastur returned from completing his chores, and was dragged by Audrey to see Earl Hall. Seeing Hastur again, Earl Hall didn't know what identity he should use to talk to Hastur. During this time, he stayed here and learned something about Hastur's current status. No less than a god. Even the king of the Balam Empire treated him with respect and courtesy when he saw him, and even often worried about small things such as poor hospitality. You sit down and talk. Earl Hall motioned for Audrey and Hastur to sit across from him. Father, you don't need to be so serious, and you don't need to worry about your identity. He is Mr. Hastur, your daughter's fiancé, and your future son-in-law. Audrey smiled softly to ease the awkward atmosphere. Uncle, are you used to living here? After a few short conversations, Earl Hall gradually found the state he was in when he was talking to Hastur before. I know you are busy with affairs now. This time I asked Audrey to come to you just for one thing. Earl Hall glanced at Audrey and Hastur, and said in a serious tone, you have been engaged for so long. It's time to get married. The more chaotic the situation, the less likely it is to delay this matter. Otherwise it will definitely lead to regrets in the future. No, not yet. Audrey shook her head and refused before Asta. She knew that the enemies Mr. Hastur was facing now were very powerful. The reason why they moved to the southern continent was to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Holding a wedding will undoubtedly attract the attention of enemies. So now is definitely not a good time. I believe in Mr. Hastur, and I believe in our future. Faced with Audrey's firm attitude, Earl Hall just sighed and said nothing more. Chapter 583 The Box of the Old Days. The first try by the high-dimensional overlooker. After the brief conversation, Audrey and Asta sat alone in the small courtyard. Audrey poured Asta a cup of Southern Continent specialty coffee. Well, it was very bitter and had no sugar added. Mr. Hastur, there is something I need to discuss with you. Audrey put on a serious expression. Seeing Hastur's eyes, she continued, are you interested in Susie? Are some behaviors too permissive? Are you talking about letting Susie become the Archbishop? Asta couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Yes. Susie runs to the church at dawn every day and doesn't come back until 8 or 9 in the evening. Do you think Susie spends too little time with you? Asta noticed the key word of time in Audrey's words. It's not a matter of time, Audrey said with a serious face. Susie can't turn into a human yet. If someone finds out that the Archbishop of the Yellow Clothes Church turns out to be a big golden retriever dog, this should be what a disaster. Asta smiled gently and said, the gods and the Archbishop are no different to ordinary people. They only care about whether the external force they seek can meet their needs. From the current point of view, Susie has done a good job in this matter. Not bad. The reputation is also very good. Audrey was silent. Asta added, I will ask Susie to stay at home for half of the day. The affairs of the believers outside are not as important as Miss Audrey's mood. Humph. It's obvious that you took Susie away from me. And now you're pretending to be a good person, Audrey said deliberately viciously. Robbing Susie really made me feel guilty. So I can only compensate myself to you. Although this sentence has a strong earthy flavor, as long as your partner likes it. It is an excellent love sentence. Late at night, Hastur lay on the bed and came to the Palace of Stars early. The bi-monthly meeting of the stars will be held again tonight. The betrayal of the high-dimensional overlookers is a lesson learned from the past. He must first figure out how to punish the high-dimensional overlookers in the name of the stars. For this reason, he often stayed in the Palace of Stars during this period, hoping to find a way to punish those who look down on high dimensions through the Palace of Stars. Otherwise, in the future, the Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, and Primordial Hunger may follow suit and stab themselves in the back at critical moments. They are no different from Adam and the real creator, and they are not worried at all that Hastur will die together and lead the stars to the real world. After this period of exploration, he found a way that should work. That is to pick up the clone of the high-dimensional overlooker through the Hall of Stars and send him into the box of the past. This will not only gradually weaken the strength of the high-dimensional overlooker, but also enhance the power of the box of the old, allowing it to gradually transform and grow into a real box of the old. To achieve this step, the premise must be that the high-dimensional overlooker cannot escape the call of the Hall of Stars. He has been thinking about whether there is some interconnection between the Hall of Stars and the stars attending the meeting. There's no better time to try it than now. Hastur brought the box of the old ones to the Hall of Stars and glanced at the stars where the high-dimensional overlooker was. Although he was hidden in the chaotic time and space deep in the starry sky, he still could not escape the gaze of the stars. As Hastur's thoughts moved slightly, the 7 star chains were like 7 rainbows, carrying the power of the stars. rushing towards the star where the high-dimensional overlooker was. Deep in the starry sky, where time and space have fallen into chaos, the high-dimensional overlooker, who exists only as a ball of white light, looks coldly at the chain of stars that has been detected from the starry sky for no reason. This scene was the same as before. He thought a little, and knew that today was the time for the meeting of the stars. There was some doubt in my heart. Did the stars not care about his stabbing in the back? Or is it that the stars want to judge themselves in front of the other outer gods of the past? It's not me who is embarrassed by this. But you? The stars. The high-dimensional overlooker did not resist the call from the palace of stars, and allowed the chain of stars to take away part of his consciousness. Led by the chain of stars, the new avatar passed through the cold starry sky and embarked on the road to the palace of stars. Although he had experienced summons from the hall of stars many times, this act of being able to ignore distance, time and space, and directly invite participants to the meeting from all over the starry sky still made him feel shocked and vigilant. When the avatar of the high-dimensional overlooker arrived at the hall of stars again, he saw the stars sitting at the top of the place. On the table in front of him was a box with a simple pattern. The box had been opened. Stars. Galway looked down with a smile on his face, and was about to joke a few words. But he felt a strong attraction coming from him, and his body flew uncontrollably towards the box that didn't look very inconspicuous. Before his sight was completely swallowed up by the box, he caught a glimpse of the faint sneer on the corners of the star's lips. Snap! The box of the past closed again, with only a slight shake, and everything returned to normal. This is the Palace of Stars, the Kingdom of Stars. Hastur is very sure that the clone of the high-dimensional overlooker has been eaten by the box of the old, and it has been eaten cleanly. The sanctions he envisioned were effectively confirmed, and the box of the past gained a lot of power as a result. This clone of the high-dimensional overlooker probably has around sequence 3 strength, which is similar to myself. Although for the high-dimensional overlooker's body, the loss of this clone is just equivalent to a small bite from a mosquito, which is insignificant. But this is just the beginning. Hastur once again used the chain of stars to explore the star where the high-dimensional overlooker was, and he wanted to try again. The reason why the action just now was so smooth was because the high-dimensional overlooker did not take any measures to resist, but allowed the chain of stars to take away his clone. Hastur must ensure that he can successfully summon a clone of the high-dimensional overlooker even when the high-dimensional overlooker tries his best to resist. Only in this way can we ensure that everything is foolproof. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing to be unable to successfully punish the high-dimensional overlookers in the face of the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, and the original Hunger. In the starry sky, when the high-dimensional observer saw the chain of stars approaching again, he showed a thoughtful expression. Could it be that his clone spoke too directly just now and offended the already angry stars? So he was directly wiped out by the stars? Is this the measurement of the stars? It seems to be nothing more than that. Yes. He is still just a little ant in sequence 3. He was knocked out of his true body and stabbed in the back. It is inevitable to get angry. The high-dimensional overlooker once again allowed the chain of stars to take away one of his conscious clones. This time, just like last time, his clone quickly lost all contact as soon as it entered the Hall of Stars. Looking at the chain of stars peeking out from the starry sky again, the high-dimensional overlooker's expression became serious, and he sensed that something was wrong. If the first clone was wiped out because he offended the stars when he spoke, then why was the second clone wiped out so quickly? There must be something happening here that you don't know about. Are the stars trying something? The high-dimensional overlooker looked suspiciously and decided to try again. This time he still allowed the chain of stars to easily take away one of his conscious clones. After a while, the chain of stars once again approached the high-dimensional overlooker. The existence time of the third clone is obviously longer than the first 2 clones. This made the high-dimensional overlooker begin to hesitate. The 3 consciousness clones were wiped out. To him, it was just a small and inconspicuous loss. What he cares about is, what is the attitude of the stars at this moment? Why did he invite himself to the Hall of Stars again and again? And why did he successively kill his clones? Want to try again? The high-dimensional overlooker looked serious and stared at the incoming chain of stars with unkind eyes, and finally decided to try again. After a while, the chain of stars appeared again. Counting the time, the 4th clone survived longer than the 3rd clone. Stars. The high-dimensional overlooker sneered, and had no interest in playing such childish games with the stars anymore. He immediately began to escape, deeper into the starry sky, and in just a blink of an eye, he threw away the incoming chain of stars behind countless planets. But when he stopped and stared for a moment, the chain of stars appeared from the surrounding starry sky again, whipping towards him at high speed. The high-dimensional overlooker snorted coldly, stayed in place, used his authority to reverse time and space, and hid his body deep in multiple dimensions. But these actions of his did not have the desired effect, and the chain of stars from the stars was still drawn towards him accurately. With just one contact, a clone of his consciousness was taken away and returned to the palace of stars. Stars! A flash of anger flashed in the eyes of the high-dimensional overlooker. But looking at the empty starry sky, he could not find the way to the Hall of Stars at all. But he had a feeling that the stars were sitting in the Hall of Stars at this moment, watching him in a condescending manner. Just as the high-dimensional overlookers thought, Hastur is indeed sitting in the Hall of Stars, overlooking the stars where he is. After these several attempts, he has determined that unless the high-dimensional overlooker keeps moving at a speed exceeding the speed of the chain of stars, no matter where he hides, he will not be able to escape the guidance of the chain of stars. It's time for this meeting of the stars. Chapter 584. Conjectures about the original creator, the Jinn God, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, and the original hunger arrived at the Hall of Stars one after another. This still ancient and mysterious Hall of Stars seemed a little less majestic than before. The stars sitting high at the top seemed to have lost the mystery they should have had. Hastur saw their reactions one by one. This was the consequence of a stab in the back by the high-dimensional overlooker. There were originally 7 participants, but now there are only 4. Nearly half less. As if we have suddenly gone back to a long time ago. Hastur knew in his heart that the more times like this, the more he needed to establish his prestige firmly. Otherwise it would be difficult to restrain the Mother Tree of Desire and other external gods from the past. Today's gathering of stars was particularly quiet. Even the Jinn, who always liked to talk, chose to remain silent at this moment. It's rare to be so quiet today. Hastur glanced at them, chuckled and said, "The high-dimensional overlooker is really a great pioneer. He has guided you to a different path. Something doesn't sound right about this." The Jinn, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, and the original hunger looked at Hastur, waiting for his next words. Hastur did not speak, but only magnified the star where the high-dimensional overlooker was located in the Hall of Stars, and the chain of stars poked out from behind him. Under the old gaze of the Mother Tree of Desire and other outer gods, the high-dimensional overlooker is constantly hiding back and forth in the depths of the starry sky, exerting his authority many times, trying to avoid the harassment of the chain of stars. But no matter where he escapes, the stars the chain can easily appear from any corner of the starry sky. The traitor who claims to be smart. He seems to have forgotten that there is an order and rules here that are different from other places. Hastur whispered in a dull voice. The Jinn looked solemnly, as he once again examined the rules and order of the Hall of Stars. He had gone very far on this path. Logically speaking, there should be no rules and order that could suppress him. He had always struggled to understand this issue. But now that he heard the pointed words from the stars, he seemed to understand something. Perhaps the rules and order contained in the Palace of Stars, where the stars are located, are independent of the starry sky and universe where they are located. In other words, the rules and order of the Hall of Stars are not part of the original creator. But is such a thing really possible? The original creator created everything, including the 3 pillars of the fallen Mother Goddess, God, and the Lord of Mysteries. They are all part of the original creator. But the consciousness of the original creator has not awakened in their bodies. Of course, there is also a possibility. A guess that was rejected by him. The stars are the original creator. He is the source of all rules and order. So he can easily suppress himself, ignore the obstruction of the original barrier, and summon the ancient gods from all over the starry sky to participate in the meeting. But this is obviously impossible. If the stars are the original creator, then according to the instinct of aggregation, the entire universe will reunite and restart. Unless, the Jinn stared deeply at the stars sitting at the top, and whispered in his heart, unless the original creator has a rational side. This is simply an extremely ridiculous and crazy idea. In the beginning, the creator was the aggregation of all contradictions in the entire universe. He naturally had an uncontrollable tendency to split. And once split, there would be a strong tendency to converge. In the beginning, the creator only had the instinct of aggregation. This was a fact recognized by all the outer gods in the past. The Jinn shook his head, suppressed this crazy thought, and concentrated on looking at the high-dimensional overlooker who was being driven around by the chain of stars. An idea inevitably arises in their hearts. All their understanding of the universe, including knowledge, comes from the original creator. But what if the knowledge they inherited from the original creator is incomplete? Why did the creator have to have only instinct in the first place? Why can't there be a rational side? That's crazy. The Jinn murmured mockingly. The mother tree of desire, superstar master, and original hunger all turned their gazes over at the same time. Such a tactful comment coming from your mouth. I'm really a little uncomfortable with it. The mother tree of desire chuckled. Oh, words like stupid are already the greatest compliment for those who look down from high dimensions. The Jinn gradually regained his original distinctive personality and mocked mercilessly. Just one trip to the real world, and he was easily betrayed by Adam. He was so bewitched that he chose to turn his back on the stars. I wonder if he is filled with regret now. Since he cannot see through the secrets of the stars, he should maintain the respect he deserves for the stars. Anyway, he will not suffer anything by doing this. As for temptation and arrogance, let it be left to the old days of the mother tree of desire and other outer gods. Primordial Hungry narrowed his eyes slightly and echoed, Adam is the true god of the audience. He holds authority at the spiritual level, and is the best at understanding the spiritual weaknesses of all living beings. The Jinn god commented with a touch of disdain, arrogance, confidence, fear, cowardice, hesitation. A high-dimensional overlooker who likes to hide in the shadows and peek. There will always be a few of them on him. I have always believed in the truth that wisdom never increases with the passage of time. Foolishness has nothing to do with the strength of one's power. The mother tree of desire and the superstar master, who had not interrupted, felt more and more something was wrong. The Jinn's harmony with the original hunger seems to invisibly elevate the status of the stars. This makes them unavoidably fearful of the stars. The Jinn god and primordial hungry looked at each other in the air, feeling a bit sympathetic to each other. Hastur, who had been listening quietly, almost lost his temper. The tacit cooperation between the Jinn and primordial hunger saved him a lot of effort. If you want others to think you are great, it doesn't matter what you say. You have to have someone next to you to praise you. The higher the status of the person who praises you, the more powerful you are, and the taller your image will be. After this meeting of stars, Bernadette must be kinder to the Jinn, and it is the Jinn who must take action at the critical moment. While Hastur was thinking, the high-dimensional overlooker was drawn once more by the chain of stars, and successfully snatched back a clone of the high-dimensional overlooker. Stars! As soon as the high-dimensional overlooker clone entered the hall of stars, his sharp eyes were fixed on Hastur. This is just the beginning. After Hastur finished speaking, he opened the box of the old and took it in without giving the clone of the high-dimensional overlooker a chance to speak. This scene has different meanings in the eyes of the mother tree of desire and the superstar master. The stars seem to be constantly weakening the power and authority of the high-dimensional overlookers. Although this process is very slow, if multiplied by time, after thousands of years, all the strength of the high-dimensional overlooker will be completely drained. Moreover, the stars are still waking up. Once he fully wakes up, this process will be greatly shortened. The behavior of the high-dimensional overlookers in this matter is really stupid. The mother tree of desire and the superstar master rarely agreed with the Jinn god's judgment, and they couldn't help but put away their contempt for the stars because of this incident. After reaching this consensus, the entire star conference returned to its previous state. Hastur, who was in a good mood, looked at the starry sky and said slowly, for the vacant seats in the hall of stars, you can each elect an outer god of the past, and give me the answer at the next gathering of stars. As soon as these words came out, the minds of the mother tree of desire, superstar master, and original hunger became active. This is equivalent to giving them an opportunity to exchange for huge benefits. In the starry sky, there are many outer gods who were interested in the stars in the past, and they were very yearning for the gathering of stars. After all, this is a mysterious meeting that even the fallen mother goddess cannot get a pass. It's a pity that the stars will not allow the fallen mother goddess to enter the palace of stars. The mother tree of desire feels a pity. He believes that as long as the stars are willing to let go of their past grievances, the fallen mother goddess is absolutely willing to participate in the meeting of the stars. The most regrettable thing is the Jinn, since he was sealed in the wishing lamp by the Lord of Mysteries. His other half has begun to hide in the depths of the starry sky and no longer interacts with any external gods. The right to recommend the stars is not worthless to him. I can help you recommend an extra person. The superstar master saw the embarrassment of the Jinn. Heh. Let me help you. Your reputation in the starry sky is not very good. No matter what, I'm better than you. The Jinn chuckled softly and did not continue to argue with the superstar master on this issue. If we really want to talk about infamy, The Lord of Mysteries ranks first. And he is firmly in the top 3. The high-dimensional overlookers once laughed at him, saying that when he was sealed into the wishing lamp by the Lord of Mysteries, there was a rare celebratory meteor shower in the starry sky. Hastur just watched the conversation between them quietly. When the conversation was almost complete, he introduced the topic to Adam, the true creator, and the God who awakened from the sea of chaos. Chapter 585 Steam Queen? God. Just this honorable name makes the mother tree of desire and other outer gods quiet in the past. Among the 3 pillars, God is undoubtedly the most difficult to fathom. If among the 3 pillars, who is closest to the original creator, it must be God. God is the creator, the omniscient and omnipotent, and his authority is closest to that of the original creator. Therefore, he is also called the original creator, with only one difference from the first creator. In the old heart of the outer God wandering outside the initial barrier, the ranking of the 3 pillars from high to low should be God, the Lord of Mysteries, and the fallen mother goddess. There may be some controversy between God and the Lord of Mysteries, but the fallen mother goddess is definitely recognized as the one at the bottom. As one of the 3 pillars, he cannot even enter the initial barrier, while God and the Lord of Mysteries take turns to become the masters within the initial barrier. So much so that foreign gods like the mother tree of desire dared to compete with the fallen mother goddess for authority in the past. God. His awakening means that things will move towards an unknown future. After a long period of silence, the mother tree of desire sighed. The superstar master also said with emotion, his era is very old. So long ago that the outer gods in the starry sky only remember the Lord of Mysteries and almost ignore his existence. The Sea of Chaos and Origin Castle are the only sources of matter that have not been sealed. It is only a matter of time before God wakes up from the Sea of Chaos and regains his previous authority. Even if Adam and the true creator revert to the ancient sun gods of the past, it will be difficult for them to take advantage of God. He is too mysterious and ancient, and it will be difficult for those who come after him to catch up with him. Even the jinn, who had always had a cheerful personality, became melancholy at this moment. If it were the Lord of Mysteries who awakened, he would definitely rage for 3 to 5 years without stopping. But it was God who awakened, the omniscient and omnipotent one. Primordial Hungry also sat silently in his seat. Hastur glanced at them and felt a little strange. They clearly knew that God was awakened by the stars. Shouldn't the existence that should be praised and feared at this moment be the stars? Aren't you looking forward to the duel between God and mystery after countless years? Hastur opened his mouth to take up the topic. The mother tree of desire and other outer gods looked at the stars sitting at the top at the same time. They did not have as good a mentality as the stars. Expect? What a ghost! There is no telling whether their duel will be victorious. But the old days of the outer gods entrenched outside the initial barrier will definitely be affected and perish. When the boss fights with the second child, it is usually the third and fourth children who die. After a brief silence, the jinn asked tentatively, "Can the stars awaken the original creator?" Hastur's eyes stared at the jinn for a while. "Is it in your body?" The light words frightened the jinn, and he did not dare to continue asking about this topic. Deep fear also flashed in the eyes of the desire mother tree and others. For existences like them, nothing is more terrifying than the original creator awakening in their bodies. The lost essence can be regained, but once the original creator awakens, he can never be driven away. Hastur saw their reactions in his eyes, and he suddenly knew in his heart that it turned out that this was what they were most afraid of. Let's discuss how to punish the true creator and Adam. The jinn moved the topic away, and the desire tree and others began to discuss this topic. Hastur listened quietly to their analysis and thoughts. According to their opinions, the best time to target Adam and the true creator was when Adam and the true creator merged and divinity and humanity competed for dominance. The jinn god put forward another idea. In order to compete with the awakening consciousness of God from the Sea of Chaos, Adam and the true creator must want to take back their own authority. Trapped in the eternal blazing sun of God's kingdom, the God of knowledge and wisdom will be their next target. This idea is very consistent with Hastur's understanding of Adam and the true creator. At this time, Adam and the true creator will never be easily fused together. Collect authority, merge into one, confront the original, accommodate the Sea of Chaos, and become the return of the past. This should be the route Adam and the true creator wanted to take. After chatting about Adam and the true creator, Hastur turned the topic to the fallen mother goddess. The fallen mother goddess has been too quiet recently. In addition to Force's previous report, there is a high probability that the fallen mother goddess has something in the Fasak Empire. Conspiracy. In the end, Primordial Hungry volunteered to go to the Fuzak Empire to see what was going on. Hastur was a little confused about the true purpose of this primal hunger that had reminded him of Adam and the high-dimensional overlooker. We can only hope that what happened to the high-dimensional overlookers will not happen again. Today's meeting ends here. After ending the gathering of stars and sending away the old days of the Mother Tree of Desire and other outer gods, Hastur meditated for a while on his seat, and then glanced at the 6 divine kingdoms at the cracks in the initial barrier. It's time for him to take a trip and meet the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. This God of Wisdom, who has already bet on himself, may be able to give himself some excellent suggestions for dealing with Adam and the true Creator. At the beginning of the barrier crack, within the God of Steam and Machinery's kingdom, a clone formed by the condensed starlight descended directly in front of the God of Steam and Machinery. It's really good. Hastur is quite satisfied with the effect. He just tried it in the Hall of Stars to see if he could ignore the cover of the Kingdom of God and descend directly into the Kingdom of God. Otherwise, when you arrive at the gate of the Kingdom of God, you have to knock on the door and wait for the owner of this place to get permission before entering. This is really too embarrassing for the stars. You, stars! The God of Steam and Machinery was stunned for a moment, then looked on guard, secretly mobilizing the power of his own kingdom to prevent the stars from attacking him. Hastur did not speak, but patiently looked at the kingdom of the God of Steam and Machinery. Everything here made him feel like he had entered a kingdom that perfectly combined steam and city, just like it appeared in comics. This is different from a city like Backland that is still within human reach. This is a fantasy country built with brass gears. Rising steam appears in various buildings made of brass gears. Steam trains whiz back and forth, and airships powered by steam overhead. The neon lights on the city streets are constantly flashing and dim. It has a touch of future cyberpunk. It seems that the spiritual core of the God of Steam and Machinery already has the shape of Russell. The scene in this kingdom should have been described by Russell to the God of Steam and Machinery, and then it was engraved in his own kingdom by the God of Steam and Machinery. Stars, you came here unexpectedly. What do you want to do? The voice of the God of Steam and Machinery was a little stiff, as if he was not ready to welcome the sudden visit of the stars. Hey, it's a neutral voice. Hastur was a little surprised. When he was reading, he always thought that the God of Steam and Machinery should be a woman, a veritable steam princess. After all, the tarot card representing the God of Steam and Machinery is the priestess, and the symbols in the mysterious world are more feminine. In addition, the love-hate entanglement between him and Russell was very much like a couple separated due to misunderstanding. After the separation, they began to miss Russell through various actions, hoping that Russell could come back one day. Now take a closer look at the God of Steam and Machinery standing in front of you. He seems to be about 1.9 meters tall. He is surrounded by a series of ghosts generated from nothingness that are not brilliant, not pure, have no color, and seem to be composed of massive illusory things, misty and shimmering. Behind him are one after another projection-like, seemingly thin scrolls, which bear the history of the development of human society in different classes. It has the depth and breadth of civilization that spans thousands of years. His facial features are firm and rough, and his chin has a braided beard. Judging from this appearance alone, he should be a male. But why does such a shape produce a neutral sound? Just because of the influence of negative power? This is a good country, but there is still something missing. Hastur put away the distracting thoughts in his heart, glanced at the kingdom of the God of Steam and Machinery, raised his right hand, waved it in the air, and transformed into about the prototype of the world. The picture of the future transitioning from the steam age to the electric age. A bustling metropolis. Trains that can run without burning coal. Four-wheeled cars. Airplanes flying quickly in the sky. This is a new era that is different from the steam era. Hastur was not sure whether Russell had talked about the fantasy of the future world with the God of Steam and Machinery, so he did not say anything, but waited to see the reaction of the God of Steam and Machinery. How do you know such a future? The God of Steam and Machinery looked obviously unnatural. Hastur smiled and said, the stars are watching everything, and the future will be no exception. The God of Steam and Machinery was silent for a while, and then a table made of brass gears appeared. A tawny solid wood bench invited Hastur to take a seat. There is no chance of that future happening. Hastur knew that he was talking about the coming of the end, and said calmly, it seems that the future you see is different from what I see. The God of Steam and Machinery moved slightly and said, do you really see the future after the end? Chapter 586 Harabajan. The God of Wisdom. Seeing that the God of Steam and Machinery was interested, Hastur smiled slightly. pointed at the picture of the future city he had sketched, and said, "The future is right there. Impossible. The end is inevitable." The god of steam and machinery shook his head, not believing that this future existed. "Are there stars in the doomsday you see?" The god of steam and machinery looked surprised and fell into silence. The existence of the stars far exceeds their imagination of the future. There are roughly two possibilities for his appearance. One is to accelerate the end of the world, and the other is to change the end of the future. Judging from the old cooperation between the stars and the outer gods outside the initial barrier, he had always firmly believed that the appearance of the stars was to accelerate the end of the world. The stars just entered the real world in a different way. What he wanted was also the source material sealed in dust by the Lord of Mysteries. There was no essential difference from those of the outer gods in the past. "I know Russell. And you should know that Bernadette is a devout believer in the stars." Asta changed the subject slightly. He is also very interested in the love-hate relationship between Russell and Steam. When Russell was mentioned, the expression on the god of steam and machinery's face obviously fluctuated a little. And he said solemnly, "He is always too suspicious. With a secret that cannot be told to others. He has to do this." It was only later that I understood what he was thinking. He should also regret his original suspicion. But people like him will not admit that he was wrong. Your knowledge of him is spot on. After the god of steam and machinery finished speaking, he suddenly came back to his senses. Alarm bells blaring in his heart. What kind of friendly way of communication is this? This person is high above the stars. Above the stars. He and I should be in different positions. And we had old grudges. No matter what. We should never live in such harmony. It's easy for people to be blinded by their own preconceived ideas. And gods are no exception. Hastur just sat calmly. The god of steam and machinery spoke bluntly. "It's time for you to leave. Your arrival is not what I welcome. Do you know why I came to you first?" The god of steam and machinery did not speak, but just looked at Hastur silently. "Because you haven't really chosen your side yet. And because of Russell and his request, I decided to come here. Are the stars also good at spiritual power?" The god of steam and machinery became even more alert. Asta still smiled gently and said, "Roselle once prayed to the stars. Right on that island. He will not become a believer in any god. On this point, the god of steam and machinery is very sure. Can you understand the diary left by Russell?" Looking at the subtle expression on the god of steam and machinery's face, Hastur said slowly, "I know that kind of writing." The god of steam and machinery chose to remain silent again, which made Hastur somewhat understand why Russell and Steam broke up on bad terms in the first place. One likes to be suspicious and guessing, while the other prefers to remain silent without explanation. Silence. "This is the reason why you and Russell broke up on bad terms in the end," Asta said with emotion. The god of steam and machinery, who originally wanted to remain silent, finally spoke. He is extremely self-centered. Even if he explains, he won't believe it. You will still have the opportunity to make up this explanation in the future. Knowing that this was the deliberate temptation of the stars, he still asked, "Will he really come back one day? The fallen mother goddess and I have become mortal enemies. Russell's escape will be in the not-too-distant future. Well, the day when Bernadette becomes the Black Emperor. This is unrealistic. Being the angel his daughter sits on is also a very interesting future for him." This time, the god of steam and machinery was finally moved by the words of the stars. Based on his understanding of Russell, if someone else became the Black Emperor, Russell would never settle for being an angel. But if it were Bernadette, Russell would be reluctant on the surface. But in his heart, he would accept this reality by default. Your position has wavered. Hastur's eyes seemed to be able to see through all the inner thoughts of the god of steam and machinery. This is a very dangerous signal. Especially here. After saying that, Hastur had no intention of continuing the conversation. It was too much. So he would stop talking here today and let the god of steam and machinery think slowly for the rest of the time. His goal today has been achieved. When he came to the kingdom of the god of steam and machinery, he did not drive him out immediately. Instead, he chose to stay and talk by himself. This was enough to make him become ugly in front of the goddess of night and other gods. Not so believable anymore. For the next stop, Hastur chose the kingdom of God where the eternal burning sun is located. A golden sun turned his divine kingdom into a golden ocean. It was so hot that the incarnations of the stars were completely melted as soon as they touched this place. Hastur can only generate an incarnation of the sun and enter the kingdom of the eternal blazing sun. The closed kingdom of God is filled with unstable forces, and the conflict between the eternal fierce sun and the superstar dominator has entered a deep level. On the bright side, The eternal blazing sun has the upper hand. After all, this is his divine kingdom. And the superstar lord is just a clone. However, the clone of the superstar master cannot be completely eradicated. And the final outcome of the eternal blazing sun has been announced. Just like the original awakening in the body of the ancient sun god, the control he had at the beginning must be far less than that of the ancient sun god. But as long as the ancient sun god cannot completely eliminate him, the victory of the original consciousness is only a matter of time. Waves of heat that could melt all the gold and iron in the world hit. And Hastur, the incarnation of the sun, was melted again. He did not bother anymore and chose to leave. When heading to the kingdom of the god of knowledge and wisdom, Hastur also took a special look at the dilapidated kingdom of the god of war and the lord of storms. Speaking of which, of these two true gods, one was caused by the death of the goddess of the night, and the other was taken back by Adam, which has nothing to do with him at all. The goddess of the night, she is involved in every fall of the true god. She is worthy of being the leader in the palace fighting world. Hastur sighed with emotion and descended into the kingdom of the god of knowledge and wisdom. Through the light of wisdom, he transformed into a young man wearing white robes and bare feet, as if to show his ubiquitous knowledge. In the kingdom of the god of knowledge and wisdom, there is really no limit to the sea of books. There is only one and only path standing on the mountain of books and the sea of learning. The end of the road is knowledge and wisdom, the place where the god is. On a flat hilltop, two huge wisdom trees stretched freely on both sides. A small white tower was hidden behind, with tables and chairs for entertaining guests in the middle, as a dragon of wisdom. And once the god of the fantasy dragon Angel Weed, he does not seem to have a hobby of collecting treasures. In other words, all the knowledge here is his most important treasure. When Hastur arrived, Harabajan, the god of knowledge and wisdom, was looking through the book in his hand through his omniscient eyes. He is an old man wearing a white hood, revealing his mouth, eyes, wrinkles, and a long white beard. There is wisdom in old age, and this seems to be evident in him. The stars are welcome to come here. The little god is not very happy. If there is any improper reception, please forgive the stars. Harabajan closed the book, faced Hastur, bowed slightly, kept his attitude very low, and spoke in ancient Hermetic language, with a bit of formality. He didn't even talk in dragon language. This god of wisdom really meant something. It is indeed a symbol of wisdom. Hastur praised it from the bottom of his heart. Wisdom is always under the stars. If the stars don't mind, please sit down and communicate. Harabajan motioned for Hastur to sit in the upper seat. And after Hastur took a seat, he slowly took a seat, and did not fill the seat completely, as if to show respect. TSK. He is indeed the dragon of wisdom, who has served the spiritual dragon Angel Weed and the ancient sun god successively. Knowledge leads to the growth of wisdom. And this sentence is particularly obvious in your case. How can my meager wisdom be compared with the stars? Even if I have an all-knowing eye, it is still difficult to glimpse the greatness of the stars. The words were obviously extremely flattering, but when they came out of Harabajan's mouth, they gave people the feeling that they were meant to be, and they sounded very comfortable. No wonder everyone likes to hear flattery. Before meeting you, I went to meet Steam. I believe that the great stars must have a special meaning in doing this. I talked to him about the future. I always firmly believe that the future predicted by the stars will definitely happen. What is the future you see? My wisdom cannot support me in seeing the correct future. It only tells me that the future of the stars is the most real future. Hastur briefly chatted with Harabajan. No matter what topic Asta talked about, Harabajan could always find something to praise and boast about the stars. I really want to take 008 with me and let him listen to it. What is true and subtle flattery, rather than a false elementary compliment that makes people get goosebumps as soon as they hear it? Chapter 587. What is wisdom? Looking at the dragon of wisdom who was deliberately trying to please and flatter him, Hastur recalled his life and couldn't help but think of Lu Fengxian in the past. To some extent, Harabajan is very similar to the three surnamed domestic slave. The dragon of wisdom, Harabajan, first followed the dragon of imagination, Angel Weed. After the ancient sun god awakened, he betrayed the dragon of utopia and took refuge with the ancient sun god. During the great cataclysm of the third age, he, together with the wind angel and the pure white angel, ate the ancient sun god and ascended to the throne of God. Then, as he grew more mature, he began to fight alone, until the stars came, and he chose to take refuge under the protection of the stars. The only good thing is that I don't have the habit of recognizing my adopted son. Seeking good fortune. avoiding misfortune, and taking advantage of the situation. There is nothing to criticize in this behavior. It is just that most of the beings who have been taken refuge by Haraburgen have an unknown end. The more I think about it, the more I feel a little uncomfortable. Hastur looked deeply at Haraburgen and said in a slightly more serious tone, "What I need is not a god of wisdom who just flatters me. Flattery and flattery are means by which a subordinate deliberately pleases a superior in the hope that his or her situation will be improved." But I only answered truthfully, and there was no deception at all. Asta chuckled lightly, and did not discuss this issue with Haraburgen. In terms of shamelessness, Haraburgen was quite comparable to 008. When Hastur brought the topic to the ancient sun god, Haraburgen's face became serious. "I will not use clever words to cover up what I have done," Haraburgen said in a solemn tone. "In the eyes of the ancient sun god, our three angel kings shine because of him, and we should be like the red angels, so grateful and loyal. But in my eyes, all this has a different perspective. The pure white angel and the wind angel were originally loyal followers of the ancient sun god. From weak to powerful, they should have become loyal kings of angels like the red angel. But they chose to betray. I myself am the dragon of wisdom, and I was once the follower of Angel Weed, the dragon of imagination. After the ancient sun god awakened, I once advised Angel Weed that there are two endings for him. Either he surrenders his power and lives, either to fight against the fall. He finally chose the second path, and I therefore turned to the ancient sun god. I chose my position because of the wisdom that I knew was invincible. I have never been loyal to the ancient sun god. So how can I talk about betrayal?" Asta listened with interest and motioned for Haraburgen to continue. "In that so-called feast of betrayal, the first one to take action was the wind angel. The second one was the pure white angel. And then I was. Although this order dispute sounds meaningless, this is also the real history that happened. As for the matter of eating the ancient sun god," Haraburgen was silent for a while before continuing, "that sweet and fatal temptation comes from the depths of the soul, and every part of the body is cheering. Is like a human being who has not yet enlightened wisdom facing the fruit of wisdom. At that point in time, if we forcibly control this desire to eat that originates from the depths of our souls, then it will definitely be our three angel kings who fall due to madness in the end. Between life and desire, we don't have much choice. This is not a word to excuse what we have done, but it is an inner struggle that we have had." Talking about the past, Haraburgen's eyes were full of vicissitudes. He recovered a little and continued, "Every living being is a part of the original creator, and the original creator's instinct is to aggregate. We also inherit it. This is the quality that comes from the source of all things, and is the source of all chaos and distortion. It wasn't until after the ancient sun god fell and his body formed the second blasphemous slab that we learned exactly where our crazy desire to eat from the ancient sun god came from. In the old days, a new level of life beyond the sequence 0 gods. It is precisely because the body of the ancient sun god contains the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness that I, the wind angel, and the pure white angel need, that it is difficult for us to control ourselves and finally follow our desires." Listening to Haraburgen's words, which were obviously evasive, Asta could only sigh with emotion, as expected of a god known for his wisdom. His words were different. If it were the Lord of Storms and the Eternal Sun, they wouldn't lower their profile like this and tell you these things slowly. So one of them fell, and the other soon followed. According to Haraburgen, they only learned the secret of the old days after the ancient sun god fell and formed the blasphemous tablet. Perhaps before this, the three angel kings had already understood these secrets. So they launched a temporary attack together. Yes, the cooperation between them is temporary, based on the authority of the ancient sun god at that time. If the three angel kings secretly plotted betrayal in advance, and there was no secret protection from the goddess of the night, they would not be able to hide it from the omniscient and omnipotent authority of the ancient sun god. It can only be a temporary act that will cause the ancient sun god to suffer a great loss and have to find another way to return. If they had planned it in advance, then the goddess of the night would be the most terrifying one. Even the ancient sun god cannot see through his secret authority. So wouldn't it be easy to cover up the ambitions of the three angel kings of Haraburgen? According to this direction of speculation, the goddess of the night was the final driving force behind the fall of the ancient sun god. Hastur smiled. These things were just speculation after all. But there is one thing Hastur believes. When the ancient sun god fell, the three angel kings really felt the desire from the depths of their souls. Aggregation is instinctive, especially when they are easily available. The Lord of Storms attacked first because he wanted to challenge the ancient sun god for promotion. The eternal blazing sun followed closely, because he didn't want the Lord of Storms to get the upper hand. Haravajan came last because his wisdom told him that he shouldn't rush in. Take risks at the front. True and false words are intertwined, making it difficult to distinguish the real history behind these words. Your story is very interesting. Hastur neither confirmed nor denied what Haravajan said. I just try to tell what happened in the past from different angles, so that the stars can understand the whole story more clearly. With your wisdom, can you see the future between Adam and the true creator? All I can see in the future are stars. Well, this topic seems to have come back again. Hastur just glanced at Haravajan calmly. And he quickly added, I don't think Adam and the true creator can defeat the original. And the stars can just awaken originally. He was already in an invincible position, listening to Haravajan's praise and high hat. Asta really thought that he was now a sure winner. The ancient sun god died once, so it is normal for him to die a second time. He also has weaknesses, and his lack of wisdom is a flaw that he can never make up for. If he was wise enough, he would not try to antagonize the stars and cause the awakening of the original consciousness. Haravajan continued, the unknown is the most terrifying thing. Adam and the true creator behaved so radically this time because of the panic that things are about to get out of control. Adam, who has been secretly leading the trend of the times, and the true creator who has laid out the overall situation and waited for the harvest since his death. In some respects, they also regard themselves as God, the omniscient and omnipotent. The stars who cannot fully see all the secrets. The two are destined to be incompatible. These few words, Haravajan said very sincerely, which is why he finally chose to stand on the side of the stars. Of course, he himself didn't have much choice. Things today were the same as in the past. Wisdom cannot make up for the lack of absolute power. This is the real great wisdom. In the beginning, the Creator was able to reopen the universe simply by having the instinct of aggregation. This was proof that absolute power overcame everything. Finally, Haravajan gave his own different views on how to deal with Adam and the Creator. He believes that the stars just need to stabilize now and sit high in the palace of stars overlooking everything. Adam and the true Creator are the ones who need to take the initiative to attack. Hastur chatted with Haravajan about many things, and he could only say that it was of great benefit. He is indeed the dragon of wisdom, who is famous for his wisdom. His knowledge and vision, as well as his analysis of the future, are not comparable to those of the ancient gods such as the Jinn god and the Mother Tree of Desire. After leaving the kingdom of Haravajan, Hastur only glanced at the kingdom of the night goddess from afar. He did not choose to visit, but returned directly to the palace of stars. Adam, true creator, are you anxious? Hastur sat at the head of the table, his gaze overlooking the twinkling stars in the starry sky in front of him. One thing Haravajan was right about. In this confrontation, the anxious parties should be Adam and the true creator. They are constantly being promoted to a higher order, and the road is about to come to an end. If they are unable to move forward, it will only be a matter of time before they catch up. Chapter 588, Changes. Three-party battle situation. In the Fuzek Empire, to the north of the Evernight Plain, heavy snow falls on the sea, and a majestic ancient black holy mountain stands on the sea of ice. The fluttering white snow entered the territory of the black holy mountain without any cover, covering the huge cross on which the ancient god once hung upside down and disappeared without a trace. On the top of the black holy mountain, Aurelius, whose white wings gently dispersed the incoming snowflakes, stood quietly here. Such a holy mountain. Now only he is left guarding it. Both Amon and Medici had been here before, but eventually left and went their separate ways. Stars. Hastur. Aurelius looked up at the starry sky above his head. This place seemed to block the prying eyes from the stars, and at the same time, it also blocked the bright starry sky. He once met the young man named Hastur. At that time, as a container of stars, he sat with him on a boat heading to the land abandoned by God. There was also a believer who was not very firm in his faith on the boat. It's really possible to hide in a place like this. A sudden sound scattered the falling snowflakes, and also disrupted Aurelius's thoughts about the past. Aurelius looked at the figure, who suddenly broke into the holy mountain. The figure was covered in gray-white ice-bear skin, which could not hide his tall and strong figure. The expression on his face was slightly honest, and from time to time gritting his mouth. He seemed to be laughing at something, but also seemed to be chewing something. Original hunger. If I remember correctly, this is the identity of the figure in front of me. It comes from the depths of the starry sky, and is the old clone of the outer god. Aren't you going to run away? Yuan Hungry climbed up the holy mountain in a few steps, and stood about 10 meters away from Aro Luz. He was responsible for surveying the Fuzek Empire. He originally just wanted to see what the fallen mother goddess was up to. But unexpectedly, he suddenly sensed the aura from the kingdom of the true creator. He has bitten off several fragments of the kingdom of the true creator, and has a certain ability to sense this place. Aurelius, remember that this is also one of the goals of the stars. King of angels where the ancient sun god sat. Loyal follower of the true creator. You can't kill me. Standing on the black holy mountain, Aro Luz didn't care about the threat of original hunger. At the same level as the king of angels. Although the other party's power is more terrifying. The extraordinary ability derived from fate is enough to allow him to protect himself. I have plenty of helping hands. Primordial Hungry pointed to the starry sky covered by thick clouds. As soon as his words fell, the eyes of the stars came over. At the same time, under the influence of the authority of the stars, the avatars of the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master appeared out of thin air on the black holy mountain from the Intis Republic. At this time, the originally empty huge cross unfolded a black shadow curtain that was enough to cover the sky, and densely packed brass eyes appeared from behind the curtain. The entire black holy mountain seems to have come to life. The true creator's divine kingdom is awakening at this moment and is sealed, trapping the original hunger, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Superstar Master in their own divine kingdom. It seems that you are already prepared, Yuan Hungry said with a hint of sarcasm on his lips, and pointed at the starry sky. A huge blazing sun rose and fell, dissipating all the clouds, revealing the bright starry sky. At the same time, in the southern continent, a figure came to the streets of the royal city of the Balam Empire. He was wearing a black classical robe, a soft pointed hat of the same color, and a crystal monocle on his right eye. He looked very leisurely, riding a bicycle passed over from Backland, slowly admiring the scenery along the street. Riding him and the bicycle, he entered the spiritual world. A stream of flames erupted from the depths of the spiritual world, easily dissolving him into nothingness, leaving only 2 worms of time and place. Deep in the spiritual world, in the damaged kingdom of God, Grey Carrie cast a curious look at her, then continued to close her eyes and fall asleep. Backland, Leonard was riding a carriage to St. Samuel's Church. Halfway there, he heard the old man's somewhat surprised voice in his heart. There's something wrong with the atmosphere. Before Leonard could answer, he and the carriage were wrapped into a church made of bones. Amon! Pales made a shocked sound. He did not expect that Amon would come to Backland at this time. And right under the eyes of the night goddess. Palaz, your only mistake is that you shouldn't trust too much in the kindness of the goddess of the night. You are already the agreed upon transaction item. Amon's figure appeared from the bone church, slowly looking at the panicked Leonard. Yes, the goddess of the night is indeed unreliable. Pales sighed, and then his voice became high-pitched. But the reason why I am still here is because I believe in the stars. At this time, the star container calmly walked out from behind Leonard, and the aura on his body was much stronger than before, roughly equivalent to a Sequence 1. A Sequence 1 in charge of multiple pathways is barely equivalent to a king of angels. So that's it. Amon nodded. The stars have already made arrangements in advance. Unfortunately, I did not come alone. Amon used the bone church to separate Pales from the star container. At the same time, a young priest was born from the bone church, holding a cross and blocking the star container. Stars, we meet again. Adam. When Adam appeared, the power of night began to flow over the entire Backland, covering the starry sky and blocking all prying eyes. Above the gray fog, Klein immediately knew of Backland's anomaly, but he didn't know what was happening to Backland at the moment. He just vaguely felt that a god would descend on Backland tonight. He tried to contact Will, but found that he couldn't. Will seemed to be busy with something big. He could only come above the gray fog and try to see through the gray fog to see if he could see what was happening in Backland at the moment. When he was about to use the power of the gray mist, a feeling of extreme terror arose deep in his heart, and a crazy warning from spirituality forced him to stop using the power of the gray mist. This phenomenon has appeared many times. Every time he wants to use the power of gray mist, spiritual warnings will start to remind him crazily, making him dare not use the power of gray mist casually. Even when convening a tarot club meeting, he had to be cautious for fear of attracting any terrifying existence. And the origin of all this comes from the depths of the giant king's court in the land abandoned by the gods. After some time, he is planning to enter the god-abandoned land with Bernadette to help the residents of Silver City leave the god-abandoned land and live again in a new world with sun and ocean. Such a warning from spirituality made him full of worries about his plan to enter the land abandoned by the gods. Even if he just sent a marionette there. What happened? Klein sat in front of the long bronze table, pondering for a long time, and finally decided not to disturb the star Hastur. Maybe Backlund's anomaly tonight is also related to Hastur. Give Mr. Hastur a blessing, although it may not be useful. At the crack in the initial barrier, inside the kingdom of God sealed by the eternal blazing sun, the sea of scorching light surged. And now another uninvited guest came. An existence that he once worshipped in the past. The ancient sun god. No matter how turbulent the heat wave is. At this moment, in front of the ancient sun god, he is like an extremely docile sheep, bowing his head and not daring to go beyond the slightest. You are not the real ancient sun god, eternal sun, who is still confronting the superstar lord for control. Shouted angrily. I am him, and he is me. There is no difference between the two. With a calm and indifferent tone, Eternal Liang immediately understood. You are Adam. Osicus. I have come to take back the authority once given to you. If you want to take back your authority, I won't agree. In the sun suspended above the golden ocean, a voice that did not belong to the eternal blazing sun came out. All the same, Adam didn't waste any more nonsense. He first absorbed the golden ocean, and then gradually absorbed the power contained in the sun. He is the ancient sun god, and he is the real sun. I will detonate this kingdom of God and blast open the cracks in the initial barrier. Let's see how you end up. The superstar master made an angry voice. He is currently entangled with the eternal blazing sun and cannot stop the ancient sun god who once controlled the sun. You don't have this ability. Adam saw through the reality of the superstar master at a glance. If the superstar master could tear apart the cracks in the initial barrier, his body would not have been waiting in the depths of the starry sky for so many years, facing Adam's move to gradually take back his authority. Eternal Fear Sun did not choose to actively resist, as if he was letting his authority be taken back by Adam. Adam was not too surprised by this. Even if he doesn't come, the eternal blazing sun will eventually be stolen by the superstar master. Choose between the ancient sun god and the superstar master. This multiple choice question is not too difficult. Damn it! The superstar master said angrily, Eternal blazing sun. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself to achieve him? You and I can make a temporary truce, so you can at least survive until the end. I can even leave your consciousness behind so that you won't completely perish. The superstar master was a little panicked. At this moment, he couldn't compete with Adam, who was part of the ancient sun god. Chapter 589, Calculation and Competition. The ancient sun god. Eternal blazing sun just remained silent, without saying a word. Such a performance made the superstar lord angry and annoyed. He was currently at a disadvantage in the body of the eternal Fear Sun, and could not exert much power at all. Eternal Fear Sun. The superstar lord shouted angrily. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking at this moment? Okay. Then I'll make it happen for you. Adam. You chose the wrong opponent. The superstar lord seemed to have made some kind of decision, and he decided to disperse his avatar to contribute to the eternal blazing sun. The development of this story made Adam frown slightly, and speed up the process of absorbing the authority of the eternal blazing sun. The arrogant and proud laughter of the eternal blazing sun came from the golden sun. Adam. I really should thank you for pressing on every step of the way. The eternal blazing sun, which has completely controlled his own body, no longer sits still and waits for death. He communicates the power of his kingdom of God and does not give in. He fiercely competes with Adam for the authority of the sun. When Adam appeared as the ancient sun god, he had already thought of the next strategy. When Adam began to take away the authority of the sun, he deliberately showed his willingness to devote himself to the overall situation and allowed Adam to continue to take away the authority of the sun, because he knew that with the personality of the superstar master, he was never willing to sit back and wait for death, let alone take advantage of Adam in vain. Therefore, the superstar master, who had no other options, finally chose to end his own clone and give up this opportunity to invade. He, Osicus, has finally returned to the immortal light, the eternal blazing sun, that he was before. As for the struggle for the power of the sun, he did not think that he would lose to Adam. This is his kingdom of God. Moreover, he was nourished by the avatar of the superstar lord. The most important thing is that the stars will never sit back and watch Adam gradually take back his former power and become the ancient sun god again. Time. He just needs to delay enough time. Above the hall of stars, Hastur is watching with relish everything that is happening in the kingdom of the eternal fierce sun. Although the true creator, Amon, and Adam opened up 3 battlefields at the same time this time. They wanted to delay themselves so that they would not have enough energy to fully take care of the 3 battlefields. This is a very correct idea. He really cannot take care of 3 battlefields. But his eyes are always focused on the eternal sun. Because if he were Adam, he would also choose to start from the eternal sun. So when Adam appeared in the kingdom of eternal fierce sun, he knew about it immediately. But he did not take action immediately, but chose to wait and watch. Like the eternal blazing sun, he is also waiting for the superstar lord to leave first. At present, he has a good cooperative relationship with the superstar master. Even if he also wants to get involved in the power of the sun, he has no legitimate reason. Unless he is willing to fall out with the superstar master because of this matter. And it is impossible for him to choose to do this. This will leave a very bad image for the mother tree of desire and primordial hunger, and will destroy the credibility of the stars. Therefore, he could only wait for the superstar lord to leave the field first, and then enter the field himself. Adam's appearance gave him a good opportunity with Eternal Sun. Superstar Lord's strong and unyielding personality has benefited Eternal Liang and himself. At this time, Hastur could hear the angry roar of the superstar master deep in the starry sky, even across a starry sky. Those roars shook the starry sky, causing the surrounding planets to tremble. This time, Adam is destined to bear the wrath of the superstar lord. Hastur did not let the superstar master wait too long, and quickly attracted his power to frantically bombard the kingdom of the eternal blazing sun. The eternal blazing sun, knowing that his savior had arrived, would try his best to hold Adam back even if the kingdom of God suffered destruction. Compared with the destruction of the kingdom of God, the fate of having one's authority taken away and falling is obviously more terrifying. Moreover, his kingdom of God had been shattered once before. Otherwise, how could the stars and Adam easily enter and exit his kingdom of God? The overwhelming anger of the superstar master turned into a ferocious and ruthless offensive, with a devastating force, once again smashing the gate of the kingdom of eternal fierce sun to pieces. Hastur drew his wrath, and the rain and dew fell on the eternal sun and Adam. This is also what the superstar master wants to see. He wants to take revenge on Adam. And at the same time, he also wants to severely damage the eternal sun again and create better opportunities for his other clone. This is also what Hastur wants to see. He can feel that he seems to be gradually gaining control of part of the sun's authority through bombardments. Adam, who was pointed directly at the target, was hit hard by the superstar master and his body was shattered. He could only recover a little further away. But the non-stop offensive of the superstar master made the kingdom of eternal blazing sun tremble and boil. If it weren't for the initial barrier, he would definitely explode everything directly. The eternal blazing sun and Adam were constantly being suppressed and had no choice but to dodge in all directions. And there were large charred holes all over the kingdom of God. Occasionally, sparks sputtered out, passing through the kingdom of the eternal fierce sun and falling to the earth, triggering a series of massive fireworks. From time to time, the falling fragments of the kingdom of God are broken, like meteors shooting straight to the earth. There seemed to be a sigh, and the god of steam and machinery chose to take action. But he did not want to participate in the divine war in the kingdom of eternal fierce sun, but to protect the kingdom below from the aftermath of the war in the kingdom of God. Osicus, do you want to make a mistake again? Adam's voice was a bit harsh. Even if the anger of the superstar master is weakened across the starry sky, it is still capable of severely damaging him. Eternal Liang sneered, I will never regret what I have done. Nor will I beg for mercy. Nor will I sit still and wait for death. Either you are buried here with me today, or you leave my kingdom of God. You don't have much time. Adam just looked at him calmly, and then glanced at the unstoppable sun that was constantly coming through the hands of the stars. You said, I am not the ancient sun god. But Adam, do you really see clearly? While speaking, Adam gently stretched out his right hand and pulled off the cross hanging on his chest. An aura that was exactly the same as that of the ancient sun god emanated from him. He easily took away control of the kingdom of eternal fierce sun and guided the superstar lord's attack towards eternal fierce sun. Eternal fierce sun seemed to notice something and exclaimed, impossible. When did you merge with the true creator? Only then did he realize that the person standing in front of him was not Adam, but the ancient sun god who merged with Adam and the true creator. The superstar master is willing to choose to sacrifice his own clone, so that you can fight for the power of the sun with me wholeheartedly. The ancient sun god's unraved eyes stared at the eternal blazing sun. Will my consciousness be lower than that of the superstar master? Divinity and humanity are both aspects of me. What does the so-called battle between divinity and humanity mean at this critical moment? The atom and the real creator below are just imaginary things I imagine through my own authority. Eternal Fear's son was silent for a while. Then suddenly realized, your wisdom is really terrifying. You originally wanted to use this to deal with the stars. The ancient sun god did not speak. He no longer paid attention to any voice from the eternal blazing sun. He wanted to quickly take back the authority that originally belonged to him. The Eternal Fear Sun fought hard. But the power of the sun continued to flow into the body of the ancient sun god. His defeat was only a matter of time. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur also became completely serious. He used all his strength to draw the wrath of the superstar lord towards the ancient sun god. But the ancient sun god did not dodge, and used his own authority to link himself with the Eternal Fear Sun to equally split the offensive from the superstar lord. And the Eternal Fear Sun's defeat became more and more obvious. Oh! How can it be so easy? Hastur sent down a ray of sunlight and appeared next to the eternal sun. He shouted in a deep voice, "Pray to the stars." As long as the eternal sun prays to the stars, Hastur can divert the eternal sun, allowing the ancient sun god to draw water from his bamboo basket in vain. The ancient sun god sent a stream of flames to engulf the incarnation of Hastur, lest another trouble arise. Then a new incarnation of the sun appeared again. This time, a black shadow curtain appeared behind the ancient sun god, completely covering the kingdom of the eternal blazing sun. This time, Hastur's embodiment of light was isolated from the dark curtain of shadow. Hastur can only attract the power from the superstar master to continuously bombard this shadow curtain. At this time, the god of knowledge and wisdom, who had been watching for a long time, also chose to join the battlefield. He used his omniscient eyes to spy out the weak spots in the shadow curtain, and used the light of wisdom to lead the stars' offensive to fall in that area. With the joining of the god of knowledge and wisdom, the goddess of night also chose to join the battlefield, cutting off the guidance of the god of knowledge and wisdom. The authority of the night and the shadow curtain seemed to have some kind of special bonus, completely covering everything here at once, causing Hastur, who was sitting in the Hall of Stars, to have his sight severely obstructed. When he was about to continue to lead the superstar master's offensive and bombard him indiscriminately, he suddenly noticed something strange coming from the starry sky. This strange feeling was so clear that Hastur had to pause and look at the starry sky in front of him. Outside the initial barrier, the fallen mother goddess and other outer gods were seen approaching the cracks in the initial barrier guarded by the kingdom of the eternal blazing sun. Chapter 590 Confrontation. The starry sky is like a silent sea. Usually, there are various ferocious sea beasts hidden in the depths of the sea. When there is a little movement on the sea surface, or when they want to prey, they will rush out of the water from the depths of the sea. The same was true for the outer gods, who were entrenched outside the initial barrier in the past. Today, they are all attracted by the battle in the kingdom of Eternal Fear Sun. It may also be that the angry roar of the superstar master just now was so eye-catching that it resounded throughout the starry sky and disturbed the sleeping outer god Old One. Outside the cracks in the initial barrier guarded by the kingdom of Eternal Fear Sun, each of the outer gods is observing what is happening here through the cracks in the initial barrier in their own way. Some even lie directly on the initial barrier, like a big octopus, spreading multiple tentacles and sticking to the initial barrier. In the Eternal Fear Sun god's kingdom, the Eternal Fear Sun and the ancient sun god also felt the gaze from the starry sky. The gazes were filled with different emotions, making people feel cold and uneasy. The god of knowledge and wisdom and the goddess of night ended their confrontation at the same time, and each guarded their own kingdom to prevent any accidents from happening. Although these outer gods could not enter the original barrier in the past, it was still possible to penetrate their own power when the cracks in the initial barrier were unstable. The one who deserves the most vigilance is the fallen mother goddess. At this moment, she seems to be hiding behind some of the outer gods' past, and is secretly planning something. Do you really not care at all that the cracks in the initial barrier will expand due to your actions today? Seeing that the ancient sun god refused to retreat, the Eternal Fear Sun's heart trembled, and he blew up his own kingdom, and reached the crack in the original barrier. Here, the old aura from the starry sky outer god is constantly seeping in. It is cold and terrifying. Even if you are just close, you will feel like you are facing an abyss. There was an outside god who tried to penetrate the cracks in the original barrier with his tentacles in the past, but was unable to pass through smoothly. Some outer gods began to crazily hit the cracks in the initial barrier here, making a dull sound that echoed through most of the starry sky. But in this way, they still cannot enter the initial barrier. But some of their power penetrates through the cracks in the initial barrier and continues to seep inside. It was originally a sunny day with bright sunshine, but now it was shrouded in gray and dark tones, constantly exuding a stench like mud. The ancient sun god just glanced at it casually, but still chose to press forward step by step. Even if the eternal sun was betting on the safety of the crack in the initial barrier, he could not make him hesitate in the slightest. Feeling the loss of power in his body, the control of authority is also constantly weakening. Eternal Fear's sun leaned against the crack in the original barrier, suffering the erosion of the power from the outer gods that penetrated in the past. He sneered and said, "I want to take it back. With complete authority. Go to the stars." The ancient sun god noticed something was wrong and wanted to seal the eternal sun. But he was a step too late. At the cost of self-destruction, the eternal sun sent his uniqueness into the starry sky through the crack in the initial barrier. The ancient sun god only had time to take away 3 of his sequence 1 pure white angel extraordinary characteristics. The most important path of the sun is unique. Just like a sun rising from the crack in the initial barrier and flying into the depths of the starry sky at extremely high speed. The outer god Old Day, who was guarding outside the initial barrier, immediately became crazy and began to rush into the depths of the starry sky, chasing the particularly conspicuous sun. Even the superstar master, who was venting his anger, rushed over at this moment, wanting to snatch away the uniqueness left by the eternal blazing sun. Hastur, who is sitting in the hall of stars, is faster than the group of outer gods. The sun is also one of the stars, and he happens to have a part of the sun's authority. When that uniqueness escaped into the depths of the starry sky, Hastur stretched out the chain of stars, tied up the sun, and dragged it back to the starry sky outside the hall of stars. The reason why he wasn't dragged directly back to the hall of stars was because he was still on high alert. Something was wrong with this matter. The fall of the eternal blazing sun was too decisive, and it might hide its resurrection behind its uniqueness in escaping into the starry sky. Otherwise, there is no reason for him to send uniqueness into the starry sky just to discuss the ancient sun god? It seems that there is no need to do so. To achieve some kind of calculation is the most likely answer to this question. Moreover, this uniqueness just now is definitely a conscious attempt to avoid the old days of the outer gods, who guarded outside the original barrier. Otherwise, it would have been taken away or swallowed by some outer god in the past the moment it left the initial barrier. Is the eternal sun capable of doing this? Hastur stretched out the chain of stars and gently twitched the golden sun, making it rotate. At the same time, with the help of the power of the palace of stars, he carefully looked inside and outside to see clearly. Sure enough, in the deepest part, I found a small, faint point of light. The chain of stars penetrated it and clicked on the small point of light, revealing the figure of the eternal blazing sun, covered in a pure white robe. The young man holds a book of contract in one hand and a golden ball like the sun in the other. He is handsome and full of vigor. As expected, it was him. These old guys who were able to survive were not fuel-efficient lamps. Of course, except for the god of war, who is relatively stupid. The Lord of Storms was planned to be surrounded and killed. As for the eternal Fear sun, he had already proven his wisdom when he tricked the superstar Lord. Stars. The eternal blazing sun looked at the ancient and mysterious palace of stars in front of it through the golden little sun formed by its uniqueness. His blurred eyes gradually became clear, and they uncontrollably revealed suppressed panic. Here, in front of this palace of stars, he felt an irresistible suppression, which was the natural suppression of the sun's path by the stars. Stars, sun! Eternal blazing sun murmured silently. After a while, he regained his composure. Sure enough, the stars have secretly controlled part of the sun's power. Eternal blazing sun didn't look very surprised. I was vaguely aware of this when I was fighting the ancient sun god just now. This is why I chose to put the real reason why a ray of consciousness is hidden in the uniqueness and escapes into the depths of the starry sky. Hastur did not speak, but just sat in the hall of stars, overlooking the eternal blazing sun suspended outside the hall of stars. At that time, I was thinking that if I fell into the hands of the ancient sun god, I would only die. If I fell into the hands of other outer gods, then neither I nor the ancient sun god would have bad luck. I would only fall into the hands of the stars. Only then can I have hope of survival. Eternal blazing sun slowly told what he had done. The sun is also one of the stars, and I also want to see the stars with my own eyes. I have finished speaking. Have the stars decided what to do with me? Eternal Fear sun seems to have a good mentality. And Cien Xian carefully looked at the external structure of the palace of stars. Not even the slightest trace of texture was missed. Eternal blazing sun? What a good disguise. Hastur's voice came from the Hall of Stars. I should call you the Ancient Sun God. Right? I don't understand what the stars mean. Your acting skills are very good, but you underestimate my intelligence too much. Hastur's eyes gradually became stern. If you are really the eternal blazing sun, then you would be too stupid, and it would make the eternal blazing sun's final decision a joke. What value does an eternal sun, with only a ray of consciousness and uniqueness left, have to save its life in my hands? Do you expect me to be kind, or do you expect me to be stupid? There was a strong sarcasm in Hastur's tone. He did not fully understand this at first. After all, the ancient sun god's fantasy power was enough to confuse the fake with the real. But when the chain of stars touched him, all his disguises lost their meaning. The illusory existence imagined in the sky has no place to hide in front of the stars. To break through the illusion and see the reality. Is this also the authority of the stars? Having exposed his plan, the ancient sun god did not continue to pretend. He looked straight at the palace of stars, and it seemed that he could see the stars sitting upright. The stars in the palace. Your calculation is too hasty and too obvious. If I had found this uniqueness from the old belly of an outer god, maybe I wouldn't be suspicious. You have to try. The ancient sun god didn't have any frustrated look on his face. This is a temporary temptation on his part, and whether it succeeds or fails has no impact, because he has achieved the greatest purpose of this action. He is so close to the eternal burning sun, and there is a shadow curtain covering the kingdom of the eternal burning sun. How could it be possible for the eternal burning sun to escape the most important uniqueness? He just dreamed up a uniqueness, tore the shadow curtain, escaped into the starry sky through the crack in the initial barrier, and waited for the stars to take action. See if you can take the opportunity to enter the Hall of Stars, and get a glimpse of the real secrets of the stars. The Hall of Stars is a mysterious place that he cannot forcibly enter through external forces. He can only enter it if the stars personally guide him. It's a pity that the stars still see through it. So I can only stay outside in the starry sky. True Creator. Is Aurelius also a necessary sacrifice for you? Hastur's sudden change of title stunned the ancient sun god for a while. Chapter 591 The Sun Falls. The Day Without Light. Hastur was sure that he was right. The expression of the ancient sun god did change slightly at that moment. It seems that I guessed right. At this moment, the integration of Adam and the true Creator is not complete. They are only temporarily fused together, and divinity and humanity still retain their independence. Aurelius has no special significance to Adam, so he can abandon it at any time and become a necessary sacrifice. But to the true Creator, Aurelius is not just a subordinate. His long-term companionship makes the true Creator, who is dominated by human nature, a little more emotional. You think that just relying on the false and true Creator and the kingdom of God that you imagine can allow Aurelius to survive safely. Hastur drew a screen in the air, which played the scene of the kingdom of the true Creator being destroyed, and the two sequence, one serpent extraordinary characteristics of Aurelius being taken away by will. The ancient sun god looked expressionless, watching this scene calmly. Is this also a necessary sacrifice for you? That's right. Aurelius is just a replica of the Medici of the past, so there's nothing to be reluctant to part with. When you set Aurelius out as bait, you had already seen the scene. Is the silence at this moment your last condolence? Hastur didn't mind adding a few more blows. He had reason to firmly believe that the humanity of the true Creator had not dissipated. He and Adam were only temporarily physically fused together. Humanity and divinity did not determine who was the real ancient sun god. If the fusion of the two is really that easy, do Adam and the true Creator still need to make deliberate preparations in secret? The eloquence of the stars is much better than the last time we met. It almost makes me shake my mind. The ancient sun god said with a gentle smile. Oh, it turns out it's you, Adam. Hastur deliberately called it this way, distinguishing the true Creator and Adam into two different individuals. Such cleverness means nothing. I still think necessary sacrifices are meaningless. Don't you do it with gusto? Anyway, Adam already knew his identity, and Hastur didn't need to deliberately maintain the star-like character in front of him. He could scold him when he needed to, and sarcastically when he needed to be sarcastic. Stars, we look forward to seeing you again in the future. Well, at Aurelius's funeral? Asta asked deliberately, or is it too boring for you to hold a funeral? Death does not mean the end. Yes, you can dream up a new Aurelius at any time and let him continue to accompany the true Creator. The ancient sun god didn't say anything more. He just took a deep look at the palace of stars and wanted to disperse the consciousness clone. Aurelius is the king of angels in the path of destiny. When you asked him to act as a bait, did he already see his own ending through destiny in advance? The consciousness clone of the ancient sun god directly shattered into pieces and dissipated into points of light. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur murmured, "True Creator, how much of your humanity is left?" The cause of this brawl was that primordial hunger discovered Aurelius, who was alone. And Hastur naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. As for possible traps? Anyway, they are the clones of the Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, and Original Hungry. Even if they really step on the trap and fall, Hastur can continue to lead their clones into the initial barrier. When the ancient sun god and the eternal blazing sun were fighting for the power of the sun, Hastur not only received attacks from the Superstar Master, but also received several attacks from the primordial hunger, successfully shattering the imaginary kingdom of the true creator god. Take Aurelius. It wasn't until the victory was established that Hastur sent Will there, and asked him to absorb 2 copies of the sequence 1 Serpent's extraordinary characteristics in Aurelius. Now Will just needs to accommodate his uniqueness to become a god at the right time. And that time is almost here. All you have to do is wait for Mr. Fool, who is the beacon of fate, to give you the revelation of fate. On the other hand, in the Battle of Backland, Amon and his imaginary Adam failed to win Pales, and the 2 sides ended in a draw. Overall, Adam and the true creator took advantage and successfully took back the authority of the eternal blazing sun, taking 1 step closer to being restored to the ancient sun god. But one thing is that he also holds a part of the sun's authority, and the weight is not low. On the IC in the northern part of the Fuzak Empire, most of the Black Holy Mountain has been broken into pieces and collapsed into the IC. Only the top of a cross is left emerging from the sea. Aurelius, the angel of fate who once guarded here, has now completely disappeared, and his destiny is cut off here. The ancient sun god came here and watched quietly for a while. Then his body trembled slightly and separated into 2 different figures, the true creator and Adam. Such a fragile human nature will become your weakness. Let me take the lead in the future, Adam said calmly. The true creator didn't say anything. He just walked towards the collapsed and broken Black Holy Mountain, straightened the leaning cross, and then restored it to its former appearance. Adam stood quietly aside, silently watching the actions of the true creator. The huge cross on the top of the Black Holy Mountain still stood, empty except for the howling cold wind. The true creator turned into a black shadow curtain and enveloped the entire Black Holy Mountain, and then sank into the sea with his own kingdom of God and disappeared. Is Aurelius really that important to you? Adam whispered, looking up at the starry sky above his head, with a gentle smile on his face. And left here. The more important something is, the sooner it needs to be discarded. Backland, Leonard, who luckily escaped again, was leaning against the wall of his home. His body slightly bowed, and he was breathing heavily. It was so thrilling that he didn't even know how he survived just now. Old man, when did your condition return to this point, where even Amon suffered a loss? This is called strategy, Pale said in a relaxed and pleasant tone. I choose to stay in your body. Of course, I know that Amon will come to Backland sooner or later. If you don't prepare in advance, that is not giving Amon a meal. Yet, fortunately, with the help of the stars, it's really worth making Hastur as a friend. I've told you a long time ago that stupid people have stupid blessings. And your blessings are yet to come. Leonard smiled and then reacted and cursed. You are the fool. Oh, is life more important or stupidity? Leonard didn't want to continue arguing about this topic. He staggered to the bathroom and prepared to freshen up. Suddenly, he felt that the light in the room suddenly became darker. He was so frightened that he almost thought that Amon had come to the door again. After Pales reminded him, he raised his head and looked at the sky outside. Very unusual weather. At this time, the sun is not shining brightly, but it is not so dark either. He walked to the window, opened it, and looked up to see what was going on. There were no dark clouds in the sky, nor was there any prospect of heavy rain. But the sky was extremely dark. The smog phenomenon in Backland has become more serious again? Leonard guessed. Great smog? Your brain has basically stopped thinking about this matter. Old man, what do you think is the reason for this? It can't be that our battle with Amon has affected the celestial phenomena. Right? Us? You are really good at putting gold on your face. Pales mocked, and then said in a serious tone, if I didn't sense it wrong. The sun has fallen. The sun has fallen? Leonard frowned and looked at the sky carefully. Isn't the sun still hanging in the sky? I'm talking about the eternal sun. What? Leonard was so shaken that he almost lost his balance. He held the window edge with both hands to support his body, and said in a trembling tone, The God that the Eternal Sun Church believes in? Well, except for him. The fall of other gods will not cause such a phenomenon. It's too scary. Leonard's eyes were full of horror. A god, the eternal blazing sun high above, is as dazzling as the sun. It is the belief of thousands of people in the entire Republic of Intis. But now it has also fallen. Yeah, it's really scary. Pales also sighed. A true god can fall, let alone one who is only sequence 1. If Leonard hadn't been on good terms with Hastur, and if the stars hadn't been at odds with Amon, he would have been caught by Amon the last time. Work hard, forget it. Let's enjoy life. Pales left his last words and fell into silence. The dim and lightless phenomenon is even more prominent in the Republic of Intis. It is clearly daytime, but at this moment it is like late night, dark and cold. That kind of coldness crawled out from the depths of his heart, causing his whole body to tremble unnaturally. This is a phenomenon that has never happened before. Even in the dead of winter, with heavy snowfall. This is unnatural and unscientific. Especially the believers who devoutly believe in the eternal burning sun. They feel a kind of sadness originating from the depths of their souls, which is spreading and spreading. And they can't help but shed tears, worried about this lightless day, weeping because the gods cannot answer their calls. Chapter 592, Expanded Will. Is it all over? In the prayer hall of the Eternal Sun Church in the capital of the Republic of Intis, Pope Ross Hurley looked at the holy emblem of the sun that had lost all its light and sighed heavily. He had expected this day to come, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. The former sun fell, and so did the thief. The new sun seemed to be split into 2 parts of different sizes. This is already the limit of what he can sense. The deeper situation is not something he can pry into. It belongs to the realm of the gods. The only good thing is that I bet on the reborn sun, even though it still looks weak. Rose Hurley came to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the dim sky outside and fell into deep thought. It should snow heavily tonight. Tomorrow, the sun will rise again, driving away all the cold. This is the last condolence. His Majesty the Pope. The consul invites you to go to the palace to discuss matters. Ross Hurley just nodded and signaled the person reporting to leave first. It is indeed necessary to talk about it. The fall of Eternal Sun is a huge blow to the entire Eternal Sun Church. He has seen the future again, where 2 different voices will appear, and the Eternal Sun Church will once again fall into civil strife. The lightless day has lost the sun, the eternal blazing sun. Klein noticed this unusual scene. The dim sky was definitely not a natural formation. So there was only one possibility. Just like when the Storm Lord fell. A heavy rain fell from the sky. The God of War, the Lord of Storms, the Eternal Sun, the original 7 true gods. Now only 4 remain, the Goddess of Night, the Mother Earth, the God of Steam and Machinery, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The predicted doomsday has not yet come, but it has already become such a mess. I really don't know what it will be like when the doomsday comes. Klein sighed, and suddenly saw the paper crane placed on the bedside table move slightly, then fly up and land on his shoulders. In just an instant, he was pulled into the dream world. Will is a little different today. Klein looked at Will, who appeared in front of him, with a rare look of surprise in his eyes. Today, Will has silver hair that reaches his waist, wearing a simple and plain linen robe, with overlapping wings of light on his back. Her expression is gentle with a little indifference, and she looks beautiful, with soft and straight facial features. However, he always felt that Will's facial features and appearance were a bit incompatible with this outfit, as if the clothes Will was wearing belonged to someone else and did not match him. What did you want from me before? Will's tone was indifferent, and even his voice was obviously serious. You seem to be in a good mood? Klein asked curiously. Did you taste some delicious new ice cream? Oh, can ice cream alone satisfy me so much? Can you fold your light wings and come down first? Klein said helplessly. I keep talking to you with my head raised like this. My neck is sore. This is a dream world. Why is your neck sore? Okay. Klein felt that Will was a little swollen today, giving people the feeling that he needed a beating. I'm very busy now. If there's nothing important, don't bother me. This tone is getting more and more serious. Klein stared at Will for a while, then carefully looked at his outfit, and asked tentatively, could your outfit be ripped off from Aurelius? Nonsense. This is my true image from the beginning. Divine, handsome, and incomparably gorgeous. Klein said patiently, can you share the happy event you encountered recently? This is not a happy event. Will's expression suddenly became serious. This is a huge happy event. After speaking, Will put his hands on his hips and laughed. This scene seemed incompatible with his angelic attire. Did you eat Aurelius? Klein could only think of this possibility. Other happy events probably would not cause Will to suffer from such a serious mental disorder. Only things related to Aurelius would be possible. However, Will had been avoiding Aurelius in Backland. So why did he suddenly eat Aurelius in turn? The eternal sun fell, and Will ate Aurelius. Is this the confrontation between the stars and the true creator? Adam? Mr. Hastur has traveled so far. Shouldn't he be the most unknown of the 3 time travelers? Klein fell into silence. Will's joy did not make him feel the same, but made him even more melancholy. Yes, you guessed right, Will said with a smile on his face. I have collected 3 copies of Sequence 1 beyond her characteristics, and the uniqueness is always in my hands. Now I just need to wait for the day when I become a god. Klein was surprised. He was just guessing. Unexpectedly, Will actually defeated Aurelius and collected 3 Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics. Then when are you going to be promoted to Sequence 0? This sentence seemed to poke Will's pain, making him silent for a long time, and finally slowly came out of his mouth. I don't know. I don't know? Klein looked a little weird. How could he be unclear about such an important matter? I would like to ask you, what are the requirements for the ceremony to advance to Sequence 0? Will looked deeply at Klein. It was only when Klein felt a little numb that he spoke bitterly. Find the right opportunity in the torrent of fate. When is the right opportunity? Have no idea. Will sighed heavily. The opportunity for promotion may be tomorrow. It may be in a few years. Or it may never appear. Klein secretly smacked his lips when he heard this. Isn't this the pure path to the European Emperor? It depends on whether you are lucky enough. Then I wish you good luck. Klein could only comfort him like this. That's all? Will's eyes widened, and he looked at Klein in disbelief. Otherwise, what else? Klein's eyes were also widened, and he looked at Will. Alas, it seems that the right opportunity has not come yet. Will showed a dull and lifeless look. Did I say something wrong? No. Klein didn't understand what Will wanted to say, but he could feel that Will seemed to have some special expectations for him. But Will doesn't seem to want to explain. Is it because of some taboo? The taboo that cannot be said is because it will cause different changes after being known? So you can only wait for yourself to discover the meaning? Thinking of this, Klein glanced at Will, who nodded towards him, as if he understood. This is for yourself to understand. Although he wanted to help Will, he really couldn't think of what he should do except say sorry to Will. I believe that day won't be too far away. Will flew to ancient times, stretched out a pair of wings and patted Klein on the shoulder. I believe in you. Klein really wants to say that you don't have to have such high expectations of me. If you can't complete it, I will be very embarrassed. I need to be quiet for a while during this time and cannot help you. If you need help, you can go to Chuanqing. I believe that your relationship does not require me to be a bridge between you. After giving a few instructions, Will disappeared into the dream world. Chuanqing. The relationship between me and him is hard to describe. Klein chuckled and shook his head. Chapter 593 God, Mystery. Is it you? It's time to think about your own affairs carefully. How to enter the gods' abandoned land, and lead the residents of Silver City out of the gods' abandoned land. The biggest problem is how to pass through the king's court of giants. The things hidden in the bottomless abyss are so terrifying and mysterious. He must not put himself in danger. And the most he can do is send a marionette there. In this case, the problem can only be solved by Bernadette. Klein thought for a while, and then walked out of the room. The dim sky made the entire sea look particularly turbulent. Groups of seabirds did not dare to spread their wings and fly high, but flew low over the sea. The vision caused by the fall of the eternal blazing sun can easily affect everything in the sea, even from such a distance. Klein just stood outside for a while, and soon a crew member came to him, saying that Bernadette had something important to discuss with him. He nodded and followed the crew member to the captain's cabin where Bernadette was. At this moment, Bernadette was looking at a navigation chart attentively. In 2 days, we will cross the area that was the original Sea of Ruins. Bernadette pointed to an area on the navigation chart and said, although the Sea of Ruins has been broken and has lost its former terror, the confrontation between the gods still remains, and also brought new crises to that place. Klein just listened quietly. Bernadette's investigation in advance was very detailed and listed all possible dangers. But the most dangerous place is still here, the ruins of the original giant king's court. Bernadette's eyes seemed to become serious. Is there really no path nearby that can avoid the giant king's court? I don't know, Bernadette said in a serious tone. It's already in extremity there, and no one knows what the situation is there. Klein pretended to be relaxed and said, maybe we can pray for God's blessing. Oh, which god do you believe in? Bernadette's interest aroused. It can't be the Lord of Storms. Right? I believe in the goddess of the night, Klein said, reaching out and making starry gestures in front of his chest. Goddess of the night? Bernadette had a half smile on her face. But will your gods favor you and bless you? I think so. Regarding how to safely pass through the area of the giant king's court. He could only go there with a puppet. So he would definitely need external help. And the gods he can rely on are the goddess of the night and the stars. Bernadette is a believer in the stars. She will inevitably pray to the stars for help at critical moments. So he can only seek help from the goddess of the night. If the stars and the goddess of night join forces, and cannot pass through the giant king's court, then the fate of Silver City is really unfortunate. The ship soon arrived at the Sea of Ruins, which was filled with the aura and chaotic power left over from the Divine War. And the entire sea area was dyed in various colors. Black desire, golden heat, gray coldness. Even from a distance, you can feel the suffocating breath from it. It is difficult to enter by normal means, and ordinary ships will never be able to withstand the power here. Bernadette came out of the captain's room and ordered the crew to stop sailing. She brought Klein to the bow and looked at the impassable Sea of Ruins. She stared for a moment and summoned her Nautilus. Let's go. It's just the two of us on this last trip. This is this? Klein was shocked and asked, pretending to be surprised. I have never seen a ship of this shape before. It's called the Nautilus. It's different from ordinary ships. It's a submarine that can go deep into the ocean floor. Listening to Bernadette's explanation, Klein's mouth twitched slightly. And in the end, he could only sigh in his heart. Russell really knows how to play. When Bernadette and Klein entered the Nautilus and sank into the depths of the sea, the ship that brought them here began to return. Deep under the sea, there is silence and lightlessness. The influence of the power of the gods' war here is relatively weak. Under the control of Bernadette, the Nautilus successfully passed through the Sea of Ruins and arrived at the coastal area of the gods' abandoned land despite the twists and turns. Along the way, Klein felt a little itchy. He also wanted to try what it felt like to drive a submarine. After leaving the Nautilus, Bernadette and Klein successfully arrived at the land abandoned by the gods. The first thing they encountered was a biting cold wind that seemed to blow from the deepest part of the abyss. The source of the cold wind is where the giant king's court used to be. The huge, towering, ancient and mysterious giant king's court has been razed to the ground, leaving an abyss in its place that cannot be explored. This is the most difficult test of our journey. Bernadette looked extremely solemn. Even though she was already a Sequence 2 angel, she did not dare to peek into the depths of the abyss, because there were terrifying existences in the deepest part that could tear her soul apart. Klein followed Bernadette only with a marionette, but he still felt the fear coming from the depths of his soul. There was a vague voice in his ears that kept telling him that he couldn't go any further, couldn't get any closer, and couldn't step forward to stare into the abyss. Suddenly, the depths of the abyss seemed to be churning with a sound that could only be made by the ocean. Klein's marionette directly split open under Bernadette's slightly surprised gaze, and then turned into powder and floated away. Bernadette was not aware of any power approaching here, which meant that Klein actively chose to end the life of his marionette. Above the gray fog, the real Klein was breathing heavily, and an extremely cold chill crawled up his back, making his body tremble and curl up unconsciously. The moment there was movement in the abyss, a great terror filled the air, making him not dare to hesitate at all, decisively ending the life of the marionette and completely severing the connection with the marionette. He firmly believed that even if he hesitated just for a second, the terrifying existence in the abyss would definitely follow the marionette directly to the gate of Origin Castle. Klein, whose heart was palpitating, stopped looking at the godforsaken land. The gray fog outside also consciously surrounded the surroundings, blocking everything tightly to prevent anyone from looking at the godforsaken land. What kind of terrifying existence lives in the abyss? Klein once had a glimpse of the true creator and the eternal blazing sun, but the feeling they gave him was far inferior to the existence in the abyss. That is an ancient existence that is above Sequence 0, in the place abandoned by the gods. Bernadette looked wary, her whole body tense, looking at a blurry figure that suddenly and silently descended on Klein's marionette, which had turned into ashes. The ancient and mysterious aura made it impossible for anyone to resist from the bottom of her heart. She only felt this feeling in the stars. Did I sense something wrong? The blurry figure looked up at the sky, searched around, and then slowly looked back. He stretched out one of his fingers and pointed at the place where Klein's marionette died. The surrounding time and space were reversely reorganized, and a marionette that was exactly the same as before appeared in Bernadette's field of vision. He looked at the marionette carefully, completely tearing it apart into pieces, analyzing and watching it carefully. Did I really sense it wrong? The vague figure groaned again, waved his hand, and fanned the reorganized marionette into a pile of powder before disappearing completely. Only then did he look at Bernadette, who was standing aside. Believer of the stars? Yes, Bernadette said with difficulty. I followed the oracles of the stars, and went to the land abandoned by the gods, to help the residents of Silver City leave here and see the light again. You are very honest and very smart. So I would be embarrassed to kill you directly. The blurry figure seemed to have a bit of regret in his tone. How should I address you respectfully? Bernadette lowered her attitude. The blurry figure said casually, Original Creator, Omniscient and Almighty, Lord of the Star Realm. You can also call me God. God? Bernadette's pupils shrank suddenly. An infinite fear arose in her heart. You seem to have had some fun little things with you. God glanced at Bernadette, stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the void. The magical wishing lamp placed by Bernadette in the royal palace of the Roadside Islands was directly caught and abandoned by God. The earth falls into the hands of God. A mysterious handwriting. God looked at it for a moment, then showed a gentle smile and said, Is it because of this that my perception is wrong? Well, with a sigh, the lantern god appeared from the wishing lamp. When Bernadette was about to go to the land abandoned by God, he told Bernadette that if she wanted to pass through the land abandoned by God smoothly, it was best not to bring the magic lamp with her. Unexpectedly, he came to the place abandoned by God and fell into the hands of God without any accident. Chapter 594 God and Mystery. The battle between Mystery and God has been witnessed by many outer gods in the starry sky in the past. And there were even some less fortunate outer gods who were harmed in the past. As a jinn who had been sealed by Mystery, he was fully mentally prepared for falling into the hands of God. Now we can only wait and see how much faith the stars will have. The jinn looked at God as calmly as possible. Long time no see. God. Oh, have I seen you before? Who are you? God pretended to be thoughtful and thought for a while, then weighed the wishing lamp in his hand and said with a smile, This little object is not bad. It is this wishing lamp. The jinn inside looks a bit ugly. The jinn took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said coldly, I didn't expect that you just woke up and your human side is still very good. Isn't this familiar voice the unlucky guy who was tricked into the wishing lantern by Mystery? I heard that you still volunteered. God seemed to have just recognized the genie, and said slowly, I thought you had followed Mystery. Buried together. Although I don't like Mystery very much. He does not fall so easily. The jinn god said disdainfully, Do you think you woke up early? Mystery had awakened and returned before you. In this battle, you were slow. It's more than one thing. That's it. It seems that I didn't sense it wrong just now. God nodded, threw the wishing lamp to Bernadette, and said in an indifferent tone, You have no value anymore. God. The jinn was so angry that he wanted to curse. But in the end, he endured it. This scene was even more surprising in Bernadette's eyes. She knew the temperament of the jinn god, but she didn't expect that there was someone he was afraid of. God, the original creator, is worthy of the existence in ancient legends. For the sake of the stars that helped me wake up, his followers can freely pass through this land abandoned by God. God waved his hand to indicate that Bernadette could leave here with the wishing lamp. When leaving, the jinn god sarcastically said, Don't think that this era will still respect you. Mystery. The stars. They are all waking up and returning. But you are just parasitic in this sea of chaos. And you are still far from truly awakening. Son of chaos. If I remember correctly, God just looked at the jinn calmly. Do you want me to go to the starry sky and seal the remaining half of your body into a wishing lamp? You don't have the ability. The jinn originally wanted to reply forcefully, but then he thought about it, because it was unwise to provoke a powerful enemy for himself in a moment of conflict. Oh, let him continue to be proud and watch the day when he falls. The lantern god glanced at God proudly, was too lazy to argue with God, and returned to the wishing lamp. Bernadette had no intention of staying here, bowed slightly in the direction of God, and then embarked on the final journey to Silver City. In a daze, she heard God murmuring to himself, Mysterious, are you really awake? I believe you will not completely perish. But that idiot's words make me doubt whether you have really returned. With your temperament, where would you hide the Source Castle? The whisper was not loud, nor was it deliberately concealed. The magic lamp in Bernadette's hand trembled several times, and finally fell silent again. Bernadette glanced down, and knew that God's muttering just now was probably meant for the jinn to hear. I have to say that God is really powerful when it comes to insulting the jinn. When Bernadette came to the edge of the abyss, a bridge appeared out of thin air above the abyss, which could probably allow 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. Such a lonely bridge is erected over the bottomless abyss, surrounded by nothingness, and there are no guardrails on the left and right. Just looking at it makes people feel intimidated, and they dare not even take a step forward. Bernadette stared at it for a few moments, then silently walked onto the bridge that spanned the entire bottomless abyss. The bridge is slightly shaky, and as long as the steps are slightly unstable, the whole person will fall into the bottomless abyss. Bernadette walked slowly, without much fear in her heart. If God really wanted to kill her, there would be no need to waste so much time. Seeing humans tremble under their own divine power and accept the test of fate, the jinn may have such a bad taste, but God definitely does not. Bernadette didn't know how long she had been walking on the bridge. She was truly relieved when her feet touched the ground. The lantern god, who had been silent and motionless at first, didn't bother to speak from the wishing lantern. "Oh, I know it's really bad fun to make messy things. You," before Bernadette could speak, a voice came to her ears, "throw you into the sea of chaos. Yes. Will you get rid of the seal set by the mystery first? Or will you be swallowed by the sea of chaos first?" The genie in the wishing lamp instantly became silent and remained silent without saying a word. Bernadette also stopped, waited for a while, and found that God did not come or stop her. So she continued to move towards the Silver City. This time, the genie remained silent for a long time inside the wishing lamp. Above the gray fog, Klein finally regained his composure, because he was worried that the mysterious existence in the abyss of the gods' abandoned land would follow the subtle fluctuations when entering and leaving the Source Castle. He stayed quietly in the Source Castle. He didn't dare to cast his eyes on the land abandoned by the gods. And he didn't dare to have any communication with Bernadette. He could only hope that Bernadette could safely pass through the giant king's court and reach the Silver City. When the Tarot Club meeting is held in 2 days, if Bernadette arrives in Silver City, then Little Sun will definitely contact the stars to inform her about it. Now, he could only slowly wait for the final result. Klein sighed helplessly, looking at the empty bronze palace, feeling the biting chill for the first time. Every gift has a price marked by fate. After obtaining Source Castle and becoming the master of this gray mist, I have accepted too many gifts. Now, it seems that I am about to take over the consequences of accepting this gift. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur has also been paying attention to the movements of the land abandoned by God. The reunion between God and mystery after countless years is full of historical significance. He can be regarded as witnessing history. But it is a pity that the mystery has not yet awakened and returned, making this meeting seem a bit unremarkable. But Hastur also learned more about the mystery and the existence of the God level. With God's wisdom, if you really want to verify whether mystery has truly returned, the fastest way is to enter the spiritual world and search above the gray mist. But God did not choose this method. Instead, he indirectly found out whether the mystery was awakened through the jinn. This is very interesting. Hastur guessed that God was worried that if he went above the gray mist, his breath would stimulate a mysterious awakening. Let the mystery that was still sleeping be able to wake up and return early. Therefore, he cannot stimulate Source Castle too much to prevent the secrets from awakening due to him. Otherwise, from Klein's marionette just now, God can definitely find the source and come to the gate of Origin Castle. There is another point. Klein's decisive decision to end the fate of his marionette just now was definitely because of the reminder given by Origin Castle out of caution to God. Otherwise, with Klein's current strength, he would not be able to detect the existence of God, let alone know that God is hostile to him. Mystery and God, the old enemies, have a deep understanding of each other that has penetrated deeply into the essence to which they belong. The only thing to worry about now is whether mystery will wake up from Klein's body early due to God's awakening stimulation. For example, during Klein's sequence 2, he suddenly awakened from Klein's body and took over everything in Klein. In this case, Klein in sequence 2 has no chance of competing with mystery for control of his body. The gap between the two is simply too great. Returning can awaken God's consciousness. So can it be done in reverse to put the mysterious consciousness that is about to awaken into a deep sleep? Hastur thought about the feasibility of this method. If it was possible, then he would have an extra trump card when facing God. I need a suitable test subject. Who should I find? Hastur's eyes scanned the stars in the sky in front of him one by one. But he found no suitable test subject, because the test subject must at least be at the level of the Mother Tree of Desire. And he doesn't know much about the starry sky yet. And if he rushes to exercise his return authority, he can easily be caught by the fallen Mother Goddess. Thinking of the fallen Mother Goddess, Hastur felt much better. I think the fallen Mother Goddess was anxious because of God's awakening at this moment. Chapter 595 Praise the Stars. Praise the Fool. In Silver City, after the sun that briefly illuminated the dark world fell, the temperature of the entire land abandoned by the gods dropped a lot. It used to be filled with darkness and lightning, but now there is a new scenery. Snow, heavy snow all day long, fell in a thick layer, reaching as deep as the bend of the knees. This kind of scenery only recorded in books made the residents of Bayan City celebrate and cheer. From the elderly to the children, they had snowball fights and built snowmen in the snow, and had a great time. Even Chief Colin, who had always been calm, came out to play for a day. But after the celebration, there was deep worry. The residents of Silver City were physically strong and could ignore the cold weather caused by the heavy snow. But the crops that were already difficult to grow here were directly destroyed. The problem of food shortage is becoming more and more serious as time goes by. If they could no longer leave this land full of suffering, their Silver City would become a ruins for future generations to admire. In order to overcome this difficulty, Silver City also sent several waves of exploration teams to the ruins of the giant king's court. But no one came back alive every time. Chief Colin, who had no other choice, led the residents of Silver City to share some of their precious food, and once again held a sacrificial ceremony to the stars and the fool, hoping that the eyes of the gods could focus on Silver City and guide them. Find a way to survive. Praying sincerely seems to really attract the attention of the gods. On the second day, a figure that did not belong to the residents of Silver City came from the east and west of Silver City. They walked firmly in the heavy snow. The excited Chief Colin quickly sent 2 teams to greet the 2 visitors. One of them is Mr. A, who once left the Silver City, and the other is Bernadette dressed as a white sage. Chief Colin personally walked out of the city gate to greet the 2, and little son Derek also excitedly followed the team out of the city to greet them. He prayed to Mr. Fool for help some time ago, and Mr. Fool told him that the messenger of hope was already on the way. Only one day had passed, and 2 outside visitors came to Silver City at the same time. Praising Mr. Fool, the residents of Silver City welcomed the 2 visitors, one from the east and the other from the west, into the Silver City, and led them to the meeting hall. God Envoy, does your arrival bring us new hope? Chief Colin looked at Mr. A and Bernadette with trembling eyes filled with hope. Elder Lovia's eyes only fell on Mr. A, the handsome-looking Mr. A, in my impression, was wearing torn clothes, messy hair, and an unkempt beard. It was obvious from a glance that he had not carefully taken care of his image for a long time. Now he is like a beggar who comes begging along the way, standing next to the stunning woman wearing pure white sage clothing. There is simply no comparison. But at this moment, Mr. A's eyes were full of determination and clarity that seemed to see through everything. It was a transformation from the inside out, from the depths of his soul. Bernadette did not speak first, but looked at everyone in Silver City one by one. Mr. A smiled and said, God has not given me any revelation, but I think God will not turn a blind eye to your difficult situation. On the day when an abnormality occurred in the God-forsaken land, he ended his journey and embarked on the road back to Silver City. Along the way, the gods did not give him any enlightenment, but he felt that the gods were everywhere, and his belief in the gods became more and more pious. The stars are the only true gods he believes in at this moment. Chief Colin was a little disappointed when he heard this. He asked Mr. A to be taken down to freshen up first. Come with me. Elder Lovia took the initiative to lead Mr. A down to wash up and rest. Sometimes the elusive symbolism is far greater than what you can see with your eyes. Bernadette said something for Mr. A. Mr. A, who has traveled far away, appears outside Silver City at the same time as her today, which in itself is of great symbolic significance. Although Mr. A did not directly hear the revelation from the gods, his return itself was also a revelation full of light and hope. Chief Colin trembled slightly, knowing the weight of these words. He apologized. It was because I was blinded by the current predicament of Silver City that I did such a rude thing. Bernadette did not continue talking about this topic, but instead said, it was the gods who guided me here to lead you out of this God-forsaken land full of dangers and sufferings. You can call me a sage. Divine guidance? Derek accurately grasped this key word, and he was even more delighted. This must be the envoy sent by Mr. Fool. No. This is the sage. The day has finally come for Silver City to leave the land abandoned by the gods. Praise Mr. Fool again. Chief Colin was equally delighted. But he also asked tentatively, I wonder which god shed the light of grace. During this time, Silver City held several sacrifices and prayed to more than one god. For such an important question, it is better to ask clearly first. Otherwise you will thank the wrong gods later. But you will incur punishment from the gods. Bernadette glanced deeply at everyone in Silver City. The god who guided me here has also helped you in the past. Originally her answer should have been, I am a believer in the stars. But the stars told her to equivocate on the issue, and give a little faith to the fool. This is why the stars asked Klein, disguised as Gehrman Sparrow, to accompany her to the Forsaken Land. Each sends a believer to Silver City to share the faith of Silver City. This should be the consensus of cooperation between the stars and the fool. Unfortunately, something seemed to happen to Klein when he arrived at the God-forsaken land. And he even attracted God's attention. As for the reason, it was not something she could forcefully explore. This, Chief Colin hesitated, looking confused. The stars and the fool. Bernadette slowly spit out these two honorable names. Praise the stars. Praise the fool. Chief Colin reacted quickly. And other Silver City residents also joined in praising the stars and the fool. Derek on the side secretly clenched his fists. It turned out to be Mr. Fool. I have a general understanding of the situation here. But there are still some detailed issues that I need someone to clarify for me. After arriving here, Derek left the meeting hall, crossed the square, returned to his home, and then began to pray devoutly to Mr. Fool. When he was halfway through the prayer, a vague figure silently appeared next to him. Derek did not notice this, and still finished reciting Mr. Fool's complete honorary name. Above the gray fog, Klein originally wanted to answer the prayer of little son Derek. But at this time, the gray fog made a new move. They became extremely thick, like a gray cover, completely covering the source castle inside. Klein immediately sensed that something was wrong. In such a defensive state, there was only one possibility. The terrifying existence lurking deep in the giant king's court was right next to Derek. The numbness in his scalp made Klein restrain himself from responding to Derek's prayer and chose to turn a deaf ear. In Silver City, Derek waited for a while, but never received a response from Mr. Fool. He felt a little strange, but he could only understand that Mr. Fool had important matters to deal with at the moment, and did not have time to deal with his side of the matter. Praise the fool. Derek praised silently in his heart, and then prepared to leave the room and go to the chief's side to see if there was anything he needed help with. Fool? A neither light nor serious voice sounded in his ears, which frightened Derek and made him tremble. This feeling was just like when he met him on. No. It's even scarier than when you met him on. Derek's body subconsciously stepped back. His back slammed against the wall. And then he exclaimed, Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear in my room? The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious master above the gray fog. The yellow and black king who controls good luck. The blurry figure slowly finished the three-part honorific name, with a smile on its lips. This scene made Derek feel like his sanity had completely exploded. At this moment, he just wanted to escape from here, and stay away from this mysterious existence that appeared for no reason. The reason why I have been staying in the land abandoned by the gods is because I vaguely sensed that if I stayed here, I would definitely gain something good. As expected, I waited for it. Who are you? Derek asked again in a trembling tone. God. God's tone was cheerful, and he seemed to be in a good mood. You can report my existence to the fool in your mouth, and say that I am very interested in meeting and chatting with him. Derek remained silent, but his eyes were firm. He would never let his mere life affect Mr. Fool. I have no interest in taking your life. God raised his head, looked in the direction of Origin Castle, and chuckled. Fool. Ah. Mysterious. It turns out that you really haven't woken up yet. His understanding of the mystery is as good as his understanding of himself. If the mystery really awakens, he will never choose to avoid it every time he appears. After all, the state of myself who had just awakened from the sea of chaos was definitely not as mysterious as the natural awakening in Ziyuan Castle. Normally, Wei Mi would come to the giant king's court to taunt him. But the current situation is completely the opposite. Of course, this could also be a secret scam, as he was always happy with such things. Chapter 596 Klein, Mr. Haster. Are you also a time traveler? God? Derek was a little confused. His limited occult knowledge could not support him in knowing the meaning of this honorable name. There is also a mystery. Whose honorable name is this? What does it have to do with Mr. Fool? Derek could only bury these questions deep in his heart, and remained silent to prove his loyalty to Mr. Fool? Silver City. A city-state that used to believe in the ancient sun god. I'm also a little interested. God murmured and walked out of Derek's house. Walking on the streets of Silver City, as if there was no one around. Derek breathed a sigh of relief. Was stunned for a moment. And then hurriedly chased him out. He had to tell the chief the news immediately. As he frantically walked through the streets and past the curb in the city center, he found the mysterious figure who claimed to be God standing in front of the altar representing the stars and the fool. Watching. Derek suppressed the fear in his heart and hurriedly ran to the meeting hall from the other side of the path. Stars? Fool, have the stars awakened the mystery? God watched calmly. When he arrived at Silver City, nothing that happened here could be hidden from him. He knew that the stars and the fool had recently reached a cooperation to help the residents of Silver City leave God. Abandoned place. Stars, what is your purpose? God looked up at the dark sky filled with lightning, and could not see where the Palace of Stars was. Really interesting. God soon disappeared and left Silver City. No matter what the purpose of the stars and the fool is, they cannot bypass the giant king's court when it comes to Silver City leaving the land abandoned by God. In the meeting hall, Derek hurriedly found Chief Colin, who was talking to Bernadette. What happened? Chief. Just now. A mysterious being who calls himself God suddenly appeared next to me and asked me to give a message to the fool. Derek stumbled and described what had just happened in detail. God? Chief Colin frowned, searching for this honorable name in his mind. But there was no impression. Bernadette on the side said in time, under the giant king's court. The bottomless abyss is his residence. This means that if we in Silver City want to leave the land abandoned by God, we must obtain his consent? Chief Colin immediately understood the importance of this. Yes, he will not care too much about you. Otherwise Silver City would not be able to exist safely to this day. Chief Colin finally breathed a sigh of relief and hesitated. What is his relationship with the two gods? The stars and the fool? He seems to be particularly interested in the fool. Bernadette glanced at Derek. A follower of the fool. He should have been praying to the fool just now, and he was able to catch the subtle fluctuations, thus attracting God. Derek, you stay here for the time being. I will pay a visit to this God in person, and pray to him to allow our Silver City to see the light again. Chief Colin looked at Bernadette and apologized. Sir, Sage, I'll excuse you for a moment, and let a few other elders answer your questions. After arranging everything, Chief Colin left the meeting hall, and went to the altar in the city center. But he did not see the god as he wished. Above the gray mist, Klein was frowning as he thought about the existence in the land abandoned by God. He couldn't avoid him all the time. And as Derek was a follower of the fool, he was still in the Silver City. So the distance was too close. Unless he doesn't want to be a believer in Derek and gives up on Silver City, he will have to face that mysterious existence sooner or later. But my understanding of him is really limited. And I don't even know who he is. It seems that I need to seek help from Mr. Hastur. Klein sighed. He believed that Hastur must know the details of the mysterious being, and that the relationship between the stars and the mysterious being was acceptable. Otherwise Bernadette would never be able to reach Silver City alive. Leaving the gray fog, Klein was in the captain's cabin of a small boat. He first drove the boat away from the sea of ruins, and then began to pray to the stars. This was the fastest way to contact Hastur. The honorable names of the stars are no longer a secret. When a starry sky appeared on the ceiling, Klein felt particularly complicated. He did not expect that he and Hastur would have such a conversation one day. In the bright starry sky, an ancient palace is looming, as if between reality and illusion. Deep in the palace, a mysterious and ancient figure sits high. This scene seems familiar. Isn't this the same image I have in front of everyone in the Tarot Club? I wonder if Hastur has experienced the social death feeling of someone knowing his true identity. Klein looked through the Hall of Stars, and seemed to see that ancient mysterious figure with a young and handsome face. This scene did not last long. As the starlight fell and formed a starlight incarnation in front of Klein, the starry sky and ancient palace that appeared on the ceiling disappeared. Klein looked at this incarnation of Hastur and said with complicated emotions, Mr. Hastur, we meet again. Mr. Klein, it's been a long time indeed. Hastur nodded, then sat on the chair next to the tea table, and Klein followed suit and sat opposite Hastur. The two looked at each other for a while, feeling a little embarrassed for a moment. In the end, it was Klein who broke the awkward atmosphere. Mr. Hastur, you should know my identity. Right? I know. Mr. Fool? Things have developed to this point, And there is no need to hide too much. Oh, this feeling of social death is so wonderful. Klein smiled bitterly and continued, Mr. Hastur was born from that light door like me? I have never been above the gray mist. Nor have I seen with my own eyes the light door you mentioned. For this answer, Klein was not too surprised. Special conditions are required to enter Source Castle. One is to be born from the light gate of Source Castle, and the other is to take one of the 3 extraordinary paths of fortune teller, thief, and apprentice. As for he doesn't know the 3rd requirement yet, but it must exist. As far as he knew, Hastur initially followed the path of the Black Emperor, which was incompatible with the Source Castle, so he could not become the master of the Source Castle. But soon, Klein thought of a strange thing. When he first entered Sapphire Castle, he had not become a Beyonder, nor had he chosen the path of a fortune teller. This may be the 3rd requirement. Everyone has a different path, which is interesting and fair. Hastur chuckled. The beginning of his time traveler is really similar to that of Klein, except that he inherited the Palace of Stars, and Klein inherited the Source Castle. Klein has the Tarot Club, and he has the Conference of the Stars. The same thing is that they all have a bright future. Mr. Hastur should have traveled through time earlier than me. Right? About half a year ahead of you. When did Mr. Hastur learn that I am also a time traveler? I feel that I hit it pretty well. Now that he had said it, Klein took the opportunity to ask some questions that were pressing in his heart. On the first day you were born, I knew you were a time traveler. Asta's words were shocking, causing Klein to be visibly stunned. How could that be? I'm not the only one who knows about this. The Goddess of the Night also knows it very well. That's why you are so destined to the Goddess of the Night. As Hastur spoke, he raised his head and glanced at the sky blocked by the ceiling. Although it was the Goddess of the Night who first contacted Klein and invested in him. She is a god and wants to keep the secrets about Klein, so she can only do many things in secret. At this point, the advantage I have is too great. I can communicate openly and honestly with Klein. Can the Goddess of the Night do this? I believe that in Klein's heart at this moment. He is definitely more trustworthy than the Goddess of the Night. Oh, Goddess of the Night. Your kitten is getting closer to me. So that's it. Klein sighed. This made him understand a lot of things. And he also understood why he received special attention from the Goddess of the Night, and was even mistaken by many beings for being the favored one of the Goddess of the Night. Did Mr. Hastur help me when I started collecting Russell's diaries? Klein recalled that when he encountered in Zangwill and 008 in Tingen City before, he could always get the appropriate revelation from the newly collected Russell diary. Miss Audrey is a very good messenger. She bought a lot of special Russell diaries from me. That was also a way for me to make money during that time. Asta showed a gentle smile on his face. Looking back now, what happened during that time was quite interesting. Miss Justice is also a channel for me to make money. And she is also a major benefactor of the entire Tarot Society. Klein said something in his heart and said, Does Miss Audrey know about this? I don't dare to tell her yet. Otherwise she will think that I have had ulterior motives for her from the beginning. Mr. Hastur, do you think you are compensating yourself? Hastur smiled and did not answer the question. And an ant-like smile appeared on Klein's face. It's great that Miss Justice has a destination like Mr. Hastur, especially in this chaotic and crazy world. A pure, kind and just person like Miss Justice is worthy of protection. And Mr. Hastur just has this ability. Chapter 597 Showdown. Mr. Hastur, in which year did you become a time traveler? As the two were chatting, Klein asked about this last curious thing. Well, it's a secret. Hastur responded with a smile, but did not tell the truth frankly. He couldn't say that he came through the book, or let Klein mistakenly think that he was just like him. A bacon sausage hanging on the light door. Klein didn't pay too much attention. Maybe Hastur didn't want to recall his past in the original world. How much does Mr. Hastur know about the mysterious being under the ruins of the King's Court of Giants? Klein finally asked the real purpose of his trip. God is also known as the original creator, the omniscient and omnipotent, and the Lord of the Star Realm. Hastur paused for a moment before continuing. The fall of the ancient sun god was because God awakened in his body. There is such a secret. Klein was deeply shocked. He didn't know much about God, but he still had a certain understanding of the ancient sun god and what glorious authority this ancient sun god had. Even such an ancient and powerful existence fell because of the existence of God, which all highlights the terror of God. Such an existence seemed to be targeting him. No, it should be said that he was targeting Source Castle. Hastur glanced at Klein, but still did not choose to tell the specific situation about the Lord of Mysteries. so as not to stimulate the Lord of Mysteries to awaken further. It is better to let Klein go slowly first. And even if God really catches Klein, in order to prevent the Lord of Mysteries from awakening, he may in turn help Klein suppress the awakening of the Lord of Mysteries consciousness. For God, helping Klein is the best revenge for Mystery. He really wanted to hold down the coffin board of the Lord of Mysteries. It would be better if he could hammer in a few more coffin nails. Bernadette is already in charge of handling matters in the land abandoned by the gods. I believe she will handle matters in Silver City. Asta comforted her. Klein nodded and said, I hope everything goes well. The two talked about other things. And Hastur also told Klein some secrets that he didn't know yet. After the conversation, Hastur, the incarnation of Starlight, dispersed directly, leaving Klein sitting alone in the room. He was silent for a long time, then suddenly shook his head, with a look of deep thinking on his face. Why do I feel that after the showdown with Mr. Asta, my behavior is more like that of a secret existence hiding in the dark, who can easily decide various major events in the mysterious world with just a few words? Hidden boss in the game? This is probably the feeling. It feels pretty good. It's like I've been playing a single-player game and suddenly found teammates I can cooperate with to complete the level. And my teammates' game skills are very good, and they can help me, who is not very familiar with the rules of the game, to fly a little bit. Klein murmured a few words and was in a pretty good mood. When it comes to playing games, the best configuration is a friend who can play games together. Southern Continent. Bailing Empire Palace. Hastur left the Hall of Stars, walked out of the room, and walked through two small courtyards before finding Audrey, who was reading a book with Susie and discussing psychological knowledge. Now Susie, who has outstanding practical experience in psychology, can teach Audrey a lot of useful knowledge. Ahem. Susie, in the future you should be more patient when facing those patients with mental illness who are weak in mood and not good at expressing themselves in words. Try to use friends or other trustworthy figures to establish a more comfortable relationship with the patients first. Susie looked at Audrey in confusion. Isn't this her own word? It looked at Audrey with inquiring eyes. But Audrey avoided its eyes, and instead looked at Mr. Hastur, who was walking this way. Audrey, did I bother you to teach Susie how to read? Audrey frowned slightly, and raised her posture slightly. Fortunately, Susie is still very smart. She can understand this kind of knowledge very quickly, which saves me a lot of effort. Susie glanced at Audrey resentfully, and then left with her book in her mouth. Without Susie present, Audrey spoke much softer. Are you done? Well, I just went to see Mr. Fool? Mr. Fool? Audrey was almost frightened and stood up, her tone trembling slightly. You went to see Mr. Fool? Yes. Is it a strange question for the stars to cooperate with the fool? Audrey glanced at Hastur with a guilty look, then lowered her head and muttered in a low voice, Did Mr. Fool tell you something? We are just talking about cooperation. What else can he say to me? A smile appeared on the corner of Hastur's mouth. For example, Tarot Club. This. Asta pretended to think for a while, then said, Miss Justice, the major financial sponsor of the entire Tarot Society. Backlund comes from a noble family, and is a pure, kind-hearted woman with a sense of justice. It's over. Mr. Hastur still discovered his identity in the Tarot Society. It's so embarrassing. Audrey felt her cheeks getting slightly hot. After calming down a bit, she raised her chin and looked at Hastur, who was looking at her with interest. Have you known for a long time that I am a member of the Tarot Society? I always like to visit your home every Monday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I knew you did it on purpose at that time. Audrey rolled her eyes at Hastur in shame. I also know a lot about you. Asta smiled and took Audrey's little hand, squeezed it a few times and said, Ms. Furs is a believer in the stars and a magician in the Tarot Society. Miss, she will always update me on the latest developments in the Tarot Society. Audrey's eyes widened slightly. Doesn't that mean that every move she made during the Tarot Club was known to Mr. Hastur? Relax. I'll tell you about other things. Asta pulled Audrey to sit on his lap, put one arm around her waist, hugged her to his chest, and told her some little secrets that could not be told in the past. Now that Klein knows his identity, he has shown his cards, and there is no need to keep hiding many things. Bernadette has stayed here in Silver City for several days. She spends most of her time in the book collection room in Silver City, reading through the knowledge from long ago. For her, this is also an improvement. As for how to help the residents of Silver City leave the land abandoned by God, Whether this can be accomplished ultimately depends on the conversation between the stars and that god. On the second day after arriving, she tried to build a space portal, but failed once. The god who lurks in the bottomless abyss is using his power to affect everything here. Unless he nods, the residents of Silver City cannot leave the place abandoned by God. But she obviously doesn't have that weight. After a few more days, if no new oracle comes from the stars, then she can only communicate with the god personally on behalf of the stars. You are also a believer in the stars, right? While Bernadette was flipping through the books, Mr. A, who had been practicing for a few days, also came to the book collection room. You have good eyesight, Bernadette just said calmly. Mr. A just asked this question and didn't ask anything else. Instead, Bernadette began to ask him about his adventures along the way. From his mouth, he understood more clearly what kind of land the gods' forsaken land was. Outside, Chief Colin was anxiously waiting for the arrival of the stars and the fool. Although the sage arrived, he used his extraordinary ability to improve the environment here, so that the plants no longer stopped growing due to wind and snow, but instead grew stronger, which solved the food shortage crisis to a certain extent. But the problem of how to leave the land abandoned by the gods has not yet been solved. At times like this, it becomes even more difficult to wait. Derek looked very depressed. In a while, it would be time for the tarot meeting. During this period of time, Mr. Fool has not contacted him. Perhaps he will not be able to participate in this tarot club. Does this mean that Mr. Fool has given up on himself and Silver City? Above the gray fog, Klein sat at the head of the long bronze table, lost in thought. The time for the tarot conference is coming soon. Should I invite Little Sun to come and participate in this tarot conference? Once guided, the god will definitely notice this tiny fluctuation and come to Silver City, or even directly outside the gray mist. At that time, if Source Castle could not stop the other party's invasion, he would probably perish because of this recklessness. Either tell everyone in the tarot club that no tarot club will be held in the near future, or give up inviting Little Sun to participate in this tarot club. This is the safest and most appropriate way to handle it. Chapter 598 Tarot Society in the Shape of Hastur. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday, Audrey was taken above the gray fog with her heart in mind. Mr. Hastur's showdown made her suddenly unsure of how to face Mr. Fool and Miss Magician. It always feels weird that my immediate boss suddenly becomes my fiancé's partner, my colleague, and my fiancé's disciple. Mr. Fool, good afternoon. Mr. Hangman, good afternoon. After arriving above the gray mist, Audrey quickly recovered her thoughts and began to greet Mr. Fool and the members of the tarot club. After saying hello, she was shocked to find that Mr. Little Sun did not come to participate in this week's tarot meeting. Not only her, but other tarot club members also looked curiously at the empty seat. Some interesting things are happening in Silver City. Mr. Fool tapped the table with his right fingers, attracting the attention of everyone in the tarot club, and said in a calm tone, he can't escape for the time being, and can only miss the tarot for this week. Luo Hui. If you encounter a major incident in the future, you can also explain the situation in advance. He finally decided to give up inviting Derek to come to the meeting to avoid attracting the god. Audrey and the others were not suspicious of Mr. Fool's explanation. Only Alger, the hangman, felt a little strange. He understands Little Sun's character. Unless he is seriously injured and dying, he will not miss the tarot meeting. It may be that Mr. Fool has arranged a special task for Little Sun to perform, with one less member participating in the tarot session. This time the process was much shorter than before, and the free chat session soon began. Alger, who has lost his status as the Bishop of the Church of Storms, naturally has the right to speak in the tarot club held by Miss Justice. Only the last 1/3 of the territory of the Kingdom of Feniport is still resisting. The other areas have fallen under the control of the Balam Empire, the Republic of Intis, Sagel, and Lomborg. The Kingdom of Mashi has completely become history, and the royal capital was captured by the army of the Kingdom of Lone. The expeditionary force previously fought by the Lone Kingdom in the Fasak Empire has passed through the territory of the original Fasak Empire, crossed the Ontals Mountains, and launched an attack from the north of the Republic of Intis. Audrey shared the latest news she learned with other tarot club members. The national strength of the Lone Kingdom is much stronger than imagined. Especially the strategy of crossing the Fasak Empire's territory and directly attacking the northern region of the Republic of Intis is really bold and effective, Alger said with emotion after hearing this. After losing the help of the Church of Storms, Fenibot and the Kingdom of Loan should have been at a disadvantage in the frontal battlefield. Unexpectedly, the Kingdom of Loan could actually defeat many with one person. I heard that there is basically an anti-war upsurge within each country, and more people are taking to the streets to demonstrate. Klein also participated in the discussion, using the trumpet of the world. The same is true within the Loan Kingdom. It is said that South Wales is fighting for independence. I don't know when this war will end. Actually, there is nothing wrong with war. Mr. Moon Emlyn, who had always been silent, suddenly said something shocking, attracting everyone's attention. He drew back his neck slightly, and then said firmly, "As the war begins, my status in the clan has increased. I can control a lot of wealth, and I can buy whatever dolls I want. During the war, their prices dropped to only 1/3 or even 1/10 of the usual price. I collected a large number of them all at once." Seeing that the people in the Tarot Club were looking at him with a somewhat subtle look, Emlyn spoke softer and quieter, and finally chose to keep silent. "Does Mr. Fool know the real cause of this war?" Audrey asked a question that others also wanted to know. This war happened suddenly and quickly, as if all the countries had agreed to fight fiercely. Mr. Fool just said lightly, "War is the continuation of the will of the gods." "Is she the goddess of stars and night?" The direct question came from Audrey's mouth, which made Klein couldn't help but look sideways. This question is difficult to answer. What if Miss Justice goes back and gets into trouble with Mr. Hastur because of this? Klein pondered for a moment and then said, "The stars are passively involved in this war." He was not saying this to excuse Mr. Hastur, but it was the truth. The rise of this war should be blamed more on Adam and his Twilight Hermits. After hearing the satisfactory answer, Audrey had a rare smile on her face. Forsey, who had never been very talkative, said firmly at this moment, "According to the information I know, the origin of this war is the so-called wave of the time set off by Adam in order to meet the conditions for his promotion to Sequence 0. Every country and countless people are just necessary sacrifices under the wave of Adam's era. The Storm Lord of the Church of Storms also fell at the hands of Adam." After saying this, Forsey looked specifically at Alger the Hanged Man. Alger's body trembled slightly. Although he had left the Church of Storms, he still had certain feelings for the Church of Storms. When he heard that the Lord of Storms had fallen at the hands of Adam, he couldn't help but feel deep sadness in his heart. The reason why Intis Republic, Sagel, Lombard, Massey and other countries chose to join the Balam Empire's front in the southern continent is because of the threat from Adam. Adam and the true creator were particularly hostile to the Lord of Storms, the Eternal Sun, the God of knowledge and wisdom. Do you still remember the lightless day not long ago? The vision of that day was the fall of the Eternal Sun, and the eternal blazing sun also fell in Adam's hands. Forsey dropped bombs, LS one after another, leaving everyone in the Tarot Club stunned. What sharp words. Is this still the taciturn young magician from before? Klein looked at Forsey with a little surprise. The information was basically correct, but he just selectively ignored that before the ancient times. It was the Eternal Sun, the God of knowledge and wisdom, and the Lord of Storms who first betrayed the ancient Sun God, which led to the fall of the Sun God. Adam's revenge against the true creator has a certain legitimacy, but for this war alone, Adam was indeed the culprit. Without the help of him and the Twilight Hermit Society, the war would not have expanded to this point, involving all the countries in the northern and southern continents. Adam, the Sequence 0 visionary of the audience path. Audrey felt a rare feeling of hatred in her heart. This kind of existence that likes to provoke war is really abominable. Moreover, it was Adam who forced Mr. Hastur to evacuate to the southern continent. Therefore, he left Backland, and his parents also left their hometown and stayed away from Backland. Adam and the true creator are the culprits of all wars, the common enemy of all mankind, and the source of trouble that must be eradicated. The hermit Lady Katla also took the opportunity to characterize Adam and the true creator as evil and terrifying existences. The queen is a believer in the stars, so she can naturally be regarded as a believer in the stars, and she is destined to be in the camp of the stars. That's right. Forsey glanced at Katla appreciatively and said in a high-pitched tone, "Our Tarot Society is an organization that maintains justice and peace. We should respect Adam and the true creator as well as the Twilight Hermits and Aurora to which they belong. Justice will be pronounced." "I agree too." Alger also expressed his position. "Wait, why did this situation suddenly become like this? This is a tarot meeting. How come it has turned into a judgment meeting between Adam and the true creator?" Klein was a little confused. From the moment Miss Justice started asking questions, to Miss Magician's impassioned denunciation of crimes, to MS Hermit's determination. Everything seemed to fit together perfectly, directly nailing Adam and the true creator to the pillar of shame. No. How could this tarot suddenly change into the shape of Mr. Hastur? Miss Justice is Mr. Hastur's fiancée. Miss Magic has a close friendship with Bernadette, and she should be a believer in the stars. And MS Hermit, a follower of Bernadette, can also be regarded as a believer in the stars. The entire Tarot Society excludes the world. There are currently 6 members, which means that half of the members are already people from the other side of the stars. Klein fell into deep thought. When did it start to look like this? Mr. Fool, I have really neglected my duty. I did not discover this serious problem until today. Based on his understanding of Mr. Hastur, Miss Justice may be an exception, but Miss Magician and MS Hermit were definitely arranged by him specially. Well, it seems that I make my own decision on who to recruit into the Tarot Society. Thinking of this, Klein's mood became even more complicated. Mr. Fool, do you also think we should target these 2 organizations? The Aurora Society and the Twilight Hermit Society? A question from Miss Justice temporarily broke Klein's thoughts. He faced the people in the Tarot Club, smiled and said, "The stars and I have already reached an agreement. No matter what the reason is, the only camp he can choose is the stars. Just being an Amon already prevents him from being in the same camp as Adam, the true creator. As for the goddess of the night, she seems to be cooperating with Adam now. Moreover, Russell and Hastur helped him a lot along the way. His best choice was to join the camp that belonged to their time travelers." Chapter 599. Derek pursues the light. Mr. Fool has reached a consensus with the stars? The eyes of everyone in the Tarot Club lit up slightly. This can be said to be a landmark event. Ever since they were brought above the gray mist to become members of the Tarot Club, they have never heard Mr. Fool express his position clearly. He neither belongs to the 6 former righteous churches nor the evil hidden existence of the true creator, and is like a camp independent of all camps. Now, it is finally clear that Mr. Fool is in the same camp as Chuanqing. Thinking about how much trouble the showdown between Chuanqing and Adam had caused during this period of time, maybe Mr. Fool also played a big role in it. Audrey looked much more relaxed. She had always respected Mr. Fool, an ancient and hidden existence. If Mr. Fool and Mr. Hastur were hostile, she would be worried about which side to choose. She couldn't bear to leave the Tarot Club, nor would she abandon Mr. Hastur. Fortunately, such an extreme situation would not happen. Adam and the true creator are gradually taking back the authority belonging to the ancient sun god. Klein decided to teach the Tarot Club some knowledge between gods. Currently, only the authority of the god of knowledge and wisdom is left, and he has chosen to accept it. The protection of the stars. Then what would happen if Adam and the true creator gathered all the authority of the ancient sun god? Alger asked. He has always been curious about high sequence level knowledge. This is a good question. Klein sighed in his heart. He couldn't see what the future would be like. Will Adam and the true creator, who has become the ancient sun god again, become the king of the gods? Or will he hunt down all the enemies and threatening gods that have a grudge against him, and be the one god who dominates? Will a new king of 8 angels be born? Will the end be brought forward because of this? Or will it end because of this? He does not yet have the ability to see into the future. But the answer to this question is simple. Mr. Fool smiled and said in a nonchalant tone, "That kind of future will not happen." Alger was shocked. This is the power of Mr. Fool. Why won't that future happen? Because Mr. Fool disagrees. In Silver City, Derek sat alone on his bed, looking up at the ceiling shrouded in darkness. He had clearly counted his heartbeat just now, and now it should be time for the tarot session. But Mr. Fool didn't take him to attend the Tarot Club above the gray mist. And he didn't even tell him. He just disappeared suddenly. No matter how much he prayed, he got no answer. Everything seemed to go back to the beginning before I met Mr. Fool. Derek continued to count silently in his heart. And it was not until one day passed that he ended this boring and desperate behavior. The land abandoned by God is a day and night without sunrise and moonset. But he learned from the Tarot Society how many seconds there are in a day and how to calculate it effectively. Counting his heartbeats was one way to make sure that the day had passed. Derek, you finally came out of the room. The chief wants to see you for something. A team member who was guarding the door of Derek's room greeted Derek warmly. Derek, look, are you not feeling well? Have you not slept for a long time? Derek forced a smile and said, Didn't you just say that the chief has something to ask me for? Let's go over there right away. Don't keep the chief waiting. Okay. But are you really okay? I am fine. Derek patted his chest and made a thumping sound. In the meeting hall, Chief Colin and several Silver City elders gathered here. When Derek arrived, everyone's eyes swept over him one by one. Chief Colin asked with concern, Derek, do you look unwell? It's okay. I'm fine. Really? Derek had a bright smile on his face and waved the weapon in his hand. Don't force it. I asked you to come this time. There is something that needs you to complete. Chief Colin said with a solemn expression, the sage is going to the abyss to discuss with the god who allows us to pass through the bottomless abyss. Matter. Silver City will send a few people to follow the sage. And you are one of them. If you are inconvenient now, you can stay in Silver City and let other team members go. Derek said with a serious face, Chief, please rest assured. I will definitely escort the sage to arrive safely. You guys pack your bags a little. Prepare the food, and then you can set off. During the whole process, Bernadette didn't say a word, but looked at the Silver City resident named Derek with slight curiosity. She specifically asked Derek to follow her to the abyss of the Giant King's court because he was a follower of the fool. But today, Derek was obviously in no condition, and he was very worried. Negative emotions such as depression, pain, and disappointment were haunting him. Chief Colin also saw this, but ultimately chose to believe in Derek and the Mr. Fool behind him. Soon, a team of 5 people set off from Silver City and headed to the Giant King's court. In addition to Bernadette and Derek, there were also Mr. A. Elder Lovia, and a team member who was familiar with the road. There was still heavy snow falling in the sky, and Derek, who had never thought snow would be cold, felt a chill in his heart for the first time. Along the way, Mr. A and Bernadette occasionally talked, but spent the rest of the time walking in silence. With Bernadette and Mr. A around, the monsters in the darkness did not dare to make random mistakes, and they arrived at the Giant King's court much faster than expected. Believers of the stars, Bernadette seeks to see the great omniscient and omnipotent one. Arriving at the edge of the abyss, Bernadette faced the direction of the abyss and saluted respectfully. She chose to refer to God as omniscient and omnipotent because this description of authority was the most detailed and accurate and sounded good. The empty abyss did not give a single echo. Bernadette shouted several times in succession, but there was still no movement. By now she had understood that the other party wanted to wait for the arrival of the stars or the fool. As a believer of the stars, she is not qualified and has no right to represent the stars. But neither the stars nor the fool seem to want to pay much attention to this god. What on earth are they thinking? What are you waiting for? Forget it. This kind of game between big shots is far beyond what I can understand. It seems we need to stay here for a long time. Bernadette ordered Derek and the others to camp here and prepare for a protracted war. After everything was settled, Bernadette went to the nearby ruins that had not sunk into the abyss to observe and understand the knowledge and secrets in the ancient times. A few days later, they still stayed here. The god in the abyss did not show up, no matter how much they prayed. Mr. A came to the entrance of the bridge and was fascinated by the bridge spanning the entire abyss. After a while, Derek also came over. He stared at the bridge for a long time and said in a daze, Can I leave the land abandoned by God by passing this bridge? Well, through here. There is a golden sea outside, with the fiery red sun hanging high in the sky, and seabirds flying in groups on the sea. Mr. A briefly described the scenery of the outside world. Such a world must be beautiful. Right? It's beautiful, spectacular, and worthy of all life to share. I want to go outside and have a look. As Derek spoke, he walked onto the bridge. There was no fear in his eyes of the abyss beneath his feet, but only a longing for a bright world. Be careful, Mr. A did not choose to stop him. Trying at this time is a courageous move. If you don't take the first step, you will never know what will happen next. Perhaps the gods are also watching here. Watching them. Elder Lovia, who heard the commotion, also came to the bridge. She quickly caught up with Derek with a face as serious as ice, trying to take him off the bridge. Come back with me. It's too dangerous. You have to try. Right? Derek avoided Elder Lovia's grasp and continued walking forward. You will anger the great beings under the abyss. Then let me be buried here alone. Is it your turn to be a hero here? Elder Lovia tried to take away Derek, who insisted on taking risks. At this time, the originally peaceful bridge began to shake violently, and a gust of cold wind blew out from the depths of the abyss. Derek was not affected, but Elder Lovia was blown off the bridge and was about to fall into the abyss. Mr. A, who sensed something was wrong from behind, hurriedly stepped forward, controlled the flesh and blood, stretched his arms, grabbed Elder Lovia and brought her back from midair. Please also ask the great omniscient one not to blame and forgive us for our reckless interruption this time. Mr. A saluted while taking Elder Lovia back to the snow camp at the entrance of the bridge. Why? Elder Lovia looked forward with complicated eyes. She didn't know whether she was asking why Derek suddenly wanted to risk his life, or why Mr. A took the risk to save himself. Because good hope is ahead. Mr. A said calmly, watching Derek's figure walking on the bridge being swallowed by darkness. Chapter 600 Advice from God. Is death the final destination of all living things? What will the world look like after death? Will it be better than the harsh environment in the land abandoned by God? If it's better, then their relatives and tribesmen can be considered to have a good destination. Derek felt that he was simply crazy for thinking about these ultimate questions about death at such a young age. Walking on this bridge without guardrails. The front is filled with black mist, as if there is no end. Every step forward makes the entire bridge sway. From time to time, a cold wind blows from the bottomless abyss under the feet, intruding into the internal organs from the soles of the feet. The cold continued to stagnate, making his originally strong and powerful heartbeat gradually become inaudible. And ahead, there is still a darkness that will never dissipate, with no end in sight. Mr. Fool, are you looking at this right now? Or have you also abandoned our Silver City? Before Derek could get an answer to his inner confusion, he fell onto the bridge with a bang and curled up, waiting for his final fate. Get up. Your road is not at the end yet. Keep moving forward. A whisper rang out, followed by a warm current flowing throughout the body, dispelling all the coldness and rejuvenating the body's limbs. Derek opened his eyes blankly and looked at everything around him, but found no trace of Mr. Fool. There was not a single figure as far as he could see. He climbed up with difficulty, looked up quietly for a while, and then continued walking forward. After Derek left, in midair, above the clouds shrouded in darkness and lightning, a paper angel figure is slowly dispersing. Above the gray fog, Klein sighed. He still couldn't sit back and watch the death of Derek the little son. So he cut a paper man in Source Castle and turned it into an angel. He gave Derek a blessing and helped him go complete the last stretch of the road. As for the consequences of doing so, he was ready to face them. He looked straight at the gray fog outside, which was like a shrinking defense line in the face of a powerful enemy. That God has been tracked here from the giant king's court in the land abandoned by God. So this is awe. The gray fog outside Source Castle rolled violently, and a voice came clearly through the gray fog. God did not show his figure, as if out of some scruples. He was just talking to me from a distance through the gray fog. Understanding this, Klein gradually let go of his worries and fears. It seemed that the other party did not intend to forcefully break into the gray fog. Instead, he did not want to get too close to the gray fog and consciously maintained a certain safe distance. God, the omniscient and almighty, the Lord of the Star Realm, Klein whispered, and then looked calmly at the gray fog outside. He did not choose to speak, but waited for the other party to stir up the topic first. Even through the barrier of Origin Castle, I can hear the fear in your heart. God's voice came through the gray fog again. This is a very correct judgment. Don't worry. My malice towards you is not as great as you think. On the contrary, I can help you in some ways. For example, I can help you better control the Origin Castle. Right now, you are only the nominal master of the Origin Castle. You can only passively use its power, but cannot actively exert the true purpose of the Origin Castle. Klein, who had been silent all this time, heard this and said in a deep voice, "What do you seem to be worried about?" "It's not because I'm afraid, but because I don't want some nasty guy to wake up because of me. So I can't get too close to Source Castle. Do you understand?" Understood. Klein really understood the meaning of what God said. Sapphira Castle once had a real master, and that was an existence that was hostile to God. The person who existed in Source Castle and left behind the resurrection backup, himself and even the traversers above the light gates. The meaning of their existence is to awaken the master of Source Castle. According to the occult knowledge he knew, the authority held by the master of Origin Castle must span the three extraordinary paths of fortune teller, apprentice, and thief. Just like the ancient sun god, the authority spans 5 extraordinary paths. Therefore, Only those who choose the fortune teller path can enter Source Castle. And Russell and Hastur just avoid this necessary condition for entering Source Castle. Such an existence surpasses the true God of Sequence 0, and is known as the terrifying existence of the old days. God should also be one of the powerful old ones. If he gets too close to Source Castle, the powerful threat will stimulate the consciousness of the owner of Source Castle to wake up in advance. So he talks to himself in this way. This is the same as Hastur said. God may be an enemy, may also help himself. As for where the master of Origin Castle will wake up, Klein lowered his head and looked at himself. He was the best awakening container for the master of Source Castle. Just as God awakened in the ancient sun god's body, the master of Origin Castle will one day awaken in his own body. He had thought about such a possibility, but after he was really sure about it, his mood was equally complicated and unclear. It seems that you have understood your dangerous situation. God's voice continued to come in. Based on my understanding of him, he will wake up from your body probably when you reach Sequence 1 or Sequence 0. In other words, if you want to save your life, it's best to stay in Sequence 2 forever. Because I don't want to see my old friend wake up. So don't force me to find your body and imprison you forever. This is for your own good too. Remember my advice? With God's departure, the gray fog returned to normal. And Klein was truly relieved. Judging from God's performance today, it seems that he simply does not want the master of Origin Castle to wake up from his body. Is Sequence 2 the end of this road? Klein was not too unhappy or sad about the end of his extraordinary path in Sequence 2. Angels on Earth should be able to protect themselves in the future. It is better than going to a higher level and being awakened by the master of Source Castle in his body. After understanding this, Klein felt much more relaxed than before God came. Now that he understands God's position, he doesn't need to avoid the God-abandoned land. He can help Little Sun and the residents of Silver City leave the God-abandoned land. Well, I have to think of a suitable word first. In the land abandoned by the gods, above the abyss of the King's Court of Giants. Derek has walked across the bridge and reached the other side. He had already heard the sound of the ocean tide lapping at the shore, smelled the fishy smell from the ocean, and seen the sun sinking gradually into the depths of the ocean. Have you left the place abandoned by God? Derek stood there blankly, looking at the dim world in front of him in disbelief. Various emotions surged up in his heart. He originally wanted to laugh a few times, but in the end, he squatted on the ground, wiping his tears without any image, and began to cry. It turns out that Silver City only needs to cross a bridge to leave the land abandoned by God. It turns out that there is only a gap between heaven and hell. It turns out that the bright place that their ancestors have been hoping for and looking for generations is not far ahead. Whoa! Derek cried for a long time. And it was only after his eyes were red and swollen that he came back to his senses and remembered that he had to tell the chief and others about this great news quickly so that all the residents of Silver City could leave the land abandoned by the gods. He staggered to his feet and wanted to go back along the original path. At this moment, deep in his heart, he heard the familiar voice from Mr. Fool that could make people shed tears. You did very well. Derek was stunned for a moment and stopped choking and sobbing. But in the end, he couldn't help crying again. He really thought that he had been abandoned by Mr. Fool? It seems that the warmth and calling I felt when I was unconscious just now also came from Mr. Fool. Seeing the 2-meter-tall strongman crying without any image in front of him, Klein was filled with emotions. If God's position didn't overlap with his to some extent, he might have really given up on Derek and Silver City. The paper angel was already the limit of what he could do, and any further attempts and connections would be too dangerous. Mr. Fool. Derek knelt down and worshipped heavily toward the sky, shouting praise to the Fool all the time. Klein just watched this scene with a smile on his face. It wasn't until Derek's agitated mood recovered a little that he told Derek his intention of not paying attention to him during this period. The pursuit of light requires courage and unswerving faith. Together, it can probably be explained by this sentence. Derek suddenly realized that this was Mr. Fool's test for him, and he was not abandoning it. He has been watching himself and the City of Silver. Praise the Fool.